I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 239. Hunting a Vampire 2. There was a palpable feeling of dread that settled over the ship as it departed from Arimenium. Trajan almost had to threaten the fleet's legate in order to get it to move, but remembering the last time he tried to refuse the prince, the legate wisely decided to loan his fleet to Trajan for the duration of the siege. But this tension between the legate and the prince wasn't the reason for the dread that the knights aboard the ship felt. Rather, it was because most of the knights that had fought Bran in Florentia were now about to parade themselves before the city, hoping to bait the marshal into starting round 2. There were a few new knights along for the ride. 2 new legates, specifically, bringing the force of 6th-tier mages aboard the ship to 6, but any enthusiasm they might have felt at being chosen for such an illustrious mission was quickly quashed by the look of fear in the eyes of those who had faced the vampire before. No one wanted to experience that demonic illusion again, and those that had yet to experience it for themselves weren't keen on their potential first experience. The only paltry solace any of the knights could find were in the spells that Leon passed out as they boarded the ship. He'd given them some basic instructions for how to use them, but all he could tell anyone about what the spells would do was that they could help defend against and banish darkness magic. Delightfully non-specific, Leon had thought, thinking it best not to explain too much about his spells for fear of revealing where he had gotten them. In that vein, he was gambling on none of the other knights being enchanting experts, but since skilled enchanters were, generally speaking, too valuable to be risked in a combat scenario, he thought it a safe bet. Once the ship was underway with its other transports and escorts, Leon joined Trajan at the prow of the vessel. The prince stared at the distant lights of Florentia, silently mulling over the specifics of their plan. The crux of it hinged on 2 things: that Bran would be in Florentia and would attack them, and that Arthwin would be too busy dealing with the deployed legion to render aid to the vampire. The first was far from guaranteed. Legion scouts had confirmed that Bran's unit of 50,000 had occupied Florentia, but no sign of the marshal himself had been seen since the evacuation. The second wasn't guaranteed, either, as 20,000 Legion soldiers wouldn't be able to hold out forever against the main Talfar army. It was a risky plan, and Trajan couldn't help but second-guess it at every possible opportunity. They had to divert a great amount of their magical fighting potential toward dealing with Bran, compounding their manpower shortage against Arthwin. With 50,000 soldiers, most of which were cavalry and chariot units, and the relatively flat ground flanking the river, the 4,000 Legion soldiers Trajan was bringing for the mission were in great danger, as well. However, even if they lost the Legion in the field and all 4 battalions in the ships, if they could kill Bran, then it would be worth the price. Trajan hated to admit it, but it was true, though he would still do everything within his power to ensure every one of the soldiers he was responsible for made it home safe. He knew this was an unrealistic goal, but he was going to try nonetheless. But first and foremost, they had to kill the vampire. A 7th-tier mage was strong enough to tear through their battle formations, and without another mage of comparable power to stop him, then the bull's horns could very well fall to Talfar's superior numbers, given enough time. Leon and Trajan stood side by side, staring at Florentia as they grew closer. Both men were silent, with the tension in their eyes growing ever stronger the closer the city came. And then, Trajan stiffened, then smiled. He had caught sight of Bran as the vampire left the villa at the highest point in the city. The vampire smiled, licked his lips, then vanished into his shadow. "The enemy has seen us," Trajan shouted back to the knights waiting on the flagship's Heartwood deck. The knights readied themselves, and the fleet's flagship turned toward the riverbank, followed by the rest of the ships accompanying it. Trajan didn't know how long they had before Bran arrived, but he didn't want to fight on board a ship with its limited space to fight. Instead, the transports disgorged their contents all over the riverbank. 4,000 soldiers set up portable spiked barricades they'd fashioned in the previous couple days that would blunt any cavalry charges, tossed out a few caltrops and mind spells, then formed up into a strong 3-sided shield wall with the river at their backs. This left a large open space in the center of their formation, and this is where Trajan, Leon, and the rest of the prince's knights gathered. "Come to us, monster," Trajan whispered. The soldiers had gotten set up in a mere handful of minutes, but that was still enough time for the vampire to traverse the few miles between Florentia's outskirts and their position. The marshal would be on them at any moment. Bran paused for a moment and almost gawked in amusement from the darkness he hid in at the defenses that Trajan had set up. The caltrops almost sparkled in the moonlight, and he could see the magic kicked up by the mind spells as plain as day. None of them would stop him. But he also knew that they weren't there for him. Even the thousands of Legion soldiers behind the wooden spikes weren't there to stop him. His cavalry was mustering in Florentia and preparing to charge this position and prevent these soldiers from flanking Arthwin's troops when the other marshal engaged the Legion closer to their camp, and these defenses that Trajan had set up were to keep his soldiers from being immediately overrun in the open ground outside of Florentia. All of this was a clear invitation for Bran to attack. They wanted him to do something rash. They thought themselves ready, but Bran caught sight of Leon again with his magic senses, and any composure he had regained in the minutes since seeing him on the ship vanished. He charged through the formation, sliding undetected and unimpeded through the shadows cast by the shield wall. The vampire's mouth began to water, and his eyes focused on Leon so completely that he barely noticed anything else. He took no notice of the subtle way that Trajan's knights spread out to keep their prince in the center of their formation, and he barely saw, let alone questioned, why each of the 5th-tier knights had shields. He had eyes only for Leon. Bran wasted no time. He had to get his teeth into Leon's neck, regardless of the price. As he moved, an illusory Bran appeared behind him, taking form out of the shadows. As expected, all of the knights turned to face their perceived threat, and the real hidden Bran sped forward, eager to taste Leon's blood again. With all eyes turned away, Bran burst out of the shadows, a dark silent specter barely visible in the moonlight, and he reached for Leon from behind, and instantly felt the darkness painfully melt off of his skin. The vampire didn't care, though, and he grabbed Leon's neck from behind, intending to seize the young knight and drag him back down into the shadows. But nothing happened. The illusory Bran he'd conjured dissipated into black smoke and he was left standing in the center of the Legion formation with his hand around Leon's neck and all of the other knights slowly turning to face him. For a quick second, Bran tried to summon his magic power and to sink back into the shadows on the ground, but every time his magic would dissolve away as soon as it left his body. "Got you now," came a whisper from Bran's left. With the vampire unable to run and his defenses lowered, Trajan loomed over him like the embodiment of death. The prince had already raised his war hammer when Bran's illusion was conjured, and he now brought it down with all of his strength on the vampire. Bran had a quick choice to make: release Leon, or try to tank one of Trajan's attacks. Darkness magic was not known for possessing strong defensive characteristics, so the vampire could only scowl as his fingers loosened and he threw himself backward, letting Leon go free. The younger knight immediately spun around, golden lightning exploding out of his body and pursuing the retreating vampire. Bran raised his arms to block and felt his skin sizzle and burn under the heat of Leon's lightning. But Trajan's hammer strike missed, and Bran only had a few superficial, if somewhat painful, burns. Bran was given no time to collect his thoughts and analyze what was happening. Trajan followed through his first strike and spun that momentum into another savage blow, while Leon summoned a golden lightning bolt and prepared to hurl it at the vampire. All around Bran, the rest of the 5th-tier knights had raised their shields and were channeling their power into the spells Leon had given them that were attached to the inside face of their shields. The 6th-tier knights charged, hurrying to support their prince in his assault on the 7th-tier vampire. There were no more words spoken. They all knew exactly what they had to do, and there was no point in useless banter. Bran dodged strikes from Trajan's hammer and another legate's spear thrusts, while blades of wind and water ripped at his clothes and Leon's lightning bolts exploded on his flesh. However, Bran managed to avoid serious damage, and the longer the fight continued, the more time he had to think and realize what was happening. And Trajan knew this, as his expression became more and more wild and desperate with every missed strike. No matter how he shifted the earth beneath Bran's feet, no matter where or when the ground ruptured or spikes erupted toward Bran's legs, the vampire always managed to dodge by the skin of his teeth. And the more time Bran bought himself, the more the vampire realized that only his ability to vanish into darkness was being affected by whatever it was the Legion Knights were doing. The rest of his magical powers weren't affected, though his favored tactic of replacing himself with an illusion while he disappeared was off the table. The instant Bran realized his options weren't as limited as he first thought, his thin pale lips stretched into an enormous smile, exposing his fangs for all the world to see. As he ducked underneath another of Trajan's hammer strikes and pivoted away from a spike bursting from the ground beneath him, his shadow elongated and separated into 5 black smoky tendrils. 3 of these tendrils wrapped themselves around the spear-wielding legate, immobilizing him. This gave Bran just enough of an opening to summon his rapier from his soul realm, dodge out of Trajan's way, and charge at the helpless knight. However, just before he was about to run his rapier through the knight's armored chest, a bolt of Leon's golden lightning ripped through the air and struck the knight. The knight screamed in pain, but Bran was forced back, and his dark tendrils evaporated off of the knight. Bran glared at Leon, and his remaining 2 tendrils lashed out at him, rising from the ground like the tentacles of a kraken and striking Leon across the face of his helmet. Leon was sent reeling, while one of the tendrils grabbed his leg and raised him upside down into the air. But Bran couldn't capitalize on this with Trajan and the other 2 legates firing off their magical attacks at him. And then, the ground began to vibrate and the air was filled with the sound of beating hooves. Bran's cavalry had finally arrived, and the mass of horses and chariots were charging the lines of Trajan's shield wall. Chapter 240, Hunting a Vampire 3, They Just Keep Coming, Minerva thought as she stared down at the battle raging below her from a raised observation tower on the wall of the northern horn. The Legion lines rippled every 5 minutes or so as those soldiers in the front line shuffled back, and those in the second line stepped up. Fighting like this, the 21st Legion down in the Vale could fight for an entire day if they had to. Unfortunately, Minerva could see that the Talfar forces were commanded by a skilled leader, as he alternated charges between heavy cataphracts and teams of chariots. The cataphracts were fairly straightforward, simply charging the lines with the occasional blast of magic from a 5th or 6th tier Talfar mage thrown in as well. The shield wall held under this pressure, with support from the Legion's own high-tiered mages. The chariots, however, were much trickier to deal with. Unlike the cataphracts, the chariots didn't coordinate their charge. Instead, they assaulted the lines with individual hit-and-run tactics. Each chariot was pulled by 2 fast horses and had a complement of 1 driver, 2 archers, and a swordsman that acted as the team leader. The chariots could turn on a silver coin, and with their skilled archers, they never directly hit the Legion lines. Such exceptional mobility and intentional lack of unit cohesion meant that a tactic that might work for one chariot team didn't necessarily work for another, yet the chariots were incredibly hard to pin down and crush all at once, especially for the primarily infantry units of the Legion. A few companies of Legion cavalry had been deployed, but they were there to support the Legion flanks and harass the Talfar units when they pulled back to let another unit take their place. Fortunately, with the Legion battalions deployed in their checkerboard formation, their line was flexible and bent and flexed as necessary under pressure from the Talfar army. With the Tyrrhenian River on one flank and the border mountains on the other, the Talfar cavalry was forced to come at the Legion head-on, and since they were unable to decisively pierce the shield walls, their units were vulnerable to fire from Legion archers in nearby defense towers and the back ranks of each Legion battalion. All of this meant that there was a slowly but steadily growing pile of dead warriors, horses, and destroyed chariots in front of the Legion battalions that helped to blunt the Talfar cavalry's repeated charges. Unfortunately, the Talfar cavalry wasn't completely ineffective, as Minerva could see the scrambling of Legion medics behind the battalions, as well as a worrying amount of Legion red mixed in with the piles of dead in Talfar blue. And the Talfar infantry hadn't even entered the battle yet, though Minerva honestly didn't think that they'd be deployed until the Legion had been forced back to the fortress walls. The strength of the Talfar army lay in its cavalry, not its infantry, whereas the opposite was true for the Bull's legions. They sent their best to fight with our best, noted Minerva. She trusted Dame Sophia, the legate in charge of the 21st Legion, to do her job well, and so far, she hadn't been disappointed. And so, confident that the Legion would hold for as long as it needed to, she turned her attention further south, toward the mass of people outside of Florentia illuminated by the occasional bright flash of lightning or gout of flame. The mind spells, caltrops, and barricades did their jobs perfectly. The cataphracts charging the shield wall around Trajan's team were almost stopped cold before they even landed a single hit on the Legion shields. However, after the majority of the first 1,000 or so cataphracts were thrown from their horses and injured or killed, about a dozen 5th and 6th tier mages on horseback or in chariots began to ride parallel to the Legion shield wall, using blasts of fire, wind, and ice to clear away the mind spells, while the Talfar earth mages sent tremors through the ground that buried most of the caltrops. Within a matter of minutes, the way was clear, and Talfar lances struck Legion shields soon after. But, while important, this development wasn't the immediate priority for those in the center of the formation. Bran could barely keep himself alive under pressure from Trajan, the legates, and Leon. Every time he managed to grab someone with his dark tendrils, a bolt of lightning from Leon would free them. Every time he attacked Leon, more lightning would erupt from the young man's body, obliterating his tendrils and forcing the vampire to expend additional magic power, creating more. It was all the vampire could do to evade all of the attacks directed his way. He knew he was truly in bad shape when he began to run low on magic power. He was a newly ascended 7th tier mage, with little more power than Trajan possessed at the height of the 6th tier, and if he didn't realize before that he couldn't win an endurance fight with 4 6th tier mages and Leon, then he certainly did now. But, finally, after 20 minutes of fighting, Trajan growled his first words toward Bran. "You've come a long way from your home, monster. It's a shame you had to travel so far just to fall here." This bit of speaking gave Bran a brief respite, as Trajan couldn't attack with nearly the same ferocity speaking as he could when he was silent and focused. Despite the corner he'd been forced into, Bran laughed in Trajan's face and roared, "You aren't enough to defeat me. I will kill all of you. I will drink from your bloody corpses. Resist as you will, but in the end, you are nothing but my food. My fuel to ascend through the tiers of magic and achieve apotheosis." With a sudden and unexpected burst of strength and power, Bran forced back both Trajan and the spear-wielding legate, conjured 5 more shadow tendrils, and thrust all 5 of them into the body of the legate, attacking him with water blades. There was some resistance as the legate's magic defended his body, but then Bran lunged forward with startling speed and stabbed the legate with his rapier. Fortunately, the legate managed to dodge out of the way of the killing blow, but Bran's weapon bit into his left shoulder. His concentration was disrupted, and darkness seeped into his body. An instant later, Bran had to dodge out of the way of one of Leon's lightning bolts, but the damage was done. The marshal waited several more seconds, and then with a single thought, he formed the darkness that infected the water legate's body into spikes which burst out of the man with the sickening sound of tearing meat. The legate was nearly ripped in half, his torso hanging onto his abdomen by only a few remaining strands of skin. Despite their experience in fighting and killing, even the hardest of knights that saw this faltered for a moment. This lapse in focus didn't even last a second, but it was enough for Bran. The vampire was dead tired. The magic within his blood felt thin, and he guessed he only had enough mana left for 2 or maybe 3 big moves. He immediately used one of these chances when the ring of tribunes that were using Leon's spells to anchor him outside of the shadows was disrupted with his brutal killing of the water legate. Bran called upon his power and, with as much force as he could, whipped his dark tendrils across the shields of the tribunes, knocking many out of position and even throwing several tribunes to the ground. The vampire then followed up with another sweep, his shadows slicing through the throats of 4 tribunes, instantly removing them from play. Trajan howled in rage. Seeing so many of his stronger, more promising knights fall to Bran wasn't something he was going to take with calm serenity. No, the Bull Prince only saw red, and he charged at Bran, wildly swinging his hammer like a man possessed. Bran felt Trajan's almost overwhelming killing intent and managed to throw himself to the side just in time to dodge the first strike, and he only evaded the next handful by virtue of being a darkness mage with speed far superior to what little speed Trajan's earth magic could bestow. But he could see Trajan's muscles swell up beyond what was human, making the already hulking giant of a man seem like a furious and vengeful god of war, and Bran knew that there was enough strength packed into each of Trajan's hammer swings that if even one of them connected with him, he would be finished. But with the circle of tribunes now permanently broken, he could utilize his darkness magic to its fullest extent. The vampire called his shadows together, and he began to sink into the ground. He was almost out of magic power, and his frenzy at seeing Leon had worn off. He knew that he'd get another shot at the young knight and that it would be wiser and more prudent to retreat for the time being. And then Leon shouted, "Your Highness." The sound of the young man's voice caused Bran's entire body to shake and his thoughts to momentarily be filled with nothing but the taste of Leon's blood. Fortunately for the vampire, Leon's shout also grabbed Trajan's attention, causing him to not slam his hammer down into Bran's head the moment the vampire hesitated. But Leon wasn't just shouting for his health, rather the plan's last contingency was now in place. Each of the 5 largest warships in most of the 15 fleets in the Bull Kingdom had 2 tremendously powerful weapons, a pair of metal cylinders about 15 feet long with a hollow rune-inscribed cylinder mounted on a rotating steel platform. These were the Flame Lances, a new prohibitively expensive weapon developed by the Bull Kingdom's navy. They melted boulders and fired the resulting glob of molten stone at whatever was unfortunate enough to raise the ire of their ship's captain. Trajan didn't like these weapons as, despite their power, they also had a limited effective range of 700 feet to 2 miles. Anything closer than that range, and the lances were terribly inaccurate, which, given the number of legion soldiers around, made Trajan hesitant to authorize their use. While at ranges farther than about 2 miles the molten rock would lose most of its punch, falling apart into a rain of rapidly cooling pebbles moving too slowly to do much damage. Despite his personal dislike of the weapons, Trajan had been attempting to get a few installed on the walls of Armenium for years, but the Navy wasn't so keen on sharing its toys, especially since not every fleet had flame lances installed into their capital ships. Both fleet consuls had stalled as much as they could in delivering the lances to the legions, leaving the only flame lances Trajan had any access to on ships in a fleet that didn't technically answer to him. But the flame lances weren't all the legion brought. Lapis erupted out of the deep river where it had been lying in wait for Bran to be drawn in and exhausted, and the earth beneath everyone's feet shook with every one of its steps like it was the end of days. It roared something in its harsh, grinding language, and charged forward to support Leon. The fighting area was still small enough to limit Lapis' fighting options, but Bran wouldn't be able to do much against the stone giant. Bran's eyes widened in shock and fear at the arrival of the giant and the glowing lances on the ships. He accelerated his attempts to escape, but he knew that even if he made it into his shadow, he wouldn't be impervious to magical attacks. He braced for the strike from the flame lances. Trajan, after leaping backward, bellowed, "Fire!" And 3 ships answered with titanic, thunderous blasts, and 6 molten boulders the size of 5 full-grown men crossed the hundreds of feet between the lances and Bran in an instant and exploded on the ground all around him. Lapis then surged forward and launched itself into the swiftly solidifying rock and hit the ground, causing it to quake and rend, opening large fissures in the earth. The last 2 warships, a bit late with the preparation of their flame lances, decided not to waste the magic power they had already committed, and fired their payload of 4 more molten boulders into the mass of Talfar cavalry that had the legion soldiers encircled, killing a couple hundred Talfar cataphracts and charioteers. With the use of these deadly weapons, the Talfar cavalry hurriedly began to retreat from Trajan's battalions and the ships behind them, while the legion shield wall reinforced the weak areas that had taken the most casualties, and the team of knights in the center of the formation pulled themselves back together and advanced on the spot where they had last seen Bran. "Anyone see that leech get hit?" asked the Wind Legate. Silence was his reply. Leon frantically searched through the small crater illuminated with dull red lava that was quickly dimming, projecting his magic senses into every nook and cranny that he could see. He wanted to see Bran's dead body, to see the vampire that had invaded his mind and used the images of those he cared about against him dead at his feet. Trajan and Lapis did likewise, though the giant, being hardier than the others, got more into the search, sifting through the molten stone with its fingers as if it were cold sand. "Did we get him? Is he dead?" asked the spear-wielding legate, and everyone else waited for an answer. Their tension rose with every passing moment, but no one could see Bran's corpse. "He couldn't have gotten away," muttered one of the tribunes. "That much firepower cool." Before he could finish, a massive pillar of smoky pitch-black darkness shot up from the ground and impaled him through his midsection, raising him into the air like he was some kind of morbid decoration. The tribune screamed in pain, but his screams were quickly and cruelly cut off when the pillar of darkness retracted as fast as it had appeared, dropping the tribune to the ground with a sickening crunch. "You'll have to try harder than that if you want me dead," came the sounds of Bran's fading voice. Trajan had to almost bite his tongue to hold back his howl of rage, and the rest of the knights expanded their search, looking for the vampire. Leon even conjured a golden lightning spear and readied himself to hurl it if the vampire showed himself. But he didn't. They waited for 5 more minutes for the vampire to strike again, but their vigilance wasn't rewarded. The vampire had run away, possibly injured but definitely alive. Their mission had failed. Trajan's face twisted in anger and frustration, but there was nothing he could do. The Talfar cavalry were regrouping, but with the nearby ships, they didn't dare to attack again. Trajan could see miles in the distance that the 21st Legion wasn't holding as strongly as he would have liked, either. It was time to call it a day. They had done what they could, but they still failed. With a great deal of hesitation, Trajan shouted, "Back to the ships! Back to the horns! Back to the ships!" His order was relayed all down the shield wall, and the Legion soldiers began to orderly file back toward their transports. "We'll get you next time," Leon quietly vowed, his look of hatred easily matching Trajan's. "You won't escape us again." Chapter 241, Bleeding Leech. The deck of the flagship was silent on the quick cruise back into Armenium's port. Out of the 12 tribunes and 3 legates that Trajan had taken with him on the mission, 5 tribunes and 1 legate had been killed, while the rest had no shortage of injuries. Fortunately, both he and Leon had little more than superficial injuries. What was more, there were at least 800 casualties in the 4 battalions that Trajan had taken on the mission, with more than a quarter of those being fatalities. The prince fully expected those numbers to rise as the tribunes in charge of those battalions finished their headcounts. All in all, they had endured a savage beating from the Talfar army for little gain. Initial estimates put the Talfar casualties at higher than theirs, but not high enough to justify the expedition. Not that Trajan particularly cared about the number of enemy dead when so many of his own soldiers had been killed. And worse, Bran was still alive. Killing him was the entire point of the mission, and in that respect, it was an abysmal failure. No one spoke much more than necessary on the way back to Armenium. Alex, Anzu, and the rest of the knight's squires were waiting at the docks. They hadn't a place in the shield wall or as part of the mission to kill a 7th-tier mage, so they were left behind to ensure their safety. The 16 squires were incredibly tense as they waited for their knights to return, and that tension only seemed to grow as the solemn ships returned. There were a few relieved cries when some of the squires saw their knights alive and well, and a few tears shed when the squires of the dead knights realized that their mentors were gone. When Leon got off the ship, his helmet in hand, Alex noticed his dark and slightly murderous expression breaking through his usual stoic exterior. "It didn't go well, then?" she hesitantly asked. Leon simply shook his head. He couldn't say anything, because he felt that if he did, he'd spend the next few hours cursing Bran. The vampire had been right there in front of him, but the monster had still escaped after bloodying his hands, despite everything the Legion had done to kill him. However, for all the rage that Leon didn't manage to restrain, Trajan was even worse. He radiated killing intent like the sun-produced light, and he wore an expression on his face that parted the crowds before him like a herd of sheep before a charging bull. The prince was in a similar situation to Leon, being unwilling to speak for fear of being unable to stop himself from shouting and swearing and cursing Bran, so after clapping a few of his knights on the shoulder and waiting for the bodies of the dead to be unloaded from the ships, he swiftly departed for the southern horn. Leon, Alex, and Anzu followed. Anzu was ecstatic at Leon's return, and the young knight almost had to shake the quickly growing griffin off of him in order to walk. Anzu's head now reached just past Leon's hip, and he weighed a lot more than he appeared to. Leon didn't want to be knocked down by a happy griffin trying to express his affection by jumping all over him, especially after such a costly loss. And so, the three walked in silence behind the prince, with Alex dying to know what had happened and Anzu happily bouncing along and rubbing his head on Leon's hand, completely ignoring the somber atmosphere of the rest of the knights and legion soldiers that followed behind them. The battle between the 21st Legion and the Talfar cavalry was a bloody, grinding mess. Thousands on both sides had already fallen, and neither had gained much for that sacrifice. Arthwin watched with a sour look from his chariot as his cataphracts began another charge against the Legion shield wall. When the battle had begun, he'd eagerly had his chariot driven up and down the lines, looking for wherever Trajan was. Several times Arthwin had traveled those few miles, never catching a glimpse of the prince he so despised. He refused to believe that Trajan wouldn't be a part of this battle. There was no way, Arthwin had thought, that a prince like Trajan would send his soldiers out to die while he hid behind the walls of Armenium. It wasn't until he received word of the separate legion force led by the prince deployed further south outside of Florentia that he settled down. Of course, by that time his forces had been committed and both sides had already started clashing. He couldn't just abandon it and drive his forces against Trajan's battalions. The army was actually large enough that it was conceivably possible, but the peasant levies were untrained and couldn't be relied upon to break the professional legion soldiers. His cavalry was needed to fight against the 21st Legion, and he didn't want to have his own infantry assault a legion shield wall if he had a choice in the matter. He was forced to leave it to Bran's own force of 50-ish thousand to deal with Trajan, and he wasn't happy about it. The battle had been raging for half an hour, a short period of time for a set-piece battle. The Talfar cavalry had been giving as good as they'd gotten, and if things continued the way they had been going, then the legion would be forced to retreat back behind their walls. The Talfar army's sheer weight in numbers would be enough to carry them through to the win. But just as Arthwin was about to swap out his cataphracts for his chariots again, a messenger arrived from Florentia. "Your lordship." The young 5th-tier soldier shouted in greeting. What? Arthwin growled, his anger rising at the distraction. The legion has been repulsed from Florentia. Lord Bran has pushed them back. And Prince Trajan? Arthwin asked, his eyes narrowing and his killing intent spiking. Unfortunately, he escaped, my lord, the messenger replied. That incompetent bastard let that man go. Arthwin silently raged, barely managing to keep himself from shouting it out loud. It would only sow discontent and divide the army if he were to so publicly disparage a fellow marshal, and for all his desire to kill Trajan, Arthwin still managed to hold on to his discipline. And what of Marshal Bran? What state is he in that he could not stop the enemy's retreat? Arthwin asked, phrasing his previous thought in a more diplomatic way. The marshal has been gravely wounded, the messenger replied. He quickly went into specifics after enduring Arthwin's withering gaze for several long and excruciating seconds. As the messenger was speaking, Arthwin gave the slightly delayed signal to switch out the cataphracts for the chariots, but as the cataphracts pulled back to make room for the chariots, a loud horn blast came from behind. The legion lines. The legion immediately began to fall back in an exceptionally orderly fashion, with each battalion covering the others with their archers, and the defense towers remaining vigilant. Arthwin stared at the retreating legion soldiers and briefly contemplated running them down. However, he wasn't in a position to deal with the towers quite yet, especially since some were up on hills that had been partially flattened into artificial cliffs, preventing easy assaults from the front. No, Arthwin thought, I won't pursue. Not much point without Trajan. Besides, my people have taken casualties, best to give them some rest. The order to fall back was given, and the Talfar cavalry began to pull back to their camp. The site of the battle was marked by the bodies of 4,000 dead soldiers. This is where he's been staying for the past few days. Owain asked Bran's assistants outside of the villa that the marshal had occupied in Florentia. Arthwin's cavalry were busy reorganizing, tending to their wounded, and retrieving their dead, as were the legion soldiers. There would be no more fighting for the next couple of hours, at least, so both Arthwin and the prince had quickly driven their chariots down to Florentia to check on Bran, to see for themselves if his injuries were as serious as they'd heard. Yes, your highness, Bran's head assistant replied. The villa wasn't that large, and both Owain and Arthwin knew that Bran had to have noticed their arrival. That he hadn't come outside to greet them showed just how terrible his injuries were. Or how insubordinate he had decided to be, neither honestly knew which it was. Without another word, Owain led the way inside with Arthwin just behind him and a few other high-ranking warrior chiefs behind the marshal. However, before the assistant opened the door for the prince, Owain turned to the rest and said, perhaps it's best for the marshal and I to proceed by ourselves. Arthwin cocked an intrigued eyebrow, but he otherwise remained quiet. Both he and Owain knew exactly what Bran was, and though the others probably suspected, they likely didn't know for sure. To associate with a vampire wasn't a good look, and since the injured Bran had been left alone with several medics who hadn't come outside in more than an hour, Owain thought it best to leave the others outside. He didn't know what they would find, and he preferred to maintain some level of discretion in this matter. The reactions of the warrior chiefs varied from confusion to slight offense to anger, but none of them argued with the prince. They all hung back as Owain and Arthwin entered the villa. The two were immediately assaulted with the metallic stench of blood. They could hear a few whimpers coming from a nearby room, and a heavy sense of dread settled into Owain's stomach. Owain and Arthwin exchanged a knowing look, neither particularly wanting to proceed but knowing that they should, nonetheless. The first thing both saw when they entered the room where the whimpering had come from was a young man, his dress indicating that he was one of the medics assigned to deal with Bran's injuries, laying on the floor covered in surprisingly little blood given what had happened to him. His eyes were glassy, and his shirt had been torn, displaying the chunk of flesh that had been torn from his throat. He was obviously dead. 3 more of his comrades were scattered around the trashed room, one hung over the arm of a broken couch, another nailed to the marble floor with the leg of a wooden chair, and the last hanging upside down from the ceiling by a rope tied around his ankle. All were just as bloody as the first man. More shocking was the 2 Talfar soldiers there as well. One, who Arthwin recognized as Bran's second in command, a 6th-tier warrior chief, was sprawled on the ground with wounds far more vicious and savage than the others. One of his arms had been nearly ripped off his shoulder, his eyes were clawed out, and his throat ripped open. The second soldier was lying in a pile of broken furniture, his body more broken than the splinters of the chair and table he had fallen upon. Despite all of the terrible injuries each person had suffered, there was very little blood, but neither Owain nor Arthwin had to guess why. Bran was in the corner, his teeth buried to the gums in the neck of the last medic, whose whimpering had drawn the prince and marshal to the room, to begin with. The medic's feeble struggling grew weaker and his voice softer, until only a few seconds after the arrival of the two newcomers, he died, going limp in Bran's arms. Bran stood there in the corner for several seconds, licking his lips and coming down from the high of so much feeding and healing. He barely looked any worse for wear, and if it weren't for his bloody and tattered clothes, it might not have even been obvious that he'd just gone through a deadly struggle for his life. The vampire turned to face Arthwin and the prince. His eyes were hungry, and he took a few steps toward them, causing Arthwin to draw a sword from his soul realm and prepare himself for battle with a freshly fed vampire. But Bran stopped, and after a few seconds of dazed staring at the shiny steel in Arthwin's hand, lucidity returned to him. "Ah," he said with some embarrassment, "you two seem to have caught me in a slightly compromising position." "Yeah," Owain murmured. The prince wasn't quite sure what else he could say in this situation. Fortunately for him, Arthwin wasn't quite so tongue-tied. "What in all the hell's happened here?" Arthwin demanded. "Oh, this," Bran asked as casually as if he were commenting on a new shirt. "Well, that one," he indicated with his eyes toward his former second-in-command, "grew insubordinate, and I do not appreciate insubordination, and the rest?" Owain asked, his tone deadly serious. "They were just here. I was terribly injured, after all, and needed the sustenance to recover. You have weakened us with this." Arthwin almost shouted. "Taking Arimenium will be this much harder now. Don't go blowing this out of proportion," Bran said, a smile spreading over his face and his eyes narrowing in warning. "These were my people, not yours." "And what happened with Prince Trajan?" Owain asked, heading off the argument that he could see brewing. "He got away," Bran said with a shrug. He had long since stopped caring about the prince, his thoughts were now dominated with Leon and his heavenly taste. "Then we still have some options," Owain muttered, taking a seat in the last remaining intact chair in the room and ignoring the corpse of the hanging medic only a couple of feet away. "Such as?" Arthwin asked as he returned his sword to his soul realm in a few seconds. "Give them a chance to surrender," Owain said. Arthwin's face contorted in anger for a moment, but before he could complain, Owain continued, "They'll refuse it, of course, but we'd be uncivilized not to at least offer. Besides, I want to get a measure of Trajan. We should just assault their walls," Arthwin said in a low voice. "We have the numbers, we don't need to talk, just take the damned fortress and put the bull prince down." "For once, I think I agree with Arthwin," Bran said. "We're still assembling our siege engines, no?" Owain asked, to which Arthwin nodded. "And how long will it take to complete them?" "A few days," Arthwin honestly answered. "Then we have the time to talk for a little while. I can speak face to face with Trajan, and maybe we can all come away from this happy." Arthwin's face almost twisted in anger again, but this time he managed to control himself. The only happiness he'd ever receive in regards to Trajan was to see the man dead at his feet after weeks of retributive torture. "This is a terrible idea, Your Highness," Arthwin advised. "We've killed their soldiers, they're not going to want peace." Left unsaid was how little he wanted peace. "I'm going to try anyway," Owain said. He'd always been a little apprehensive about Arthwin's plan. After these first few skirmishes, he'd come to doubt whether or not fighting this war would win him the crown he desired, but he was now too committed to Arthwin's plan to stop now. If he did, he'd look weak and forever lose his crown. If Arimenium can be annexed peacefully, then all the better. Bran just smiled and nodded. He honestly didn't care about the city or the accompanying fortress, he just wanted another shot at Leon. If he didn't get that opportunity in battle, then he'd just make one later on. Similarly, Arthwin was only here to kill Prince Trajan, the capture of Arimenium was secondary to him. Still, he was hard-pressed to say anything against the peaceful approach, especially since Owain had acknowledged that it probably wasn't going to work. The three made a few more plans, and then Arthwin and Owain departed. Both were glad to be out of that charnel house of a villa, but each walked away with very different thoughts in their head. Arthwin's were about any potential action he could take against Trajan if the latter accepted their offer of negotiation. Owain, however, was trying to think of a way to get rid of Bran. The vampire was only allowed to continue to operate in the Talfar kingdom if he was discreet in his feeding, and killing high-ranking officers in the army had certainly been prohibited. If the vampire were to continue, then he'd become a liability. But for the time being, he was still needed if the Talfar army were to successfully seize Arimenium. And then, he thought of something. Once he and Arthwin split up in the camp, Owain turned around and made his way back to Florentia to make a proposition to the vampire. Chapter 242. Peace offer. Trajan glared at the letter in front of him as if its very presence profaned him and his kingdom. It was a simple letter with an honorable request, but given recent events, Trajan couldn't help but be furious that such a thing was even asked. Leon and Minerva were both with him, along with most of the command staff of the Bull's Horns, including Aquilius and the other two senior-most diplomats. Not good, I take it? Leon asked, seeing Trajan's dark expression. No, Trajan growled. Those bastards have the audacity to request a meeting to discuss peace. The entire room descended into angry grumbling, with one legate even loudly saying, "Presumptuous little shits. Did they think we'd take this seriously after their acts of naked aggression?" Shouted another legate. In the strictest sense, though, they haven't attacked us, Minerva quietly stated, causing the room to fall silent in shock. We evacuated a city in their lands and arrayed our forces against theirs in the field. They haven't invaded us, yet. This statement angered many in the dark meeting room, but before anyone could castigate her for saying these things, Minerva continued, "Of course, marching an army of 200,000 to our doorstep makes their intentions clear, even if they haven't sent a formal declaration of war, and we have to defend ourselves and our citizens, no matter what side of the border they live on." "So you're saying I ought to agree to this meeting?" Trajan asked. Minerva flashed the prince a devilish smile and said, "That's your highness, call to make. I'm simply saying that they might make the claim that they're not here for war and that they'll then paint us as the aggressor. It's hardly illegal for them to move armies around their territory, after all, and our actions in Florentia could be taken as both an invasion and mass kidnapping." "I agree," Aquilius added. "This is an issue that needs a delicate touch, to prevent any outside interference." "Do you foresee any kind of involvement from other kingdoms?" Trajan asked. "No," Aquilius said, "or at least, not on Talfar's side. From what I understand, Asturias to the southeast is too busy with wars on their own southern and western borders, and the Samar kingdom's economy is too closely linked with our own for them to rashly go to war with us. These are the only two kingdoms that are close enough to worry about." Trajan hummed in thought. He was admittedly curious about what Prince Owain had to say, but the anger he felt at seeing so many of his people die by Talfar blades was a difficult thing to get past. "Can we trust anything said by those who willingly work alongside vampires?" asked Amatius, the legate in charge of the 19th Legion. "Indeed," agreed Labanus, the 23rd Legion's legate, "there is only one proper response to those who consort with demons, and talk is not it." Labanus meaningfully rubbed his sheathed sword that he displayed at his hip, making his meaning clear. Leon tried not to look too hard at this, and he wisely kept his mouth shut. "I, for one, am not in favor of making peace," Sophia, the 21st Legion's legate said. "Most of my battalions lost people to that damned cavalry, they're going to want revenge." She didn't say it outright, but her tone made it clear that she wanted another crack at the Talfar army as well. "Even if we don't make peace," Trajan said, "I'm hesitant to fight in open battle again. We killed more of them than us, but we need our soldiers more than they need theirs. I'd rather we stay behind our fortifications and only sally out if we absolutely need to, or if a great opportunity to inflict damage on our enemy's army presents itself. Should we take this to mean that your highness is going to turn down this offer of peace?" Aquilius asked, his eyebrow cocking in surprise. "Not necessarily," Trajan answered. "I'm inclined toward keeping this fight going until we can get reinforcements and counterattack." "Have we received word back from Predony?" "Nothing of note, your highness," Fonteus, the diplomat assigned to the Talfar kingdom, stated. "My people in Talfar's capital have sent word back that they've had several meetings with secretaries to Talfar's elders, but so far haven't managed to get a sit-down with anyone of importance yet." Silence descended over the meeting room as Trajan closed his eyes in thought. It seemed a long and tense quiet that no one wanted to break, but in reality, it only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Finally, Trajan opened his eyes and said, "I want to hear what Owain has to say for himself. I will agree to his meeting to discuss the possibility of peace." Many of the faces around the room contorted in anger and surprise, but no one argued with the prince. He'd taken counsel with the highest-ranking soldiers under his command, and he'd made his decision. To question him now would not be wise. "Who will your highness take with to this meeting?" Aquilius asked. Trajan, of course, couldn't go alone. Should the peace offer turn out to be a trap, he'd need plenty of people with him who weren't strangers to combat. Trajan glanced around at the assembled knights. His group would have to be relatively small, but as a prince, he couldn't skimp on his entourage when meeting with another prince from a hostile kingdom. Sirs Leon, Aquilius, Fonteus, Cispius, and Dame Asha, the prince said, and each of the 5 called out nodded in acknowledgement. To everyone save Leon, Trajan ordered, each of you will bring along 3 men at arms or junior diplomats. Again, those 4 nodded. Leon was the only one called out that wasn't a 6th-tier mage, and since he had no one officially under him except Alex and Anzu, there wasn't much of a need for him to prepare to accompany Trajan. Fortunately, it wasn't Leon's non-existent military support that Trajan wanted Leon to come with him to the meeting, rather, it was to give the young man experience in dealing with matters of extreme importance. Over the past year and change, this had become well understood among the top echelons of the Bull's Horns that Leon was essentially Trajan's unofficial apprentice. And the rest of us? Minerva asked, despite already knowing what Trajan would say. You'll be directing our defense efforts while I'm gone, Trajan said. He then turned to the 3 legion commanders and said, and you 3 will have your battalions in their defensive positions and ready for combat. I don't think that this little talk will go south, but just in case, we have to be ready for anything. Yes, Your Highness, Sophia, Labanus, and Amatia said in unison. We've lost more than 1,000 soldiers so far, Trajan said with a solemn look and a slow cadence, making sure to make eye contact with the dozens of knights present to impress upon them the importance of what he was saying. They will answer for this. Sir Aquilius, Sir Fonteus, I'll leave it to you 2 to arrange this meeting. Yes, Your Highness, the diplomats said as one. With that, the meeting was over. Trajan left with several of his secretaries to inspect the walls, while Minerva returned to the northern horn. Leon at first tried to follow the prince, but Trajan, perhaps seeing the shadowed look in Leon's face, sent him home to rest. The younger knight wasn't saying much about it, but Trajan could tell that whatever he'd seen in Bran's nightmare, it still weighed heavily on his mind and that without rest, he wouldn't be paying much, if any, attention to the duties that Trajan was trying to expose him to. I hope he pulls himself out of this soon, Trajan thought to himself as he watched Leon amble out of the meeting room. Despite walking relatively quickly, Trajan could tell that Leon lacked his usual purpose and direction to his movements. The latter's every step was usually calm, direct, and purposeful, but now there were hints of hesitation and uncertainty that Trajan could pick up on. But, as much as he may have wanted to, the prince couldn't afford to dwell on Leon's problems when there was an enemy army in the field and an entire fortress to see to. For the time being, he could only sigh and hope that Leon could work through whatever was going on in his head himself. As usual with these war councils, the squires of the high-ranking knights waited outside. Leon met up with Alex and Anzu as he walked out of the meeting room. What now, sir? Alex asked. Home, Leon said, and then, she inquired, hoping for more than a one-word answer. Leon quietly sighed, then filled her in on what had been decided, after which Alex frowned and went silent. Neither spoke again until they returned to their rooms. As usual, upon walking inside, Anzu sprawled out over a couch that by now was covered in fur and feathers, despite Leon and Alex's frequent cleaning. Alex, however, wasn't nearly as laid back as Anzu, and, in the absence of any instructions from Leon, changed into her training outfit and began training in the sandpit. Leon, meanwhile, went into his bedroom, closed the door, and quietly sat down on his bed to think. He cradled his head as he shook in anger and grief, his thoughts filled with images of Artorias, Elise, and Valeria. He'd hoped that killing Bran would help him banish these thoughts, but the vampire had escaped. Without anything else to do, Leon decided to train. He felt a powerful need to speak with the Thunderbird, and to do that he needed to reach the 6th tier. A fringe benefit of this training was that, for at least a little while, he managed to get his mind off his darkness-induced nightmare. But that wasn't a permanent solution, and after about 2 hours, he knew he had to get up and do something rather than just sit in his bedroom like the mopey teenager he didn't want to be. When he exited his bedroom, he found Alex still in the sandpit, slowly working through a sword form with her eyes closed that Trajan had taught her several months before. Her face was red from exertion and her clothes were damp with sweat, indicating just how intensely she was training. Seeing her, Leon felt more than a little terrible, as, despite his own determination to reach the 6th tier, Bran's escape was leaving him distracted. Leon walked over to the edge of the sandpit to watch his nominal squire train. It occurred to him that he hadn't taught her that much in the past year, barely a fraction of what a more experienced knight could show her. And yet, he never detected even a hint of resentment coming from her despite his rather lacking knightly qualities. As Leon grimly smiled to himself, silently laughing at his own uselessness, Alex opened her eyes and saw him watching her. She finished up a few last swings before stretching out a bit, then asked, "Feeling all right?" Leon almost answered, "Yes," without thinking, but the word died on his tongue. Alex stared at him in obvious concern. He had bags under his eyes like he had trouble sleeping, his hair was messy, and his face had gone unshaven for days. All in all, while he didn't look bad, per se, compared to many of the other knights in the Legion, he was downright disheveled. Alex calmly walked over and took a seat beside Leon. They weren't the teacher-student pair that most knights and their squires were. She was his squire, lower than him in rank, magical ability, and even assuming Leon ever identified himself to the Bull Kingdom at large, his political inferior. But she was also older than him, if only by a couple years, and the tiny age gap helped them to grow closer and become friends despite the difference in their stations. So, with that relationship in mind, Alex sat next to Leon and waited for him to speak. She could tell that he wasn't himself since waking from Bran's attack several days prior, but she didn't push him for information. She just waited for him, for whenever he was ready to talk. She waited a while, about 10 agonizingly slow minutes, during which Anzu meandered on over and lay down at Leon's feet. Alex almost commented on how fast the griffin was growing, but she also knew that Leon might take that as an excuse to move on from his current state, so she just sat and waited while running her hands through Anzu's soft fur, which the griffin, at best, tolerated. Finally, Leon whispered, "I'm doing about as well as can be expected." Alex glanced at him and almost asked what he meant by that statement, but after seeing his face, which was struggling not to show the bitter anguish he felt, she changed her mind. "Well, whenever you're ready to talk, if you ever decide you need to talk, I'm here, for as long as you'll have me. We're friends, after all." "Right," Leon said, his face slowly relaxing into a smile. "Thanks. By the way," Alex said, moving the conversation onward, "what will I be doing on this little sojourn to meet this Talfar prince?" Leon's face again twisted in discomfort, but this time it wasn't the prospect of talking about his insecurities. That did it. Seeing this, Alex asked, "I'm being left behind again, aren't I?" Leon silently nodded. "I hate being left behind," Alex said bitterly. "Then there's only one thing to do," Leon replied, standing up and retrieving a training sword. He wasn't confident in teaching Alex anything other than some of the fighting styles that he'd learned from Artorias, but he was at least willing to do that much. Alex smiled and joined Leon in the sand. It was Prince Trajan who dictated who was strong enough to accompany him on his missions. Leon was strong enough, but neither she nor Anzu were. Anzu, as a young griffin, would continue to gain strength as he grew larger, but she didn't have such a luxury. Her only recourse, if she wanted to join Leon in his later missions, was to train and gain strength through hard work. And she could feel herself nearing the third tier. She didn't know when she might finally cross that threshold, but she could feel that it was getting relatively close. Chapter 243. A royal proposition. The atmosphere around the bull's horns was so tense it could almost be cut with a careless swing of a blade. The 19th Legion manned the walls, the 21st prepared themselves in the northern horn, and the 23rd readied for battle in the southern horn. The fleet had deployed to the mouth of the Tyrrhenian River to watch for any approaching Talfar soldiers using boats seized in Florentia and to bombard any units of their army that strayed too close to the shore. The people of Arimenium could sense this tension, and even though many went about their day as usual, many more barricaded themselves in their homes. Prince Trajan was going to meet with Owain on this day, and the possibility of the meeting turning violent was high. Everyone had to be ready for the walls of Arimenium and the bull's horns to be assaulted. When the time came, Leon, Alex, and Anzu made their way over to the keep and met up with Trajan, Aquilius, and the others who would be going to the meeting. As he approached, Leon bowed slightly to the prince who was speaking with Aquilius, Fonteus, Minerva, and a handful of other high-ranking knights, then nodded respectfully to Aquilius, Anna, Lucilius, and Juliana, who he had been acquainted with during his short assignment to the diplomatic corps. "Hi, there," Anna almost shouted as Leon walked up. She darted forward and threw her arms around Leon's neck and pulled him into a tight hug. Leon certainly wasn't expecting this, and he froze up for a moment as he tried to think of what to do. He gently returned the hug and quietly said, "Hello." Anna released him and flashed him an impish smile, reveling in his awkwardness. Must you do that here? Juliana said, chastising Anna for her undignified public behavior. Yep, Anna responded, grinning at Juliana in turn. It's good to see you again, Sir Leon, Miss Alex, Lucilius said, interrupting Juliana before she could retort. And you, Leon said, while Alex nodded as respectfully as she could to the older knight. Hopefully this will turn out better than our last mission did, Lucilius said with a wry smile. Yeah, assuming I don't screw something up, Leon replied with a self-deprecating smile. They had accomplished their last mission together, but Leon had recklessly endangered it when he went exploring in the stone giant's cradle. I wouldn't worry about it, Anna pitched in, it's not like this is going to hinge on whatever you decide. True, Leon conceded, though to be fair, last time wasn't supposed to, either, just stick with His Highness and everything will be fine, Juliana responded. If anything goes wrong, it won't be because of us. Got it, Leon said. As they were speaking, the last of the 6th-tier knights that Trajan was bringing along showed up. Along with their men-at-arms, and Trajan shouted, everyone here. Then let's get this thing done with. Everyone finished up their preparations and fell in line, but before Leon took his place in Trajan's entourage, he turned to Alex and said, keep an eye on Anzu, all right? Yes, sir, Alex said with a somewhat regretful smile. She hated being left out of important things that her knight was participating in, but as she was still only a 2nd-tier mage, there wasn't much she could do about it. She laid a hand on Anzu's back, and Leon whispered, stay here, buddy. Keep an eye on Alex for me. Anzu hated being left behind probably more than Alex did, but he was starting to get used to it. He sat down and watched Leon turn around and hurry to catch up with Trajan with a rigid expression as if he was just waiting for Leon to change his mind and call out to him to join the mission. But he didn't, despite glancing back once with a look of regret that almost matched Alex's. Once the group reached the main gates through the walls, Trajan called the group to a halt. A number of horses had been prepared, but none of them mounted just yet. Has the Talfar prince been seen, yet? He asked a waiting tribune. Not yet, Your Highness, the tribune responded. Trajan growled in displeasure. It's not like they were going to arrive early and wait for Your Highness, Minerva said with a hint of chastisement that only those familiar with her could pick up on. They could have, Trajan responded. Not like we're the ones who asked for this meeting. Perhaps, Aquilius hesitantly began, before leaning in closer so that the others wouldn't be able to hear, perhaps a little more patience with those who marched an army to our border would be prudent. Trajan almost shot back about his own patience, but realized just in time that it wouldn't help. He took a deep breath and calmed himself, but made sure that it was subtle enough that he wouldn't appear less confident to the nearby soldiers watching the group. If he were to be honest with himself, his patience was thinner than normal after seeing so many of the soldiers under his command killed after so many years of relative peace. It took him a moment to regain the regal calm he learned during his childhood in the royal palace in the capital. As he was recentering himself, he glanced at those who were to accompany him, and his gaze landed on the helmeted Leon. With his face obscured in restful body language, he appeared to be the embodiment of undisturbed calm. The prince couldn't help but be a little jealous of the young man for his ability to remain poised in this situation. Even Aquilius and Minerva were a little on edge, despite their admonishments of his behavior. A soldier suddenly shouted from the gatehouse, 4 chariots on the field coming from the Talfar camp. Time to go, Trajan said, and his group got on their horses, with the exception of Minerva. Let's hope this isn't a waste of time, Lucilius muttered. That depends on them, Aquilius said. Given how things have gone so far, I doubt we'll get very far today, Trajan cynically added. Once everyone was mounted and ready, both of the gatehouse's portcullises began to slide upward almost without a sound. Don't burn this place to the ground while I'm gone, Trajan said to Minerva with a cheeky smile. Oh, you'll be lucky if the horns are still here in half an hour when I'm done with them, Minerva tried to quip back, but her worry for the prince was shown when her voice quivered a bit. Picking up on this, Trajan replied, we'll be right back. Yes, Your Highness, Minerva said, bowing her head as Trajan led the group through the wall. The other 2 central gatehouses opened to let the prince's group pass through, closing behind them so that only a single gatehouse was open at any one time. It was rare for these main gatehouses to ever be open all at once, as that would present a huge weak spot in the walls. For caravans and travelers that want to pass through the walls, smaller gates at the ends of the walls would open, forcing those who want to pass to zigzag up and down between the walls as a security measure. Several minutes later, Trajan's group was riding through the fortified vale between the Horns and Talfar territory. Within the half-dozen or so towers and small forts, the passing group could see the soldiers tense and waiting for the Talfar army to make a move, but so far, only the 4 chariots that could be seen just outside of the easternmost towers had approached Bull territory. These 4 chariots patiently waited for Trajan's group to meet them. Each one was slightly larger than normal, owing to their function as vehicles for important people, and had 5 or 6 people riding within rather than only 4. This meant that both groups were about equal in number, though Trajan's had the advantage in mobility, as each of his people had their own horse. As the group approached the meeting point roughly at the designated border between the 2 kingdoms, both Leon and Trajan scanned the riders of the chariots looking for Bran. Neither truly thought that the 7th-tier mage would miss something like this, but both were disappointed when neither hide nor hair of the vampire could be seen. To be fair, it was a warm, sunny day, and vampires were known for their tolerance to the sun, but not knowing where Bran was still put both Leon, especially on high alert. However, who they could see were 2 men in particular that stood out from the other soldiers. One wore the silver and blue plate armor of a Talfar marshal and radiated the vigorous aura of a 6th-tier mage. The other was dressed all in rich blue velvet trimmed with silver, had blue-dyed hair, and watched their group riding toward him with a warm and jovial smile. As Trajan's group came closer, Leon could make out faint dark blue flowers embroidered in the blue man's elaborate doublet, destroying any semblance of humility that he may have wanted to convey with a near monochrome outfit. In contrast, Trajan was dressed in simple legion red trimmed with gold, with the only decoration he chose being a golden bull on his chest. "Prince Trajan," the blue man called out once Trajan's group stopped in comfortable speaking range. "I'm so glad you decided to indulge my request for a meeting. You've no idea how relieved you've made me, giving us the option to settle these unfortunate recent circumstances amicably." "Prince Owain," Trajan growled, his voice so low that Leon almost thought the prince was mimicking a stone giant, "these unfortunate recent events have left thousands on both sides injured and dead. Because of your blatant aggression, it was my first and second instincts to refuse your offer to meet." "Our aggression?" the man in silver armor almost shouted, his eyes staring death at Trajan. "It was you that invaded our land and stole our people from their homes." "Those were our people, and we simply assisted in their evacuation," Aquilius responded, his voice significantly calmer than the silver-armored man's. "It was your people who attacked first, in an attempt to prevent us from repatriating our people in Arimenium." Now, everyone," Owain interrupted before the marshal could angrily shout back, "we've convened here to speak of peace, not of who did what and who's to blame for what and when." The prince turned his eyes toward Fontaeus, and seizing the chance to defuse the others, said, "I remember you, Sir Fontaeus. We met 8 years ago when you traveled to Predony." "Yes, your highness, for then Princess Andraste's election as queen," Fontaeus replied. At the reminder of his sister and his failure to take the crown, Owain's smiling mask slipped a little, showing a dark look and a lot of anger, but the smile was back in place almost as quickly as it had dropped. "I think that we may have gotten off on the wrong foot," Owain said through clenched teeth, barely able to hold in his rising anger. "Cut to the chase, why did you request this meeting?" Trajan demanded, giving Aquilius the urge to face palm. "I was hoping that we could come to some peaceful arrangement that would solve our current predicament in a way that's beneficial to both sides," Owain explained, forcing his jaw to relax so that he could sound a little more earnest and straightforward. "Given the bloodshed in recent days, these benefits must be stellar indeed if your highness believes it can bring peace," Aquilius observed. "I should think so," Owain replied, a confident smile returning to his face. "First of all, I should remind all of you not only of the size of my army, but also that it's led by Bran, one of the strongest mages in our realm who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, and Arthwin, one of our finest military minds. I should also remind you of the current political situation within your borders, something which has even reached my ears. Your king is absent, and your regents are more preoccupied with each other than with what's happening here." Trajan scowled as Owain brought up things that he didn't think had spread outside of the Bull Kingdom yet, and Aquilius asked, "And the point of all of this, is what?" "I have the power I need to take this fortress." "You have, what, 3 legions and some men at arms? 70,000 at the best. Not even half of what I have. Those are some interesting figures," Trajan muttered with a smile. "You'll never breach our walls before our reinforcements arrive." "Maybe, maybe not," Owain said mysteriously. "Don't underestimate our army, Bull Prince," the silver-clad marshal said, spitting out, "Bull Prince," as if it were a horrendous curse. "I'd rather not take this fortress by force of arms if it can be avoided," Owain said, cutting off another potential fight. "In fact, I'd rather not take this fortress at all." The marshal subtly glared at his prince in confusion, which only Aquilius picked up on. That appeared to be a look of confusion. Did they not speak about this beforehand? The diplomat wondered. "An odd thing to say, Your Highness, given how many citizens of Talfar that have been mobilized to take it," Fontaeus replied, nodding at the gigantic Talfar camp. "I don't like half measures," Owain said with a chuckle. "Anyway, to get to the point, we're both princes with a great many warriors willing to kill for us. This is what I propose, that we both use our considerable military might to aid the other in seizing our respective thrones. You march with me to take Predony, and I will march with you to seize your central territories." This time it wasn't only Arthwin who stared at Owain in disbelief, but nearly everyone else present. Trajan was silent for several seconds, which Owain thought meant he was seriously considering the offer. In truth, though, Trajan was simply stunned that Owain would suggest such a thing. "I'm not one for treason," he eventually said. "And it wouldn't be treason if we win," Owain countered, "it would be the legitimate monarch coming to power. I know that you relinquished your claim years ago, but, not going to happen," Trajan interrupted. Owain stared at his princely counterpart, his smile faltering a little. "Perhaps, you have not thought out the benefits this arrangement could bring us. I've given this offer all the consideration it deserves," Trajan said with a deep scowl. "I see," Owain muttered. "I think you still don't trust me. How about this, then? I have more than 20 unwed sisters. You can have your pick of them if you take me up on this offer. Hell, you can have them all if you want, so long as you help me claim my throne." Trajan almost burst out laughing at this suggestion. "If I wanted women, I wouldn't need your assistance to get my fill," he said. Owain was quiet for a long moment, and Arthwin managed to get himself back under control, shifting his glare from his prince back to Trajan. Trajan picked up on the killing intent in the marshal's eyes, but it didn't concern him enough to bother looking back at Arthwin. "Then, that's how it's going to be, then," Owain said quietly, almost to himself. "You have chosen the path of blood. I will claim my throne over your rotting corpse." With that, Owain gestured to his chariot driver, who turned the royal chariot around to start marking its way back to the Talfar camp. Trajan was about to do likewise when Arthwin suddenly asked, "Do you remember me, Your Highness?" Trajan glanced at the marshal, and despite seeing something familiar in the man's face, couldn't place it. "No," he growled. "A shame," the marshal whispered. "It seems you will die without truly knowing the man who bested you." Arthwin then joined Owain in riding back to their camp, with the rest of their guards in close pursuit. "Well, that was enlightening," Aquilius said. "Maybe get your contacts in Predony to speed things up with that elder council of theirs, yeah?" he said to Fontaeus. With Queen Andraste out in the field fighting against the Han Kingdom, the Elder Council was the only body with the power to recall Owain from his current campaign. "They're working hard, but it's domestic problems and their eastern wars that take up their time right now," Fontaeus said with a hint of bitterness. "Let's get back to the horns," Trajan said. "We don't want to be caught out here talking if that army decides to attack now that their offer of peace fell through." "By your word, Your Highness," Aquilius said obsequiously. Chapter 244, Infiltration. Owain's anger had cooled by the time he returned to his tent in the Talfar camp. The high-ranking warrior chiefs of the army had been waiting for him and Arthwin to come back, but as soon as Owain walked into his tent, he dismissed everyone. Conveniently already absent was Bran, though no one was all that upset at the vampire's lack of appearance. Arthwin did send a few messages to the vampire before he and Owain left to meet with Trajan, but all he got in return had been silence. In contrast to Owain, Arthwin's anger had not lessened over the short drive back to camp, though he at least waited until the rest of the warrior chiefs left him and the prince alone before letting it show. "Respectfully, Your Highness, what in all the hells was that?" the marshal demanded, his face rapidly turning red. "If this is your idea of respectfully, I question your understanding of the word," Owain dryly said as he took a seat behind his desk and leaned back in his chair. Arthwin wasn't amused with Owain's quip, and furiously said, "When I agreed to support your bid for the throne, you agreed to take my counsel in all things." "I remember," Owain said as he leisurely stretched out in his chair. "Then why was I not consulted about the terms you offered to that bastard?" Slowly, Owain leaned forward until his elbows rested on his desk, and he released a tiny modicum of killing intent, something that Arthwin didn't think the young pampered prince was even capable of. "I am not your slave," Owain said with a tone of deadly seriousness. "I am your prince. I am not beholden to you." The prince took a deep breath to calm himself before continuing. "I took the liberty of looking through your history in the service of the kingdom, and I understand that the first unit you ever commanded was wiped out in the Bull Kingdom's counter-invasion in the last war. I understand your personal desire for revenge, which is undoubtedly the real reason why you recommended we go on this campaign, rather than marching on Predony." With every word, Arthwin's face grew redder and his expression contorted even more with anger. However, he held his tongue. He wanted to hear everything that Owain had to say. "You were not made a marshal without reason," Owain continued, "and I respect your experience and expertise. However, this is my campaign. I am the prince here, not you. I will dictate our strategy, and you will obey. You would then put my support for you in jeopardy," Arthwin angrily whispered. "No, I wouldn't," Owain countered. "You've already committed to me. You've done too much for you to extricate yourself from my cause, now. Besides, you're not going to abandon this before it's finished. You're going to stay here to see your revenge for your fallen comrades completed." Erenwyn's face flashed in Arthwin's mind, and his shoulder began to throb. "You don't know a fucking thing," he growled. Seeing that his words got to his normally unflappable marshal, Owain wore a smug and confident smile, and Arthwin had to beat back the urge to smash the prince's teeth in. "Whatever you think I do or don't know is irrelevant," Owain responded. "The only thing that matters is my throne. Having the support of foreign royalty would have given my reign legitimacy, but that ship has sailed. Now it's time to do things the hard way. Prepare an assault on the Horns. To attack them now would be a fool's errand," Arthwin said through clenched teeth. "Their guard is up, and will stay that way for a day, at least. I'm not going to wait for them to get their act together and force us back," Owain said. "As we speak, I'm sure they have reinforcements marching their way. I want Arimenium to be mine by the end of the month." "You're giving me time limits?" Arthwin asked with mocking amusement. "You, who have never fought a war before, let alone conducted a siege, are telling me when to take this fortress. Have you forgotten that we have our own reinforcements on their way? Marshal Gwen will be here in a matter of weeks, and she'll be bringing 50,000 more soldiers with her. Then let her come to a city flying the Talfar banner," Owain said. "She can accompany us back to Predony, at least. Just get on this. I want a plan ready by the end of the day. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to organize an attack in our current state. We still need to finish setting up the camp fortifications," Arthwin coolly replied. "Excuses are unbecoming a man of your stature," Owain shot back. Arthwin had to fight not to grind his teeth in rage, but the prince had given an order and he had to follow. He turned and left the tent, pausing only to wipe his face clean of anger, and pointedly not bowing to his prince. For his part, though, Owain no longer cared about Arthwin's insubordination. Such unbecoming behavior, the prince thought, would only matter if Arthwin survives long enough to see me crowned, which that bastard most assuredly will not. When the portcullises of the last wall opened, Alex and Anzu were still there, waiting to greet the return of Trajan's group. Anzu didn't sit and wait for Leon to approach, though, and bounded forward to run alongside Leon's horse, startling the poor beast in the process and almost throwing Leon off its back. "Better be careful with that little guy, Sir Leon," Lucilius said. "He's getting too big to play rough." "You can say that again," Leon said with a nervous laugh as he righted himself in his saddle. He knew from conversations with the Beastmasters and his own research into griffins that Anzu, being just over a year old, had entered into his primary growth spurt. He'd probably be big enough to ride in a matter of months, around which time he ought to be around the late 3rd tier or early 4th tier. The Beastmaster that Anzu had been assigned guessed that he'd grow to be about 20 or 30% larger than even the burliest of Destroyers and had been providing Leon with special food, mostly high-quality beef and lion's milk, to help the griffin grow as large as he could. Given that Anzu was now comparable in size to the biggest breeds of dogs, had sparkling red eyes, and a coat of gleaming white fur and feathers, Leon knew that whatever else the Beastmaster put in his food was exceptionally good for him. As if knowing that he was being talked about, Anzu chirped and fluttered his wings, kicking up a cloud of dust off the road and causing him to sneeze. Seeing this, Trajan seized upon the moment of levity and added, "I think we might have to see about getting you bigger quarters, otherwise that one isn't going to fit through the doors." "If your highness insists, I suppose I could live with a larger place," Leon said with a sarcastic smile. We'll get it done, then, Trajan replied. The group dismounted there at the gates and started walking back to the keep, which was actually faster than riding all the way back to the stables in the Southern Horn. Along the way, Alex quickly caught up to Leon and asked, "So, we still at war?" "MMHMM," Leon responded. "Though no one's made any formal declarations, we don't need declarations to kill our enemies," Trajan said, hearing the question and answer. "It's clear enough that they're here for conquest, and they'll be left wanting." "That they will," Leon agreed, though it was Bran his thoughts turned to rather than the main Talfar army. The vampire didn't show himself during the brief meeting, and Leon found himself feeling a little unsettled. When the group arrived back at the keep, they went straight to Trajan's meeting room and took their seats, with Leon standing at Trajan's side while Alex and Anzu waited outside the room, as usual. There they waited for a few more minutes while the high-ranking legates showed up. The entire command staff wasn't needed, so more than a few legates and nearly all of the tribunes stayed at their posts. "Was there a peace agreement?" Amatius asked. "You ask like it's not obvious," Labanus responded, glancing over at the grim faces of the diplomats. "It's always best to confirm these things," Amatius chided. "I'd hate to make false assumptions. Either way, though, my 19th Legion is ready." "That's good," Trajan said, his deep voice echoing in the spacious room, "because we are, indeed, still at war. I'm sure there's going to be an attack soon, perhaps even tonight, so we need our readiness level to be high." "I'll make sure we're at 25% guard," Minerva said. This would have 1 out of every 4 guards manning the walls to be awake and on duty, which was about 15 battalions, not including those outside of the 3 combat legions. "We're going to need a force of cavalry to ensure those in the towers and forts to the east can fall back if necessary," Sophia mentioned. 2 or 3,000 should do it," Minerva said. "We only need to screen the retreat, not break the Talfar cavalry on its own terms. It's not like their cavalry can easily take fortified positions, though," Labanus stated. "We're not going to leave 500 knights and men at arms out there to die," Trajan growled. "About how long can they stay out there, though?" Labanus asked. "Not long, if they get surrounded," Sophia answered. "Which they will be," Amatius added. "With the ships at the mouth of the river and our own cavalry and archers giving them hell, falling back won't be an issue. Constantine won't give up his positions without putting up one hell of a fight," Minerva confidently stated. Suddenly, the door burst open and a tribune hurriedly entered. "We have a situation," he breathlessly explained. "What is it?" Trajan demanded. "Your Highness, we may have detected someone infiltrating the fortress." The mouth of the Tyrrhenian River was wide and relatively calm. That being said, if a mortal or first-tier mage and possibly even most second-tier mages were to try and swim across, they would find themselves quickly being swept out into the Gulf of Discord. There were no bridges or walls spanning this part of the river, only 3 enormous towers at the end of the wall protecting Armenium, though the local bull fleet was out in force, just in case any enterprising Talfar officer tried to infiltrate the city beyond the walls, which didn't have any walls west of the Horns, using captured Florentine boats. But Bran didn't need boats, and he certainly wasn't going to be swept out to sea anytime soon. Not long before Owain and Arthwin set off for their meeting, Bran had left his soldiers in the care of the highest-ranking warrior chief in his division that he hadn't eaten, then slipped into the river. He sank down into the water, and even further into his shadow, then rode the current down the river. He had a strong darkness demon on his side, plus prodigious power in his own right, but he still had to be careful as he drifted down the river. There may not be any bridges spanning the river, but there were certainly plenty of enchantments that he had to avoid, not to mention the sheer magical power required to move the warships that radiated out into the water could force him out of his shadows if he lost concentration. On top of all this, he was unable to rise to the surface in order to breathe, though as a 7th-tier mage he could hold his breath for hours if he didn't exert himself too much. And it was like this, with ships patrolling above him, and the eyes of soldiers in the tower scanning the water that surrounded him, that Bran slithered past the walls of Armenium. That wasn't so difficult, the vampire thought as he sped toward the Southern Horn, unaware that he had tripped one of the alarms on his way past the towers overlooking the river, an alarm that no fish or ship could trigger. Leon's taste had faded somewhat in the days since he'd first sampled it, so Bran was a little more lucid as he emerged from the water as nothing more than a shadow. Still, with all the speed of his darkness, Bran didn't arrive at the Southern Horn until after the meeting between the 2 princes had concluded. The gates of the Southern Horn were a little trickier than the river, as the walls enclosed the horn completely, preventing him from just drifting past and trusting in his shadows to hide him from detection. If he were to try and go over the walls, he'd almost certainly be caught. Luckily, the gates of the horn were still open, and carts of supplies were being brought in and out in great numbers. Bran simply hid in a dark corner of one of the carts and let himself be taken into the horn with little trouble. However, yet again, he tripped some alarms, and he had to speed away on the other side of the outer walls when the guards watching over the gate pulled the merchant over to inspect the supplies he was delivering. He didn't, however, notice exactly how many alarms he tripped. The vampire's next biggest challenge was finding his prey. There were thousands of people in the southern horn, and he couldn't release his magic senses without fear of discovery, and so that left him with nothing more than the manual approach. He'd have to search the entire horn for Leon, something which would likely take days, and then he'd have to wait for an opportune moment to strike, when the young knight was on his own, preferably. But Bran was patient, and as he shot up a small tower to get a better look at the southern horn's layout, the glittering white marble towers of the keep entered his view. That delicious morsel was with Trajan both times we fought, so might as well start someplace where the prince is likely to be, Bran thought, and he began to slowly make his way past more walls, gates, and defensive wards meant to deter infiltrators, all of which failed against the 7th-tier vampire. Chapter 245. Losing patience as Trajan was meeting with Owain at the Bull's Horns, August was meeting with legates back in the capital. Much like at the Bull's Horns, the capital had 3 legions permanently stationed around it. Further out in the Central Territories were 4 more legions, but as the Central Territories was the most peaceful region in the entire kingdom, this was more than enough. That being said, despite having the smallest contingent of combat soldiers in the entire kingdom, there were dozens of administrative and logistical battalions in the Legion headquarters, almost doubling the number of soldiers in the Central Territories. There were also 3,000 or 4,000 6th-tier knights within the Legion, though easily 3/4 of them weren't experienced in combat. Perhaps a quarter of all the legates in the Legion were in and around the capital. It was with as many of the combat legates as possible that August had met in those 3 days as he attempted to scrounge up some additional reinforcements to bring to the horns. Unfortunately, most of these legates didn't want to go against the will of their consul, who was still refusing to march to Trajan's aid without an express order from Octavius, frustrating August's attempts to defend the kingdom and bringing no small amount of stress down upon the prince. However, he was still making some small progress here and there. "So, will you march with me to repulse these vile invaders from our land? Will you march to the aid of Prince Trajan, who has stood in defense of this kingdom for decades?" August passionately asked the legate in front of him. "His Highness, Prince Trajan has been good to me," the legate replied. "I served under him when I was a tribune 40 years ago. If he has the need for me and my legion, then I'll be there." "Good," August replied, hastily concealing his surprise and glee. "I want to be on the road by the end of the week. Are your soldiers ready for that?" "Your Highness, all legions are expected to be able to march in as little as 2 days after receiving the order to set out. Perhaps some legions have fallen lax without a real enemy, but I have not allowed the men and women under my command to let their skills atrophy and their readiness degrade. My legion isn't one of those in the west who barely remembers which end of a sword to hold. We'll be ready to begin the march to the Bull's Horns by the morning after next." "I look forward to it," August replied, a small amount of the tension of recent days melting away. He and the legate spent a few more minutes discussing when and where to meet, as well as what the logistical situation was like on the road. Since they were marching through friendly territory, the soldiers rounded up by August would be able to resupply at every city they stopped at, so they didn't have to weight themselves down with so many supplies. Roland and the Brimstone Paladin were waiting in August's office in the royal palace. When he returned from his meeting in another part of the palace, "Give me some good news," August brusquely said once the door was closed and they had some privacy. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Your Highness," Roland replied. "I was stonewalled by the logistics guys I met with." "Same here," Brimstone replied. "Neither the 5th nor 6th legions will march without the consul's orders." Disappointed, August said with a dark look. "I at least managed to get the 7th legion on our side." "2 legions, then," Roland whispered. They'd managed to get the 3rd legion on board the day before, but none of the other legates were going to move their legions in defiance of their consul. 3 legions at the horns, 3 more assembling there from other parts of the east, and our 2, August muttered. "Half of what my royal father brought to bear on Talfar 80 years ago." There was a long silence as August worked through the problem in his mind. Should I demand legions from the other consuls? No, that would alienate them. Besides, the southern, western, and ocean consuls are all probably already in my brother's pocket. This predicament truly brought to light how poor of a situation August was in, as regardless of the issue of facing a foreign invasion, the response he'd gotten from so many parts of the royal legions made it obvious that Octavius' reach was a lot wider than he'd thought. The longer he thought about it, the angrier he became. The thought of the other consuls and legates putting personal ambitions and loyalties ahead of the kingdom, preventing him from assembling a force to drive the Talfar armies back to where they'd come from, infuriated him so much that he almost lost his royal demeanor a few times when dealing with them. August had even grown desperate enough to assemble troops to march east that he'd attempted to contact Octavius with a calm stone, but his brother hadn't deigned to reply so far, despite days having passed. August sat forward in his chair, his eyes dark and his aura growing slightly colder with killing intent. Has either Bronze or Penitent made a decision yet? He asked. Not yet, Your Highness, Brimstone replied. The prince rose to his feet with a barely concealed look of anger on his face. Then let's go wring a decision out of them. Our kingdom is at war, and they, you know what? I'd rather save my words for them. Let's go. August then led Roland and Brimstone out of his office and toward his father's recuperation villa. Roland and Brimstone exchanged slightly perturbed looks as they followed behind the prince. It had been a stressful few days, and it seemed that only getting 2 legions to agree to march to Arimenium had frayed at August's patience. The king's villa appeared the same as it had the last time August visited, with nothing to break the peace of the quiet grove around it save the wind. August had to almost fight with himself to maintain that peace by not bursting through the front door like a man possessed. Just as before, the only people within the villa were the bronze paladin standing guard outside the king's door and the penitent paladin within the king's bedroom. Here to speak with his majesty, Bronze politely asked as August walked up to him with a face that communicated nothing but death. No, I'm here for you and your brother in arms, August replied. You haven't sent any messages with your answer to our request for aid, Brimstone added, his face stoic and serious enough that it could have been carved from stone, with none of the usual warmth and respect for the bronze paladin, one of the oldest and strongest warriors of the Bull Kingdom. We must guard his majesty, Bronze explained. His condition demands that we maintain our vigil, at least until he wakes. August was quiet. For a moment, it was all he could do to not immediately explode in frustration at the paladin's obstinance, and he needed that time to ensure that he didn't start shouting the instant he opened his mouth. Finally, he whispered, "Come with me," and he pushed past Bronze to open the door. Normally such an act would see the person's head rolling across the floor courtesy of Bronze's bronze axe before the encroaching person knew what happened, but since it was a prince doing so and the penitent paladin was inside, Bronze let it slide. Your Highness, Penitent whispered in greeting. The bedroom was almost completely isolated from the outside, with enchantments preventing most noises from entering the room. The exchange with Bronze just a few feet away wasn't loud enough to get past these enchantments. Have you made a decision about whether to ride out with me and defend this kingdom? August demanded. I have, Penitent replied, throwing August for a loop. However, the prince's brief moment of hope and surprise was quickly quashed when Penitent continued, I have decided to stay here with his majesty. He has done so much for me that I cannot abandon him when he is at his weakest. The look of quiet devotion on Penitent's face gave pause to August's anger, but the latter wouldn't stay bottled up for long. Is this all you two are? The prince asked, his voice trembling with anger and disappointment. Are you nothing more than guard dogs, nothing more than glorified sentries watching over a sick king? Your Highness, Roland began, hoping to cut off August before he said something too disrespectful, but August flashed him a look that immediately shut him up. Sir Praecilius, August began, turning to the bronze paladin, I have given you days to think. What is your answer? Will you ride with me the day after tomorrow, or will you stay here with your ass glued to my royal father's bedroom door? August's voice rose as he spoke, almost turning into a shout as he finished his question. I serve his majesty, not a whelp that has yet to even bloody a man, Bronze coolly replied. I am one of the regents. August barked, when my royal father left to focus on his training, he left me and my brother to run the kingdom. My brother shortly thereafter abandoned his duties, leaving me to run this damned kingdom at only 15 years old. For 6 years I have tended to this kingdom's problems, and now we face an invasion by a hostile foreign army. To be honest, I don't give a single fuck about the technicalities that regulate the paladin hierarchy, All I care about is the Talfar army pressing upon Armenium and my uncle that stands against them. His legions are outnumbered more than 3 to 1. So give me your answer, Paladin. What are you going to do? Bronze was stunned at August's tirade. He didn't expect anything quite like it from the thin pale boy that August still was. Bronze's eyes subtly flitted to Penitent, but he found no aid there. After waiting a long moment for Bronze to reply, and when no answer came, August's face contorted in anger and he spat, unbelievable. The two strongest, most respected knights in all the land, content to play bouncer. Unbelievable. With that, August turned and stormed out of the room, with Roland and Brimstone at his heels. For his part, Brimstone looked over his shoulder at Bronze and Penitent before he closed the door and shook his head in disappointment. The two paladins, left alone with no one but the king to hear them, sat in the king's bedroom in silence for a few long minutes as they processed what just happened. Finally, when the two made eye contact, they almost broke out into raucous laughter at being bull-rushed by a young man, not even a tenth as old as they were. Well, Bronze said, choking back the chuckles that echoed in his bronze helmet, I dare say that was the first time he acted even the slightest bit kingly. Indeed, it was good to see, Penitent replied, but he's too eager to jump into battle. Let Trajan handle this, he's the warrior that August isn't. That boy has never been tested in battle before, it remains to be seen whether he's a warrior or not, Bronze replied. The two paladins sat in silence for a long time, contemplating the reality of their situation. What would old Blackstone think of us now, I wonder? Bronze wondered aloud. The two were the last remaining paladins of the previous generation, the last of the legendary knights that had served the father of both Prince Trajan and King Julius. You want to see, don't you, how kingly August can be? Penitent asked quietly. Bronze let the question hang for another long moment before slowly nodding his head and whispering, I do. August hasn't undergone the ritual to awaken his blood. Until and unless that happens, he'll never be able to succeed to the crown. That doesn't matter to me, all I want to see is how he conducts himself when war is thrust upon him. As far as I know, that entitled shit of a brother he has that has awoken his blood hasn't done any better with this crisis, preferring to stay in the Western Party, or whatever else he's been wasting his time with. Penitent sighed and glanced at the sleeping form of the king. To guard the king is a grave duty, but it doesn't take both of us to watch over his majesty. Bronze lifted an eyebrow in surprise and curiosity, though his helmet obscured it. So you're saying, go. See what this young calf can do. Bronze smiled a smile that Penitent couldn't see and clapped his brother in arms on the shoulder. I'll give those Talfar bastards a good thrashing, and then I'll come right back. Take your time, not like his majesty is going anywhere right now, Penitent said with a sarcastic smile. Bronze left the villa to make his preparations. When August rode out of the capital 2 days later, the bronze paladin was right behind him. Chapter 246. Stalking a lion. It had been almost 3 days since Bran first stepped into his shadow and infiltrated Armenium. He found Leon quickly enough by sneaking through gates whenever they opened until he reached the keep, then waiting until Leon showed himself. But Bran didn't make his move right then, rather he decided to wait until Leon wasn't surrounded by hundreds of other mages who would rush to his aid. And so began more than 2 days of stalking, with Bran following Leon's every move. Most of the time Leon was accompanied by Alex and Anzu, but Bran didn't think too much of a pair of second-tier beings, but the problem Bran faced was that Leon didn't leave the keep or the neighboring barracks, both of which were too heavily enchanted for Bran to be nearly as confident in infiltrating as he was in passing the walls of the Southern Horn. Fortunately for the royal legions, the vampire was single-minded in his pursuit of Leon. He didn't attack any other knights or try to steal information. All he wanted was Leon's blood. The rest of Owain and Arthwin's war he'd long since stopped caring about. What was more, he was deeply in debt with his demonic lord now, and paying it off would likely cause even the Talfar kingdom, which had so far been incredibly tolerant towards him, to attempt to have him killed. So, when Owain approached him with a request to infiltrate Armenium and cause some chaos, Bran agreed without reservation. Over the next couple days, Bran started wondering what was happening outside of the walls. The Talfar army was still there, so the peace talks had evidently not gone anywhere, but beyond that, he had little idea. It seemed like every time his mind started to wander and he thought about what he would do if he were in Arthwin's shoes, Leon would appear, and all thoughts about the upcoming battles would be driven from his mind. And now, something similar happened. It was near midnight and Bran had followed Leon home to the latter's barracks several hours before. In that time he was waiting, he had started contemplating when the Talfar assault would begin, what kind of siege weaponry was most assuredly being constructed, how the famed walls of Arimenium and the bull's horns would fare against a sustained assault, when out of the barracks came Leon, walking through the deserted keep Bailey like he owned the place. More notably, neither Alex nor Anzu were with him, he was all alone. This is it, Bran thought. The streets of the Southern Horn were largely deserted, with most of the soldiers on the walls. The main streets and Baileys in the Southern Horn still had a fair number of people, but Leon clearly wasn't heading towards them. In fact, he was walking directly away from the keep. The vampire gleefully followed, sticking to his shadows, doing his best to keep Leon in view at all times. The instinct to seize him now was almost overwhelming, but Bran kept himself in check. There might still be other people around that could raise the alarm. Leon walked through the streets and Baileys, through several gates, and eventually arrived in one of the small business districts filled with shops and restaurants operated by civilians for the soldiers in the Southern Horn. At that time of day, the place was completely devoid of people. Bran smiled to himself, stared at Leon's back as he strode confidently through a small empty market square, and lunged unseen toward the young man's back like a dark meteor. "So, what do you make of all this?" Trajan asked Caecilius Ruby. The ruby and its accompanying onyx plate lay on a crude wooden table in the center of the sparsely furnished room they were waiting in, a room that afforded a great view of the market square just below. "It's a good plan, given the short amount of time you and that boy had to put it together," Caecilius replied, his voice resonating from the ruby. "Though, it does make a few assumptions, like whether or not this invader that's been tripping silent alarms throughout the fortress these past couple days is really the vampire you've crossed blades with." "I couldn't imagine anyone else it could be," Trajan muttered. After careful scrutiny, it was determined that the repeated alarms that had been raised hadn't been false. Someone truly was in the fortress who shouldn't be. The question of who it could possibly be had come up many times before in meetings Trajan had with his subordinates, but he could think of no one other than Bran who had both the power and the will to infiltrate the Horns. With the Talfar army outside the walls, he wanted this problem dealt with before the person could wreak havoc when the Talfar army inevitably assaulted the walls. To that end, a plan had been decided upon, thought up mostly by Leon, who volunteered himself as bait. He had been one of the first to agree with Trajan that it was most likely Bran they were dealing with, and in that case, the vampire would target him above anyone else. After some debate, Leon's plan was put into motion. The bait was dangled before the vampire's eyes. Now all they had to do was wait. Leon stopped in the center of the market square. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it was trying to break free from his chest, and his hands were shaking a little bit. An enemy that was in front of him, he could deal with relatively easily. One that was unseen, that was doing nothing but watch him, that was terrifying and put him on edge. During the entire walk over from the barracks, he could almost feel his mysterious stalker's eyes on his back, waiting for the right moment to strike. Fortunately, it seemed that they weren't confident in their ability to escape the Southern Horn after attacking him, and so, for the time being, hadn't laid their hands upon him despite his walking alone through the midnight streets. This actually calmed him down somewhat, as he feared that whoever was following him might be related to those who killed Artorias and his father's side of the family instead of the vampire everyone else assumed them to be. But given that since those people had the resources to kill Archduke Kairos in his own home, Leon figured that if anyone in that particular group knew who and where he was, then he'd have been killed long before now. Of course, another option was just that this person didn't intend to harm, or at least kill him, but that still left their motive unknown. For the moment, it was better to assume their hostility rather than be surprised by it later. So, Leon stood in the center of the market square, looking around as if he were waiting for a friend, and held back the urge to project his magic senses. There would be no need to do the latter if this wasn't a trap, and since magic senses could be perceived, he didn't want to tip off the infiltrator. He didn't have to wait long. The magic lanterns lighting the square dimmed and the shadows grew deeper and longer. Some of them stretched into tendrils and slowly reached for him as if to hem in and keep him from running. Behind him, the shadows rose from the ground and took the shape of a man, and Bran stepped out into the light. "I have been waiting a long time for you, little morsel," he cooed. Leon turned to face the vampire, his anxiety dissipating somewhat now that he knew exactly who he was dealing with. But then, the memory of the illusion Bran trapped him in came back, and his killing intent spiked, but he didn't speak. Since Bran seemed to want to talk for a little while himself, Leon figured the vampire could do as he pleased until the trap was sprung. Ignoring Leon's lack of surprise, panic, and unwillingness to speak, Bran continued with his indulgence. Days I have been watching you, waiting for the right time, and then you walk out here all alone, where no one can hear your cries for help. Really tickles me pink that you made it so easy after making it so difficult. But, like savoring a fine wine, a good meal must be taken slowly. The hunt is always an indispensable part, don't you agree? You have the air of a hunter about you, I'm sure you've. And then the magic lanterns suddenly regained their brightness. 26th tier mages burst out of the doors of the nearby shops. The roofs were lined with archers, and the anti-darkness spells of Leon's that had been scattered around the square activated, locking Bran where he was. Without wasting another moment, Leon drew his sword from his soul realm and began to channel his magic power, wreathing the blade in bright golden lightning that further chased away Bran's shadows. Capping these events off, Trajan jumped out of the window of the shop he'd been waiting in, landing in the square next to Leon with an earth-shaking crash. Well, you've certain, Bran began, but he wasn't able to complete the thought. Fire! Trajan shouted, cutting the vampire off. The dozens of archers on the nearby roofs rained arrows down upon Bran. The rest of the 6th tier mages down in the square had given the vampire a wide berth for just this occasion. Bran began to panic as he utilized all of the speed he had to dodge and weave out of the way of the falling arrows, but with Leon's spells in the surrounding buildings preventing him from fully utilizing his shadow magic, he wasn't fast enough to dodge all of the arrows. One arrow grazed his face, opening a shallow cut along his cheek. Another bit into his thigh but was unable to penetrate past his 7th tier muscles to do serious damage. A third clipped his left elbow, leaving a small fracture that sent sharp jabs of pain into Bran's head every time he moved his arm. Finally, the 6th tier legate that led the group of archers fired a special arrow, one with a spell wrapped around it just behind the arrowhead. The arrow bounced off the stone bricks under Bran's feet and burst into a ball of bright white light, bright enough to almost shroud the vampire from the view of the rest of the knights on the ground. Fortunately, they could still see him with their magic senses. Bran screamed himself hoarse within that light as he felt his magic burn away. All of his shadows that remained melted like ice before a raging bonfire in that light, leaving Bran feeling weak and drained of energy. He still had copious amounts of magic within his body, and more was being released into his blood from his soul realm, but he was still greatly weakened. "NOW!" Trajan shouted. The 26th tier mages surrounding the vampire opened up with their magic power. Fireballs, breams of light, ice and rock spikes, water and wind blades, and one of Leon's lightning bolts tore into Bran as the light from the arrow died down. The vampire screamed again, this time so loudly that the inside of his throat began to bleed, but in the terrible cacophony kicked up by 26th tier knights unleashing the full fury of their magic, no one heard him. The barrage lasted only a few seconds, but to many, it felt like an eternity. In that violent fusillade, copious amounts of dust had been kicked up, but it quickly began to settle, revealing the scope of the damage just inflicted to the market square. The street was broken, scorched, frozen, and eviscerated by the power just displayed. But the damage done to the street wasn't what drew the attention of Trajan, Leon, or any of the other knights, rather, it was the dark figure still standing in the dust cloud. "Ready," Trajan called, and the knights prepared another magical salvo. However, when Bran staggered forward, leaving the dust cloud and revealing himself, Trajan held off. The vampire's entire body was cut and burned, and his clothes were nothing more than blood-soaked rags. His aura was weak and feeble, and his killing intent couldn't intimidate a newborn bunny. "Well," the vampire began, his voice creaking like an old door, but he was interrupted by a bout of gasping and wheezing. His eyes glazed over like he was staring into oblivion, then they turned completely black. Trajan was a little startled and almost ordered his knights to attack again, but there was very little magic coming from the vampire, so he held off again. "Well played," the vampire gasped. The darkness that clouded his eyes spread all over his body in an instant and the remains of the monster's battered body withered before everyone's eyes. Leon recognized what was happening, and he almost surged forward to put an end to it, but he refrained. He'd already been afflicted by that demonic power once, and he wasn't keen on getting too close. Bran's lifeless corpse fell to the ground, looking like a millennia-old mummy. "What the fuck just happened?" One of the legates couldn't help but ask, and the sentiment was shared with most of the other knights. "He served a demon," Leon said simply. "He suffered so much damage that he became unable to provide his lord with any more power, so the demon took what little power the vampire had left. Leon couldn't help but think about the demon in his own soul realm, and though he didn't think it was possible for Zaffin to drain him of all of his power and leave him for dead, seeing that very thing happen before his eyes a second time started to let a doubt or two trickle into his mind. Disgusting. The knight replied. The monster's dead, at least, Trajan said, not being overly concerned with the state of Bran's corpse. The prince turned to Leon with a beaming smile, proud in the success of his protégé's plan. However, before he could say anything, a horn blast echoed over the entirety of Arymenium. That was Sir Constantine's horn. One of the legates shouted. We're under attack. Talfar must be moving to assault the horns. Chapter 247. Constantine's stand. The successful killing of Bran was a thing worthy of celebration, but any jubilation Leon or Trajan felt in the vampire's death was quickly quashed when they heard Constantine's horn. Trajan wasted no time. He turned to one of the administrative legates he'd brought. With about half of the legates he'd brought to the ambush weren't experienced combat veterans, but they still had 6th tier strength, and that's what Trajan had wanted and ordered. You're in command here, deal with this mess. The legate looked a little flabbergasted, but before he could even say an affirmation, Trajan leapt onto the roof of one of the closest buildings and began running and jumping from rooftop to rooftop toward the keep, with Leon and the rest of the legates in tow. The legate left behind could only stare at the archers, Bran's corpse, and the broken street and sigh before getting to work. The vampire's corpse had to be secured and the square cleaned up. Owain had wanted to assault the bull's horns the night after the brief peace negotiation, but there had been siege equipment that needed to be assembled and 100,000 peasant levies to organize. As a result, it was a couple days before the assault could begin. During this time, Bran's absence was noted by the entire command staff of the Talfar prince's army. The vampiric marshal had infiltrated the horns at Owain's order, but in truth, the prince didn't expect him to return. After finding the vampire draining half a dozen medics and experienced commanders dry, Owain wanted the vampire dead. It was a huge loss to the army, but Owain didn't want Bran to destroy the entire upper command structure of the army, which would be an even greater loss. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about his decision, leaving them only to guess at the reasons for Bran's disappearance. Fortunately, Arthwin had experience fighting alongside Bran, enough that the vampire had agreed to assemble his battalions and accompany Owain's campaign at Arthwin's request, so Arthwin knew that Bran himself wasn't a particularly reliable comrade. And with his disappearance, Bran had essentially ceded command of his battalions to Owain and Arthwin. So, while the loss of a 7th tier mage cut deeply into their war potential, neither Arthwin nor Owain were too upset by it. So, it's decided, Arthwin stated. The cavalry will surround the fortifications in front of the gates, the infantry will take those towers and the fort in the center, and the levies will move the siege equipment further toward the walls of the fortress, the marshal summarized, squeezing several hours of long debate as to their tactical options into a single sentence. He was obviously leaving out the specific details, but each of his subordinate warrior chiefs knew what to do. Just in case, though, Owain asked, is there anyone here who doesn't know their role in this fight? When all that answered him was silence, the prince said, good. Then let's get this show on the road. Arthwin was a little upset that Owain was taking a more active role in military matters, but he couldn't publicly defy the prince, so he bowed to Owain and then dismissed the war council. His warrior chiefs promptly left to organize their battalions for the upcoming assault. They were ready by midnight. The camp was left with a token force to guard it, while the levies began their work to maneuver the siege towers and trebuchets forward. Bran's battalions had done likewise in Florentia, leaving a small token force to guard the city while most of the soldiers joined the main army in their march west. Such a large movement of people couldn't be hidden for long, and as soon as the Legion watchtowers saw the Talfar army forming up, they sounded the alarm. Less than a minute later, Constantine was blowing his enchanted horn, letting the entire city know that his unit was about to come under attack. And then, the knights in the area east of the walls waited. There was little else they could do except meet the charge when it came. Owain and Arthwin were at the head of the Talfar army. They weren't going to lead the charge personally, but it was crucial that they at least appear there at the start of the battle. To their right and left were thousands of the prized chariots of the Talfar military, while behind them were their heavily armored cataphracts, and the infantry bringing up the rear. Normally, such a formation would be ill-advised, but in the narrow, fortified vale to the east of the Bull's Horns, there wasn't an abundance of room to spread out into the kind of long battle line that most set-piece battles required. Marshal Arthwin, Owain said from his chariot, signal the charge. Arthwin fought back a grimace at the prince giving him orders, but he could see the lights in the small mostly wooden fort and towers in the vale and knew that every moment delayed was a moment they gave the bull's legions to prepare. Sound the charge, Arthwin ordered one of the soldiers in his chariot, and the soldier broke out a long, thin horn and gave it one long blast, the signal for charge. The warrior chiefs that led the chariot battalions began to charge, filling the air with the sound of beating hooves and turning wheels. The cataphracts charged next, shaking the earth and kicking up such a racket that Owain wouldn't have been all that surprised if it could be heard all the way back in Predony. Once past the narrow strip of land between the border mountains and the Tyrrhenian River, the cavalry spread out. There were dozens of square miles within the vale, and they intended to fill them with horses and Talfar soldiers, to keep the legion from deploying outside their walls or coming to the aid of their comrades in the fort and towers. As the cavalry spread out throughout the vale, Arthwin could see bright lights shining from the walls of the towers and fort, illuminating the entire vale so that even the weakest of legion soldiers could see in the darkness of midnight. He could also see dozens of tiny pinpricks of light, the light reflected off steel arrowheads as they were fired from the towers and fort. The marshal also saw those same arrows pierce horses and the soldiers riding them. He could see chariots overturn as their horses and drivers were killed, but these were in the vast minority compared to the entire cavalry force. And then, he saw bright flashes of light as the cavalry unit leaders responded to the arrow fire with their own arrows and blasts of magic. "Get down," Constantine shouted. Those who heard him ducked behind the wooden battlements as blades of wind sliced chunks of wood from the fort, as earth and ice spikes filled the walls with holes, and as blasts of fire washed over the central tower. The wooden fort had been magically reinforced, but it still shuddered with every impact. Fortunately, it survived the first responding salvo from the Talfar cavalry, but many of its defenders and companion towers did not. Taking a quick look around, Constantine saw 5 towers that were heavily damaged enough that they weren't particularly useful anymore, and 3 more towers that had been completely destroyed, either blasted or cut to pieces by Talfar magics. "Activate the traps," Constantine roared from the central tower of his fort. The Talfar cavalry were close enough in that there wasn't any more point to waiting to break out their heavier weapons, as 500 knights and men at arms armed with bows weren't going to do much against a force 100 times their size. Around him were 4 large control panels covered in glowing runes. Stationed at each was 2 soldiers, and at his command, they began to press certain runes and activate various glyphs in runic circles. Instantly, the battlefield was lit up by great fiery explosions. Massive spikes of earth and ice erupted from the ground in the center of Talfar formations, and great pits opened up to swallow squads of chariots and cataphracts whole, which then sealed themselves up and filled with water. In that moment, hundreds of the finest Talfar cavalry soldiers vanished from the mortal coil. "Keep it up," Constantine smiled as he watched the hellish scene outside. The traps that had been placed throughout the vale were operated from the central tower in Constantine's fort, as that was where the knight could see everything. The traps could also be used from the walls of the bull's horns, but Trajan generally left it to Constantine's knights to use them, as it was only they who had the entire picture of the battlefield, including what was happening within the fort. But a few traps weren't enough to halt the Talfar advance. Constantine could see that, despite the damage that the traps were doing, there weren't many dents being created in the Talfar hordes. His archers kept up the pressure, and the cavalry couldn't storm the walls and take the fort, but in the distance, he could see the Talfar infantry advancing, as well as the cavalry officers preparing another salvo of magic. "Brace yourselves," the knight roared as the next Talfar wave of magic hit the fort. Even above the explosions and sounds of splintering wood, Constantine could hear the screams of his knights and soldiers falling in the barrage. In the distance, he could see 2 more towers fall, as well. "It's well that His Highness only sent his most devoted knights and retainers out here," Constantine thought, "else I fear we'd have already lost this land to desertion." They served a purpose out there, he knew. They were obstacles in the path of the Talfar army as it moved toward the walls of Arimenium, and much like with the city of Florentia, Arthwin's hordes couldn't advance without first taking the towers and Constantine's fort, or else the legions could continue to hit them from both sides. So, Constantine and his knights held their ground. Even as the last of the towers fell and the fort was hit with a third wave of Talfar magic, they continued to fire their arrows. Even when the Talfar infantry closed in on their walls, their arrows continued to fly and those knights that could use magic did so with abandon. And it wasn't like they weren't having any effect, rather, it was that the Talfar army was simply so numerous that they could simply eat the casualties Constantine's forces were giving them if it meant they could take the fort. 15 minutes after the battle truly began, the traps in the vale ceased to work. The Talfar officers weren't stupid, and they went around destroying the stones and metal plates that the trap enchantments had been placed upon. "Sir, what do we do now?" asked one of the knights as the last of the runic consoles controlling the traps dimmed. All of the traps had been destroyed. "Now, we take to the walls ourselves," Constantine vigorously shouted. "It's our duty to defend our kingdom from all that threaten it. We will not abandon our duty." As he shouted, he drew an enormous two-handed sword from his soul realm to complement his scale armor dyed Legion Crimson. To accompany his shiny red ensemble, he summoned a helmet from his soul realm with an armored war mask depicting the face of an old god of death that had been worshipped in the southern territories before the Bull Kingdom had been unified and ancestor worship imposed. The other knights were all 5th tier, and they roared their agreement, summoning their own weapons from their soul realms. They all jumped out of the observation windows of the tower and landed in various parts of the outer walls, ramparts just in time to meet the Talfar infantry. The Talfar army had brought forth ladders so that their warriors could climb the walls. The walls weren't tall enough to prevent the higher-tiered warriors from jumping over them, but they had been enchanted to prevent just such a thing from occurring. A determined enough Talfar mage could get through that enchantment, but doing so would leave them vulnerable, so they all waited in formation for the ladders be placed. Constantine landed in front of one of the warrior captains leading the Talfar battalions in their assault, a 5th-tier man equipped in a similar manner to the rest of the Talfar infantry, with a one-handed spear, a small shield, and a sword barely bigger than a dagger at his hip. He was lightly armored, with little more leather covering his forearms and shins, mail for his torso, gambeson underneath, and a steel helmet. That gear doesn't even look enchanted, Constantine thought with some grim amusement. It seemed to him that most of the budget for gear went to the cavalry, leaving the infantry little to equip themselves with. Those warriors who couldn't personally afford better gear were stuck with what this man before Constantine was wearing. And yet, that didn't stop the warrior captain from killing 5 of Constantine's men at arms and 1 of his knights once he reached the ramparts. "You're the commander here?" the warrior captain confidently asked after Constantine landed on the walls. The knight could almost feel the Talfar warrior's eyes sizing him up, and maybe even appraising his armor. If he lost this fight, Constantine had little doubt that this warrior could be looting his corpse for the gear the Talfar army had failed to provide him with. "I am," Constantine said with a smile concealed by his mask's indifferent visage. He raised his sword and took an aggressive stance. The knight could understand the other man's desire for his gear, but he wasn't going to get it without one hell of a fight. "Why don't you just surrender right now?" the warrior asked. "You've already lost this. No sense in losing your life as well. Besides, your comrades have turtled up behind their walls, there's no one coming to save you." As if on cue, the portcullis in the central tower of the Horn's outer wall creaked open and several thousand legion cavalrymen came pouring out. Despite surrounded by the bodies of his knights and men at arms, Constantine gave the warrior a cocky laugh, said, "You were saying," and charged before the warrior could wipe the look of stunned disbelief off his face. Chapter 248. Trajan's response within the Bull Kingdom. Most buildings were single-story structures, 2 stories at the most. Larger cities like Arimenium or the capital had many buildings that were taller, but these were the exception. Because even first-tier mages could jump high enough to climb on these buildings, there were very specific laws prohibiting running along rooftops. Trajan, his legates, and Leon all ignored these laws as they sprinted toward the keep of the Southern Horn. They left more than a few broken roof shingles in their wake, but minor damage that Trajan could easily pay for wasn't on his mind. Constantine's horn had been sounded, and they could hear the distant sounds of massive formations of cavalry beginning to charge. Due to their haste and unorthodox route, Trajan's group reached the keep in a matter of minutes from the market square. There, they found Minerva waiting for them with a dozen horses. She knew what the prince was up to, and so had prepared for his arrival. "See to your duties," Trajan shouted to his legates. About half weren't combat knights, and so they ran into the keep to get to work. The rest of the legates joined Leon and Trajan as they mounted horses. They were to lead the cavalry to aid in the evacuation of the fort. As they rode, Minerva reported, "The enemy has launched an all-out assault on the fortifications in the Vale. There probably won't be many who survive out there." "I see," Trajan grimly responded. "Still, we must go. I doubt Constantine's fort will fall so easily, at least." "True, but we may lose those in the outlying towers," Trajan sighed, then asked, "And those on the walls?" "The outer walls are ready," Minerva replied. Good. When they reached the main gates of the walls, 3,000 of the finest cavalry the Bull Kingdom could muster were waiting for them, which, unfortunately, wasn't saying much. In an inverse to the Talfar Kingdom, the Bull Kingdom focused primarily on its infantry, leaving their cavalry with little official funding for gear. They were lightly armored units, more suited to roles as rapid-moving skirmishers than the heavy shock units of the Talfar military. Even their horses weren't that great, as those knights that could afford the expense rode more exotic magical creatures, like stags, lions, and even a few large wolves. The horses didn't seem too pleased with the presence of these creatures, but they were trained well enough that it wasn't an issue. Trajan rode over to the front of the formation with Leon at his side, his legates spreading themselves out down the line. The prince made no speeches, there was no time for them. He simply hardened his skin with magic, summoned his armor from his soul realm, and nodded to the gate guards. The portcullis began to open, but as it did, the ground began to shake and shudder as enormous footsteps were heard. When Leon turned to curiously investigate, he saw Lapis making its way toward him. "I would come with you, Div, Leon." "Well, I would hazard a guess that anyone as strong as you are would be welcome to come along," Leon responded as he looked to Trajan for confirmation. The prince took one look at the stone giant and nodded. Lapis had fought with them enough by now that Trajan was no longer worried about the stone giant's loyalties or willingness to fight with the legion. He simply accepted the help when it was offered. In truth, the prince was quite glad that the giant offered in the first place. He only asked Lapis to participate in the failed ambush against Bran several days ago because he needed every person he could get to fight against Bran. But he was a prince, a consul, and an exarch, and he couldn't ask for help a second time for fear of eroding the dignity of the Bull Kingdom. But, fortunately, the stone giant asked to come along, making the legion's force that much stronger. When the portcullises opened, Trajan led the legion cavalry through, with Leon right at his side. He couldn't help but lament that many of his plans for the continued fortification of the horns hadn't had the chance to be implemented, such as the barely started digging of the moat in front of the first wall or digging pits in front of the main gates and installing drawbridges, but that was life. He had to deal with the Talfar Kingdom without these additions. Once the last portcullis was being raised, Trajan glanced back at his followers. He could tell from the massive aura they created and the killing intent they filled the air with that they were ready. The prince nodded to Leon, who nodded back. For his part, Leon wasn't looking forward to the battle if only for the fact that he wasn't yet comfortable with fighting on horseback. The horse Trajan lent him was highly trained and one of the few in the legion stables that could compare favorably to those ridden by Talfar cataphracts, but these facts did little to alleviate his lack of confidence. Still, he wasn't about to shy away from this fight. The last portcullis opened, and Trajan spurred his horse into a rapid charge. He summoned his war hammer and raised it into the air, giving a tremendous war cry as he rode out of the gatehouse that was echoed by almost every single knight and man-at-arms in the column. The Talfar cavalry weren't expecting the legion to ride out and fight them on their terms, so they were taken completely by surprise. That said, they had stayed as far from the triple-layered walls as they could get away with, in order to stay out of range of legion bows. This wasn't entirely effective, as the legion archers with the aid of enchanted bows could shoot far indeed, but they still had a fair amount of time to respond to Trajan's counterattack. Those closest to the wall, who were also the farthest rank from Constantine's fort, formed up into a rough line to meet the legion charge head-on, but there was no true way they could prepare for Lapis' charge. The stone giant sprinted out in front of the column, moving at a speed that would have been nearly impossible for anyone to expect of a being that size made entirely of stone. The giant shrugged off a fireball launched from a nearby 5th-tier Talfar cataphract, then smashed into the cavalry line, sending men and horses flying through the air in pieces. Spikes erupted around it, impaling dozens more cataphracts, then fractured into tiny pebbles and exploded outward, peppering the horsemen further back. In an instant, more than 100 Talfar cataphracts were killed. More importantly, however, was the hole that Lapis punched in their line, which Trajan rode directly into, with the rest of the legion column right behind him. The prince swung his hammer like it weighed nothing, and in every direction he swung, great rents were opened in the earth, not doing much in the way of direct damage but sending cataphracts tumbling down into the gaps. Those unfortunate souls that hit the ground first were crushed as more bodies fell upon them, and the Talfar lines were broken again. Making matters worse, their own earth mages couldn't close these rents without burying the cataphracts that survived the fall. Trajan wasn't the only person liberally using his magic. Right behind him Leon was conjuring lightning bolts and hurling them as fast he could. Each bolt would explode upon a cataphract, superheating their armor past the point where their enchantments could compensate, cooking them in their own protective gear. The lightning would then arc outwards, startling horses and hurting other cataphracts. Fortunately, neither Leon's horse nor the rest of the Legion horses were panicking from the lightning that Leon was summoning or the accompanying thunder that Leon did nothing to dampen. These sights and sounds weren't too uncommon on the battlefield when mages capable of elemental magic were involved, and so most war mounts had been trained with that in mind. Behind Leon and Trajan, the rest of the legates and tribunes were opening up with their own magics, ripping chunks through the Talfar lines. A few Talfar mages were able to retaliate, so it wasn't as if the Legion were simply walking through the Talfar lines, and many of the cataphracts' armor were able to resist their magical attacks, but the Legion column was much denser with mages capable of elemental magic than the Talfar cataphracts, and most of those higher-tiered Talfar mages were closer to Constantine's fort, so Trajan's cavalry column was able to carve a bloody path through the outer lines of Talfar cataphracts. They were eventually forced to slow down as the ground ahead became too broken from magic, the bodies of soldiers and cataphracts piled up, and the air became choked with dust and smoke, further obscuring the view of those in the vale beyond the late-night darkness. A sixth-tier cataphract tried to take advantage by charging at Trajan, hoping to strike a mortal blow against the Legion soldiers by taking the head of their prince. "Hear me, Trajan," the warrior chief roared as he spurred his horse into a charge. "I am Mihangel, the man who will take your he." As he was busy identifying himself, Lapis appeared from the smoke of the battlefield and with a swipe of its long rocky arm, took out the legs of Mihangel's horse, sending the man crashing to the ground. The stone giant didn't waste a second, immediately conjuring a stone spike from the ground and impaling the warrior chief before he could react. Trajan might have laughed at the absurdity, but not in the middle of a battle. He could spare no more attention to that warrior chief after his failure. He could only keep pushing forward. By the time the Legion cavalry column reached the walls of Constantine's fort, they had lost a few hundred soldiers to the Talfar counterattacks, but they had left countless cataphracts and chariot teams dead in their wake. The doors of the fort burst open upon their arrival, allowing Trajan, Leon, and several dozen other Legion soldiers to ride straight in. "Constantine," Trajan shouted, looking for his knight. "Up here, your highness," came an answering shout. Both Leon and Trajan turned toward the voice and saw a warrior dressed in armor made of blood-red scales and wearing a helmet with the face of an indifferent god. This warrior was pulling his sword out of the chest of a dying 5th-tier Talfar warrior captain. "Let's go. You've done your job," Trajan shouted. "On my way," Constantine responded, leaving the 5th-tier warrior captain who failed to realize he was challenging a 6th-tier mage with decades of experience over him. "Let's go, everyone. Follow your prince." The remaining soldiers within the fort leapt off the walls and assembled before Trajan. The Talfar soldiers who they had been fighting with tried to immediately follow, but blasts of magic from Trajan, Constantine, Leon, and other Legion soldiers deterred them long enough for Constantine's soldiers to join Trajan's cavalry column and leave the fort. "Those in the towers," Trajan succinctly asked when Constantine approached. "All dead, I believe," Constantine replied. "Even if they are still alive, they're now beyond reach." Trajan glanced over the plain, and from what little he could see through the dust and the haze of the dark battlefield, the towers had indeed all been destroyed, and the chariots, cataphracts, and infantry that had been dispatched to deal with them were being redirected toward Trajan's cavalry column. Even more dangerous, the surprise of their charge had worn off, and the Talfar forces that had surrounded Constantine's fort were rapidly regaining their coordination. Trajan knew that the Talfar army was about to push against them and that they couldn't linger. With a heavy heart, he wrote off those soldiers and knights in the towers as lost causes. He'd grabbed Constantine and the survivors from the fort, and that was what mattered. "Back to the horns!" the prince roared, and the Legion cavalry turned around and left, this time with Leon and Trajan in the back rather than the front. As they fell back, Lapis kept pace with Leon, using its earth magic to halt any enterprising Talfar cataphract or chariot from overtaking the rear of the Legion column. When the Legion cavalry made it back to the effective ranges for arrow fire from the walls of the horns, all pursuit from Talfar forces halted, letting the prince and his horsemen return to the safety of the walls. Chapter 249. Continued Assault. Our rough headcount indicates we lost 173 during that attack, along with 413 soldiers who were stationed in the Vale, and we only rescued 89, the legate reported. "The number we rescued doesn't matter that much," so long as it isn't too devastating, Trajan responded. The important thing is to show that we don't leave our people behind when it can be avoided. Still, might it not have been better to simply abandon those watchtowers and the fort? Keep our men behind walls made of well-enchanted stone rather than hastily enchanted wood. The legate responded. Trajan frowned. The thought had occurred to him to have Constantine and his subordinates abandon the veil and pull back to the horns, but while that may have been the better idea if he wanted to keep every single one of his soldiers alive at all costs, it would have been a strategic mistake in his opinion. But before he could respond, Leon spoke up, stating, Talfar can't be allowed to seize territory unchallenged. Hundreds of our people died, but thousands of theirs joined them in death. It is the province of the legion to protect the people of this kingdom, Trajan added. We cannot shy away from our duty just to protect ourselves. Sir Ursus is right, we can't let Talfar approach our walls without challenge. The legate sighed, then said, I understand, Your Highness, but it's hard to keep perspective when counting the dead. Trajan placed his hand on the legate's shoulder in solidarity, then turned to the rest of the knights that had gathered around him in the main observation tower of the southern horn. From there, Trajan could send signals to all the other towers along the walls as well as observe everything that happened on the battlefield. However, he didn't intend to get too involved in the specific tactics employed by his commanders. The legions needed to be flexible and be able to respond quickly to changes in the battlefield, and to that end Trajan had delegated much of his authority to commanders he trusted, such as Minerva, who took over command of the section of the walls between the horns, where he expected the Talfar army to concentrate their attacks. What are our estimates for the number of enemies killed? The prince asked. Anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000, including those killed in the traps, Constantine replied. The knight had been offered a chance to rest, but he refused so long as the Talfar army was still in the field. And indeed, the Talfar army was still occupying the Vale, though they had yet to approach the walls of the horns in any serious manner. Instead, they seemed to be taking their time burning the fort and watchtowers. Silence descended on the tower as many of the knights asked themselves if the price they paid to delay the Talfar advance was worth it. The soldiers on the wall were ready and waiting for the Talfar forces to charge, so in that respect the time bought was crucial, but since the Talfar army had yet to begin the actual assault on the walls, it left the tactical defeat feeling a little more important than the strategic victory. Why are they doing that? Leon wondered aloud as he watched the fires ravage the fortifications in the Vale. Couldn't they have used the structures or what's left of them, anyway, instead of destroying them outright? I'd guess they feel they have no need for them and want to prevent us from reoccupying them after pulling out of the Vale, Constantine replied. I'm sure that's part of it, Trajan agreed. Their army has much greater mobility than our legions, and so they don't really need a strong point so close to our walls. Plus, it's not easy to see past all that smoke they're making me wonder what they're using that cover for. Probably bringing whatever siege engines they have closer to the walls. What sort of siege engines should we expect? Leon asked the room. He was the youngest knight in the room by far, though his place at Trajan's side and his obvious strength prevented anyone from questioning his right to speak. Much like Trajan himself, most of the knights at the horns were patient in light of his youth and inexperience and were usually more than willing to explain things to him if he needed the help. Siege towers are my guess, one legate replied. Definitely. Probably hundreds of ladders as well. Trebuchets to throw boulders with attached spells at and over the walls, and if they're being particularly extravagant, maybe even a few lances. Lances, Leon repeated in confusion, like the fire lances the fleet uses, or some kind of, hells if I know, fire lance technology is an exceptionally powerful version of a siege weapon that's been spreading around the plain in recent centuries, Trajan explained. These weapons supposedly originate from the four empires, and given their power I don't doubt it. However, they're tricky to use and easy to break, so easy in fact that they're not easily made mobile. They're expensive, not usually effective enough to be worth the time and material to build when faced with heavily enchanted walls, and are prone to breaking in the middle of battle. But the Navy seems to have found out a way to make these weapons a little more reliable, Leon observed. Couldn't the Talfar kingdom have done something similar? I suppose it's possible, Trajan admitted. Still, the fleets are using a kind of lance that isn't particularly mobile, either, unless it's been put on a large enough ship. I can't imagine that Talfar has created a lance that's even as mobile as a trebuchet. Still, they may set a few up close enough to the walls to cause some damage, so we can't rule them out. Other than those, We don't have to worry about much apart from enemy mages using their power, though the enchantments in the walls are too strong for any single mage to penetrate," another knight added. "A single mage did penetrate them, though," another knight reminded the room. "If the Talfar army had an abundance of 7th-tier darkness mages, I think we would have already lost this war," the first knight shot back. "Enough," Trajan whispered, instantly silencing the room and preventing the second knight from responding. He had noticed some movement in the smoke of the burning fort that filled the vale, a few glimpses of something that passed too quickly for him to identify. "Whatever those Talfar bastards are doing, I think they're just about ready," the prince said. "Get ready, everyone." The knights snapped to their workstations, 8 consoles covered in glowing runes, much like the consoles in Constantine's fort. These were controller enchantments that could direct the magical defenses of the horns, though they were extremely expensive in terms of magic power. A bank of a couple hundred sapphires each the size of Leon's head had been installed in the room below. These sapphires powered the defensive wards within the walls but were so extravagantly expensive that they weren't easily replaced when drained. But Trajan wouldn't hesitate to run every magical battery he had dry if it meant defending his kingdom from Owain's army. Finally, hours after Constantine's remaining soldiers had been evacuated, the Talfar siege engines appeared out of the smoke. 10 enormous siege towers pushed by hundreds of peasant levies, each one about 70 feet tall or so, more than tall enough to reach the top of the first wall. Between these towers were several dozen trebuchets and thousands of Talfar infantry. The cavalry couldn't do much when assaulting a fortified position, so the chariots and cataphracts were in the back. "It occurs to me," Leon said quietly enough that only Trajan could hear, "that I've yet to see Talfar archers." "They're out there," Trajan replied. "It takes quite a bit of time to train an archer, and the Talfar army prefers its cataphracts and chariots, so they don't have many archers. They're still out there, though." Trajan glanced at the younger knight. He was still in his armor, but he'd taken his helmet off to reveal a deep frown of restlessness. It was clear to the prince that Leon didn't want to be in the tower. "Tell you what," Trajan said slowly, with a great deal of apprehension, "why don't you head down to the main gatehouse? Minerva should be there. If she needs reinforcements anywhere, you can assist her." Leon looked at Trajan with eyes wide with gratitude. "Yes, Your Highness," he said, his frown immediately disappearing. He then bowed to the prince and all but ran out of the observation room. Trajan chuckled, amused at the young man's enthusiasm for battle and reminded at his own similar enthusiasm when he was Leon's age. Outside of the main observation room, Alex and Anzu were waiting. They'd met back up with Leon when he and Trajan returned to the keep. "What's the word?" Alex asked. She was both upset at being left behind again and exhilarated at the thought of joining the battle. "Follow me and find out," Leon said with a subdued smile. He patted Anzu on the head and led his tiny group out of the keep. "Incompetent morons," Arthwin thought as he glared at his warrior chiefs. "Fucking imbeciles let that bastard into their ranks and then let him go." He didn't say any of this out loud, though. He had to maintain the image of a respected and efficient commander, and his experience as a marshal was telling him that even if he were more in control of the immediate tactics during the assault on Constantine's fort, which is the commander of an army the size of his, was an impossibility, he couldn't have gotten an effective response to Trajan's strike organized any quicker than his warrior chiefs did. Of course, this knowledge only made him more infuriated, but he had to let it go. His cataphracts and chariots had the man he most wanted dead, almost completely surrounded, but they let him slip through their fingers. It was over and done with, and the best thing to do was to move on. The lost opportunity fiercely stung, but it didn't change his plans. His army was arrayed before him. 100,000 peasant levies, 50,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, less perhaps 5 or 6,000 from casualties already sustained. Many of the injured soldiers had already been healed and returned to service, mitigating much of the price that had already been paid to get the Talfar army to the gates of the Bull's Horns. But they were there, with siege engines ready and soldiers practically chomping at the bit to begin the fighting. The peasants were a little more subdued, but they were ready as well. Arthwin sighed in satisfaction as he stared at his forces. It was with this army that he was going to crush the Bull's Horns and drag Trajan's broken body back to Briga. He couldn't wreak his revenge on Kairos Rame or Julius Septimius, but Trajan, the man who most deserved to die in Arthwin's eyes, was within his grasp. And so, the marshal relished the beginning of his revenge. "Enjoy this moment, bastard," he thought as he stared at the southern horn. "This will be the go forth." Owain roared from beside the marshal, interrupting Arthwin's thoughts. Go forth and win for yourselves riches and glory. When I am king, you will all be honored with gold, with the men and women of your desire, with stories and poems in your honor. Go forth and take this fortress. The prince backed his words up with his magic power, and his voice reverberated across the field to every Talfar ear in the vale. Immediately, the infantry charged, the peasants pushed their siege engines, and the cavalry roared a tremendous war cry, this being really all the horsemen could do for the time being. Arthwin snarled at the prince ordering around the marshal's forces. He paid the soldiers and levied the peasants, but he didn't blame them for following the orders of their prince. Instead, he was angered at the prince's presumption when it was Arthwin's sole support that made him anything more than an impotent provincial governor. He began to contemplate having the prince murdered and continuing the war alone. If he blamed the assassination on a bull assassin, he might be able to pull it off. Something to consider, at least, Arthwin pondered as he glared at Owain. But there was a time for those considerations, and as his war was truly, finally beginning was not it. The Talfar armies charged across the field, and the bull's legions responded with arrow fire and blasts of magic. The Talfar forces responded in kind, and the darkness of the pre-sunrise morning was illuminated with flashes of magic, and the ground shook with the footsteps of hundreds of thousands of warriors. Chapter 250. Continued Assault 2. Leon, Alex, and Anzu stood upon the wide ramparts of the first wall, surrounded by other legion soldiers watching the siege towers slowly inch closer and closer. Even with each pulled and pushed by hundreds of peasants, the 10 siege towers were slow and cumbersome things. The legion soldiers, including Leon and Alex, readied their bows to fire as soon as the towers entered effective arrow range. When Leon's group arrived at the central gatehouse where Minerva had set up her command center, the Lady Knight had accepted his request for assignment and sent him to the central gatehouse of the outermost wall, the place where the enemy was most likely to assault as well as the most heavily defended section of the wall. She knew that this would be the safest place for Leon while also giving him the opportunity to participate in the battle. On the way to Minerva's command center, Leon ran into Lapis. The stone giant wanted to join Leon in battle again, but as this was going to be a battle on the walls rather than out in the open where the giant could bring its bulk to bear, Leon had to refuse. He wasn't sure whether or not the walls would be able to support Lapis' weight, and even if they could, the giant would only get in the way of the rest of the Legion soldiers. With that out of the picture, the only real possibility for Lapis to join in the fighting would be to venture beyond the wall, leaving it alone and vulnerable to Talfar attack, which Leon didn't want. He'd grown a fair amount of trust and respect for the giant. At first, he'd been extremely wary of it involving itself in his affairs, but they'd fought alongside each other enough times now for some trust in the giant to grow. So, this is familiar, Alex said to Leon, her slightly trembling voice bringing him out of his thoughts. Leon grimly grinned. This time is a lot different than that Valeman raid, though, he said. You ready with that thing? He asked, pointedly looking at the bow she had in her hand. Of course, she replied, a challenging smile quickly replacing her anxious expression. She'd trained plenty with the bow during their time at the Horns, and Leon knew that she had gained a certain proficiency with the weapon. She'd even displayed some of that new skill when dealing with the smugglers. I think the real one who might not be ready is this little guy, Alex said while stroking Anzu's head. The griffin was shaking like a leaf in the wind. He was still only the equivalent of a second-tier mage, and the sound and rising aura of the approaching Talfar army was terrifying him to the point that he didn't mind someone other than Leon touching him. Hey, there, buddy, Leon whispered, pulling the griffin into a tight hug. It almost seemed to Leon that the griffin had been growing at a noticeable rate over the past few weeks, but right now his fur and feathers were pressed so tightly against his body that he almost seemed to have halved in size. Anzu chirped and whimpered in Leon's arms, but he slowly calmed down and stopped shaking. Just stick with me, little one, Leon continued. He was starting to regret bringing Anzu, but he also didn't want to leave the griffin behind again, and he knew that this experience would help the young beast harden his nerve and refine his killing intent. But the air was thick with the aura of hundreds of thousands of mages, and their combined killing intent almost seemed solid. It might have been the early morning darkness or the dust and smoke in the air, but everything east of the veil had become faded and desaturated in his eyes, and Leon was fairly certain that the oppressive aura that the Talfar army had built up was the cause. He could feel the pressure of that aura on his shoulders, weighing him down to a slight degree and making the air feel heavy and unsatisfying to breathe. Knock. shouted the tribune in charge of the rest of the legion soldiers on the roof of the gatehouse, and the soldiers lined up and knocked arrows to their bowstrings, preparing to fire. The front line of the advancing Talfar army was a little over 800 feet away, or just a few steps past the maximum effective range of legion bows. Leon stood up and Anzu pressed his head into Leon's hip for comfort. Leon patted the griffin on the head, then nodded to Alex in solidarity. Alex nodded back with a confident grin that Leon wasn't entirely sure was genuine given the size of the opposing force, but he smiled back at her regardless. Both joined the legion soldiers that were busy readying their bows. "Draw!" shouted the tribune, and the soldiers drew back their bowstrings. Only a few seconds more and the real battle would begin in earnest. No more small-scale skirmishes outside the walls, no more fighting for less than an hour and returning home. The main event was about to start, where Arthwin and Owain would throw their full might against the walls of the horns in the hopes of bringing them down. And the legion would meet that might with everything they had. They'd been waiting for over a week now for this moment, and they weren't going to waste it. Soldiers and knights along the walls prepared their weapons and loaded trebuchets. "Loose!" the tribune shouted, and the 100 or so soldiers on the wide roof of the gatehouse fired their arrows, along with the thousands of other soldiers along the ramparts and in the dozens of other towers. Arrows fell upon the advancing Talfar army like a heavy downpour, bouncing off helmets and getting lodged in cloth gambeson, and legion trebuchets sent their payloads flying overhead. A few of the stronger Talfar mages used various magics to destroy or swat away huge numbers of arrows, but most still got through. The projectiles thrown by the legion trebuchets, however, caused a lot more damage, with stones and chunks of ice exploding in the air and peppering the Talfar ranks with shrapnel, or stones wrapped in spells bursting in great torrents of flame. The Talfar infantry fell in the hundreds, but it wasn't enough. Many of those that fell could simply stand back up and keep moving, as they were young fit mages. The arrows that fell into the ranks of the peasants were more effective, but there were so many levies that even those that were killed were swiftly replaced. Leon targeted one of the leaders of the advancing battalions, a 5th-tier warrior in dark blue mail and black leather. Leon's arrow, augmented with a sheet of spell paper tied around the shaft, pierced through a gap in the warrior's armor near his shoulder, and before the warrior could react, he burst into bright white flame. Along the entire line, Leon could see a few similar sights, with other mages using spells to make their arrow fire just a little more deadly, mostly involving actual fire. He saw one warrior get hit with an arrow only for the ground beneath him to erupt and impale him on a massive spike, raising him into the air for the entire Talfar army to see. The peasants began to slow down, but the Talfar infantry kept moving in disciplined, orderly lines despite their casualties. After the initial volley, the legion archers along the walls began to fire at will, as firing in volleys would make it too easy for Talfar mages to block the arrow fire. Still, arrows fell upon the advancing Talfar battalions thick enough to kill or injure in droves. Leon, too, kept firing, with his white fire spells instantly killing almost everyone he shot. When the front ranks of the Talfar army reached within 500 feet of the walls, they began to shoot back, but to little effect. The battlements were tall and thick, and the angle that the few Talfar archers were firing at was particularly disadvantageous. At 400 feet, the Talfar lines were racked with fiery explosions, but they still kept marching forward. At 300 feet, a long line of stone spikes burst from the ground to impale hundreds and create a long line of thin spiky barricades that impeded the Talfar advance. However, the Talfar mages were ready for this, and in less than 5 minutes most of the spikes had been rendered into gravel beneath the feet of the Talfar infantry. At 200 feet, the Talfar lines tightened up to protect each other from the withering legion arrow fire. At 100 feet, hundreds of peasants ran through the professional infantry carrying huge ramps and ladders. They tried to approach the wall to set up their siege equipment and allow the regular infantry to assault the walls in earnest, but they ran into a pocket of magically compressed air in front of the wall, bouncing back like they had run into a giant pillow. It would take a great deal of effort to get past that enchantment for mortal or first-tier peasants, but the same couldn't be said for the siege towers. These great lumbering beasts slowly rolled along behind Talfar's front battalions, and no matter how many arrows were shot into them, they kept coming. The peasants moving them were killed by the dozen, but the Talfar warrior captains made sure that there were always more to replace them. And then an explosion ripped through a legion company near Leon's gatehouse. The wall shuddered, but little damage was done to it. The 30 legion soldiers caught in the blast, however, were killed almost to a man. leaving the rest of the company to stare at the hole in their line where their friends had just been. Leon blinked in confusion and momentary shock and fear. He frantically searched for a sign of what had just happened, for who or what had created that explosion, but there didn't seem to be any strong mages near the wall. "Get down!" The tribune on the gatehouse roof roared, and his soldiers ducked behind the battlements, with Leon, Alex, and Anzu right behind them. Something big impacted the gatehouse, then immediately exploded in a massive pillar of fire. "Fucking hells!" Alex uncontrollably screamed as the roar of the explosion pressed down on her ears and a wave of heat washed over everyone on the gatehouse roof. Leon managed to keep relatively calm, but he had to grab Anzu and hold the griffin tight against him so that Anzu wouldn't lose his mind and start attacking everyone he could see out of panic. When the fire died down, Leon released the terrified Anzu and glanced around the roof. Most of the soldiers were fine, but a few were treating burns. The strong wards around the gatehouse did their job and protected them, for the most part. "They're breaking out their own trebuchets," the tribune shouted, explaining what had happened. The Talfar army had finally reached for their own siege engines now that the legion was too preoccupied with the infantry at the foot of the wall to shoot back at their bigger weapons. Leon stuck his head between the merlins of the battlements and searched for the offending trebuchet, assuming that he'd simply missed it when they were wheeled out due to being too preoccupied with the Talfar infantry closer to the wall. However, he couldn't see any trebuchets or other siege weapons of the like that hit the gatehouse and nearby section of wall. And then 3 more explosions hit the first wall in quick succession, killing scores of Legion soldiers. 2 more trebuchet shots hit the ground in front of the wall, exploding harmlessly between the wall and the Talfar infantry. "Shit, they're keeping their trebuchets in the smoke," a nearby centurion shouted. Leon grimaced. If the Talfar army kept their siege weapons hidden in the smoke of Constantine's burning fort, then they couldn't be attacked. They would have to have spotters, but Leon couldn't attack them, either, as finding the spotters in a mass of 200,000 Talfar soldiers would be an exercise in futility. "Get back up, get back to shooting," the tribune bellowed, urging his soldiers to keep up the pressure on the Talfar infantry who weren't going to stop for the legion to regain its bearings. Leon, too, snapped back to the task at hand. He couldn't do anything about the trebuchets, so he would have to trust in the defensive wards of the gatehouse and focus on what he could do, that being to shoot the Talfar infantry as they continued to advance. But he quickly realized that the infantry wasn't the primary problem. A Talfar siege tower was advancing straight toward the gatehouse, and it had already closed to within 500 feet. Chapter 251, Continued Assault 3. As the siege towers drew closer to the outermost wall, the Legion trebuchets redirected their fire from the hordes of Talfar soldiers to these siege engines. As one round from a trebuchet exploded over one of the siege towers, though, it became clear that the wood and iron they were made of had been enchanted to increase their chances of actually reaching the wall. This had its limits, of course, as the siege tower closest to the river was bombarded by the fleet and disintegrated under the combined blasts of the Navy's flame lances. The Legion kept firing, trying to bring down more of the towers as they slowly lumbered forward. There wasn't much Leon or the soldiers on the walls could do in this case. They could only keep shooting arrows down at the Talfar soldiers closer to the wall and hope they weren't around when Talfar's trebuchets responded. Leon kept his eyes open for any higher-tiered Talfar warriors he could find. Every time he saw one, the image of Bran appeared in his mind, along with his father, Elise, and Valeria. His already exceptionally strong killing intent soared to new heights, but it was lost in the titanic aura of thousands of mages killing each other. Still, his arrows rarely missed, and many 3rd and 4th tier Talfar mages disappeared in white-hot fire. He even managed to shoot 4 5th tier mages. And yet, it was difficult to feel like he was making a difference when there were just so many Talfar soldiers assaulting the walls. No matter where he looked, there were no shortage of targets. Down. The tribune roared as another Talfar trebuchet hit the gatehouse with a wind spell that created a fiery cyclone on the roof, catching 14 Legion soldiers within. The heat baked the rest of the soldiers, but the enchantments in the gatehouse quickly kicked in and suppressed the fire, leaving only the 14 caught in the fire with any injuries. But there wasn't any time for anyone, save for a few medics and healers, to pay attention to the injured, as the siege tower bound for the gatehouse had just closed to within 200 feet. "Bring that fucking thing down," the tribune shouted, pointing at the siege tower. All of the soldiers redirected their arrow fire toward the levies moving the tower, but it continued to creep inexorably closer, despite the trail of corpses left in its wake. Leon even fired a few of his white fire arrows at the tower, but to no effect. "Shit," Leon heard the tribune mutter. "That tower's too close for the trebuchets to do anything about. Prepare for melee combat." Leon grimaced, fired one more arrow, then switched over to his sword. He then called upon his lightning magic and waited. Behind him, a shield wall began to form, while the tribune took a position at his side. The two knights exchanged a nod of solidarity as the siege tower closed to within 100 feet. As they watched and waited for the siege tower to arrive, several dozen knights and their men at arms appeared from the gatehouse's lower floors and reinforced the shield wall. All down the wall, at every point where a siege tower was about to arrive, similar scenes were playing out, with knights that were just waiting for the walls to be breached rushing in to aid their legion comrades. Finally, the siege tower came to a halt about 15 feet from the gatehouse. It cleared the top of the gatehouse by about that much as well. The drawbridge attached to the top was made entirely of some kind of steel, though Leon wasn't able to tell what kind. Something specially enchanted to make it fire-resistant and probably to lighten it somewhat, he guessed. The bridge suddenly fell, hitting the top of the battlements with a gigantic crash, and a dozen Talfar warriors moved to spill out onto the gatehouse roof. This was the moment Leon and the tribune were waiting for. Before these Talfar warriors could press too far forward, they were met with an exploding bolt of lightning and a powerful gust of wind that killed 4, injured 3, and hurled the remaining 5 off the bridge to fall to the ground 60 feet below. And then a gout of flame burst from the tower and rocketed toward Leon and the tribune, but Leon raised his hand and the incoming fire halted like it hit an invisible wall. "Huh," said a confused voice from the other side of the bridge. "Ah, so you're a fire mage, as well. What a fantastic twist." A man then jumped out of the siege tower and landed in the center of the bridge. He was youthful in appearance, with jet black hair, lake blue eyes, and a soft and round face that looked like it had never known a time when it wasn't smiling. He wore armor made of interlocked silver plates, larger than the scales in more conventional scaled armor, but giving off a similar aesthetic. These plates were etched with intricate designs that flowed and curved around and through themselves, while his larger shoulder plates were covered in some kind of black fur. Finally, around his left bicep was a band with a dozen bright blue feathers attached that flared out in an ostentatious display. "I have the honor of being Tuathalin, a warrior captain in the S," the man began, but he was interrupted when Leon ignored him, took a step forward, and stabbed forward with his sword, firing a bolt of golden lightning so bright it appeared almost white out of the blade toward Tuathalin. The warrior captain yelped and tried to sidestep out of the way, but the bolt grazed his right side, ravaging his right arm and shoulder with arcs of lightning. Tuathalin's armor blocked much of the damage, but enough lightning got through the enchantments that the warrior captain couldn't help but scream in pain as his flesh burned beneath the armor. The bolt exploded in the back of the siege tower, killing 3 more Talfar soldiers, but Tuathalin didn't care about that. All that was on his mind was the superficial damage that Leon had just done. He glanced up to scream and rage at the young knight, but Leon hadn't just waited around for the warrior chief to recover. He'd leapt into the air and hit the bridge with an enormous chunk of his available lightning magic coursing through his legs. The bridge lit up as innumerable arcs of lightning burst out of Leon's legs and surged through the siege tower. There were a couple hundred Talfar soldiers within the tower at the time, and about a quarter of them were killed instantly as soon as the lightning rushed into them through the tower. None of the rest walked away without injury. "You honorless bastard," Tuathalin roared as he lunged at Leon with his own sword. Leon brought his own sword up to block and deflect the warrior captain's weapon, then swiped at the man with his offhand. Tuathalin didn't see what Leon did, and kept pressing forward, trying to use brute force to knock Leon off the bridge. However, Leon quickly fell back away from the warrior captain, to Tuathalin's confusion. About 2 seconds later, he found out why when he felt a searing pain in his right side. Leon had planted a white fire spell on the warrior captain's armor while he had been distracted with his attack. There was a brief moment of panic as the number of burns on his body increased, but Tuathalin was, after all, a fire mage, and he quickly doused the white fire before it could truly erupt and turn him into a pillar of flame. But again, Leon didn't simply stand there and wait for the warrior captain to respond, and he lunged forward and slid his sword in through a gap in Tuathalin's armor at his armpit, between the sides of his ribs, and straight through his heart. Tuathalin could only stare at Leon in disbelief, at both his mortal wound and the fact that Leon had been fast enough and dishonorable enough to inflict it. Leon's lightning burst out of his sword, ravaging Tuathalin's body until even his eyes went red with blood and his soul realm shattered. Fuck honor, Leon muttered as he pulled his sword from the dead man's body and kicked the corpse off the bridge to the ground below. Leon then turned his attention to the soldiers that had just climbed past the bodies in the siege tower to reach the top. When he made eye contact with those in front, it didn't matter that his aura faded away into the torrent of roiling magic that filled the battlefield. His killing intent was felt, and the few Talfar soldiers in front froze up in terror. They were only a trio of third-tier mages, men who couldn't hope to stand against Leon even if he lacked his armor and sword. The young knight advanced down the bridge, further terrifying the soldiers within the tower. One of them unconsciously began to backpedal as fast he could, while the others tried to raise their guard, but their hands shook so much that they almost lost hold of their weapons. Leon didn't even spare the sword strikes it would have taken. He simply reached out and stuck a small stack of white fire spells on the first man, who couldn't even move to stop him, and then kicked him backward into his teammates. The legs of these Talfar soldiers had turned to jelly, and the force of one of their own being thrust back into them was too much for them to bear. All three soldiers fell backward down the stairs of the siege tower and then exploded in stunning white fire. The inside of the siege tower was turned into a searing oven, cooking the rest of the soldiers within to a crisp. The siege towers were specifically enchanted to resist fire-based attacks, but that was only the thin metal plates and wooden panels on the outside. The inside of the towers hadn't been given the same treatment, and as Leon's white fire burned, the unenchanted wooden support beams, floors, and stairs within the tower rapidly disintegrated. As the structure weakened and the mages inside died, the enchantments began to fail, until even the armor glowed red from the heat and the wood panels burst into flame. Leon darted off the bridge and back onto the gatehouse roof and watched with a satisfied smile hidden by his helmet as the siege tower began to sag inward, and then completely imploded on itself, crumpling to the ground in a heap of cinders, slag, and the ash of incinerated Talfar infantrymen. Holy shit, the tribune muttered as he watched the siege tower collapse. The rest of the soldiers in the shield wall stared at Leon in disbelief at what he had just done, making Leon himself relatively uncomfortable. Let's get back to shooting, guys, the tribune quickly ordered, bringing the focus of his battalion back to the battle at hand. As the shield wall dissolved and the soldiers returned to shooting arrows, the tribune quietly clapped Leon on the shoulder and said, "Good work." "Damn good work, thanks," Leon bashfully replied. Unfortunately, while the destruction of the siege tower was a feat worthy of celebration, it also had an unintended side effect. It opened the gatehouse back up for bombardment from Talfar trebuchets. As soon as the tribune heard the faint whistling in the air, the telltale sign that a trebuchet had launched something at them, he paled and shouted, "Down." Unlike the previous shots, this explosion spell hit its mark, detonating directly on the roof of the gatehouse. The enchantments in the fortified building kept it intact, but 40 Legion soldiers were caught in the blast and died instantly. The heat and force of the explosion injured everyone else, throwing them back into the battlements or other soldiers. A couple soldiers were even thrown off the roof, though they at least landed on the wall just 20 feet below them. Ugh, the tribune groaned as he picked himself up and surveyed the damage. The roof was intact, but it was strewn with blood, bodies, and ash. "Everyone get up, get downstairs," he shouted. Now that the Talfar trebuchets had them dialed in, they couldn't stay on the roof. They'd have to retreat down into the safety of the gatehouse and keep shooting from the arrow loops. As those soldiers that could walk groggily picked themselves up and began to move, Leon rushed over to where Alex and Anzu had been. 3 Legion soldiers had been thrown on top of them, crushing them between the bodies of the soldiers and the battlements. With no small amount of panic, Leon almost threw the bodies of the soldiers off his friend and his griffin. "What was that?" Alex muttered. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Leon asked in a demanding tone. No," Alex murmured, clearly a little dazed from the explosion. Anzu, on the other hand, made it clear that he was in a great deal of pain. He shrieked and whimpered as he tried to stand, but his right wing was bent at an unnatural angle and it seemed to Leon that he couldn't put too much weight on his right front paw. The griffin also had a few charred feathers and patches of fur, but those at least seemed superficial. Still, Leon only had to take a single look at the injured Anzu, and his vision went red. He felt his heart rate almost double in anger and his hands shook with the urge to smash his fists into the person responsible. He was lucid enough to briefly contemplate why he didn't feel this way about the Legion soldiers, but he didn't know their names, their faces were partially obscured by their helmets, and he honestly didn't care that much about the Bull Kingdom. But as Anzu kept feebly trying to stand and falling when his broken leg gave out, Leon stopped thinking about why he cared about his fluffy griffin more than he did about the dozens of dead soldiers. Alex! Alex! Leon shouted, bringing Alex back to her senses. Ah, sir, what was that? Alex asked as she shook her head to try and clear her muddied thoughts. We got hit by a Talfar trebuchet. Leon impatiently responded. By now, more than half of the soldiers had made it downstairs, most carrying the injured and dead. Listen to me, you need to take Anzu downstairs. Stick with the Tribune, don't take any risks. As her head cleared, Alex blinked at Leon and asked, You're not coming with us, sir? Leon frowned, then quickly glared out at the smoke several miles in the distance, where he knew the Talfar trebuchets were firing from. I'm not, he quietly responded. Then, what are you going to do? Alex asked as she pushed herself back to her feet. Leon was silent for a long moment, before replying, something stupid, just get Anzu downstairs. And with that, the ring on Leon's finger flashed with magic power and the light began to bend around him, making his body fade from view. Leon! Alex shouted in panic. She reached for Leon in an attempt to keep him from leaving again, but her fingers touched nothing but air. The images of Sam and everyone else she knew back at Fort 127 who were killed by Hakon's Veilman flashed through her mind. Leon had gotten her through that ordeal, and when he was gone, she couldn't truly feel safe. This wasn't much of a problem when she was in the Southern Horn and he was off doing something for Trajan, but when he was doing something dangerous, especially in the middle of a war, she couldn't help but start to panic. Alex almost ran after Leon, but the continued whimpering of Anzu gave her pause. She glanced back at the griffin, who was just as terrified at seeing Leon disappear as she was, and she realized that she couldn't just leave him alone. I'm sorry, she whispered as she scooped Anzu up in her arms, something which wasn't that easy to do, given how much he'd grown, and took one more look east. She desperately hoped her friend would return, that he wouldn't leave her and Anzu alone, but there wasn't anything she could do about it now. With an overwhelming feeling of helplessness, Alex followed the last few soldiers downstairs to relative safety. Chapter 252. Something stupid, I shouldn't be doing this, Leon thought to himself as he leapt down to the ground from the roof of the gatehouse on the east side of the wall. He knew that what he was doing was reckless, stupid, and irresponsible, the exact kind of thing that Trajan had been trying to ensure he would never do after his exploration of the stone giant's cradle. But every time he thought about turning back, he thought about Anzu's broken leg and wing. To a lesser degree, he thought about the rest of the Legion soldiers, but if he were honest with himself, he was going because those trebuchets had harmed his little griffin. His anger quickly cooled as he ran eastward, passing by the slowly advancing battalions of Talfar infantry. He wasn't acting out of white-hot, uncontrollable rage, he was quite in control of himself. He was choosing to do this, despite knowing how dangerous and reckless it was. Not once did his footsteps falter from indecision or hesitation. He still had more than 300 of those spells sitting in his soul realm, along with more than 1,000 arrows, and he planned to use them. For Anzu, Leon thought. As his thoughts began to wander a little, he thought again of Bran. The vampire was dead, but Leon still desired catharsis. A wicked grin spread over his invisible face, and he added, and for me as well. There were large gaps between the Talfar lines as they congregated around the remaining 7 siege towers. One tower had been destroyed by the fleet, another was destroyed by Legion trebuchets, and the third met its destruction at his hands with white fire spells. These gaps in the Talfar line made it almost trivially easy for the invisible Leon to pass them by. A few times, Leon was tempted to strike at some of the vulnerable Talfar commanders he saw in chariots, who believed themselves safe behind thousands of Talfar warriors, but he knew that such an act would likely end with his death. He didn't just want to cause severe damage to these people, he wanted to live to see them defeated. When he reached the back of the infantry lines, he saw both Owain and Arthwin in front of the cavalry, watching the battle continue with an almost surreal calm. The prince was quiet and stoic, projecting an air of confidence for the benefit of his warriors. Arthwin, on the other hand, frequently turned to several of his adjutants and whispered a few words while gesturing at various points of the walls. One of these adjutants stood out to Leon. He, after receiving some instructions from Arthwin, took off running to the east. Leon's smile grew predatory. He guessed that this man was on his way to at least of the Talfar trebuchets that were still lobbing enchanted projectiles at the wall. Leon followed this man's path through the cavalry, who were standing in a tight, unmoving formation. He had to slow down quite a bit as he passed through here, as even brushing up against any of the chariots or cataphracts would instantly reveal him in the middle of the Talfar formation. Fortunately, the path that the adjutant took went through several battalions, which had fairly sizable gaps between their formations. Still, there were a few close calls from restless horses almost bumping into him, and several careless cataphracts letting their lances rest in places that he almost tripped over. By the time he reached the back of the cavalry formations, he was about as tense as he'd ever been, but it wasn't time to relax. Behind the cavalry were several long columns of people ferrying water, delivering messages, and performing other support tasks. Fortunately, there weren't many of them relative to the size of the army, and Leon found it fairly easy to slip past. However, getting past the cavalry and then the supporting servants slowed him down enough that he lost sight of the adjutant he'd been following. Leon pressed on, regardless. The trebuchets were somewhere in the smoke behind the Talfar army, and he was determined to find them. He figured it shouldn't be that difficult, as trebuchets were hardly silent and needed plenty of people to operate and guard them, not to mention more support servants bringing them additional ammunition. With this in mind, Leon ran into the smoke. It didn't take long to find his first target. All he had to do was follow the faint sounds of shouting, creaking wood, and ropes snapping taut, and he found a trebuchet right away. It was being operated by about a dozen people, from mages maintaining the enchantments that gave the weapon enough power to hit the wall from miles away, to lower-tiered servants that were actually manipulating the machinery. In addition, there were about half a dozen guards posted, but they were all weaker than Leon, their leader being the strongest at the 4th tier. Leon slowed to a halt and unlimbered his bow. It was time to cause some damage. He summoned a handful of arrows from his soul realm, but he didn't rush into things. He took a few minutes to watch the people around the weapon and plan how he was going to do this. Once he chose his targets, he fired 4 arrows so quickly that the 4th target barely even had time to react to the first man dying before an arrow pierced his throat. Leon had shot and killed 4 of the men operating the trebuchet, and there was a moment where everyone else froze in confusion. However, as soon as Leon's next handful of arrows began to kill the guards, everyone knew that they were being attacked, and they scrambled for cover. One guard attempted to blow a horn to signal their situation to the main army, but Leon quickly silenced him before the horn touched his lips. In less than 2 minutes, Leon had killed half of the people around the trebuchet, but the other half had managed to take cover and he had to move in order to get a good shot on them. He had no qualms about doing so, and he started falling back into his hunting habits from back when he lived in the Northern Vales. He moved as silently as a man could, and with his ring of invisibility and expert archery skills, the remaining men around the trebuchet were killed in short order. No signal had been given. Talfar had no idea that one of their most potent siege weapons had just fallen silent. The smoke concealed the trebuchets from them, as well. Still, Leon knew that there would be spotters and runners who would eventually find out what he had done, but he didn't care. He didn't intend to leave anything behind for them to use, anyway. He slapped about half a dozen white fire spells onto the trebuchet and activated them, causing the weapon to burst into a huge bonfire. Leon immediately turned to rush back into the smoke to find his next target, but before he'd even managed to do that, the trebuchet had already been rendered into ash and charcoal. It was fortunate for him that his spells didn't break his invisibility when he summoned them. This possibility had occurred to Leon several weeks after he mastered storing objects in his soul realm, so he'd rigorously tested it once he found the opportunity. His invisibility would break upon the slightest contact with any other magical object that he hadn't been in contact with when the invisibility enchantment was activated. Those magical objects he was in direct contact with, however, would be made invisible along with him, and he was happy to learn through his experiments that this included objects in his soul realm. When he summoned his spells, his invisibility was thus maintained. The next trebuchet he came across about 5 minutes later wasn't actually firing. A lucky shot from one of the Legion trebuchets had hit nearby, and the Talfar trebuchet had been almost completely flipped over by one of the dozens of rock spikes that the Legion spell had created. The dozen and a half or so people assigned to the weapon were busy trying to pull it off the spike and making little progress, from what Leon could tell. They needed an earth mage to come and gently lower the spike and thus, the trebuchet back to the ground, but almost all of the mages capable of elemental magic were fighting near the wall, leaving it to the operators to try and right their siege weapon. Perfect, Leon thought with a smile of gratification on his lips. Because of their work, most of the warriors and servants around the trebuchet were bunched up, making them perfect targets. Leon summoned a pair of arrows with different attached spells. The first he handled with great care as he knocked it to the bowstring and drew it back. He aimed with even greater care, then loosed it into the center of the working Talfar warriors. There was a brief delay when it hit the ground, causing some of the warriors and workers to glance over in curiosity. Before any of them could react, though, it detonated in a bright orange fireball, consuming nearly all of the Talfar warriors around it. It died down just as quickly, but only 3 servants around the trebuchet were left alive. Leon's smile grew even wider. This had been the first time he'd used this spell, and it had worked perfectly. His second arrow was new as well, and potentially even more dangerous. He quickly fired it at the trebuchet and stood back to watch the result. The arrow hit the frame near the base of the weapon. A moment later, an explosion of sparks and golden lightning shattered the trebuchet into dust and tiny splinters of wood, while the bodies of the dead and injured around it burst like overstuffed sacks of meat from the force of the blast. An intense feeling of elation welled up within Leon at seeing the success of his spells, at the obvious symbol of his greater skill in enchanting than he possessed even just a few months ago. The fire spell, especially, as while the lightning spell was one he'd managed to reproduce from reading books he'd brought out of his family's archives in Tyr. This one was called Heaven's Wrath, a bit too grandiose of a name for Leon's liking. The fire spell was one that he'd created himself. It wasn't especially unique in performance, there being no shortage of fire spells that create big fiery explosions, but this was still one that Leon had created after experimenting with some of the enchantments that Zafin had taught him. There was a brief moment where Leon wondered if the demon was watching. He didn't think so. Zafin was even more obsessed with regaining his lost power than Leon was in gaining power, even after the illusions Bran subjected him to. He wondered if the demon would take any pride in Leon's progress. But then, Leon wondered, why in all the hells am I hoping for that guy's attention? Not like his acclaim or acceptance would change anything. He quickly shook his head to rid himself of this obviously heretical notion of somehow impressing Zafin and ran off back into the smoke. He had more trebuchets to attack in a limited amount of time to do so before the Talfar army realized what was happening and mobilized its cavalry to protect their siege weapons, which would prevent him from continuing his assault. There was no time to wonder if Zafin was impressed or not. Arthwin grimaced as he watched another siege tower fall. It seemed that the bull's traps weren't exclusive to the Vale, as once the tower had been rolled into position, it burst into flame from a fire enchantment beneath it. All down the wall, in fact, small enchantments were activating. None were particularly big or devastating in themselves, but there are so damned many of them, Arthwin thought. He'd lost half of his siege towers, and his casualties were easily over 10,000, perhaps as high as 20 or 25. And yet, he didn't order his warriors to retreat. Casualties were high, but they were gaining ground in some places just as they were taking losses in others. Case in point, one of the towers on the wall had been seized by his warriors, and 3 more were being bitterly contested. If he held out long enough, the army would be able to take the first wall in short order, and then they could move on to the second. Start bombarding the second and third walls, he calmly ordered. His order was relayed and the signals were given, and the Talfar trebuchets began to alter their targets to the walls further west. There were too many Talfar warriors close to the first wall for them to continue firing, anyway. However, Arthwin noticed that the trebuchet barrage seemed a bit light. There weren't as many explosions as there should have been. He waited a little bit longer, but when it became clear that there were some trebuchets that simply weren't firing, he quickly ordered for a report on their status. Less than 10 minutes later, his assistant that had been dispatched to make that report returned, breathless and pale. "My lord," the man gasped as he fought to breathe and report the disaster at once. "What is it?" Arthwin asked, his voice measured and even, though he could tell that the news wasn't good from the look on his assistant's face. "The trebuchets have been attacked," the man choked out. "What? By who?" Arthwin shouted. "Don't know," the assistant responded, finally settling his breathing down after his hurried ride across the Vale. "But we've already lost 5 of our trebuchets." "What did you say?" Owain demanded, just picking up on the seriousness of the conversation. Arthwin ignored the prince and immediately ordered, "Send out squads of cataphracts. Find who's been attacking our weapons and kill them, and send more out to protect those we have left." Talfar only had 14 trebuchets and losing 5 at once was an enormous loss. "Emrys," Arthwin shouted, calling for one of his most trusted warrior chiefs. "My lord," the man responded as he rode up in his chariot, stopping just a few feet away from Arthwin. Arthwin quickly relayed what was happening, and added, I'm giving you command of this. Protect our weapons. I won't fail you, the 6th tier warrior chief responded, his expression grave. He knew the importance of this task, and he wasn't going to take it lightly. He immediately had his chariot turned around and returned to his battalion. His 100 chariots then slowly began their exploration of the vale. Somewhere in there, shrouded in smoke, was an enemy strong or numerous enough to hit their vulnerable siege weapons, but not so much that they dared to attack the main army in the rear. But Emrys wasn't going to underestimate his foe. I'll find you, whoever you are, and when I do, it will mean your end, the warrior chief thought with determination. Chapter 253. Switching targets. The first indication that Leon had that Arthwin had cottoned on to his actions was the sound of several chariots driving in his direction. He stopped and crouched low to the ground. He was still invisible, but he wanted to present the smallest possible target, nonetheless. A few seconds later, 3 light chariots materialized out of the smoke. Each was pulled by a pair of horses and had a team of 3 warriors within 1 driver, 1 archer, and the chariot leader, a swordsman. All were clearly on high alert, but Leon was tempted to attack them anyway. With 3 well-placed white fire arrows, he felt like he had a good shot at taking them down. He thought better of it, though. A group of 3 chariots wasn't an attractive enough target for him to risk exposing himself over, so he watched with some hesitation and regret as they drove past him and vanished again into the gray smoke. But even though he didn't take the opportunity, those chariots still told him all he needed to know about his current situation. Even if they hadn't detected him, specifically, Talfar had still noticed his actions and were taking measures to find him and probably to protect their remaining trebuchets. Now the question he needed to answer was whether it was worth going after the rest of Talfar's siege weapons. He still didn't know how many there were or their locations. He was basically just wandering the vale and keeping his ears open for the telltale signs of a trebuchet firing at the walls. That being said, he was still only wandering the western portion of the vale, as even trebuchets reinforced with magic had restrictions on their range. About 3 miles east of the first wall was Leon's guess, though he had no real evidence for it apart from where the other 5 trebuchets he'd already destroyed were. He stayed still for a few more minutes debating with himself the virtues of continuing on his reckless venture. There were so many things he had yet to find out, so many enemies he had to uncover. He had so much he had to do that he hadn't even started yet, and he was risking it all just to seek vengeance for what Bran did to him, and for what Talfar had done to Anzu. Elisa's face flashed through his mind, as it had so many times over the past week, except now, for the first time since Bran's illusion, it wasn't twisted with scorn and derision. Rather, he remembered her smile, the way her gorgeous red hair seemed to sparkle in the morning sun, and how, just like him, she struggled to wake up in the morning and always preferred lazing around in bed when she could get away with it. If he continued, he'd be caught sooner or later, and he'd never see her again. But then his thoughts turned to Alex and Anzu. On one hand, he didn't want to leave them alone, but he also wanted to do everything he could to keep them alive. Charles, Henry, and Elan, too. He hadn't had much time since the Talfar army had appeared to spend time with his friends, but they were here as well, defending Arimenium and the bull's horns with everything they had. A griffin that depended on him like a child depends on its parent, and 4 friends on the road to knighthood, fighting against a foreign invader. And he still had the ability to seriously bloody that invader. Leon pressed on. He hadn't made his decision quite yet, but he was certainly leaning toward turning back. And yet, he had to see for himself how guarded the remaining trebuchets were. He was still invisible, after all, and with the magic he possessed, he could remain so for hours more, boosting his confidence in ways that only invisibility could. After taking a few hesitant steps, Leon broke out into a slow jog, or about as fast as he could move while being both utterly silent and on alert for any patrolling chariots. And, soon enough, he heard the sounds of a large group of people and the snapping of rope, and he knew he had found another trebuchet. He crept closer, keeping his eyes and ears open for any alerted Talfar warriors. As he approached the trebuchet, though, he found that it was much more heavily guarded than the previous ones he'd attacked. Instead of only half a dozen guards that weren't paying attention, Leon found about 24 cataphracts surrounding the trebuchet just waiting for anyone to come and make trouble. What was worse, he could sense at least 2 5th-tier mages among the cataphracts, and if they let off even a single blast of elemental magic in his direction, his invisibility could be easily stripped away. This was too much force for him to feel comfortable taking on. Of the bigger explosion spells that he'd used on previous trebuchets, he only had a single one left, which he wanted to save for a dire situation. The same with his lightning spell, he had but one remaining. He reluctantly turned around to start making his way back toward the bull's horns. And then he stopped. Something indisputably stupid and reckless had occurred to him, but it could also potentially put more of a dent in the Talfar army than whatever losses they would sustain today might. All of Owain and Arthwin's best warriors were participating in the assault on the walls, and the vast majority of their levied peasants were with them, leaving only as many people behind to garrison Florentia and their camp as they thought they needed. In the case of their camp, Leon doubted there was anything more than a token force left behind to deter people from trying to loot the camp while the army was out fighting. But he wasn't a looter. He was a trained knight with 5th tier strength, dozens of white fire spells, and invisibility. He couldn't imagine that the kind of warriors left behind would not be the kind that could stop him from burning supplies. Of course, there might be a few here and there that could pose a threat to him, especially those who might be stationed around Arthwin and Owain's tents, but with his bow, he wouldn't need to get close. It's worth the risk to check out, Leon thought to himself, and he turned around again and took off toward the Talfar camp, his old near-forgotten predatory instincts from his childhood awakening even further with the discovery of even more prey. This wasn't the forest of black and white, but from the way Leon treated the dark, smoky veil, it might as well have been. He stayed low to the ground, moving between what little cover there was, and kept his head on a swivel. With the sounds of fighting in the distance, even those few chariot patrols that he passed never heard what little noise he made. About 20 minutes later, Leon exited the smoke cloud on the eastern side, about a mile or so from the Talfar camp. The camp was surrounded by a large palisade mostly built with wood from the forest just a few miles to the northeast, in Talfar territory, and from what little he could see into the camp from the entrance, additional palisades split the camp into smaller sections. Leon had a couple options for infiltrating the camp. The first and most obvious was to simply jump over the palisade. It was only about 20 feet tall, an easy height for a 5th tier mage to leap over. However, he could sense a fair degree of magic flowing through the spiked logs that made up the palisade, and he guessed that there had been some defensive wards placed to prevent such infiltration. Sneaking past the guards at the entrance was risky, as they might notice his footprints in the dust, dirt, and grass, but they also looked incredibly bored and inattentive, being far more interested in trying to see what was happening with the battle behind the smoke than they were in actually guarding the camp. He could also just attack the guards and hope to get into the camp in the confusion, but he quickly ruled that option out. The last thing he needed was to be trapped in an alerted camp before his work was completed. Leon chose to try and sneak past the guards. Any thought of returning to the horns had left his mind. He had an opportunity to seriously disrupt Talfar's operations, and he was going to take it. Besides, the strongest of the guards was only a single 4th tier mage. If they did happen to notice him sneaking past, he was confident in dealing with them and making an escape. As he drew closer, he could hear them speaking, but unfortunately, they were speaking Prethonic, the primary spoken language of the Talfar kingdom. The language spoken by those in the upper classes, like Owain, Arthwin, and Bran, was so closely related to the language spoken in the Bull Kingdom that there was little difficulty in communicating. The same, however, could not be said for the language of the common people in Talfar, whose words were completely unintelligible to Leon's ears. This made a degree of sense to him, as the state built by the Storm King 80,000 years ago would have had a unified language. The upper classes of Eterna would still be speaking variants of this language as a sign of prestige, while the commoners might speak something completely different. Things were a little different in the Bull Kingdom, though, as the relatively dominant position of House Rame over the past 80,000 years ensured that the language of the Storm King endured among the population, even after the first Bull King conquered and unified the region. Leon quickly shook his head, clearing it of thoughts about language, and focused back on the task at hand. I must be tired indeed if I'm getting so easily distracted, Leon thought. He hadn't had much rest since the ambush that killed Bran, and it was starting to catch up with him, despite the magic and adrenaline coursing through his veins. Leon approached the entrance and began taking extremely careful steps. There was too much ambient noise for him to be worried about being heard, but he was careful, nonetheless. He kept watch on the dozen guards, with a focus on the 4th tier mage who appeared to be leading them. If anything happened, Leon would kill that man first. The guards were joking, staring west, or otherwise slacking off, so Leon slipped past them with surprising ease. There was a nerve-wracking moment when it seemed like the fourth-tier guy had noticed him, as he turned his head in Leon's direction and appeared to take a breath, but before Leon could react by drawing his sword, the mage sneezed and turned his head back toward his comrades. With a silent sigh of relief, Leon stepped past them and into the main entrance corridor of the camp. To enter the camp proper, he had to pass another palisade, this one with a physical gate. However, the gate was wide open and the guards were just as negligent as those before, so Leon was able to easily walk right past them and enter the main camp. The camp was enormous, but Leon wasted no time with surprise. His goal was to find Talfar's supplies, and he greatly doubted that the main storage places for food wouldn't be near the edge of the camp. There was a nearby guard tower set up, though it was barely more than an open platform supported on a few wooden struts. Leon could climb up and get a good view of the camp, but doing so would likely alert the guards on the tower. Again, Leon was faced with the choice of continuing on or simply killing the guards that were in his way, and as before, Leon decided to be prudent and spare the two guards on the tower platform. There was only one place that he could think of where the majority of valuable supplies would be kept, the center of the camp, where the highest-ranked members of the army slept and strategized. Leon didn't want to go there. The guards would likely be leagues more professional than those at the entrance of the camp, making sneaking past them much more difficult. Maybe I ought to explore more of this place before resorting to that, Leon thought. He guessed that he was in the area for the professional infantry, as the tents seemed too nice for the peasants. The road leading further into the camp was also the only place wide enough to allow for horses and chariots. Leon began to walk around, sticking close to the main road, looking for anything that might indicate a storage point for food and other supplies. For about 10 minutes, he had no luck in his search, until he stumbled on a small clearing a fair distance into the camp that appeared to be some kind of field hospital. The tent flaps were wide open, and he could see numerous injured warriors lying on cots within. There must be medical supplies somewhere around here, Leon thought, and he began to poke around, though he had to be mindful of the few healers that were still tending to their patients that hadn't accompanied the main army in its assault. He got lucky fairly quickly. A doorway in the back of the tent led to a storage area filled with boxes of thousands of healing spells. Leon sprouted a huge smile and almost dropped a white fire spell right then, but he was able to stop himself. Such a spell would be obvious sabotage, and he didn't want to alert the camp just for a single small medical station. Still, he also couldn't just leave this place intact, so instead of a white fire spell that would reduce the entire stockpile of spells and other miscellaneous medical supplies to ash in seconds, he would have to use another fire spell that he learned from Zaffin. Leon quietly dropped this spell behind one of the boxes near the back and hoped that it would be enough. He then left the tent as quickly as he could. The spell he left behind would burn orange after a delay of about 20 minutes. Leon hoped that it would look like an accidental fire, but he wasn't going to stick around to watch. He pressed further into the camp, avoiding the occasional warriors that had been left behind. Since the army had left the camp to assault the walls, those left behind to guard the camp were generally those battalions that were considered too highly trained to be used as cannon fodder, like the civilians, yet too unskilled and unprofessional to be with the rest of the infantry. Whenever they were brought along on campaigns, these barely more than militia battalions were always used to guard the camps, as most Talfar commanders couldn't think of anything else they were useful for. Because of the lower quality of these warriors, Leon had no trouble moving through the camp. In fact, they actually had a tendency to neglect their duties, mostly by falling asleep, practically giving Leon the run of the camp. But this did little to help Leon find the supplies he was looking for. But then, as he was exploring one of the larger roads that crisscrossed the camp, he found a small caravan of 5-wheel-less wagons being driven by some tired-looking people and guarded by about 15 mages who appeared to Leon's eyes to be mercenaries. Leon had been in the camp for about half an hour by this point, and his anxiety was growing almost by the second. There hadn't been an uproar from his earlier spell, so it didn't go off. The healers were able to contain the fire. There wasn't enough evidence of sabotage for the alarm to be raised, or some combination of the three. But now, Leon couldn't believe his luck. Owain's army would, of course, need regular shipments of food from his home province, but Leon didn't actually think that he'd run into one of these shipments. With an enormous smile on his face, Leon fell in behind the caravan and began following it toward its destination. However, as they continued, Leon's smile faltered. They were heading toward the center of the camp. Leon knew that there would be much higher quality warriors left behind to watch over the possessions of the higher ranked warriors, especially for Owain and Arthwin's tents, which is why he wanted to avoid this area if possible. Unfortunately, it seemed that his initial guess of where the supplies were being kept was spot on. He had to go to the center of the camp. Stifling a sigh, Leon kept going. The caravan was stopped at the gate of the palisade that separated the center of the camp from the other sections, and Leon immediately knew that it wasn't going to be easy to get in and out once the guards began to poke around and search through the wagons. To avoid being seen, Leon slowly walked around the caravan, keeping as much space between himself and the guards as he could. He didn't want to accidentally bump into one and be revealed. After about 15 anxious minutes, the guards let the caravan pass, though another group of guards was waiting for them on the other side of the gate to escort them to their destination. Leon slipped through the gate just as it began to close, only breathing somewhat normally again when it was clear that no one had seen him. After another few minutes, the caravan arrived outside of another tent, this one as large as a decent-sized warehouse and too lacking in decoration to be a residential tent, leading Leon to believe that he'd finally arrived at what he had been seeking. His suspicions were confirmed when boxes began to be unloaded from the wagons and he snuck inside. Thousands of boxes, barrels, and sacks had almost completely filled the tent. The labels on the nearby sacks read, wheat, hay, and barley, while the nearby barrels were filled with beer, wine, and water. Leon didn't need to fully explore the tent to know that this was exactly where he wanted to be. He glanced back at the people unloading the wagons to ensure that he was still undetected, and then got to work. Chapter 254, Discovery. For almost an hour Leon had been moving unseen through the Talfar camp. He burned down a small storage center for medical supplies, but he hadn't realized that there had been a group of Talfar warriors behind the tent gathered around a small fire, and the loss of hundreds of healing spells and other medical supplies was initially blamed on them. There was the possibility that the Talfar warriors that would have to investigate the incident might realize what happened, as the undisciplined and slovenly warriors left behind to guard the camp were suddenly and harshly made aware of Leon's presence when the main storage tent erupted with a deafening, thunderous blast of yellow-orange fire. Fucking shit, Leon thought as he instinctively ducked. He'd left about 50 white fire spells and his last big explosion spell scattered around the tent and then got as far away as he could in the 5 minutes he'd given himself. He wound up back at the gate that he'd snuck through to get into the inner camp, and he crouched behind a nearby tent to watch. Before his spells had gone off, he prepared another few spell arrows, just in case. However, as he saw the massive tower of smoke rising from further back into the inner camp and felt the heat wash over him even with the distance between himself and the storage tent, he knew that further action wouldn't be needed. But he was not expecting such a massive explosion, and he was startled enough that he almost dropped his arrows. Following the blast, bells and horns from around the camp began to sound off, though there was some delay as the indolent warriors scrambled to assemble into something that actually resembled a guard unit. Meanwhile, most of the servants began to stream into the inner camp through its various gates, including the one Leon was hidden beside, and the young knight took the opportunity to creep back out into the outer camp while everyone was distracted with the fire. There were undoubtedly other supply storage points scattered around the camp, but he guessed that the one he hit was the biggest and most important. He was also finally running low on fire spells, so any further actions taken to burn Talfar supplies might compromise his ability to fight, should the need arise. So, Leon began to make his way out of the camp, a euphoric feeling of accomplishment welling up in his chest. Emrys, the warrior chief that Arthwin had sent to find whoever had destroyed 5 of their trebuchets, had to expand his search area after finding nothing in the western portion of the Vale. Whoever did this must be small in number, or they've already fled, the warrior chief thought as he spread his 6th-tier magic senses out over as much of the Vale as he could, yet finding nothing. But then, a horseman entered his view, and Emrys shouted, "Halt!" The horseman complied immediately. He wasn't armed and he was dressed like a Talfar warrior, but Emrys wasn't going to take any chances and had 2 of the other 4 chariots driving alongside his surround the man. "Identify yourself," Emrys demanded. "I'm worth a fire. I'm bringing news of an emergency back at the camp to the Marshal and His Highness," the horseman replied. "What emergency?" Emrys asked. "An explosion has destroyed the supply tent in the inner camp." Emrys paled at this news. The inner camp was where nearly all of the spells that the trebuchets fired were stored, along with more than half of the food and potable water for the entire army. "Proceed, and inform his lordship that I am on my way to investigate personally." Emrys shouted, and the messenger spurred his horse onward while Emrys had his chariots drive east. Fire burned through the Talfar inner camp. The explosion was too big and appeared too suddenly for the resulting fires to be put out before they could spread to other tents, and now about a fifth of the entire inner camp had succumbed to the blaze. In the time it took for Leon to sneak all the way to the edges of the outer camp, a matter of minutes given how empty the camp was, the fires in the inner camp had grown to the point of almost being too big to put out. But then, as servants hurriedly tried to move other tents out of the way of the raging flames, some of the stronger mages that had been guarding the outer camp reached the inner palisade. A few of these were elemental mages, and though there were only 2 fire mages and a single water mage in the group, the rest of them could still endure the heat enough to dive in and start trying to do what they could. Unfortunately for them, the Tyrrhenian River was about 4 or 5 miles away, too far to be useful. But that wasn't going to be a good enough excuse if the inner camp burned down before the rest of the higher-ranked warriors returned. They had to at least contain the fire, and it looked like they were beginning to do just that as more and more mages strong enough to endure the fire and smoke went in to help. All of this was of no real concern to Leon, though. He'd accomplished his goal, and all of the ravaging the camp was enduring at the hands of his fire was nothing more than a happy bonus. Besides, he was far too busy getting out of the camp to be worrying about what was happening back in the inner camp. He'd run into something of a problem. With his attack, the guards at the gate were far more alert, and their attention had been turned inward. If he tried to get past them, his footsteps in the dirt might be noticed, not to mention they had assumed a tighter formation in front of the gate, preventing him from easily slipping past. He could try to creep through the gaps between the guards, there was enough room for that at least, but if any of them so much as shifted their feet or adjusted their position, he could be instantly revealed for all the world to see. No, better to wait for a better opportunity, Leon thought. He waited for another 5 minutes, staring at the guards as if this alone would get them to move. When it became clear that the guards weren't going to give him a bigger window, Leon weighed his other options. And he only had 2 that he could see. The first was to leave this gate and try another. All the gates can't be guarded so diligently, can they? While his second was to jump over the palisade. But he couldn't guarantee that the guards at the other gates were being any less attentive after his act of sabotage than the guards at the western gate, and he felt like every second that passed was making it increasingly likely that he was going to be discovered. There was little chance in his mind that the main Talfar army wouldn't send people back to reinforce their camp as soon as they heard about what had just happened, and the more people around, the likelier it was that he would be discovered. In other words, time was of the essence. Leon clenched his teeth and decided to risk jumping the palisade. Even if his invisibility were dispelled, it would only take 5 minutes for his ring to recharge, so he felt like he could get away if he had enough of a head start. In order to give himself that head start, he began to follow the outer palisade away from the gate. He needed to be as far away from any other camp entrance as he could get so he wouldn't be run down by a cavalryman if his invisibility failed. His destination was one of the platform towers just behind the palisade. He silently drew his sword, and after taking only a few seconds to steady his breathing, he jumped. He didn't want to leave enough time to talk himself out of this, as it might be too late when he thought of another plan. His jump was perfect. He cleared the platform by just enough space to land almost completely silently. Fortunately, both of the warriors that were stationed in the tower were too distracted by the fire in the inner camp for that, almost, to be an issue. Taking advantage of their distraction, Leon swiftly dispatched both guards with 2 lightning-fast strikes to the neck. The bodies of the guards would be discovered in a matter of minutes, he was sure, as the platform had no walls and any of the other tower guards could plainly see that their comrades weren't there anymore. By the time they were found, however, Leon planned to be long gone. Wasting no more time, Leon leapt as high as he could over the palisade. He passed over the air cushion that prevented anyone from jumping over from outside, clearing it by a wide margin, and sailed over the palisade and landing in the grass on the hill outside the camp. Unfortunately, the air cushion wasn't the only enchantment in the palisade. There was something there that he hadn't perceived, so despite clearing the cushion, when he landed, he was completely visible. Shit, Leon thought as he turned around and began to sprint away from the camp. He ran northwest, hoping that he wouldn't be seen before he made it back into the cover of the smoke in the vale. Lady Luck, however, was not on his side. He had barely made it to the foot of the shallow hill the Talfar camp was built on before 5 chariots came barreling out of the smoke several miles ahead of him. It wasn't nearly dark enough for mages not to be able to see him, and there was nothing but grass and relatively flat plains between him and them. As Leon skid to a halt, he could see the looks of curiosity, then suspicion, and finally hostility as one of the charioteers shouted something that he couldn't hear. Leon had been accompanying Trajan every time he left the horns over the course of this short war, and so he wasn't too surprised that one of those charioteers recognized him. Of course, that didn't change his situation. He had 4 minutes until he could turn invisible again, and the chariots would be on him in less than half that time. Making a snap decision, Leon turned around and began running back east. He was trapped between the charioteers and the camp, and in his rapidly escalating panic, he could think of nowhere to run to except the forest on the east side of the border mountains. There were quite a handful of miles between him and it, though, and he hadn't any doubts that he wouldn't make it before the chariots caught up with him. "Stop where you are," bellowed the man who Leon assumed to be in charge, a 6th-tier mage in the center chariot. Leon hadn't the intent to comply, and as he ran east, he released his magic senses to keep an eye on the chariots. 3 of them, including the chariot with the 6th-tier mage, peeled off of their course to follow him, while the last 2 continued on toward the camp. The drivers of the 3 chariots whipped their horses into a full gallop, hurtling after Leon at a speed that even he, with his 5th-tier power and lightning magic, couldn't match. Still, he had a long enough of a lead that he had the luxury to calm his panic and think. As he ran, he summoned a few of the last white fire arrow spells he had left and unlimbered his bow from over his shoulder. He then knocked one of these arrows, spun around, and fired at the leading chariot. Talfar chariots could turn on a dime, but the speed with which Leon's arrow flew through the air made avoiding it impossible. The driver jerked the reins of the horses, but the arrow still hit the side of the 6th-tier mage's chariot and burst into white fire. These were light chariots, built for speed and maneuverability, and as such lacked the armor of heavier chariots and only carried 3 warriors instead of the normal 4. Leon's white fire burned right through the chariot's frame, and the force of the horses continuing to pull on it split the vehicle in half. All 3 of the warriors in the chariot leapt into the air, with the driver landing on the ground and the other 2 landing with practiced grace on the 2 horses, now free of pulling the vehicle. Losing chariots, especially the less armored variety, wasn't an uncommon occurrence, and as such the horses pulling chariots were also fitted with saddles so that if any of the chariot team survived, they could keep fighting on as more conventional cavalry. Seeing how his arrow failed to stop his pursuers despite destroying a chariot, Leon swore under his breath and kept on running east, turning slightly north as he went. He could see the tree line of the forest in the distance with the brightening morning sky, and if he could just reach it, he was sure he could lose his pursuers within. But those Talfar warriors behind him weren't going to make such a thing easy. Chapter 255. Talfar blinks. First Arthwin stared at the walls with an ugly expression. Half of his siege towers were destroyed, but his forces had managed to seize about half of the towers on the first wall. Still, they were taking heavy casualties, and the Talfar army wasn't advancing as fast as he would have liked. But progress was progress, and his remaining trebuchets were hammering the bull's horns as fast as they could. It was a bloody, grinding affair, but if things kept going at the rate they were, he'd be able to take all 3 walls by sunset. Just as Arthwin was making this optimistic estimate, however, the messenger from the Talfar camp arrived and swiftly reported, "Your lordship, the main storage tent at the encampment has been destroyed." "What?" Arthwin almost shrieked. Most of their supplies were stored there, and if it was lost then continuing to press forward would be a fool's errand. Having overheard this, Owain hurriedly drove over in his chariot and said, "Tell me everything." "Yes, your highness," the messenger said, quickly relaying everything that he knew about Leon's attack on the camp. "We must return," Owain said, his handsome face twisting in panic. "If we've lost our supplies, then we need to retreat. Your highness won't be able to claim the throne if the army retreats when we're winning the battle," Arthwin said through gritted teeth. "We can win this, we just need to hold on." "Hold on, we're being bled dry out there," Owain growled, refraining from shouting at his marshal to keep the watching charioteers and cataphracts from becoming concerned. "The army will survive, and when we seize victory in this battle, your highness will have all the prestige you need to take your throne," the marshal replied, to the dismay of his fellow high-ranked warriors in the nearby chariots. They all had significant amounts of property in the camp, and if it were being attacked, then their first choice would be to retreat to protect their belongings. Owain glared at Arthwin, and the marshal glared right back. It was clear to the prince that his marshal had no intention of ending this fight. He was keeping himself calm, but there was a hint of madness in his deep blue eyes that finally gave Owain enough concerns to say to his hornsmen, "Signal the retreat." The warrior chiefs were proud people, and none of them wanted to abandon the battle. Still, they had to protect their property first and foremost, so the prince's words brought them comfort. "Your Highness is nothing more than Arthwin began, but he quickly bit his tongue. If push came to shove, Bran's forces would likely side with Owain over him, as would most of the peasants. Arthwin wasn't even confident enough in his own warriors to think that they would choose him over their prince. "What was that?" Owain asked with a dangerous glint in his cool green eyes. Arthwin took a deep breath, took one more look at the bull's horns, and said, "Nothing, Your Highness, nothing." "I thought so," Owain said as he struggled not to split his face open with a wide and undignified smile of dominance. The prince's horn was blown and the signal to retreat was given. There was still a great deal of fighting left before Talfar's warriors would be out of the woods, but for the time being, they began to fall back. Arthwin, meanwhile, glared at the walls, his stoic mask lowered to reveal his hate for all to see. "This is only a temporary reprieve, Trajan," Arthwin furiously thought. "Your head is mine. Once you're dead, Erenwin's soul can be put to rest." The situation in the gatehouse of the first wall was without a doubt the best place to be, from the perspective of a legion soldier. The siege tower that Leon had burned largely meant that the gatehouse was impervious to further direct attack, save for the occasional trebuchet shot or intrepid Talfar warrior with a ladder. Both towers on either side of the gatehouse kept those Talfar warriors that had managed to get onto the wall from approaching the gatehouse, as well. From within, Alex felt like she had entered into something of a trance. The sheer amount of dead Legion soldiers around her had left her infuriated, and Leon abandoning her and the rest of the Legion to go off on a foolish suicide mission did nothing to improve her mood. The only way she could vent her feelings was with her bow, and fortunately, she had many targets. She fired arrow after arrow through the arrow loops of the gatehouse, and every single time her arrows found their mark. Magic surged through her body as she automatically nocked and drew another arrow after every shot, filling her with energy, while her anger boiled her blood, filling her with killing intent. Anzu was right next to her, a healing spell wrapped around his broken leg. He was whimpering in pain from both his broken wing and Leon's absence, huddled down at her feet as far away from everyone else as he could get. "If he keeps leaving, Anzu might just imprint on me instead of him." Alex thought with renewed anger as she reached for another bundle of arrows, her gaze passing over Anzu at the same time. But as angry as she was at Leon right now, she was far more infuriated by the actions of the Talfar warriors. From her position near the top of the gatehouse, she could see the enemy warriors forcing terrified peasants in front of them so that they would take the arrows meant for the warriors. She could see Legion soldiers dying in droves, not to mention the dozens of dead Legion soldiers in the back of the room she was in. The tribune in charge couldn't spare the soldiers to transport the bodies of those killed on the roof away, so they were simply placed along the back wall and in the corners where the remaining soldiers wouldn't trip over them. Alex took aim again, another arrow knocked in her bow. When she fired, her anger was stoked again when the warrior she had aimed at grabbed a nearby peasant and used him to block. Alex's arrow pierced the man's throat, killing him almost instantly. "Fucking barbarians," she thought in disgust, finally beginning to understand the true depths of hatred that her former comrades at Fort 127 used to have for the Valemen. It wasn't a perfect comparison, as Alex didn't think the Valemen ever used human shields, but it was still something she was starting to relate to. And then, from the front of the Talfar cavalry, a long and deep horn blast boomed over the battlefield, and the Talfar warriors began to slowly back away from the walls. "Ha ha!" the tribune shouted in joy. "They fucking blinked. That's what you fucking get for coming here and fucking with the Legion." The other soldiers in the gatehouse joined the tribune in shouting in joy as they continued shooting their arrows at the slowly retreating warriors. Alex made sure to get in a few last shots as well. But she had something else she needed to take care of. She ignored the rest of the soldiers as they reveled in the enemy's retreat, and whispered to Anzu, "Ready to move, little guy." Anzu looked up at her with shiny eyes that could melt a stone heart. Alex had to fight not to burst into tears at the griffin's mournful expression. "He'll be back, no need to worry about that," she whispered, reaching out and patting Anzu on the head. Surprising her, the griffin allowed this for a few seconds before staggering to his paws. "Let's get back to the prince," Alex continued. "His Highness needs to know what's happened with Leon." The Talfar chariots and horsemen were bearing down on Leon. There were barely 500 feet between them, now, and Leon was still more than a mile from the edge of the forest. His mind raced, his heart pounded against his chest, and his lightning magic coursed through his body. Leon didn't think he'd ever run so fast before in his life, but he still knew that he wasn't going to make it. With a snap decision, Leon turned and fired 2 more white fire arrows, destroying the last 2 chariots that were pursuing him. Unfortunately, the riders pulled the same maneuver that their leader had, and the 2 warriors in each jumped and landed on their horses, while the drivers stayed with the wrecks. This reduced Leon's enemies by 2, but it also drastically increased the maneuverability of the remaining 6 and cost him valuable time. He still ran as fast as he could for the tree line, but the Talfar warriors were rapidly catching up. Pivoting again, Leon swiftly fired 3 more arrows, but these didn't have white fire spells attached. Rather, they hit the ground in front of the horses and created excruciatingly bright flashes of light, startling the horses and almost throwing the riders from their saddles. But this small advantage was quickly negated when Leon felt the ground beneath him shift, and he instinctively jumped just in time to avoid a rock spike bursting from the ground. 3 of the warriors chasing him were strong enough to use elemental magic. Leon kept running, he couldn't fight that kind of force head-on. Finally, less than half a mile from the tree line, the horsemen closed to within 100 feet of Leon. "Surrender now and you won't be killed," the 6th-tier leader of the warriors shouted. Leon ignored him and kept running. "Typical Legion bastard," shouted one of the 5th-tier warriors as he called upon his magic power. The air around his fist began to swirl, and he punched toward Leon's back, sending a spiraling cyclone of wind toward the young knight. This wind hit Leon in the back, knocking him to the ground and allowing the warriors to catch up and surround him. "Drop your fucking weapons," the other 5th-tier warrior snarled as all 6 of them pointed their swords at Leon. "Brian, restrain him," the 6th-tier lead warrior ordered, glancing at the wind mage. Brian dismounted his horse and approached Leon, taking a length of enchanted rope out of his soul realm as he did. However, before he could start, Leon rolled out of his way and slashed upward with his sword, cutting right across Brian's chest and stomach with a flash of lightning, scorching most of his organs. Moving faster than the other warriors could react, Leon shot to his feet and threw another flare spell into the air. When the flare went off, blinding the warriors for a short time, Leon activated his ring and started fading from view. Unfortunately, the lead warrior wasn't going to lose Leon over a small thing like blindness, and he extended his hand and led off a gout of flame that reached Leon in an instant and washed over his armor. Leon's invisibility was disrupted as soon as the first ember hit his armor before he'd even finished fading from view. The ring chimed like a loud bell, a sound that Leon had never heard it make before, but he didn't have the luxury of investigating what it meant. He had to keep moving, so he dug into his almost depleted stash of spells once more and activated his last Thunderblast spell, the last copy of the spell he'd acquired from his family's enchantment records. The spell detonated a moment later, hurling Leon toward the forest and doing what the flare spells hadn't: spook the horses. The sound of the blast ruptured the beast's eardrums, and in a panic, the horses reared and threw the 5 remaining warriors down off their backs. They took off running back toward the camp, leaving the warriors alone on the ground. Leon rolled to his feet as he hit the dirt, springing up and sprinting for the tree line. As he ran, he attempted to activate his ring again, but every ounce of magic he funneled into the golden band promptly dissipated, indicating a broken enchantment. Leon realized with horror that being violently disrupted halfway through turning invisible had broken his ring. After him, the lead warrior bellowed as he struggled to his feet from the unexpected dismount and stunning blast of lightning. No need to take him prisoner now. Kill him. Unfortunately for him, only the other 5th-tier mage rose with him. The other 4 warriors that had been a part of their team were dead, one by Leon's sword, and the other 3 from the lightning spell. "Go get reinforcements from the camp. We're not letting him get away," the lead warrior shouted as he took off after Leon, with the other warrior turning and sprinting back toward the camp. Chapter 256, Pursuing the Fleeing Rat. Leon hit the tree line and kept on running as fast as his lightning-enhanced legs could carry him. With what he assumed was a 6th-tier mage hot on his heels and his invisibility ring not holding magic as it should, panic slithered into his mind and muddied his thoughts. However, as the tall grass of the plain gave way to trees and the underbrush of the forest that was just a few miles northwest of the Talfar camp, his mind began to clear, and he felt himself relax a bit. The forest was his environment, and nothing could calm him like the sight of trees and enough leaves to block his view of the sky. But he didn't let this small comfort distract him. The mage pursuing him wasn't slowing down just because the terrain became a little more rugged. Still, Leon knew exactly where to put his foot for every rapid step, and the Talfar warrior wasn't nearly so comfortable in forested terrain, and neither did his magic give him the same speed that Leon's lightning gave to him, leading to Leon starting to pick up some distance despite the difference in raw magical strength. The Talfar warrior clearly didn't appreciate this, and Leon was forced to dodge blasts of fire so searingly hot that he could feel them as they passed by him even through his magmic steel armor. But Leon managed to keep his balance even as the trees he passed fell behind him, scorched and blackened, and the foliage that he deftly avoided was ripped apart and incinerated, and the lead he had grew with every step. The landscape grew more rugged as Leon turned north. The forest didn't extend that far into the Talfar plains to the east, but to the west and north it stretched out in a great green carpet over the eastern edge of the border mountains. Leon recognized the lack of experience in traveling through heavy forests in the warrior pursuing him, so he deliberately made the choice to run into the mountains. His confidence grew with every mist burst of magic he endured and every broken hill he traversed. He'd almost lost sight of the warrior mere minutes after entering the forest. But he could still see him with his magic senses, and he knew that that warrior could still see him, so he didn't slow down or grow complacent. He just kept putting one foot in front of the other. He was going to escape, he could feel it in his bones. But then, he heard the faint sound of rushing water, which only grew louder the further he ran. The ground he was on had a steady incline, leading up into the mountains. A few miles later, the land became little more than a series of sharp hills and valleys that Leon skillfully navigated, sometimes leaping across small chasms or from tree to tree as needed. However, he never got out of range of the Talfar warrior's magic senses, despite continuing to gain ground. "I'm losing him," Emrys thought with desperation as the Legion soldier avoided every tree root and inconvenient bush that slowed him down. The warrior could only curse his own foolishness. He'd lowered his guard when the rat had been knocked down, and he'd assumed that the Legion knight would surrender himself for ransom in the face of such overwhelming force against him. Instead, the black-armored rat had killed a 5th-tier mage and whipped out a lightning spell that killed the 3 lower-tiered warriors and scared off everyone's horses. Now, Emrys found himself chasing the rat through a wild forest with serious lightning burns on his arms and chest, and probably fractured ribs if the pain he felt was any indication. Aaron had better be getting those reinforcements, Emrys thought with rising anger as he pulled his long red hair out of a small tree branch that it had gotten caught on. If his last 5th-tier warrior managed to get a significant amount of reinforcements, then he could simply sweep through the forest if the rat managed to get away. If his reinforcements were deployed, though, then Emrys could see the real possibility that the rat would get away. There was a strong chance that this was the man that had destroyed their supplies, and Emrys was determined to drag him back to the marshal and the prince for punishment assuming he managed to catch him. Any thought of ransoming the knight back to the Legion, as was custom for higher-tiered mages, had long since left Emrys' mind, and the longer the chase continued, the more the warrior didn't even want to do that much. Simply killing this armored rat was sounding better and better with every step he took in the rough forest. And then, he saw through his magic senses that the rat had stopped running. When Emrys saw what had stymied the other mage, a wide, predatory smile appeared on his chiseled face, and his dark green eyes narrowed in anticipation of catching his prey. Leon stood before a massive chasm, carved out of the mountains and hills by the rapidly flowing river almost 1,000 feet below. The other side was more than 80 feet away, far enough that Leon didn't want to risk jumping if he could avoid it, as the chasm was high enough that it was dangerous even for a 5th-tier mage to fall into, and the river was moving so fast that it was completely white from foam. As he stood there, trying to quickly think of something to do, the nearby trees weren't tall enough to use as a bridge, he noticed he could see the Talfar warrior getting closer. In fact, the warrior seemed to be slowing down, as if he was confident that Leon had nowhere to go. To Leon's left were the border mountains. More specifically, there was a several hundred-foot-tall sheer cliff about 500 feet to his left made of smooth hexagonal trap rock that he wasn't going to be able to climb. To his right was the slope of a hill that would take him into more dense forest, but the Talfar warrior had reached the base of that hill behind him, and Leon would be easily cut off if he went that way based on how he'd have to run due to the southward curve of the chasm. It seemed like there really was no way for him to get out of this, apart from facing the 6th-tier warrior in direct battle, and Leon didn't think he would be able to match the warrior, even with his enchanted armor. Ha! The Talfar warrior sighed as he approached Leon. You have nowhere to go, now, Legion Rat. If you surrender now, then I might be merciful, but if you don't before the warrior could complete his threat. Leon took one look at him, then jumped over the edge of the cliff. There was no hesitation. It came down to whether or not Leon was willing to be captured by a 6th-tier mage he didn't think he could defeat in a straight fight, or if he wanted to risk serious injury and possible death at the bottom of the chasm. And he chose the latter. Emrys could only watch in shock as the black-armored Legion soldier went over the edge. He rushed forward, his pale hands instinctively reaching for the man to catch him and haul him back up, but his fingers touched nothing but air. The soldier plummeted from the cliff with his arms wide open, accepting what was about to come and throwing his choice back in Emrys' face. The rat vanished into the mist and foam of the river far below and did not resurface. Emrys didn't hear any splashes over the roaring rapids, but he also didn't hear anything that might suggest the rat was smashed against the rocks that jutted up out of the river here and there. Emrys stood there at the top of the cliff for several minutes, waiting for the Legion rat to show himself, and he eventually began to run down the length of the chasm looking for any sign of the young knight. If you survived, bastard, then I'll find you. Emrys bellowed into the chasm. His voice was lost in the cacophony of swiftly flowing water, but if the rat was alive, Emrys wanted him to know of his impending capture. Thousands will starve because of you. You will pay for that much, at least. The sun beat down on Emrys like a judgmental parent-in-law, as if it were criticizing him for his failure to find the rat. The Talfar warrior had scoured the chasm, looking for any sign that the Legion knight had survived, or even just trying to find his body, but all to no avail. It wasn't until the reinforcements from the Talfar camp finally entered the range of his magic senses, which he'd been using continuously for hours, leaving him exhausted, that he turned away from his search. Emrys, the leader of the approaching team of Talfar warriors, shouted out in greeting as he approached the warrior chief. Lorcan, Emrys responded, recognizing the 5th-tier warrior's curly brown hair, round baby face, and freckled cheeks. The two men rushed forward and clasped each other's wrists. It's about damn time we found you, Lorcan said, his joyous smile shining almost as bright as the sun. We've been looking for you for almost 4 hours, now. Has it been that long? Emrys asked, glancing up at the sky and practically reeling in surprise at how high the sun had climbed. Indeed, it has, my friend, Lorcan replied. Once Aaron reported that you were chasing a Legion knight, his lordship sent out about 2,000 warriors to aid you in your search. Emrys smiled. This meant that Arthwin was giving him the job of finding the Legion knight, which soothed Emrys' mind a little, as he hated it when he was forced to leave a job partially done. But he was still surprised at the force that Arthwin sent. When Emrys asked Lorcan about it, the other man explained, the army pulled back from the walls by order of the prince, so there's plenty of warriors to spare. His Highness wanted to make sure that our supply situation was figured out before seizing the horns. This is now being prioritized. We can't have a strong Legion knight behind our lines who's already demonstrated a willingness and capability to disrupt our lines of supply, can we? Now, what's the situation out here? Emrys quickly filled Lorcan in on what had happened since he and Aaron had separated, and Lorcan sent out 5 of his 12 subordinates to relay that information to the other teams. We'll find the bastard, Lorcan promised Emrys. We've too many people out here to miss him. He's not getting away. Good, Emrys replied. By the way, how bad is it back in the camp? It could be worse, Lorcan said. Not by much, but it could have been, potentially, worse, if this guy had been working with anyone of similar means. As it is, the peasants won't be eating anything more than a bit of porridge for the foreseeable future, and most of the warriors aren't better off. We've got little more than bread and water in our future for a while. Lorcan chuckled loudly at their situation, but none of the other warriors looked particularly pleased. And the horses? Emrys asked. Oh, they'll be eating like kings compared to us, Lorcan said, punctuating his sentence with thunderous guffaws. Most of the feed was stored at the stables, not at the central storage point, so the horses got plenty of food. Hey, maybe keep it down a little, Emrys chided. This guy might still be alive, and I'd like to sneak up on him, if possible. He fell from all the way up here, Lorcan exclaimed. Even for a 5th-tier mage, surviving a fall like that would be a tall order. Even more so finding his way back up. He's also an expert archer. He hit my chariot with an arrow from farther away than any Legion bow. Should have been able to, Emrys dourly explained. Well, I'll be careful, then, Lorcan responded as he leaned out over the cliff edge to get a better look at the river below. Emrys half expected his friend to get hit by an arrow just for tempting fate like that, but a moment later, Lorcan stepped back from the edge and laughed again. "No way that guy's still alive," the good-natured warrior loudly proclaimed. "But I guess we still have to find his corpse, then." Emrys sighed and glanced at the river. It wasn't a particularly long river, ending in a fairly large lake about 50 miles away. However, the forest ended about 6 or 7 miles to the east, where the ground leveled out and gave way to flat plains. Cavalry could keep an eye on that area and ensure that the rat couldn't slip out that way, assuming he survived, which Emrys was. "There you go, making assumptions," Emrys growled. "We're doing this right. We'll sweep through the forest, and if the rat lived, we'll find him. If not, then we'll rejoin the army back at camp. Keep your eyes open." "Got it," Lorcan replied. "But for now, you should probably be back at the base camp we set up to coordinate the search." Emrys scowled, but he understood his duty was to command, not necessarily to lead. "Be careful, my friend," Emrys said to Lorcan, clasping the other man's wrist again. "I always am when it counts," Lorcan responded, flashing for the first time a dangerous look and emitting a tremendous amount of killing intent as he glanced back at the chasm. Chapter 257, Assessing Losses, Still no sign of Leon. Trajan asked. "No, Your Highness," Minerva replied. The two were in one of Trajan's small sitting rooms that had a good view of the east. The Talfar army had pulled out and the legion was tallying the dead and reinforcing their position. The Talfar warriors had managed to seize most of the first wall, but then suddenly abandoned their assault. In the process of retreating, they lost 2 more of their siege towers, leaving them with a paltry 3 left. Alex had come to the prince about half an hour after Talfar began to retreat and told him of Leon's decision to attack the Talfar trebuchets alone, along with Leon's possession of a ring of invisibility. Not long after, the Talfar trebuchets noticeably began to fire less, as if a number of them had been knocked out of commission, so it seemed that Leon was at least partially successful in that regard. But the young knight hadn't returned, despite the Vale being largely clear of Talfar warriors at this point. Trajan frowned at the Vale in both anger and worry, though there was, perhaps, more of the former than the latter. After speaking with Alex, he dismissed her, allowing her to return to her room and rest and make sure Anzu was tended to. He didn't punish Alex for Leon leaving, though there were some unreasonable commanders who might punish a squire in the absence of their knight. He just wanted the young woman to get some rest, as she appeared like she needed it after hours spent firing arrows and using her magic. He now had to decide what to do about Leon, whether or not anyone should be sent out to look for him. The risks were high for anyone who might go, and as much as Trajan wanted to send out entire battalions to ensure Leon made it back to the Horns alive and well, he wasn't going to send large numbers of good soldiers to their deaths for one man when his forces were still so outnumbered, no matter who might be lost. "Reckless idiot," he whispered before turning back to Minerva and saying, "Well, let's get this thing done with, then." They left their sitting room and made the short trek over to Trajan's main meeting room. All of the command staff were present, from the 6th-tier mages of the diplomatic corps to the legates in charge of the legions, and more than 100 tribunes there with their commanders. All of them stood when their prince entered and stormed over to his usual position upon the raised dais. He paused only when he noticed that there was an empty seat, only to remember that one of his legates had been killed in the fighting. "Casualty report," Trajan growled once he took his seat. He tried to not look at the empty chair in order to preserve his composure, but it wasn't easy. "Initial reports are as many as 8,000 dead or missing, though we do expect that number to go down as we finish identifying the wounded and sifting through the bodies," Sophia responded. "That might take a while. Talfar sent a great many warriors to their deaths when they took the wall, and we have to separate their dead from ours," Amatius responded. "And their losses?" Trajan asked as he glared around the room. "Perhaps as high as 30,000 dead, but we're not sure," Sophia responded. Since it was her legion that was doing the counting, she was the one with the most accurate information. "Any word from Predony?" Minerva asked, though she felt like she could probably guess the answer. "None, yet," Aquilius answered. "I get the impression that they don't want to explain Owain's actions until this conflict has been decided," the 6th-tier diplomat Fonteus explained. "From what I understand, there has been bitter fighting in the east between Queen Andraste and the Han Kingdom, and the Elder Council has been using this as an excuse to not inform their queen about recent events. So, They're using their errant prince as an excuse to try and annex Arimenium. Minerva mused. That would be my guess, Fontaeus said with a bitter nod. When we push these invaders back, though, they'll probably immediately disavow his actions, Aquilius said with a cynical laugh. I wouldn't expect a response from Predony until we've fought a decisive battle. Would you not call this battle we just won, decisive? Labanus asked. Not in the slightest, Aquilius instantly responded. We're still outnumbered by 100,000 at least, with who knows how many more on their way. We can't face Arthwin and Owain in open battle, even with their recent thrashing. We can only wait for them to regroup, rebuild their siege engines, and attack again. That's not all we can do, Minerva interjected. We could launch some hit-and-run missions, Your Highness. Prevent the enemy from resting too deeply. That would also put many of our mages at risk in the open, Aquilius cautioned. Not everywhere, Sophia quickly added. Florentia isn't out in the open, we can launch an expedition to retake the city. No, Trajan suddenly said, his deep voice bringing silence crashing down upon the meeting room. We'd never hold Florentia, and we don't have any skirmisher units fast enough to outrun a Talfar cataphract. Sending anyone out there would be sending them to their deaths. Your Highness, should we just wait for the enemy to regroup, then? Amatius asked. If it comes to it, my 19th Legion will fight them on the walls, in the vale, or on the slopes of their fortified hill. Why don't we send out riders to harass their supply lines? Asked the legate from Trajan's retinue. To get at their supply lines, we'd have to go past their fortified camp and enter the plains that are dominated by their chariots and cataphracts, Sophia explained. To do so would be to send our skirmishers on a suicide mission. Send out scouts, Trajan ordered. Our fastest soldiers. I won't make a decision until I know the enemy's condition. Until we get reliable intelligence, I want everyone resting, restocking the towers and trebuchets, and repairing what damage has been done to the walls. Once Trajan was finished, he was answered by a chorus of, Yes, Your Highness, from everyone in the room. With their immediate goals set, Trajan then turned his attention back to the situation with Leon. His young protege was missing, and the prince had no idea where he was or if he was even still alive. Without any contact from Leon, Trajan could only hope his scouts could find something that pointed to his current status while spying on the Talfar camp. After reporting to Trajan, Alex had to take Anzu to the Griffin's Beastmaster for a checkup. Unfortunately, without Leon present, the Beastmaster had to sedate Anzu and keep him until he was completely healed, so Alex had to walk home alone. Alone again, she thought as she walked through the streets of the Southern Horn. She was hardly even angry anymore. It was just a fact that she wasn't strong enough to be taken too seriously by the higher-ranked soldiers, and it made perfect sense that even when Leon left to do something stupid that he would leave her behind. Alex hated being weak. Had she been stronger, Sam and the others that she had become acquainted with at Fort 127 wouldn't be dead. If she were stronger, Leon would take her on his missions. If she were stronger, Trajan and Minerva wouldn't have dismissed her after reporting Leon's recklessness. She was already essentially slated for a place in Trajan's retinue when she achieved the 3rd tier, something which she desperately wanted. All her life, she wanted nothing more than to be a knight, but she knew that this appointment was more of a courtesy to Leon than any endorsement of her own abilities. The prince surrounded himself with skilled and talented people, like Minerva, Constantine, Aquilius, and Leon. She was under no illusion about how she stacked up against people like these. She wanted to be a knight, to protect the weak and defeat the wicked like the brave and noble heroes in the stories she heard growing up. More than that, though, she wanted to earn her achievements, to not be given a prestigious appointment because the knight she was squiring for was close to the prince. As she walked through the streets, she heard a voice call out, "Hey! Miss Alex." She turned her dark brown eyes up from the stone pavement and saw Charles, Henry, and Alon sitting in a small corner cafe around a table eating breakfast. To her astonishment, she couldn't perceive either Henry or Alon's magical auras, meaning both had ascended to the 3rd tier. Even Charles's aura was strong and stable, far more so than when she had last seen him during Trajan's competition. It was obvious they had benefited greatly during their time in battle. Alex was still a rookie warrior compared to someone like Trajan, but she knew from personal experience that there was no better training environment than the middle of a battle with the auras of thousands of mages mixing together and creating a region dense with magic power. Additionally, few mages hold back with their power and strength when their lives are on the line, which makes for an extreme form of training that nothing can beat. It made perfect sense to Alex why so many mages made great strides in their magic power after surviving a great battle. And yet, Alex couldn't be happy. She was genuinely glad that Leon's friends were growing stronger, but right now, after she had been left behind again for being too weak, it felt like a slap in the face to see the progress of others and know that her own was far more modest. Charles smiled at her and waved her over in a clear invitation to join them, but she couldn't, her legs wouldn't move. She smiled bitterly at the 3 young squires. They'd almost made it through their 2-year minimum for their squires' hips, so they were soon to be knights, and shook her head. Need sleep, she explained, and Charles nodded and smiled again. Maybe next time, he responded, and Alex all but ran back to the room she shared with Leon. It seemed so quiet, so desolate when she was alone. If she wanted to fix that, there was only one thing left to do: train. When I get stronger, she thought as she quickly changed into training attire, no one will leave me behind ever again. Arthwin glared at Owain, and the prince felt himself unconsciously wilt before the bigger man's terrifying aura. Owain was only a 5th-tier mage, after all, while Arthwin was a 6th-tier mage on the cusp of ascending to the 7th. But Owain reached deep within himself, found his pride and dignity as a claimant to his kingdom's throne, and straightened himself up to glare right back at his marshal. Our supplies are in tatters, the prince said in as menacing a voice as his smooth and boyish voice could muster. To continue the battle would have been foolish. Arthwin continued to glare at Owain as he tried to organize his thoughts and figure out what he should do next. We'd all but seized the first wall, Arthwin growled as he emitted a copious amount of killing intent. That was our best opportunity to take Arimenium and you pissed it away. Taking the city would mean little if my army dissolved afterward. Owain countered. It's the throne I want, not this damn city. Suddenly, Arthwin changed the subject, bluntly asking, "Where's Bran?" This threw Owain off a little, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he admitted, "I sent him on a suicide mission, and it seems that's exactly what it was." "You sent him into Arimenium?" Arthwin asked, seeking confirmation. "You hoped that he would die?" Owain's smile was all the confirmation he needed. Arthwin believed that Bran was a liability after witnessing the vampire killing his own subordinates, and he certainly wasn't going to lose any sleep over the vampire's apparent death, but to lose him was a serious blow to their war potential. Now that he knew it was a deliberate act that got Bran killed, he began to feel his blood boil in wrath. "You have," Arthwin began, but he stopped because he simply couldn't find the words for the situation. "I have, this is, spit it out," Owain demanded with a triumphant grin on his pretty face. Arthwin snapped. He flipped the table between him and Owain out of the way and grasped the prince by the throat, lifting Owain into the air. The prince was so surprised that he didn't even begin to resist until his feet had already left the ground. "Put me down," Owain sputtered, but Arthwin barely heard him through the blood pumping through his ears. "You have ruined this campaign," Arthwin almost shouted. He was grateful that the command tent was enchanted to prevent voices from leaking out, as the prince's guards would have run in if they had heard the shouting. "This was supposed to be so easy, but you've gone and fucked us. Our supplies are nearly gone, most of our siege towers have been destroyed, and the rat that burned our supplies is still unaccounted for." There was a brief moment when Arthwin seriously considered snapping Owain's neck and ordering another immediate assault on the walls, but in the end, his rationality won out. He dropped Owain, and the prince barely managed to hold himself upright while he gasped for air. "That was treason," the prince rattled. "You could be executed for this." "I'd like to see you try," Arthwin challenged. "Kill me, and you lose this army. I was the one that built it, they're not here for you." Of course, Arthwin was just speaking in anger. If push came to shove, he honestly didn't know if his own warriors would choose him over the prince, let alone those from Bran's battalions or the peasants. The two stood there silently staring death at each other, knowing that they couldn't actually do anything to the other without serious consequences for their future. Owain wouldn't take his throne without Arthwin, and Arthwin couldn't keep the army together without Owain. Finally, Arthwin broke the silence by stating, "There's work to be done," and leaving the command tent. Owain felt like he won since Arthwin broke eye contact first, but it was a hollow victory in the empty command tent. All the other warriors were taking counsel with Arthwin, and the prince wasn't going to follow the marshal in his state of mind. So, he sat in the command tent, wondering what he should do next. Outside, Arthwin met up with several of his warrior chiefs and their captains, and the entourage followed Arthwin back to his personal tent. "What's the status of the army?" The marshal asked once the flap was shut and no one could overhear. About 20,000 dead, maybe twice that injured, a 5th-tier warrior captain reported. We'll have the vast majority of the injured healed in about 5 days, though. Good. Get started on more siege towers. Cut down that whole damned forest if you have to, Arthwin ordered, and several warrior captains left to see to that. What about Marshal Gwen's army? Still no word, my lord, a warrior chief responded. Odd, Arthwin thought to himself. She should only be about a week out from Briga by this point, we should be getting word of her movements by now, just another thing going wrong. Arthwin pushed it out of his mind until he could calm himself down. And the Legion rat that snuck in? He asked with a dangerous look in his eye. Emrys reported that he jumped into a canyon more than 1,000 feet deep, another warrior chief said. He's supposedly dead, but Emrys and several thousand others are scouring the forest looking for him in case he survived. Emrys has also asked that cataphracts be deployed to patrol the plains between the forest and Briga, in case the rat tries to go around the forest and return to the horns. Get it done, Arthwin immediately responded. It was the peasants who would be building the siege towers, for the most part, and the cataphracts wouldn't have much to do until it was time to attack again. To that end, how long until we've replaced out siege towers and lost trebuchets? A week, maybe, Arthwin's supply officer reported. The warrior chief withered a little as the marshal turned his anger toward him. It only took a few days for the first 10, Arthwin stated, keeping his voice calm even if his aura weighed heavily on his subordinates. We lost too many enchanting supplies when the supply tent burned, the supply officer explained. To make our siege towers strong enough to resist the bull's magic, we're going to need to wait on an emergency supply run from Briga. Arthwin scowled, but there was little he could do. He knew the supply officer was doing his best, and he didn't get to where he was by making unreasonable demands of his subordinates. Find that rat, he growled to the entire room. He knew that Trajan wasn't likely to attack a fortified position with inferior numbers, so he was confident that he had plenty of warriors to spare for the search. Even if it's just his corpse. Find that rat and bring him back to me. He's nearly destroyed this campaign. Take as many warriors as needed. Bring him to me. Chapter 258. Hunting a rat. It was a chilly day, with an overcast sky and light rain, and the Talfar warriors who were sweeping through the forest that Leon had disappeared into were not happy. They had suffered a defeat when they assaulted the bull's horns, and now they were stuck wandering through a mountain forest searching for Leon and failing. Their morale was not the greatest, to say the least. Emrys, Lorcan, and more than 100 other Talfar warriors were waiting at the narrowest point of the chasm they could find, a section about 60 feet across. It was early, and their guard was down from their lack of success. Lorcan tried to stifle a powerful yawn, eliciting a look of annoyance from the red-haired Emrys. What? The 5th-tier warrior asked. We've been out here for 3 damn days and haven't found hide nor hair of your dead rat. Don't make assumptions, Emrys growled, as he had done many times before since he'd lost Leon 3 days ago. We can only call this search off once we find evidence that that rat is dead. If it's evidence we're looking for, we're going to be here a long time, Lorcan grumbled. Leaning in closer to whisper into his friend's ear, Emrys softly said, you could be setting a better example for the others, you know. Lorcan's tired slouch wasn't doing his already modest stature any favors, and the openness with which he questioned their purpose and clear boredom he displayed was engendering laziness and a lack of vigilance in the rest of the warriors, in Emrys' eyes. Before Lorcan could respond, 5 5th-tier mages sent by Arthwin appeared in the trees walking toward Emrys' group. Finally, Lorcan shouted as he shook himself awake. He wasn't a morning person, and if it were visible from behind the thick gray rain clouds, the sun would barely be over the horizon at this time of day. The newcomers nodded to Emrys in greeting and got to work without any further ado. They weren't there to make friends, they had only one job, build a bridge. All 5 were earth mages, and once their job was finished, they would return to the camp, and they were more than eager to leave the damp forest and head back. Working together, the engineer mages started by shaping the cliff they were standing on, curving it until it formed half an arch and extended about halfway to the other side. Then, they elongated the arch until it reached the other side, then shaped that side as well so it could support the weight of 100 mages traversing it. By the time they were finished half an hour later, a smooth, elegant stone bridge had been formed over the chasm. Thanks, Emrys said to the lead engineer mage as they stepped to the side to evaluate their work. They wouldn't leave until they were certain the bridge was safe to cross. No problem, the mage replied as he put a few finishing touches on the bridge. Turning back to his people, Emrys said, as a reminder, you all have flare enchantments. If you catch sight of our rat, let the rest of us know. We remember, Lorcan responded with a wry smile. Don't underestimate this little bastard, Emrys said with an exasperated sigh. He's already killed 4 of my people now, and he's already proven himself resourceful enough to infiltrate our camp and destroy our supply tent. Relax, buddy, if our dead rat isn't quite as dead as he should be, we'll do our duty, Lorcan said. Emrys frowned, but he had said what he needed to. He knew that Lorcan's flippant attitude would disappear the moment anything unexpected happened, so he didn't bother chastising his lackadaisical attitude. You're all good, the lead engineer informed Emrys. Then let's get to work, Emrys said, and he led his 100-man team across the bridge to the other side of the chasm while the last few warriors left over were left behind to guard the bridge. The south side had already been exhaustively searched by the 2,000 warriors Emrys had been given, and it was agreed that there was no way for their quarry to survive 3 days in the river below, leaving only the north side to check. Emrys stationed most of the remaining warriors along the chasm to watch for the rat while his team went in to flush him out. This was a job for smaller, faster-moving teams. He didn't want the rat to hear them coming and vanish into the mountains. Once on the other side of the bridge, the 100 warriors broke up into 10 teams of 10 and began spreading out into the forest. On the north side, the forest was dense enough that after walking a mere 500 feet, none of the teams could see each other. After another 200 feet, the teams might as well have been alone as the forest was too thick for them to have any hope of noticing if any of their comrades ran into trouble. Even launching an emergency flare wasn't guaranteed to get the attention of the other teams. Lorcan's team wasn't particularly subtle as they hacked their way through the underbrush. No way in the hells that someone made it through here, Lorcan mumbled as his team struggled to get through the thick, undisturbed flora. He couldn't conceive of the possibility that the rat he was hunting was anywhere close to him. The forest was just too dense for him to get away without leaving any tracks. But then, his team almost stumbled into a small clearing that had been practically invisible until they were right beside it. What was more, there was a fire pit in the center of the clearing with a bed of leaves right beside it. The fuck? Lorcan wondered out loud before the possibility of what he had just discovered sank in. When it did, he wiped away the glib expression that he almost always wore and, with utter seriousness, said, "Spread out. Secure this campsite and pop off a flare." His order was followed by a chorus of, "Yes, Captain," from his teammates, and they quickly surged forward to secure the clearing. It wasn't that large of a space, perhaps only having a radius of 30 feet, so the 10 warriors quickly finished. Apart from the makeshift bed and fire pit, there didn't seem to be anything else in the clearing. As one of the warriors fished around in his satchel for the flare spell, Lorcan spotted a hint of white in the still smoldering ashes of the campfire. He bent down to examine it, and when he took hold of it and pulled it out of the ashes, it was revealed to be a spell of tremendous complexity, with hundreds of runes arranged in angular geometric patterns, much different from the usual curves and flowing lines of the enchantments that Lorcan was familiar with. But then, as the Talfar warrior was slowly turning the spell around in his hands, one of the runes in the center of the glyphs lit up with a brilliant glittering blue. Lorcan immediately dropped the spell, as to hold an unknown spell as it's being activated was the height of foolishness. More runes began to light up, and in less than 5 seconds, the entire sheet of spell paper was glowing a harsh white blue. And then it detonated in a spectacular blast of lightning and rocked the forest with its thunder. Lorcan, who had only taken a few steps away from the spell, was almost completely disintegrated. The lightning blasted out from the spell and raked over the other 9 warriors, melting flesh and shattering bone. The force of the spell blasted 5 of the warriors apart after the lightning weakened their bodies, while the other 4 survived, but were knocked unconscious. In one horrifically short and brutal lightning explosion, Lorcan's entire team was eliminated. Leon jumped. He wasn't going to allow himself to be taken prisoner by Emrys, and he was more confident in surviving the fall to the river at the bottom of the chasm than he was in facing an experienced 6th-tier mage in direct combat. He plummeted from the cliff and in mere moments, passed through the mist and foam of the rapidly flowing river and slammed into the water. Instantly, Leon felt both of his legs break in multiple places, extracting a terrible shriek of pain from the young knight that was blocked by the water. Leon didn't fight the current and was swept along at high speed down the river. He crashed into one of the boulders in the center of the river hard enough to fracture his left elbow and dislocate that shoulder, causing Leon to almost black out from the pain of his injuries. But he held on. As a 5th-tier mage, he could stay underwater for an hour or so despite most of the air in his lungs having been forced out of him when he hit the water, so he channeled his magic to dull his pain and let the current carry him downriver. Yet, not even a minute later, Leon had to try and flail his one good arm to swim out of the way of another boulder, but he failed. Fortunately, though, his armor took most of the impact and he was only winded a little. And then Leon came to a complete stop. The water continued to rush around him, but it was like he was being held by invisible arms in the center of the river. Leon looked around him, trying to find out what had happened, but he could barely see anything, even with his magic flowing through his eyes. He wasn't caught on any branches or rocks, he just seemed to be floating in the center of the river, not moving in the slightest bit. He quickly realized what had happened when he felt something unsettlingly jaw-like clamp down hard on his right shoulder pauldron. He was in the clutches of some kind of river creature, and he couldn't even see it. That pressure didn't let up, and he felt his armor begin to warp under the strain. Leon called upon his magic power and in an instant lit up with golden lightning. The water around him vaporized and he heard a pained yelp come from behind him, but he quickly lost the opportunity to look back when the river suddenly began to affect him again, carrying him downriver faster than he could react. He was exhausted and severely injured, so when he halted in the river again, he could feel nothing but terror and dismay. He couldn't see what was attacking him, and they were clearly strong enough to manipulate the river into trapping him. Leon floated there for what seemed like hours to him, his eyes darting around searching for his assailants, but he saw nothing. In the actual minutes that it was, though, he noticed a pair of yellow orbs begin to take shape above him. These orbs swiftly coalesced into a pair of reptilian eyes that glared into his own, and a face began to solidify out of the river water to accompany them. This face was that of a gorgeous pale-skinned woman, with high cheekbones, a small chin, and full lips. After her rapidly materialized head came long flowing black hair that splayed out behind her like the river around her, and Leon was completely still. Then came her slender arms and shoulders. One of her pale hands was wrapped quite securely around his right arm, while the other was tracing the silver griffin on his cuirass, her full chest, and her slender waist. This process stopped at the top of her hips, making her look like she'd been cut in half. For a moment, Leon was entranced with this woman's stunning beauty, but as her yellow eyes narrowed and her lips were drawn back to reveal sharp shark-like teeth, he snapped out of it and recognized this woman for what she was, a river nymph. She may look mostly human, but she was anything but, and as her face drew closer to him, Leon knew that he was nothing more than food to her. The nymph's jaw closed around his right forearm, but his gauntlets prevented any significant damage, though the steel was lightly scratched. Leon instinctively tried to shake her off of him, but the water around him locked him in place and prevented all movement. So, Leon stopped trying to move and forced himself to calm down. His heart was racing in panic at being caught by a 5th-tier monster that was trying to eat him. He could feel his hands shake in fear and pain, and his instincts screamed at him to flail and fight back. After a momentary pause, Leon summoned his lightning once again and held nothing back. His eyes sparked and flashed with silver blue light, and then he seemed to explode in a large blast of silver lightning that hurled the nymph away from him and once again vaporized the water holding him captive. But it wasn't over. He didn't kill the nymph, and he was still in her territory. Chapter 259, Captured. The nymph hadn't left, of that Leon was certain. He could still feel her killing intent, letting him know that she was still there, probably just waiting for a chance to eat him. Leon flooded his body with as much magic as he could pull from his soul realm and readied himself for a brutal fight. He was in her territory, surrounded by water that she could use as her weapon. He'd have drawn his sword as well, but he wouldn't be able to swing it with enough force in the river, so he left it sheathed. But before Leon could make any moves, he felt a hand wrap around his left ankle like an iron vise, sending a jolt of pain up through his broken leg. He was then yanked downward with far more strength than he could possibly resist in his current state, slamming him into the sandy bottom of the river. Leon let loose with his lightning, but everything happened so quickly that most of his power was absorbed by the sand, quickly melting it into glass. The hand had also let go as soon as her attack had finished, and so Leon's lightning missed its intended target. Leon flailed around, trying to rise out of the sand and swim away, but he felt the water around him lock him down again, preventing all movement. He was then hurled into the side of the rocky cliff with enough force to send thousands of cracked spider webbing throughout the basalt pillars. Leon's armor remained intact, but the impact was more than enough to crack a few ribs and elicit an instinctive shout, forcing all of the remaining air out of his lungs. The nymph didn't let this opportunity go to waste, and in the instant that Leon's mouth was open, water rushed past his lips and filled his lungs. Leon tried to cough it all up, but whenever his mouth opened, any water that came up his throat was immediately pushed back down by more. The edges of Leon's vision began to blur and darken, and in desperation, Leon called upon all of his magic. Lightning burst out of him with such intensity that the sand beneath him vitrified, the water around him vaporized, and the nymph retreated once again with a terrible high-pitched scream that hit Leon like a needle to the eardrum. His legs and left arm were broken, his left shoulder was dislocated, and many of his ribs were fractured, but Leon tried with all of his might to reach the surface of the river. He had no time to regret his decisions. The only thing on his mind was to cough up the water in his lungs and take in a breath of air. Unfortunately, the river was deep, dark, and flowed incredibly quickly. By the time Leon struggled halfway to the surface, he could barely see any more, and he felt his consciousness slipping away. But still, he kept going. He knew that if he didn't make it, he'd drown and his body would be eaten by the nymph. Despite his determination, Leon didn't make it to the surface. Deep beneath the forest was a vast, vaguely circular underground lake more than 5 miles in diameter. The lake's surface was covered in thin white mist, while the cavern it was in was dark, lit only by a few glowing red mushrooms and blue crystals in the ceiling about 100 feet above the water's surface. The ceiling was vaguely dome-shaped, but it was so rough and crude that it would be clear to any mage that saw it that a powerful earth enchantment powered by the huge glowing blue gemstones was the only thing keeping the dome from collapsing and burying the lake, though none of the requisite runes were visible. In the center of the lake was an island covered in grass and trees thick with blooming pink flowers that emitted more light than the mushrooms on the walls and ceiling of the cavern. The grass and trees seemed healthy and were growing quite well despite the lack of sunlight. The island wasn't big, perhaps 500 feet across at most, and its shores were warm and sandy. The nymph that attacked Leon dragged his unconscious form up onto the beach, then returned to the water to watch and wait, with only her eyes and the top of her head above water, the rest vanishing into the lake. Not even a minute later, a figure came walking out of the grove of trees with almost ethereal grace and bent down next to Leon. The figure closely examined Leon, taking in every visible detail, from his black, slightly dented armor to his strong 5th-tier aura. Yes, the figure thought to herself as she studied his aura even closer, her interest piqued at what she could sense. Yes, he should do. When Leon awoke, he found himself laying on his side next to a pond of crystal clear water illuminated by a radiant blue gemstone at the bottom. He laid on grass and soft dirt and was so comfortable that he didn't want to move. It took a few seconds for his mind to clear and for him to remember his fight with the nymph and how he'd lost consciousness when water filled his lungs. He lunged upward, drawing the sword that was still at his side. It wasn't until he was on his feet and the blade was in his hand that he began to wonder why he was still alive, where he was, why he was still armed and armored, and why his body was no longer racked with pain. The pond was surrounded by the trees with glowing pink flowers, and what he had at first thought was the night sky was just the roof of the cavern studded with more glowing crystals. "Ah, you're awake," a smooth and sultry voice whispered into Leon's mind. It sounded to him like the voice came from the pond, so Leon whipped around ready for a fight, but the pond still appeared empty. At least, it did until he noticed a pair of gleaming dark blue eyes staring back at him from the water as if they were floating on their own. These eyes appeared completely human, save for the soft blue light that seemed to shine out of their depths. These eyes were quickly joined by a beautiful, broad face with high cheekbones, a narrow jaw, and lips turned up in a provocative smile. This woman's face was quickly followed by her full head of long light brown hair and a tall, well-endowed, hourglass body, sans clothes. Her skin was also fairly dark, far more than Leon expected a cave-dwelling person's ought to be. In fact, her bronze features were fairly reminiscent of Asia Samarit and the few other desert dwellers that Leon had encountered. However, despite her complete lack of clothes, what Leon found most striking about this woman was her aura. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, and combined with the high pressure her aura exerted on him, it was clear that she was much stronger than he was. At a minimum, she was 6th tier, but Leon guessed simply from how unconcerned she was at his brandished sword that she was stronger even than that. He immediately assumed a defensive pose and magic poured out of his soul realm, but even this didn't perturb the nymph, which only made him more on edge and guarded. But then, before Leon could do any more than simply raise his blade, the nymph vanished. She didn't fade away like Leon did when he used his invisibility ring, she was simply there one moment and gone the next. Leon contemplated blasting the area around the pond with lightning to try and draw the nymph out, but his instincts told him that this would be a terrible idea. And then her arms wrapped around his shoulders from behind. Leon hadn't even heard or otherwise sensed her approach. He immediately tried to pull himself away, but he barely moved more than a few inches before his body locked in place. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't treat me like an enemy," the nymph whispered into his ear with a wide smile and a seductive tone, though her lips didn't move. "If I wanted you dead, you would never have awoken, my girls would have simply eaten you." Leon felt his fingers that grasped his sword start to relax. He tried to fight it, but no matter how hard he tried, he ultimately failed. His sword slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. "There, that's a little better, isn't it?" the nymph murmured. "Things are always better when we don't resort to trying to kill each other, aren't they?" "What did you do to me?" Leon managed to choke out. "Oh," the nymph exclaimed in mild surprise. "You can still speak, even with my magic. Well, aren't you just a delightful young man?" Her grip seemed to slacken slightly, and Leon almost immediately used his lightning without thought. However, he suddenly remembered an old lesson Artorias was fond of. The two would occasionally find cause to cross a bridge back in the forest of black and white. This old bridge was home to a forest troll. This beast didn't possess much in the way of power or strength, and while it had some measure of intelligence, it wasn't particularly bright. Still, it was self-aware, spoke a crude language of its own, and valued shiny metal silver, especially. Artorias used to pay this troll so that he and Leon could cross the bridge peacefully. He could have easily killed the troll to save himself the hassle, but the troll was a living being, capable of thought and reason. Leon was taught to always be ruthless and decisive with his enemies, but he was also taught to be civil and patient with those who were not, no matter who or what they were. He had to admit that he never did internalize that lesson as deeply as Artorias would have liked, and that the past few years had been stressful enough that he was only now remembering it. Leon thought about this troll and how Artorias handled it, and rather than blasting the nymph behind him with lightning, he quietly croaked, "What do you want with me?" "What do I want?" the gorgeous nymph asked, as if she considered the question rather quaint. "What I want, boy, is your strength." She then gently undid the straps of Leon's helmet and pulled it off, revealing his face. The nymph gasped, then circled around to his front to get a better view. Even after removing her arms from around him, Leon still found himself unable to move enough to do more than stand and talk, much to his fear and frustration. The nymph was only an inch or two shorter than he was, though, to be fair, he was wearing boots while she was completely naked. She ran her finger along Leon's jawline and stared into his golden eyes. "I knew it," she whispered as if she were thinking out loud. "There's something within you, some kind of inherited bloodline." Recalling the Thunderbird's statement that no power could touch his mind when he used his lightning, and suspecting that it was some kind of mental power that the nymph was using, Leon summoned his power one more time, giving everything he had without the restraint he had grown used to during the past year to break free of this nymph's control. His body began to spark and flash with arcs of silver lightning, and when one arc connected with the nymph's finger that was still on his face, she quickly pulled back with a sharp yelp of pain. Unfortunately, she wasn't hurt that badly, she simply wasn't used to pain and was surprised. "Something to do with lightning," then, she said as Leon began to twitch and jerk. His efforts were paying off, her hold over him was failing. But then, she slammed her palm into Leon's stomach, producing a ringing sound from his cuirass that echoed throughout the entire cavern and hurling Leon back into a nearby tree. "I went to the trouble of healing you, boy, don't make me break you again," she said with a dangerous look in her eye. "What do you want with me?" Leon angrily repeated as he lay motionless among the roots of the tree he was hurled into. "I told you already, I want your strength," the nymph said as her smile widened. "This is my fertile period, and you are the first man my girls have brought to me that is worthy of fathering my children." Leon was struck speechless at this admission. He expected that this nymph wanted to do something unsavory, but he wasn't expecting anything close to reproduction. Something more like eating him in some kind of magic ritual was closer to Leon's expectations. The nymph slowly walked over to him with a rapacious look as Leon processed her statement. By the time he shouted, "No," she was already standing over him, her body on full display. And yet, Leon wasn't that enticed, despite her exceptional looks. Sex was one of the last things on his mind after recent events, and she was doing absolutely nothing to get him over that. Besides, Leon already had Elise, and he wasn't about to start doing anything romantic or sexual with anyone else behind her back, even if he had the inclination. But as the thought of Elise drifted through his mind, the words, "You are nothing to me," accompanied it. That wasn't her, Leon thought to himself as he pushed the image of Elise from Bran's illusion out of his head. The nymph leaned down, placed her hand upon Leon's cuirass, and whispered with a chilling look in her lake blue eyes, "This has to happen, I can't give you a choice, I will not." Chapter 260. Naiad. From his magmic steel cuirass down to his skyflax padding, all of Leon's armor was carefully removed by the nymph, and she took her time, obviously savoring the removal of every piece. For his part, Leon desperately tried to think of a way out of this, but he couldn't even move, let alone fight. He was powerless to stop the nymph from taking off his shirt and running her hands over all of him in her reach. "It's true what my mother told me about human males," she whispered, and for the first time, Leon truly looked at her. Her right index finger traced a line down the center of his chest and abdomen, but there was some slight trembling that Leon picked up on. "You don't have to do this, we don't know each other, I don't even know your name." Leon babbled, hoping that if he got her talking then he would have more time. "I do have to do this, though," the nymph replied, returning Leon's gaze and giving him another predatory look like he was just a bunny caught in her trap. "No one has to do anything," Leon shouted. "Then you don't have to resist," she countered as her fingers hooked around Leon's pants while his shirt was tossed onto the same pile as his armor. "Don't do this," Leon muttered, his complete helplessness causing his voice to shake, and his eyes grow watery for the first time in longer than he could remember. He wasn't the fifth-tier knight anymore, he was now just a helpless teenager in the jaws of a snake. Finally, the nymph's hands stopped before Leon was completely exposed, but she did not remove them from his pants. Her look of glee faded while her subtle anxiety grew more obvious. "This isn't at all like what Mother said would happen," she thought to herself. She only had a few opportunities to see her servants taking human men for sex, and Leon wasn't acting like any of them. Usually, the men were more than eager to participate, at least until the nymphs had taken their fill and the men were eaten. "You are male, correct?" the nymph asked. She'd seen so few humans that she wasn't even sure what a female human looked like, she had no way to compare. Besides, most of the humans caught by her lesser nymphs were Talfar fishermen, who were more often than not thickly bearded and sported much longer hair. Leon's clean-shaven face and short hair weren't something that the nymph had seen before. Leon glared at her, his eyes dry after having taken the few moments she was lost in thought to compose himself. The nymph could tell by his aura that he was preparing for another blast of lightning, but she wasn't concerned. He wasn't nearly strong enough to harm her in any significant way, and she had to do this. The nymph tightened her grip on Leon's pants and was just about to pull them down when she stopped again. Out of curiosity, she began, "Why is knowing the name of your partner important?" The question caught Leon completely off guard. The lightning raging through his body calmed for a moment as he began to hope that maybe, just maybe, she was still open to reason. "It's important to be relaxed, to feel safe when connected with someone like that," Leon explained as Elise flashed through his mind. He quickly clamped down on thoughts of her, though. He loved her, but if this nymph wanted to take him by force, he wasn't going to make it easier by thinking about his lover. It leaves a person vulnerable, and they have to trust their partner to not cause them pain, unless they want it, which I don't. The nymph sat back, finally letting go of Leon's pants as she contemplated his words. Leon kept on rambling in an attempt to buy time, but she stopped paying attention. There was something about his words that were striking a chord with her, but her mother also taught her to choose her partners carefully and to take what she wanted when she had the opportunity, leaving no option for them to refuse. You humans have strange customs, reproduction should just be done. No point in dancing around it. I'm strong and you're weak, but your blood is strong. My daughters will have that blood," the nymph eventually said as she turned back to him. "But, if it makes it any easier, you can call me Naiad." She reached for Leon again, but lightning exploded out of him and she instinctively pulled her hands back. A few arcs of lightning zapped her a few times, but she wasn't that injured by any of them. If anything, Leon's silver lightning was little more than a nuisance, but it also ruined her mood. Naiad's aura exploded out of her, completely suppressing Leon's own, and his lightning withered away as his breath was forcibly expelled from his compressed chest. "You're making this far more difficult than it needs to be," she said with more than a hint of anger. You're assaulting me, Leon unexpectedly roared, causing Naiad to imperceptibly flinch. I will resist you with everything I have. Naiad and Leon stared at each other. Both were motionless, but Leon was still being held down while Naiad was paralyzed by indecision. And then, Naiad's aura fell back down to more normal levels and the pressure on Leon abated. Even the magic that was preventing his movement relaxed, though not enough for him to do more than gingerly adjust his position on the ground. Why do you resist? Naiad asked, looking down on Leon with a mix of anger, frustration, and genuine curiosity. All those captured by the lesser nymphs for mating were quite willing, but you refuse me. Why? I don't want to have sex with you, Leon said simply. The more you push, the less I want it. Again, the two fell into a long silence as they stared at each other, Leon lying in the dirt at the foot of a tree and Naiad standing over him. Why? Naiad hesitantly began before seeming to think twice. What would make you willing? She eventually asked. Leon looked back at her and whispered, I'm not sure that's possible. Naiad sighed, then snapped her fingers and Leon was almost blinded by a bright flash of green light. When his vision returned, he found that he could move again. Don't go far, Naiad ordered. If you try to run, I will bind you again. Leon slowly sat up and, when it was clear that Naiad wasn't going to try and stop him, reached for his shirt. He contemplated putting the rest of his armor back on, but he decided that it was best for the time being to leave all of it and his sword where they were. When he finished getting dressed again, Naiad watching him the entire time, the two awkwardly stood there for what seemed like hours. I can't let you go, Naiad whispered. Can you tell me where we are? Leon asked. 7 long counts from Saren, she replied. Leon blinked in confusion, then murmured, I have no idea what that means. Saren is where I was born, and a long count is 3 of your miles. Maybe 4, Naiad helpfully answered while narrowing her eyes in thought. How far are we from where I was caught? Leon inquired, hoping for something a little more useful to him. Without knowing where Saren was, knowing where he was in relation to it wasn't that helpful. Maybe only 1 or 2 long counts, Naiad said. Not that it matters, you won't leave here without giving me your seed. There's a war going on, I have to get back. Leon almost shouted. Not my problem, Naiad dismissively replied. Humans kill each other in droves, it doesn't affect me and mine. Why are you so insistent on having me? Leon demanded in frustration. You could go anywhere and have anyone you like, easily someone stronger than me, someone with another inherited bloodline if you so choose. These other people are not here right now, and that's what counts, Naiad responded with a reproachful look. She then sighed and said, since it distresses you so much, I would rather not force this to happen. But it must happen. Why? Leon asked. Naiad watched Leon's stoic, yet subtly angry face for a long moment as if deciding what she should and shouldn't tell him. Eventually, she came to a decision and, with a look of sorrow and a hint of fear, asked, do you know what a gorgon is? A creature that's half woman and half snake, strong enough in earth magic to petrify people, Leon replied. I almost ran into one once, a few years ago. As he thought about it, it occurred to him that the gorgon he and Artorias encountered during his hunt to find a creature strong enough to awaken his bloodline also ruled over the river nymphs of the forest of black and white, just as Naiad seemed to be in charge of the local nymphs. If a Naiad gets too old without reproducing, we turn into gorgons, the nymph explained. It's not a pleasant experience, from what I've been led to believe. It twists the Naiad's mind, leading her to kill all other Naiads she encounters. And if there are no Naiads, then our lesser nymphs will all die. I'm already 170 years old. I must mate with you, not only to give my children strong blood but to protect myself and my girls. Leon stared at Naiad for a long time, trying to detect any deceit in her pleading and desperate gaze. She was a far cry from the domineering person she had been only minutes before, and he couldn't help but feel some small amount of sympathy for her, despite what she had almost done to him. And at the very least, he couldn't sense any hostility from her, and he was inclined to believe her when she had said that she was the one who healed him. But, still, I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't, Leon said. Why not? Naiad demanded to know, and her eyes drifted downward at herself, thinking that reason was her. And she wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't her body that Leon had a problem with. If anything, he was trying very hard not to stare. Generally speaking, Leon said, a tone of uncharacteristic frustration, people don't like being forced. Maybe if you want something, try asking first. Then will you give me your seed? Naiad asked. Can't do that, Leon replied, to the nymph's consternation. If you're going to say no, then what was the point of my asking? Leon almost snapped at her, but for the sake of his own life, he barely managed to refrain. Still, his anger shone through his stoic face for a moment and Naiad unconsciously took a step back. So, Naiad, isn't your name, then? Leon asked, changing the subject to stop himself from doing something stupid. I am a Naiad, the nymph replied. Naiads are the queens of the nymphs. So you have a civilization? Or at least a society? Leon curiously asked. Not like what you humans have, there aren't enough of us, Naiad explained with her blue eyes closed and thought in her hand on her chin. If she hadn't just almost raped Leon, he might have even found the expression cute. We prefer to stay on our own, only gathering if the need arises. And the need rarely arises. Leon hummed. He let his golden eyes wander around the island, taking in everything from the trees covered in pink flowers to the pond filled with crystal clear water. He hadn't noticed it before, but this air in this place was extremely thick with magic power. If it weren't in the middle of a nymph-infested lake, it would make an ideal place to train for those with an affinity for water magic. With that thought, Leon was suddenly reminded that Artorias had once told him that his bloodline gave him some small affinity for water and wind magic, but that struck Leon as a bit odd, as from what he had been able to study from his family's books, none of his family's magical arts involved water or wind. Something to ask the Thunderbird about, Leon thought, filing that thought away for later. I've just thought of something, Naiad suddenly said, fixing Leon in her icy cold gaze and pulling him out of his thoughts. Humans like to barter, to trade, right? Some find great pleasure in it, Leon admitted hesitantly. He had a feeling he knew where this was going, and it put him on edge. I have a need for your seed, and you have a need to return to your people. Perhaps we can trade, Naiad suggested. I've already told you, I can't. You've told me you can't, but you didn't explain yourself, Naiad shot back, her beautiful face twisting in suppressed anger. I already have a lady that I'm involved with, Leon said. So, I've heard that humans take many mates. Leon cringed a little. It was true that his was a polyamorous society, to an extent, but that also carried with it the implication that everyone was informed and gave their consent. Elise had no idea what was happening here, and Leon hadn't the intention to father children without her knowledge and agreement. Sleeping with someone without Elise's knowledge would still be considered cheating. When Leon explained this to Naiad, she frowned and went back to silently thinking for a while. The thought of trying to get away while she was distracted never once entered Leon's mind. He knew he wouldn't get away even if he didn't have to carry all of his armor and weapons. But then Naiad seemed to think of something. Her eyes snapped open and she took a few steps toward Leon with an odd smile on her face. There is something we can do, she said, her smile only growing stranger to Leon. It was a worrying mix of hope, anticipation, and elation, none of which engendered much of any of those feelings in Leon. I have thought about it, and maybe I have been a bit too hasty. I have a decade or two before things start becoming dire for me, while you have somewhere you need to be right now. So let's make a pact. What do you mean by pact? Leon asked as he took a step back and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. I mean you declare that you will father my children at a time of my choosing, and I will lead you out of here. As soon as the words were spoken, Leon's face twitched in distaste. Don't give me that look, Naiad said with almost as much anger and frustration as Leon felt. This is a good compromise. You go about your business, and I will come to you at a later date for my due. This is the best the deal is going to get. If you refuse it then I'm pushing you back down. From the way she both glared and leered at him, Leon knew she wasn't kidding about pushing him down. She may have stopped when she realized that he wasn't as into it as she had thought he would be, but he could also feel her desperation and desire to not turn into a gorgon. This was the best deal he was going to get, but he still felt dirty. Very well, he reluctantly mumbled, feeling as unworthy of Elise's trust and love as he had during the worst parts of Bran's illusion. Wonderful, Naiad joyfully exclaimed, in stark contrast to Leon's dour expression. Hold out your hand. Leon complied, his resistance to her crumbling the instant he agreed. As soon as he held out his hand, Naiad seized it and twined her fingers around Leon's own. Now, push your magic into me, Naiad whispered. I will do likewise, and we will speak our terms. Again, Leon did as she directed, channeling his magic down his arm and into his hand. His magic was then transferred out of him and immediately replaced with Naiad's power, a soft, gentle stream of power that wound its way through his body to find Leon's heart. "You go first," Naiad demanded. Leon hesitated, he averted his eyes, he did everything he could to delay, but in the end, he only bought himself a handful of seconds. I will," he sputtered. "Say it," Naiad repeated, her expression hardening and the power that flowed into Leon taking on an icy sharpness. "At a time of my choosing, you will father my children." "At a time of your choosing," Leon said through gritted teeth, barely able to say the words, "I will father your children." Once the words were out, Leon almost choked, and it was all he could do to maintain his composure and not attack Naiad. "In exchange, I will lead you from this lake and back to the surface," Naiad happily replied, her power warming again. Leon felt that power form a pattern, but he couldn't distinguish what that pattern was. Before he could use his magic senses to try and examine it, it vanished into his soul realm. Seeing the look on his face, Naiad smiled and said, "We are now connected, we can't back out of this deal. Now, gather your things, I will fulfill my end right now." Leon immediately let go of her hand and went back to his pile of armor. He put it all back on as quickly as he could, grabbed his sword and slid it into his sheath, and started making his way back to the beaming Naiad. "Your bow," Naiad said, pointing over to where Leon had first woken up. His bow was sitting in the grass there, but he hadn't noticed it before her appearance took his attention. "Thanks," Leon said quietly as he slung his bow over his shoulder. Like the rest of his gear, the water he'd been submerged in wasn't that great for it, but it was too heavily enchanted to have any damage worth Leon's time to repair. He was finally ready. He returned to Naiad, who extended her hand with a smile of such warmth and happiness that even Leon found it just a little bit harder to be angry. But only a little bit, he was still furious and frustrated in ways he couldn't properly express. "Now, come with me," Naiad said, taking his hand and leading him back to the lake. Chapter 261. The Bull's Ghost Eye. Leon gasped for air as he surfaced in a small pond in the middle of a forest on the north side of the chasm. Naiad giggled beside him as he pulled himself out of the water and onto dry ground. There had been no places for him to breathe between the lake and the exit pond, a distance that took Leon almost 15 minutes to swim, so he was more than a little out of breath. When Leon's breathing steadied, he turned around and locked eyes with Naiad, who was still watching him. Once she'd entered the lake, the lower half of her body had disappeared into the water, putting on the same eerie display that all the other nymphs did. Still, Leon had to admit that even after what she had done to him, she was extremely beautiful. Her bronze skin glistened in the sunlight, her blue eyes glittered with coy playfulness, and Leon had to cut himself off there. Any more thoughts about her looks and his anger and antipathy toward her may lessen. "Remember, boy," she said as they stared at each other, "you owe me at least one child. Your power is within me now, as mine is within you. You won't get away from me, this pact will be completed one day." "I understand," Leon growled. Naiad giggled again, then dove back under the surface of the pond, the rest of her body disappearing before she even entered the tunnel that led back to the lake. Her giggle sent a shiver down Leon's spine, and he immediately turned around and left, trying to put this entire experience behind him. He didn't know how long he had until that pact caught up with him, but he knew he wasn't going to get away from her so easily. He had a vague notion of where she was in relation to him, and he had the impression that with her much higher power level, her idea of his location was much more refined. And with that much higher power level, she'd have little trouble getting to him, even if he were far away from any major bodies of water or protected by hordes of loyal warriors. If he were a more conceited person, he might feel honored that such a powerful being found him worthy of being her mate, but the whole thing just left him feeling gross. Besides, it was one thing if she actually wanted him, but it was his blood Naiad was after, not him as a person. He didn't consider himself worthy of that attention on his own merits, it was all because of what he had inherited from the Thunderbird. He had a lot of trouble getting this situation out of his head, to say the least. This, along with the attention of the vampire Bran, he was starting to get more than a little insecure about his own accomplishments and how much was actually the result of his own actions and how much due to his blood. But this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He forced them out of his head, but in their place came thoughts about how much trouble he'd be in if he made it back to the Horns. It occurred to him that he had no idea how long he'd been gone, a day at most if he were lucky, but regardless, he knew that Trajan would be indescribably furious. "Ah, I really fucked up," Leon thought to himself as he ascended a nearby hill and began to climb the tallest tree he could find. When he reached the top, he could see the chasm about 6 miles to the south. At least she didn't lie about bringing me back this far, he cynically thought. He stayed up in that tree for about an hour trying to clear his head before he started to make his way back down. It was close to sunset and he needed to find a place to rest, so he started meandering his way south, keeping a paranoid eye on his surroundings. A forest with river nymphs was putting him back into old habits and managed to snag himself a rabbit for dinner with a well-placed arrow to the neck. A few minutes after, he built a small fire in a clearing to cook his meal, then made a bed of leaves so he wouldn't have to sleep in the dirt. Before he fell asleep, though, he had one last piece of business to take care of. The magic power he channeled into his invisibility ring was leaking out, preventing enough power from getting to the emerald and thus preventing the invisibility enchantment from activating. Leon slipped the ring off his finger and gave it a thorough examination. He quickly discovered the problem: a long, deep crack on the opposite side of the gold band from the emerald. Leon couldn't help but sigh in dismay at the damage. If it were just a problem with the enchantment, he'd be able to fix it, but the ring itself was damaged and that was beyond his current ability to repair. Still, he had a copy of the enchantment in the documents within his soul realm, so if he made it back to Arimenium, he was confident that he could find a smith to fix the ring, and then he'd be able to fix the disrupted enchantment, or, failing that, find an enchanter or artificer working for Heaven's Eye to do so. But returning to the horns would be a significantly more difficult task without invisibility. Leon took a few minutes and pulled the ring into his soul realm. If it wasn't going to be useful, then he'd rather keep it as safe as possible for the time being. While he was awake, though, he decided to add to his collection of depleted spells. He retrieved a quill, ink, and spell paper, and got to work. When he was done, he had one more of his Thunderblast spells and about a dozen more White Fire spells, but the sun had set and his eyes had grown heavy, so he put his enchanting supplies away and lay back on his makeshift bed. He didn't fall asleep right away, and his thoughts quickly became occupied with weighing his options for moving forward. His best bet, he thought, was to continue going south. He'd never be able to make it through the plains to the west, and while there was the possibility that he could potentially find a safe way through the mountains to the east, he figured that it would take weeks if not longer, and he didn't believe he had that kind of time. No, I need to get back as soon as I can, and that means going south, Leon thought. I'll have to be careful to avoid the inevitable Talfar patrols, and I have to find a way to cross the chasm, but south is still the only option I have to make it back in anything resembling a timely fashion. With his mind made up, or rather, with his previous decision confirmed, his thoughts turned to other things. He thought about Trajan and how angry the prince likely was with him. He thought about Alex and the look of anguish she had at being left behind yet again. He thought about Charles, Henry, and Elan, and hoped that his friends were doing well. He knew that their legion had been assigned to the main walls between the horns and so they had likely seen some combat. Finally, Leon thought about Anzu. When he'd left on his admittedly stupid and reckless mission, Anzu had been badly injured by a Talfar trebuchet. Leon hoped with everything he had that his little griffin was all right. Before he could think of anything else, Leon's eyes closed, and he fell into a deep, mentally exhausted sleep that he didn't wake from until late the next morning when the sounds of an approaching Talfar squad resounded through his clearing. Leon sprang to his feet as soon as his brain processed what those sounds were. He only had a few minutes to collect himself and he quickly came up with a plan. He retrieved his freshly inscribed Thunderblast spell and hurriedly buried it in the ashes of his fire, then scrambled up a tree. He barely managed to get himself hidden when the first Talfar warrior stumbled into his camp. Leon jumped down from his hidden perch and surveyed the result of his lightning spell. 9 Talfar warriors were dead, and the last one was so mangled that he wasn't going to live long. Leon put an arrow into his chest and ended the man's suffering. The rest of the warriors were some combination of burned, dismembered, and vaporized from the Thunderblast spell. After his complete helplessness before Naiad, Leon felt immense satisfaction in this result, but he didn't stay long. The lightning spell had been extremely loud and Leon didn't want to get caught between any other squads that might be out in the forest converging on his location, so with a victorious smile on his face, Leon vanished into the forest. He was a little concerned that there were warriors in the forest north of the chasm at all. He didn't think the hassle of getting across would be worth it. I guess they're more determined to find me than I thought, Leon thought with a slight frown. But on the other hand, The mere fact that there were warriors around at all meant that there was a way across the chasm he could use. He could approach the chasm and follow it until he found that way across. Leon turned south and moved through the forest like a ghost. He left no tracks and made little noise. He was essentially invisible even without his ring. Only a high-tiered mage using their magic senses would be able to find him, but he restrained his aura to minimize this possibility, as while they were a powerful tool, magic senses weren't perfect. As he was on his way, though, he heard the sounds of another squad of Talfar warriors clumsily hacking and ripping their way through the forest, and he stopped for a moment. His heart still beat with anger and frustration from his experience with Naiad, and here he had another perfect opportunity to vent a little. Leon quickly climbed up into the dense canopy of dark green leaves and stared to the east, where the noises were coming from. From his vantage point, he could see 10 warriors, with the strongest mage among them being a single 5th-tier mage. I can take that many, hopefully, Leon confidently thought as he unlimbered his bow. The squad was about 200 feet away and they weren't even trying to be stealthy. They loudly swore as they stumbled their way past roots, vines, and bushes. Leon couldn't make out what they were saying, but he didn't much care, anyway. He simply conjured a handful of white fire arrows from his soul realm and got down to business. With practiced precision, Leon had fired 3 arrows before the warriors even knew they were under attack. These arrows accurately hit 3 warriors in the gaps of their lackluster armor, and a moment later, incinerated them. 2 more arrows were fired before the other warriors could even process what had just happened. In a matter of seconds, half of the squad had been rendered into ash and white-hot fire, including their only mage capable of elemental magic. The rest of the warriors scrambled for cover, but Leon took care of them in short order with a few more well-placed arrows, but he refrained from using his white fire spells on them, as in those spells he was running low. Instead, the 2 warriors he didn't instantly kill with his bow he finished off with his sword. Once the job was done and Leon was left alone with the bodies of the warriors, he breathed a heavy sigh and looked around at each one of them. He enjoyed fighting a great deal, and he enjoyed hunting even more, but taking life wasn't something he particularly wanted to celebrate. Still, he found the hunt exhilarating, and he couldn't deny the catharsis that killing his enemies brought him. He hardened his nerve and moved on. He didn't hate killing, after all, he simply found it fairly unremarkable. The warriors of Talfar were his enemy, and that was that. Emrys stared down at what little remained of Lorcan's body. The Thunderblast spell had vaporized most of his flesh, leaving a charred skeleton whose bones had been almost entirely fused together. Lorcan was only identifiable by his boots and the few scraps of armor that remained. With rising fury, Emrys glanced around at his friend's dead squad, who were scattered in pieces around the clearing. He's alive, Emrys thought with a level of hatred that he never thought himself capable of. I knew he survived that fall, and now he's killing more of my friends. The hypocrisy of being a member of the army that started this war was completely lost on him. He hadn't made the decision to invade, and so he felt his rage justified when his friends were killed and his countrymen starved because of the rat. This wasn't the first time Emrys had lost friends in battle. In fact, if Emrys were to count the number of friends he'd lost on his hands, he'd very quickly run out of fingers, and he wouldn't even be close to adding Lorcan. So, while Emrys was enraged, he maintained his composure. Look for tracks, anything that might tell us where this little rat fucker went, he ordered the 9 warriors at his back. Said warriors spread out around the clearing while Emrys respectfully arranged the bodies of Lorcan's squad in a pile and incinerated what was left. Generally speaking, most in the Talfar kingdom were buried, but cremations were perfectly acceptable in times of war when bringing bodies home wasn't practical. In this case, Emrys had to admit to himself that bringing Lorcan's squad back to the Talfar camp was probably easy enough, but he didn't want to waste time when his quarry was still at large. Once he was done, he looked to his squad, but none had found any evidence of where the rat had scurried off to. Emrys scowled, then led his squad onward. The old-fashioned way, then, he thought as he projected his magic senses out into the forest. It might alert his prey, but he was determined to find and gut the rat that had already killed several of his friends. And I will find you, I swear it, Emrys vowed as he led his warriors deeper into the forest. Chapter 262. The Bull's Ghost. 4 days had passed since the bridge was completed, and Emrys had nearly all of his 2,000-strong force searching the dozens of square miles of forest on the northern side of the chasm. Well, to be more accurate, his 1,700 or 1,800-strong force. Over the past few days no less than 20 squads had turned up dead, and another 6 were missing, and no living warrior had yet seen hide or hair of their prey. To say that the atmosphere in the squads was tense would be putting it mildly. In the 4 days since crossing the chasm, Immersive warriors were now so on edge that the warrior chief was having to punish insubordination on an almost hourly basis whenever he wasn't actively participating in the search. Compounding the issue was that supplies from the camp were frustratingly light. Immersive knew that Talfar's supply situation was in dire straits after most of it went up in flames, but that did little to help when his warriors' stomachs were rumbling so loudly that he was almost surprised the ground didn't shake. Hunting in the forest mitigated this a little bit, but Immersive couldn't devote too many people to foraging when their rat was still on the loose. "Damn, that's a terrible way to die," one 4th-tier warrior muttered as Immersive's squad surveyed the carnage in one remote corner of the forest. 10 corpses were scattered around a blackened section of the forest, most of them little more than ash and scorched bone. Immersive had heard the sounds of battle in the distance, but when they finally managed to work their way through the dense forest, the fight was long over and 10 more Talfar warriors were dead. Most of them had been burned to death, but 3 of the warriors near the edges of the still smoldering ambush area had been clearly killed with a bladed weapon rather than fire. "Be careful," Immersive warned, "there may be mines left behind for anyone who came to investigate." There had been several times when squads had been found dead, only for those warriors that found them to be caught in traps left for them by the rat. However, those measures were mostly confined to areas closer to the bridge, and in this remote corner of the forest there likely wasn't much danger, but Immersive wasn't going to let his guard down when lives were on the line. As Leon watched the Immersive squad examine the dead squad he'd left behind, he clicked his tongue and thought, "Knew I should have left a few mines behind." Oh well, the lost opportunity stung a little, but he didn't dwell on it and he hauled ass away. He wasn't about to take on a 6th-tier mage in battle if he didn't have to, and he wasn't going to wait around for said mage to release his magic senses. Fortunately for him, it seemed like the 6th-tier mage was getting tired from the pressure Leon had been exerting on the Talfar force and had been getting slower by the day with his power. Over the past 4 days, he'd been doing everything he could to whittle down the Talfar warriors searching for him. He chose his battles with caution, only launching an ambush if he knew he could take on the entire squad. With well-placed spells and arrows and his stellar ability to quickly move unseen through forested terrain, he'd killed 20 squads of warriors and left the others increasingly stressed. Unfortunately, Immersive wasn't an idiot, and he'd flooded the northern forest with thousands of warriors and left the bridge heavily guarded, stymieing Leon's desire to cross. Taking on 10 warriors was one thing, but the 40 that Immersive had assigned to the bridge was another thing entirely. On the 3rd day, Leon had gone east to scout out the plains between the forest and Briga and found the cataphract and chariot patrols too numerous to try and sneak past. So, his options were fairly limited. He could hide and wait for them to leave, he could go west and try to find a way through the border mountains, or he could step up his guerrilla campaign in the hopes of whittling the Talfar warriors down enough to make his attempt to cross the bridge easier. Leon quickly chose the latter, as he had done several days before. He'd been gone from the Horns for almost 5 days, and finding a way south still seemed the fastest way back. To that end, Leon moved on to find a new target before the 6th-tier warrior decided to move on from the remains of the other squad. With the number of warriors in the forest, Leon didn't have to go far to find another squad, but he kept moving instead of attacking. He was still too close to the 6th-tier warrior for his liking. When he encountered a second squad a few minutes later, though, he didn't make the same decision. The 5th-tier mage leading this squad had taken the lead and was tensely walking through the forest in Leon's general direction. Leon quickly hid behind a bush where he wouldn't be seen and waited. The instant the 5th-tier warrior came close, Leon burst from the bush with lightning magic coursing through his body and moved faster than the warriors could react. He impaled the warrior on his sword and shattered his soul realm, killing him instantly. The rest of the squad fell in short order. A quick blast of lightning killed the lower-tiered mages, and Leon's quick swordplay did likewise to the remaining pair of 4th-tier mages. Once the deed was done, Leon moved on. He didn't linger at any ambush site, he just kept moving, using his sword and lightning magic to ambush Talfar warriors for the rest of the day. These were the best tools available to him since he was saving his spells for a plan he hoped would get him out of this mess. Talfar lost 15 more squads by the time the sun fell. Immersive established his search unit's forward operating base close to the bridge on the southern side of the chasm. This way, His warriors could keep an eye on the bridge and come to the aid of its defenders if they came under attack. Every night, Emrys would hold a meeting with his top warrior captains and get an idea of what had gone down that day. He had yet to be pleased with their progress. The Ghost killed 17 squads today, one warrior dourly reported, eliciting a chorus of groans from the rest of the captains. That's almost double what we've lost in the entire time we've been out here, another captain exclaimed. A third captain spoke up to air his frustrations with their current assignment. How is this fucker doing this? The Ghost runs through our squads like a hot knife through butter, and we've yet to find any evidence of his movements apart from the bodies he leaves behind. We'll find this, Ghost, eventually, Emrys testily added. Since none of the lower-tiered warriors had even seen the rat yet, they had started to call him the Bull's Ghost. Emrys didn't mind if the rank-and-file warriors used it, but he found the use of the nickname for their elusive rat in more formal settings distasteful, and he put a great deal of emphasis on the word to express it. What strategy would your lordship suggest? One of Emrys' more level-headed captains asked. Burn the forest, Emrys stated. We've lost almost 400 warriors to the rat. Tomorrow morning, we will flush him out of whatever hole he's hiding in and catch him in our trap. Burn the forest to the ground, and he'll show himself. Emrys' 30 remaining captains nodded to him, and a few even shouted in favor of the plan. But then, an explosion ripped through half a dozen tents in the base and spread fire across another half dozen. The titanic noise hammered Emrys and the captains' eardrums, stunning them into momentary silence as they tried to figure out what just happened. The screams of the dying pulled them back to reality, and the captains burst out of the command tent. Each of their tents held a squad, and there was now a massive burning hole where many of their tents used to be. A few warriors who survived the blast were either lying in the dirt moaning in pain or shambling around in shock. Put out those fires, Emrys roared, instantly taking command of the situation. The captains instantly sprinted into the midst of the bright orange flames to do what they could. The earth mages buried the fires, the water and ice mages doused them, and the fire mages simply waved their hands and the fires disappeared. In less than a minute, the fire had been brought under control and the wounded were being seen to. How did this happen? One captain wondered out loud. It was, Emrys began, but he was cut off by the ear-splitting roar of a second horrific explosion in another part of the camp. These had better be hitting the target, Leon bitterly thought as he prepared his third arrow. Over the past 4 days he'd been in the forest, he'd made it so dangerous for the Talfar warriors that they would fall back over their bridge to the south side of the chasm when the sun set. Leon had capitalized on their absence to work on replenishing his stash of spells, but it wasn't his usual white fire spells that occupied his time. Rather, he used those nights to inscribe 5 more of the explosion spells he'd created and 2 more thunderblast spells. But this night, however, was different. Instead of spending his time with paper and ink, he spent it scouting up and down the chasm looking for anything that could possibly help him get across. If he were a stronger mage, he would be able to jump over, but he quickly came to the conclusion that there was no safe way back to the southern side without using Talfar's bridge. During that time spent scouting, though, Leon had seen evidence of the base where the warriors hunting him were sleeping. Specifically, he noticed some flickering lights through distant trees, and he saw the smoke from campfires in the sky. Realizing what it was that he was seeing, he quickly came up with a new plan. To that end, he'd fired 2 arrows with his explosion spells at the enemy camp and hoped that his aim was true, and they were landing in the ranks of his enemy. He could hear the explosions and the panicked shouting, so he figured he was doing at least some damage, but he wasn't sure if it was enough. He hesitated for a long moment, then fired his 3rd arrow at an almost absurd angle, leaving him with only 2 explosion spells and 2 thunderblast spells. He heard the explosion in the distance, followed by even more muted shouting and screaming. Now he needed to decide if he ought to use 1 more. I might need them when getting back to the horns, but there's no point to having them if I don't use them when I have the opportunity, he thought. He'd need those spells if he were detected trying to sneak past the main Talfar camp, but another explosion might help him sneak past the warriors here. Leon played around with the idea in his head for about another minute, then decided that 1 more explosion would do the trick. So, he fired off 1 more arrow and then was running for the bridge before he even heard the 4th explosion. About a quarter mile later, Leon arrived unseen at the stone bridge and found that the warriors guarding it were just as numerous as ever but were at least far more distracted now. In fact, All three of the 5th-tier warriors that were the main reason Leon couldn't get across the bridge had huddled together to discuss what was happening, negligently ignoring what was happening on Leon's side of the chasm. Leon almost couldn't believe his luck, but this didn't stop him from pulling out a Thunderblast spell and immediately firing it at this tempting target. The 3 warriors in charge of the Talfar forces at the bridge barely even registered that they were under attack before they were torn apart by a blast of lightning, along with 12 other warriors that were around them and severely injuring the rest. Leon wasted no time and charged out of the forest and over the bridge. With lightning magic coursing through his body, he was fast enough to kill 3 more warriors as he ran past, creating a hole in their defenses big enough for him to run through and reach the trees on the other side. Chapter 263. Running for the river. Leon made it back to the southern side of the chasm, but he wasn't particularly subtle about it. The remaining warriors guarding the bridge saw him, and as he vanished into the forest, he heard the rumble of a horn as the warriors alerted the camp to his presence. Unfortunately for them, the 15 warriors or so back in the camp were far more concerned with the burning camp than anything else, and none of the other 22 warriors at the bridge were strong or fast enough to pursue Leon even if his Thunderblast spell hadn't left them with bleeding ears and severe lightning burns. So, Leon was essentially unchallenged as he bolted south through the forest. He didn't stop for anything. He had a bad feeling that if he stopped before he reached the end of the forest, he'd be caught by the 6th-tier warrior that had been leading the search for him. This wasn't true, of course, and the rational part of his brain knew that, as that warrior was probably too busy tending to the damage Leon had done with his explosion spells. Leon didn't know how badly mangled the Talfar force was, but he also wasn't going to waste time finding out. He was south of the chasm and that's what mattered to him. He didn't slow down until he reached the tree line on the south side of the forest. The main Talfar camp was visible in the distance, as were the dozens of chariots and cataphracts in the plains to the east and southeast. Leon was confident that with his lightning magic, he'd be able to outrun any Talfar mage on foot, but those cavalry units were another matter entirely. He'd almost been run down by Talfar charioteers 5 days prior when he was first forced to enter the forest, and he wasn't keen on repeating that experience. But, despite the relatively flat plains between himself and the camp, there were still a few small hills and natural ditches here and there, not to mention the tall wild grass that blanketed the region south of the border mountains. With the darkness, Leon was sure that there was enough cover for him to try and go west back to the Horns. But that wasn't to say that he was completely certain in his decision and lacked all hesitation. He was incredibly nervous about his course of action. Regardless of his misgivings, Leon darted into the plains and stuck to the tallest grasses as best he could. There were a few areas where this wasn't possible, and he sprinted through them as fast as he could, trusting his black armor to keep him hidden in the early evening darkness. And it seemed to be working. He made it about halfway between the forest and the camp before he had to stop for a passing cataphract patrol. There was a brief moment where it seemed like he had been detected, as one of the cataphracts paused for a moment near the patch of tall grass Leon had hidden himself in, but after a few brief words with the patrol commander, the cataphracts moved on. Unfortunately, Leon was in for an unpleasant surprise as he drew closer to the gap between the camp and the mountains, for that happened to be just the place that Arthwin had ordered the replacement siege engines be built. Work had stopped for the most part when the sun went down, but there were still enough warriors among the construction equipment and half-built trebuchets and siege towers that Leon knew there was no way he was going to get past. Leon grimaced in dismay. He hadn't been able to see this area until he was almost on top of it as it was behind a gentle hill. He never would have come this far if he knew that slipping past wasn't feasible. But this wasn't the time for regrets. He needed a new way to get west, and he needed it before he ran out of luck. In the few minutes he allowed himself, he could only think of one direction to go, further south. He'd need to swing all the way around the Talfar camp and hope that he wasn't spotted. Leon clenched his teeth and began running south rather than west. This wasn't necessarily a fatal setback, but the land between the camp and Florentia that he would have to get through was much flatter and had less grass to hide in. Making matters worse, after about a mile, Leon could see that thousands of the Talfar war horses had been let out to graze, and were under heavy guard. "Fuck," Leon shouted in his head in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, many of the scouts that Trajan had ordered deployed had been detected, so combined with the loss of the main supply tent, Arthwin had security around the camp raised, leading to Leon's current situation. There was no way he was going to get past the guards around the siege engines or the warriors guarding the grazing horses without his ring of invisibility, effectively cutting him off from the horns. Or at least, cut off by land. Leon could see Florentia just beyond the grazing horses, and the Tyrrhenian River, shining a bright silver in the moonlight. The river ran straight to Arimenium, and the Talfar warriors were notoriously poor sailors. Leon glanced at the camp, then back at the forest, and finally at Florentia again. I've come this far already, he thought with a combination of determination and fear. Leon started moving south again, but this time he was much more careful. There were more cataphracts out around the horses, so he had to move slower than before if he didn't want to be seen. Partway to Florentia, as he was moving from a small patch of long grass to a natural ditch, he noticed a chariot team driving toward him. They weren't moving as fast as they would if they had seen him, but they would still be upon him in seconds. His first instinct was to start running for Florentia, but his rationality won out and he dropped to the ground and submerged himself in the shadows of the ditch. Something around here? Leon heard the lead charioteers ask. I swear, I saw someone in this area, another warrior responded. Let's do a sweep. There's been too many damned Legion scouts in the area these days, we can't let even a single one slip through our fingers, the lead warrior ordered, and the chariot driver began taking them on a slow, methodical search of the area. Fortunately, they did not see Leon, and it didn't seem like any of them were strong enough to use magic senses. Because of this and the fact that laying down in a ditch while Talfar warriors were searching for him was wreaking havoc on his nerves, Leon was tempted to unlimber his bow and hit the chariot with his last explosion spell. But again, his reason kept him in the ditch and his bow over his shoulder. After a few minutes of searching, the chariot team drove off, and Leon was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but then it was back to sneaking toward Florentia with his body racked with tension. Through skill and more than a little bit of luck, Leon reached Florentia without being detected. Every road leading into the city was guarded, though, but the guards mostly seemed bored and weren't paying good attention. Leon was able to find a short wall near the main road and jumped right over, landing in the back courtyard of a small villa. From there, he made it into the streets. Sticking to the alleys as best he could, Leon slowly made his way toward the river. He was fortunate that the city was long and thin, so he only had about a quarter of a mile to go from where he entered the city. In less than 5 minutes, Leon could see the Tyrrhenian River. He looked left and right, and after not seeing anyone obviously watching the river, he sprinted forward and jumped into the water as quietly as he could. Unfortunately, while he didn't see anyone monitoring the river, that didn't mean it wasn't being watched. Did you see that? A third-tier Talfar warrior asked his superior from the third story of a villa that gave them commanding views of the western side of the river. See what? The fifth-tier warrior captain asked. I swear I just saw something jump into the river, the warrior explained. The captain frowned, not quite believing his subordinate, but he was a diligent man and wasn't going to take the chance. He was wrong when Legion scouts had been out in force recently. The captain grabbed a fisherman's spyglass from a nearby table and used it to take a look at the river. This spyglass was an expensive magical device that allowed anyone who looked through it to see the auras of beings in water, an invaluable tool for anyone who has to regularly venture out into dangerous waters. And with this spyglass, the captain saw a bright white-blue aura and knew that someone was in the river. Sound the alarm! The captain shouted, and the other 3 warriors on watch with him sprang into action. There was the possibility that this person was some stupid warrior, but the captain wasn't going to risk it. Shit, 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 Leon thought as he dove beneath the water's surface and began to swim as fast as he could. He couldn't so much hear as feel the water around him shake as the deep alarm raised by the watching warriors thundered through the city. There was no way in his mind that it wasn't because of him. Fortunately, it wasn't like there were hundreds of warriors already in place ready to take him down, so he had some time. He used those crucial moments as best as he could, swimming like his life depended on it because it very much did. He had almost made it out of the city by the time a proper response was mustered by the Talfar warriors. About a dozen archers were placed in tall buildings by the edge of the city on the river, and they shot numerous arrows at him. The Talfar kingdom, though, wasn't known for having spectacular foot archers. Most of their best marksmen were put in chariots, so barely even a tenth of the arrows shot at Leon down near the riverbed even so much as grazed his armor. Leon kept swimming, but as he left the range of the archers on the riverbanks, Talfar wrangled together a few captured fishing boats and pursued him. Leon could see their hulks slide in above him, causing him to grimace in frustration. There were far too many miles between him and Ariminium to remain below the water the entire time. To counter the boats, Leon called upon his magic. He didn't know how effective his lightning would be from the bottom of the river, but he didn't have much choice unless he wanted to go for broke and use the last of his spells. Leon extended his hand toward the boat directly above him, a small thing that could barely hold a dozen people without sinking, and a bolt of golden lightning burst out of him and crashed into the boat's keel. The fishing boat was nowhere near as magically reinforced as a proper war galley, and the keel almost completely disintegrated, sending the boat crashing down into the river. But that also meant that Leon now had to contend with a dozen Talfar warriors in the water with him. He kicked himself forward, sliding his sword into the throat of a third-tier warrior directly in front of him, then twisting as fast as he could and slashing a pair of second-tier warriors. The water hindered his movements, but he was still a fifth-tier mage, and his prodigious strength kept him far more lethal than the Talfar warriors would have liked. And then a rock spike burst out of the river bed and would have impaled Leon had he not pushed himself just barely out of the way, causing the spike to brush past his armor and knock him closer to the surface. The remaining 9 warriors in the water surrounded him, including the earth mage who had the biggest shit-eating grin on his face as he stared Leon down from just below the surface. Leon almost shouted in anger as he called upon his magic power to summon his last Thunderblast spell, but just as the paper appeared in his hand, he felt the river current pick up to a startling speed and sweep him right past a Talfar warrior. The warrior attempted to stab Leon with his short spear as he passed, but the water around him constricted and sliced him into several dozen pieces. The rest of the warriors stared in horror at their buddy's gruesome death, but when the earth mage attempted to summon another rock spike to attack Leon with, the fingers on his extended hand were instantly severed by tiny water blades. His hand followed, then his arm, and then the rest of his extremities. He had just enough time to scream in pain and terror before one last water blade sliced his head off and everything went dark. Leon rocketed down the river at a speed that made it obvious there was a water mage somewhere helping him along, but when he looked around, he didn't see anything. A possibility occurred to him, but he'd lost the feeling that told him Naiad's general location after he got far enough away from the pond where she'd left him, and it hadn't returned. With no other evidence, he decided to just thank his lucky stars and let the river carry him onward. There were still 3 more boats after him, but the pace at which the river carried him was helping him to rapidly outstrip them. He even had enough space to surface and take another breath before diving back down to avoid the subsequent rain of arrows. About 2 miles from the mouth of the river, where 3 massive stone towers stood at the end of the walls of Ariminium that could each easily sink the tiny fishing boats, the Talfar warriors called it quits and turned around. They weren't going to risk their lives for someone who they thought was no more than a single bull scout. Leon relaxed, seeing the boats turn around, but he didn't surface until he was well past the towers. He didn't want them to shoot him if they thought he was a Talfar warrior, even though he didn't honestly think that would happen. Regardless, he didn't even try to avoid the alarm enchantments as he passed them. He could already see on the docks of the first island a company of Legion soldiers mustering to capture him in the likely event he was a Talfar warrior. But the sight only calmed him down and released most of his tension. He'd made it back to Ariminium. Miles behind him, an invisible being watched him. The water was her territory. Her body had even transformed until it was indistinguishable from the river around her. Her eyes tracked Leon as he swam for the closest docks on the first island, rolling slightly when he climbed out of the water. Stupid boy, taking such a risk, she thought. You owe me a child, you can't die until you pay your debt. Chapter 264, Punishment and a Pleasant Surprise. Leon hauled himself out of the Tyrrhenian River with some difficulty. He was extremely tired from the running and fighting he'd done over the past week and this day in particular. It was nearly midnight, and he'd been going strong for more than 6 hours, and this was after a day spent hunting the Talfar warriors that had been hunting him. The Legion soldiers at the other end of the pier did nothing to help him out of the water. They still weren't certain who he was, and until they found out, they were going to assume that he was hostile. As Leon rose to his feet, the local centurion shouted, "Stay where you are, no sudden moves." Leon complied. In fact, he just sat down on a nearby cleat and waited for the soldiers to make their move. He was too tired to even offer his own name. His obvious power put the watching soldiers on edge, but after a few minutes of waiting for stronger soldiers to arrive, the company watching him started to relax. As he waited, Leon's thoughts turned toward what happened in the river. None of the soldiers around seemed strong enough to have been responsible for the water magic that aided him, and he couldn't think of anyone that might have been around to have used that magic. For a few brief terrifying seconds, he thought he might have been followed by Naiad, but he couldn't feel her presence like he could after they made their pact, leading him to think that she wasn't around. "Hey, what's your name?" the centurion called out, pulling Leon out of his thoughts. "Leon Ursus," Leon shouted back, and he heard an audible gasp from several of the soldiers. "What unit are you a part of?" the centurion continued. Leon rolled his eyes, but he understood the man's caution and the need for these questions, even if he were too tired to appreciate them. "I serve in Prince Trajan's retinue," Leon replied. He didn't get out and interact with most of the rank-and-file soldiers much, so Leon didn't truly understand how famous he was. Nearly every soldier stationed at Arimenium knew the names of most of the prince's most prominent knights, and Leon was no different. Of course, few of them knew what he looked like or the appearance of his armor, so he wasn't immediately recognized. "I apologize, sir," the centurion said after some thought, "but we're going to have to ask you to stay put for a little while longer. Sir Constantine is on his way here." Leon gave the man a thumbs up and got back to waiting. But he didn't have to wait long. Barely 5 minutes passed by before Constantine's familiar short and stocky frame appeared at the front of the company. "Ursus," the knight shouted, getting Leon's attention. "Sir Constantine," Leon shouted back in greeting as he removed his helmet to give the other knight a good look at his face. Constantine was shocked speechless for several moments, but he quickly gathered himself together and said, "His Highness has been waiting for you, best not to keep him waiting." The knight waved at Leon to get him to follow, and the two began their journey to the Southern Horn. It was a somewhat awkward trek, as neither had much experience in dealing with the other, but about halfway there, Constantine asked, "Sue, had a good time out there?" Leon gave the other man a bitter smile but didn't say a word. He hadn't much time to truly process everything he'd done, and reaching Arimenium was bringing all of it back to the forefront of his mind in vivid detail. "I've got to warn you, His Highness is furious with you," Constantine mentioned. "Not surprised," Leon replied. He knew what he had done was stupid and reckless, but he did it anyway. He wasn't going to shy away from taking responsibility for it now. They reached the keep of the Southern Horn soon enough, and they went straight to Trajan's meeting room. Right before entering, though, Constantine gave Leon a quick nod of solidarity before returning to his duties. Leon entered the dark meeting room alone. Trajan was already there waiting for him on the raised dais, his face cast completely in shadow. The room was otherwise devoid of people, and Leon felt his heart rate skyrocket. It didn't matter that his reason told him that Trajan wasn't going to harm him. His primitive instincts were screaming at him that Trajan was in enormous danger and to run away. But Leon didn't run away. He calmly walked right up to a respectful distance and bowed to the prince. "Your Highness, I've returned," Leon said, trying to keep his voice calm and steady. He was only partially successful. "I noticed," Trajan grimly muttered. His aura was heavy, and it pressed down uncomfortably on Leon. The younger knight was still on one knee, waiting for Trajan to allow him to rise. "I wondered multiple times how I ought to react should you return alive," Trajan continued in a slow and morose tone. "You abandoned your post, you abandoned the soldiers around you, and you abandoned your squire and war beast. I considered shouting at you in anger until I was blue in the face. I thought what kind of punishment would be appropriate for such actions, and I even entertained the idea of throwing you out the legion entirely." "It's exactly as your Highness says," Leon said with a formality that was uncharacteristic of the interactions between the two in the year and change the two had known each other. "Give me your report," the prince growled, and Leon began to explain everything that had happened since leaping down from the tower. Trajan had already known about Leon's invisibility ring from Aquilius' report about the events surrounding the cradle, so that didn't come as a surprise. Leon carefully explained everything about the trebuchets, his destruction of the Talfar supplies, his detection and subsequent damage to his invisibility ring, and finally the chase into the forest to the northeast of the Talfar camp. He did not, however, tell Trajan about his encounter with Naiad. Instead, he told the story of how he defeated a water nymph and climbed up the chasm on the north side, and then his guerrilla war with the Talfar squad sent to find him. He finished his story with his return south and swimming down the Tyrrhenian River. "That's a hell of a story," Trajan brusquely said. What Leon could see of his shadowed face was stoic and expressionless. There was no anger, wrath, happiness, or glee that Leon could read in the prince's face. Leon began to sweat a little. The reports I've received from our scouts have largely confirmed everything you've said, the prince finally stated after a long silence. We found the remains of the trebuchets you destroyed, we discovered the dire supply situation that our enemy has found themselves in, and we noticed the number of warriors they sent into the forest. It was obvious now that they were looking for you. Leon was quiet. He had no intention of speaking unless Trajan specifically asked him a question. These are accomplishments worthy of reward. Under normal conditions, at least, the prince said in a voice almost low enough to shake the entire keep. You, however, did all this by leaving your post. If you have ever wondered why you have not been assigned a command, it's for reasons like this. I'd hoped your reckless streak would have been stamped out by now, but it's clear to me that it hasn't been. Leon could feel Trajan's disappointed gaze bore into him like a team of 1,000 miners carving their way into the side of a mountain, and his eyes dropped to the floor. I'm not going to shout or throw you out of the Legion. There would be little point in doing so. Instead, you will ride out the rest of this war at my side. You will not fight again unless I specifically give you permission, and that permission won't come easy. Your rank as tribune is also revoked, to be returned only when I believe you have earned it. Yes, Your Highness, Leon acknowledged. I will continue to consider what punishments ought to be levied, should I decide they're necessary, Trajan continued. You may leave. Be here first thing tomorrow morning, assuming the Arthwin and Owain don't decide to attack before then. Yes, Your Highness, Leon repeated, and he rose to his feet and swiftly moved toward the door of the meeting room. His back was slick with sweat, and his mind wasn't at all put at ease, knowing that it was still incredibly likely that he would be punished later. He was suddenly stopped when Trajan said, "Oh, and well done making it back home. It's good to have you back, son." Leon could feel a stinging sensation in his eyes, but he managed to keep his composure. Still, it was all he could do to simply respond, "Thank you, Your Highness," and he walked out of the room. Instantly, all thought of what Trajan had just said and his potential punishment was pushed out of his mind when he heard someone in the waiting room scream, "Leon." He turned around to see who it was just in time to catch a flash of bright green eyes and a headful of brilliant red hair before a pair of familiar arms wrapped around his neck and pulled him into a deep hug. Lips he knew well locked with his, and after his surprise wore off, he wrapped his own arms around Elise's waist and hugged her back. The two lovers remained there for several seconds until Leon became self-conscious about the stares they were receiving from Trajan's assistants and secretaries. He reluctantly parted from Elise and asked, "What are you doing here?" "There a problem with me being here?" she asked as a playful challenge. "Of course not, I just wasn't expecting you," Leon replied, showing off a rare smile. "You sent off for some things from your vault in Tira. I decided to deliver them to you personally." Elise happily explained, "I got here yesterday, and His Highness directed me to your room, where I left your package." "Ah," Leon said, suddenly feeling awkward. "Did His Highness tell you why I was gone?" "He did," Elise replied, her joyous smile faltering a little. "Maybe we ought to head somewhere a little more private, then," Leon said, taking Elise's hand and steering her toward the door. "Let's do that," Elise whispered as she squeezed Leon's hand. "That damned idiot," Trajan muttered as he collapsed into his couch in his favorite sitting room. "He's back safe, at least," Minerva replied. I don't know what to do with him," Trajan said exasperatedly. "How should this sort of thing be stamped out? Damn it, what was he thinking, running off and taking on the entire damned Talfar camp alone? Indeed, taking the initiative is one thing, but doing something so profoundly stupid is another," Minerva murmured as she ran a hand through her silky black hair. "It's hard to remember, but he's still only 18. Nearly all boys his age are stupid and reckless and think they're going to live forever, and he also has the power to summon lightning, which I guess makes him even more overconfident. Well, whether he's confident or not, he's not going to be doing something like this again," Trajan vowed. "He isn't going back out into battle unless it's at my side for the duration of this war. With the numbers we have stacked against us, do we really have the luxury of doing that?" Minerva asked. "We do," Trajan said definitively. "All right, then," Minerva replied with a smile. "He's a good kid, and there's a great deal of potential within him. We ought to do what we can to keep him alive a little longer." Trajan hummed in agreement. Switching gears, as asked, "How far out are our reinforcements?" "The 20th Legion will be here in a matter of days," Minerva replied. "Beyond that, we don't have concrete times for the 22nd or the 25th, but Prince August has crossed the Naga and shouldn't be much later than the 20th. "Good. We only need to hold out a few more days and we can push these bastards back. Do you think we're going to be attacked in that time? Trajan frowned, then said, it's possible. From the reports our scouts have made and what I heard from Leon, Talfar is busy replacing their siege equipment and figuring out their supply situation. If they do decide to attack, though, they'll be leaving more of their dead behind than last time. They won't crack our defenses, Minerva vowed. No, they won't, Trajan agreed, but pushing them out of their defensive position will be another thing entirely. Chapter 265. Killing the mood. Leon led Elise back to his and Alex's barracks room, though it wasn't entirely necessary as Elise had been there before to drop off Leon's diamond and sapphires. The main room was fairly dark, but it must not have been that long since Alex went to bed, as she immediately came out into the main room fully clothed and with her sword drawn. Leon, she said in surprise. She quickly composed herself and dryly quipped, I thought you would have been back sooner. Things got complicated, Leon said quietly as Alex set her blade down on the table in front of the couches. Elise and Alex warmly greeted each other, and Alex said before Leon could ask, Anzu is fine, sir. He's currently with the Beastmasters, but they wouldn't let me take him home without you. Thank you, Leon said with a genuine smile. I was worried about him. It's good to hear that he's doing well. Not as well as he could have been doing, Alex replied. With you gone for so long, apparently the Beastmasters had to separate him from the rest of the animals in their care for their safety. He was going a little crazy. Leon seemed to nod and cringe at the same time, and he said, I'll go get him tomorrow morning. Can I go with you? You've told me so much about Anzu, I really want to see him for myself. Elise asked, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. Leon nodded, and she gave him a quick hug. Well, Alex continued awkwardly, it's good that you're back, sir. I think I'll be heading to bed now. Again, Leon nodded, not quite sure what he should, or even could, say that might improve things. Alex quickly hurried back to her room, leaving Leon and Elise alone with each other. So, where have you been staying since you came here? Leon asked. An apartment in the diplomatic corps, Elise responded. What they gave me was pretty nice, like this place but bigger. Guess being the daughter of the top Heaven's Eye official has some perks, doesn't it? Leon asked teasingly. There are a few, here and there, Elise playfully responded. But now that my idiot boyfriend is back from his idiotic suicide mission, I would like to stay with him, if that isn't an imposition. Leon took her in his arms and pulled her close, whispering into her ear, you're never an imposition. And that is the correct answer, Elise replied. She pressed her lips onto Leon's, but quickly pulled away and said, you need to bathe. Leon chuckled at the way she said it, but he had gone almost a week without a decent shower or bath, and he had been quite physically active during that time. His dip in 2 rivers and an underground lake helped it not be too overpowering, but he knew that he probably stank quite a bit. 20 minutes later, Leon emerged from the bathroom feeling like a new man. He had taken off his armor for the first time in 5 days, he was clean, and he was wearing clean clothes. He went back into his room to find Elise waiting there, sitting on the edge of his bed with a thin case made of dark red wood in her lap. Those are, Leon began, the gems from your vault, Elise replied as she opened the case. Leon saw a brief flash of light as the enchantments locking the case released and the lid swung open, revealing 4 small sapphires and a clear white diamond the size of Leon's thumb glittering in black velvet padding. Those ought to be perfect, Leon said. What do you need them for, anyway? Elise curiously asked. Leon honestly wasn't sure what specifically Zafin wanted the gems for, but he didn't find it that difficult to spin a little white lie. I'm working on some of my family's enchantments and needed some materials. Didn't want too many, though, I'd rather not blow through what I inherited so quickly, he said. He took the case and placed it on top of his desk, then joined Elise on the bed. Now that my business is done, I don't know what to do, Elise said as she leaned back on the bed and gave Leon a smoldering look. Leon smiled and leaned in, but just as he was about to kiss Elise, he stopped, and his smile grew strained. He paused there for what seemed like an eternity, and just as Elise was about to rise a little bit and meet him partway, Leon pulled back to a sitting position on the bed, turned slightly away from her. What's wrong? Elise asked with extreme concern. Every time they'd had sex before, both of them had been enthusiastic, to say the least, so Leon's current behavior wasn't something she'd been expecting. She quickly looked herself over. She was wearing a long dark red dress with a plunging neckline that had been perfectly tailored to cling to her body. It even had an enchantment that she had activated once she and Leon were alone that tightened the fit, in order to show her body off to her lover even more without just taking the dress off. She'd also put her hair up into a loose bun and bathed not long before Leon returned. In other words, she had dressed up and cleaned up, so she didn't think that there was anything about her that would turn Leon off, but his reaction made her check anyway. Leon sighed and went silent for a long time, and Elise frowned in dejection when he didn't even turn around to face her. "You can talk to me, tell me what the problem is," she said as she gently hugged him from behind. She grew even more concerned when she felt him instinctively pull away, but he overcame that instinct and ended up pulling her closer. It hasn't been a fantastic few weeks," Leon finally said after sitting in silence for several agonizing minutes. There was a darkness mage in the enemy ranks. He was a vampire and a 7th-tier mage. Leon proceeded to tell Elise everything about Bran and the illusion that he was subjected to. It wasn't easy to get through, and he needed to pause several times, but he made it. "That bastard," Elise raged. "How dare he use me to strike at you?" Leon smiled despite himself and unconsciously leaned back into Elise's well-endowed chest, while at the same time Elise tightened her embrace around his shoulders and pulled him in closer. During the story, the two had moved back from the edge of the bed, so Elise's back was braced against the wall. "Is this swamp leech still alive?" she demanded to know. Leon shook his head. "I love you," Leon whispered after her rage had cooled a little. "I love you, too, with all my heart," Elise whispered back as she curled herself around his head and broad shoulders and ran her hands through his black hair. "You know that I would never say those things, right? The idea that you aren't worthy of anyone you want is ludicrous and is an idea that I will never entertain." "I love you," Leon repeated, bringing a smile that could shame the sun to Elise's face. But what he said next brought it crashing down. "I need to tell you something else," he slowly and hesitantly told Elise about his experience with Naiad and his subsequent pact. He paused here and there, trying to find the proper words to not only describe the events but also to reassure his lover that there were few things he wanted to do less than fulfilling the terms of said pact. When he was finished, Elise was fuming with anger, but whether it was at him or Naiad, Leon couldn't say. Probably both, he figured as he waited for her response. She hadn't said a word since he told her of Naiad emerging from the pond in the middle of the underground lake. After a long few minutes, Elise finally said, "This is some unpleasant news, if you'll forgive my understatement. I've been trying to think of ways to get out of this pact, but nothing has come to me so far," Leon muttered. Elise hugged him even closer and he could feel her shaking and her heart racing in anger. "You came back to me, that's what matters," she whispered half to herself and half to Leon. "There are some people back home who are familiar with magical pacts. I'll see if they have any way to get out of this. I don't want you sleeping with someone I don't know." Leon was grateful, but he had no idea what he could say in this situation. He'd basically told his girlfriend that he was obligated to sleep with another woman. Despite nobles having the right to take multiple spouses, there was always the expectation that the other spouses would have a say in these things, and sex outside of marriage was still frowned upon in the upper reaches of society. Surprise bastards could complicate title succession and inheritances, after all. But for all Leon's nervousness from telling Elise about Naiad and his anger in recalling how close the latter had come to raping him, as well as Elise's own suppressed anger, neither started shouting or pushed each other away. Instead, they cuddled together as close as they could and eventually fell asleep. They didn't make love, as they so often did when alone together. Leon's news had killed the happy mood at their reunion. "One rat, one," Arthwin raged as Emrys looked appropriately apologetic. "How many of our warriors did this one bastard kill?" "More than 400, Emrys responded. "More than 400, and yet, you let him get away. You had a damned week to catch him, and he slipped through your fingers." Emrys frowned, but nothing that Arthwin said was false. Still, the marshal's face was red with rage and he was clearly desperately holding himself back from screaming even more at his subordinate. Screaming wouldn't help the situation, after all, and would likely make him look bad in front of his other warrior chiefs, who were watching Emrys, castigation with varying levels of anger and apathy. Arthwin took a deep breath to steady himself, then said, "We are in a bad situation right now. We're barely getting enough supplies to keep the levies from starving and there've already been reports of desertion among their ranks. We need to get our towers and trebuchets finished and get this fortress conquered before the army dissolves." "I understand our situation, my lord," Emrys replied. "I didn't say you could speak," Arthwin snapped. He immediately regretted it as several other warrior chiefs sent disapproving looks his way. Still, Emrys failed in his task and Arthwin felt he needed to be punished. For your failure, Emrys, I'm sending you back to Briga to supervise the supply shipments to the army. Emrys clenched his jaw in frustration. He was a charioteer, one of the most highly respected warriors in all the army. Being assigned to logistics was an enormous slap in the face. Still, he couldn't deny that even after being given 2,000 warriors, he still failed to capture the bull soldier who had put their supplies in such dire straits, to begin with. Pack your things and get moving, Arthwin commanded, and Emrys departed the command tent barely able to suppress his ugly look. The warrior chief was furious in both his own failure, and in the punishment that Arthwin decided to give him, but words could not properly describe Arthwin's wrath. His carefully planned assault on the bull's horns had been stymied at nearly every turn and mostly by Owain, at that. The prince had sent Bran on a suicide mission, he'd tried to broker peace with Trajan, and he'd ordered a retreat after their supplies had been destroyed. Arthwin could now see the very real possibility that he would not achieve his revenge, and he was not happy, to say the least. In fact, he'd even started to contemplate removing Owain from power and continuing on with his campaign, regardless of the consequences. The marshal glanced around at his subordinates. Most hid their emotions well, but he could see in the nervous tapping of feet and inability to meet his gaze those whose will to continue was flagging. A few chairs were empty due to death and injury, but his chain of command remained intact, at least, and those around him continued to do their jobs well enough. Still, with mounting casualties and their supply problems, it was only a matter of time before he would start losing the support of these high-tiered warriors if he hadn't begun to already. Starvation was one of the quickest ways to mutiny, after all. The army could continue for only so much longer in this state. He needed a win to raise morale, and he needed it soon if he was to accomplish his goals with this campaign. Chapter 266. Heart to heart. The morning after Leon returned to the Horns, he and Elise woke up in each other's arms just as the sun was beginning to rise over the horizon, still dressed in their clothes from the previous night. They were intimately entwined with each other, with their legs tangled, Leon's arms snugly wrapped around Elise's waist, and Elise almost holding Leon's face to her neck and chest with hers. And yet, as their eyes opened and they slowly awoke, they silently separated. Without a word, they changed their clothes, and there was none of the suggestive staring or drawn-out movements that they had so often enjoyed teasing each other with when changing. If anything, their first moments awake were almost painfully awkward, with neither particularly willing to break their long silence. But that silence had to break at some point, and once they had changed into clean clothes and were about to leave Leon's bedroom, Elise put her hand on Leon's arm and stopped him from opening the door. "I'm going home today," she said, and Leon's heart sank into his feet. But before he could say anything, Elise continued, "I'll consult with some of my people in the tower about your pact with that nymph monster and whether we can break it. I'll be waiting for you to come back to me at the capital, so don't do something reckless again, all right?" Leon softly smiled and slowly leaned down to press his forehead against hers. To his relief, she didn't pull away. "Promise me you don't do something reckless again, promise me you'll come back alive," she repeated. "I won't do something so stupid again, I'll be sure to come back to you when this is all over," Leon agreed. "I'll hold you to that, dummy," she whispered, which she followed with a gentle kiss. Their moment of intimacy was over all too quickly when Elise broke their kiss and slid past Leon to open the door of the bedroom. Alex was already awake and quietly training in the sandpit, but she paused when the two exited the bedroom. "Sir," she said with a curt nod to Leon. "We're meeting up with Prince Trajan in a few minutes," Leon said. "After that, I'd like to go and get Anzu back from the Beastmaster." "Yes, sir," Alex said in the same terse and dispassionate manner, causing Leon to cringe a little. However, she did spare a second to warmly smile at Elise, but the latter was so distracted that she barely managed to return it before Alex went to get ready. For a moment, Leon contemplated getting into his armor, but he figured that there wasn't much point if he was going to be with the prince for the duration of the war. And so, once Alex had changed into more formal clothing and armed herself, the trio left the barracks and made their way over to Trajan's tower in the keep. Once entering the tower, one of Trajan's assistants helpfully guided them to the small sitting room that Trajan was resting in. The prince glanced up from the reports he was reading as they walked in, but there was little of the warmth and affability in his eyes that Leon had come to expect from him. Trajan wordlessly gestured to the empty couch in front of him for Leon to take a seat, while Alex moved to stand near the back wall. Elise, meanwhile, put on an amiable expression and said, "Your Highness, your hospitality has been most appreciated, but it's time for me to leave." Trajan smiled back at her and replied, "My lady, wherever I may be, you may consider yourself welcome there." A few more words were exchanged in the over-long ceremony that Leon had come to expect from nobles dealing with the prince, and Elise departed in due time, but not before leaning down and tightly hugging the sitting Leon one last time, not caring that both Alex and Trajan were watching. "Next time we see each other, I expect a proper introduction with little Anzu," she whispered. Leon smiled and returned her hug, whispering back, "Of course, my love." With that, Elise straightened up and left the sitting room. As the door closed behind her, there was only one thing on her mind: I will not let that monstrous bitch have her way with him. Once she was gone, the tension in the sitting room became much thicker. Trajan turned his eyes back to the report in his hand while Leon sat awkwardly in front of him. After an excruciatingly long time, Trajan finally said, "I have decided on your formal punishment for abandoning your post, Leon." Leon paled a little, but he didn't say a word. Trajan glanced up and said, "As I said last night, you will be stripped of your formal rank of tribune, though your status as a knight will remain intact. You will check in with me every day an hour after sunrise and an hour before sunset. I may decide that there's some extra work that requires your attention." Here, the prince paused and stared at Leon with an expression of deadly seriousness. "You accomplished great things while you were gone, but abandoning your post is not something that can ever be rewarded. Your accomplishments, in fact, are the only reason you are still a part of the legions." Leon somewhat doubted that last part. He didn't think that Trajan would honestly throw him out of the legions given who his family was, but he also couldn't say he would be surprised if the prince did follow through with that unspoken threat if Leon did something that reckless again. "I expect professionalism from my knights, a trait that you displayed right until the moment you left the tower Dame Minerva sent you to. I cannot have that." "I understand, Your Highness," Leon said. "You'd better. I won't tolerate this kind of behavior again." Trajan stared at Leon in the eye to impress upon him the seriousness of what he was saying, and Leon could feel from the intensity of his gaze that Trajan wasn't playing around. In this respect he'd be screwed if he did something so stupid again. Of course, given how his self-imposed mission went, Leon wasn't eager to launch another one, even if he hadn't been warned by both Elise and Trajan. After a few moments of letting Leon contemplate his situation, Trajan said, "I have nothing for you to do right now. You're dismissed. Come back an hour before sunset." Leon rose from the couch, bowed, and took his leave, with Alex right behind him. As soon as the door closed behind him, Leon let out a long sigh. Trajan was tremendously disappointed in him. He could tell from the prince's expression and tone, even if Trajan didn't say it expressly. And that disappointment hurt Leon far more than he thought it would have. For perhaps the 1000th time since being detected leaving the Talfar camp, Leon thought, "I am never doing something like that again." "Let's go get Anzu," Leon muttered, bringing a subdued smile to Alex's lips. As they exited the keep and began the long walk to the stables, Leon said, "I'm sorry for leaving you behind again." "I understand why you did it," Alex quickly replied. "I'm too weak to accompany you. I don't have the weaponry to do what you did, and I certainly don't have an invisibility ring." Leon almost froze as soon as Alex brought up his ring and his heart sank. In the wake of telling Elise all that had happened to him over the past couple of weeks, he'd completely forgotten to inquire as to whether Heaven's Eye could fix the damn thing. "Shit," he thought, "an issue for later. Well, I'm never going to leave like that again," Leon said out loud, moving on from his own stupidity. "It did not end well, though I survived everything that happened." "You can't promise that," Alex whispered. "Almost everyone I know has left me. I barely even have any family left." Leon glanced at his squire just in time to see her trying to subtly brush her eyes, and his heart almost broke at the sudden realization of what his constant leaving meant to his friend. "I was too weak to save Sam and everyone I knew back north, and I'm too weak to help you when you're in trouble," Alex said, feeling slightly awkward that they were having this conversation as they walked through the streets of the Southern Horn, but unable to stop now that she'd started. "I've wanted to be a knight ever since I knew what that title meant, but I can't do anything. I'm a terrible warrior. I'm a weak mage. I can't even command Anzu to eat his dinner, let alone a unit in battle. I'm useless as a squire, and I'd be worthless as a knight." Her attempts to prevent her tears from falling failed and they began to pour out of her eyes like a broken aqueduct. And this only saddened, angered, and frustrated her more, causing even more tears to fall. Leon stopped and immediately gave Alex a hug. He barely even registered that he was doing so until she was already in his arms. He generally hated physical contact with other people, and there were a fair number of people around boring holes into him with their eyes, but still he held Alex close. "You're not useless, you're not worthless," he whispered into her ear as she buried her face in his shoulder. "You're a damned good warrior, and magical strength will come with training. Plus, stick with Trajan, and you'll be a fine commander as well. You're a smart woman, you'll pick these things up, and I'm not going to leave you again if I can help it. You're my squire and my friend, it was irresponsible to leave you when I did, and I won't be so stupid again." They stood there in the street for a few more minutes as Alex dried her eyes and composed herself, attracting strange looks all the while from the other knights and soldiers that passed them as they went about their duties. Still, Leon didn't move until Alex started to pull away. "Thanks, Leon," she said quietly as she wiped her eyes a few more times. "Any time," he said with an awkward smile. "What else are friends for?" Alex smiled and nodded, and the two continued on their way toward the stables, only pausing when Alex realized that what little makeup she wore was probably smudged. They stopped at the nearest place with a public bathroom so she could fix herself up, then proceeded onward. There still wasn't much talking between the two, but Leon could tell that there was a little bit more spring in Alex's step after she finally let out her frustrations and insecurities and got some reassurances from Leon, the only friend she had left after departing from her hometown and losing everyone she knew at Fort 127, that she wasn't going to be left alone. When they arrived at the Beastmaster's stables, one of the assistants noticed their arrival and quickly hurried over. "Sir Ursus, thank the ancestors you've returned." Leon said in confusion. "What's wrong?" "It's your griffin, sir, he's been a nightmare." The assistant led Leon and Alex to Cecilia, the knight and beastmaster that took care of Anzu in Leon's stead. "Well, I'm glad you're back," Cecilia said. "Little Anzu has been an absolute terror. He even pecked and scratched me up more than a few times." "I'm sorry about that, he's not that great with other people," Leon said with a tone of remorse. As someone who hated dealing with people he didn't know, Anzu having created trouble for other people was mortifying. "It's fine, we understand," Cecilia said with a bright and cheery smile. "Since you're back, you can take him off our hands. Just follow me." The Beastmaster led them through the stables, past thousands of horses, wolves, lions, and other exotic beasts, few of which Leon had seen participate in battle. "How many of these are actual war beasts?" Leon asked out of curiosity as they walked through the huge stables. "Not many," Cecilia admitted. "These are expensive animals, and many knights don't want to risk their investments unless they absolutely have to. Besides, there isn't much room in a shield wall for a war beast, and of those animals that belong to knights outside of a shield wall, most are 4th tier and below, which is too weak for their knights to want to bring into battle." "Makes sense, I guess," Leon muttered. He didn't quite agree with that philosophy, or at least it was one that he had no intention of following with Anzu. He may have tamed the griffin by imprinting on him, but Anzu was still a creature of the wild, and as such was capable of great killing intent. Leon didn't want to dull that particular weapon by keeping Anzu out of battle. That little guy's going to be quite the ferocious beast when he grows up. Leon half thought, half vowed to himself. Finally, Cecilia brought Leon and Alex to a stop in a remote and rather isolated part of the stables. "We had to bring him out here, he was being a menace to the other animals," Cecilia explained. "The stalls here were bigger and much more secure, with fewer other animals around." Given Anzu's temperament, Leon understood completely why Anzu was brought out here. The griffin generally hated being around other beings, human or animal, that he didn't know, and if Leon wasn't there to keep him in check or he wasn't able to hide, then he might get violent. He was still a creature of the wild, even if Leon had tamed him. Cecilia quickly unlocked and opened the door, allowing Leon to step inside. The wooden floor was covered in straw, and there was a water trough and a tray of bloody fish and red meat sitting on the floor, which appeared to Leon to be completely untouched. Leon didn't immediately see Anzu when he entered the stable, but once the griffin saw who had entered, he burst out of a bed of hay in the corner and almost knocked Leon over in his enthusiasm. He threw himself at his human, pressing his head and beak into Leon's neck and chest, chirping and whimpering the entire time. "Hey there, little buddy," Leon said with a smile wider than any he had all day. "There's a happy boy," Cecilia cooed from outside, but the sound of her voice seemed to cool Anzu's abject joy, and the pure white albino griffin settled down. "He looks like he's grown a bit," Leon observed as he ran his hands through the feathers on Anzu's head. But he was in for a bigger surprise, as when he offhandedly investigated Anzu's aura, he noticed that the griffin had grown to the 3rd tier. "In more ways than one," Alex jealously muttered. Picking up on her tone, Leon said, "Then let's get home. I can see from your aura that you're close to ascending as well. We've been slacking a bit in our own training lately, and we should rectify that." "Yes, sir," Alex agreed with more enthusiasm than Leon had seen her express in weeks. Cecilia helped them get Anzu checked out of the stables, and then they returned to their barracks room to train. Chapter 267. Zaffin's Gems. Leon, Alex, and an ecstatic Anzu returned to their room and immediately began preparations to train. Or at least, Leon and Alex did. Anzu just followed Leon around so closely that Leon almost tripped over him several times. Alex changed into loose clothes and grabbed a training sword while Leon moved the metal pieces of his armor out to the edge of the sandpit so that he could clean them up while watching his squire's training. His skyflax padding was put into the same enchanted box as his clothes so that it would be washed automatically. "Tighten your stance a little," Leon said as he wiped down his cuirass. "It's good to keep your center of gravity low, but you don't want to be so close to the ground that your balance is off." "Right," Alex said as she corrected her stance and kept moving through a series of slashes, stabs, and blocks, all the while flooding her body with as much magic as she could muster. Leon could sense that she was close to the 3rd tier, and with Anzu's ascension, she was training even harder than usual to reach that point. When she did, Leon fully intended to knight her. He felt she'd earned it simply by putting up with his surly ass, let alone her own accomplishments on the battlefield. When he did, they would be friends and colleagues, as she would more likely than not join Trajan's retinue, and then they could do away with the formalities of knight and squire. "So, Henry and Alon made it to the 3rd tier," Alex mentioned as she paused for a breather. "And from what I could tell, Charles is pretty close to ascension as well." "That's so. That's good to hear," Leon said with a smile. He was proud in the accomplishments of his friends, but he was even more happy by the simple fact that his friends had survived the assault on the walls. He knew that their legion was stationed on the main walls between the horns, so they would have been right in the thick of things. "We'll have to celebrate when this is over. Hopefully, we'll be celebrating more than just their ascension," though, taking Leon's hint, Alex wiped the sweat from her brow and quickly got back to the business at hand while Leon pulled his cuirass into his soul realm. For the next few hours, they worked in silence, Leon maintaining his armor and sending it to his soul realm, Alex training in the sandpit, and Anzu curled up beside Leon. When he was done, Leon remembered one more thing that he had to do: deliver the gems to Zaffin. It felt like he hadn't spoken to the demon in a while, though it had only been a little over a week. Still, he was surprised that Zaffin hadn't spoken up and demanded that the gems be delivered to him as soon as Elise handed them over to Leon. Leon continued to watch Alex train, but as he coated the box of gems in his hand with his magic power to begin the relatively lengthy process of pulling them into his soul realm, he said to his demonic partner, "Hey demon." There was no response, though. "Zaffin, demon," Leon shouted in his mind. Again, silence was his only reply. "He, demon," Leon repeated. "Lightning is better than fire in every way. In fact, there is no power in the entire universe that is weaker than fire. Such a feeble and paltry strength isn't worthy of even the most pathetic of mages." What do you want?" the demon roared from within, shaking Leon so much that his storing of the gems was almost disrupted and he just about burst out laughing at what he had to say to get Zaffin's attention. "I wanted to tell you that I have a present for you, but you were so absorbed in whatever it is that you do that my words were falling on deaf ears," Leon shot back, his trolling smile evident in his tone even through his mental link with the fire demon. "Then spit it out," Zaffin growled, clearly annoyed at Leon's interruption of his healing meditations. "Calm down. I just wanted to let you know that I finally got those gems you wanted," Leon cheekily responded. "You did? Then bring them in here," Zaffin shouted, all traces of annoyance vanishing from his voice. Leon had, of course, already started the process to bring Zaffin his diamond and sapphires, but he wanted to poke fun at his demonic partner, so he said, "I don't know, you were quite rude to me for someone who's staying in my soul realm, and what of it?" Zaffin retorted, "I'm a demon and you're human. The only proper relationship that ought to exist between those like us is one of master and slave, but in my generosity, I have bestowed upon you the status of junior partner. You can put up with a little rudeness, surely, or are you too emotionally fragile to take it? Despite Zaffin's caustic tongue and inflated ego, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. He found that he had genuinely missed the demon's advice and presence. Relax, O Lord of Cinders, Candles, and other tiny flames, Leon countered, the gems that you're so helpless without are on their way. Leon could almost hear Zaffin's teeth grinding in anger at the glaringly diminutive title he gave the demon, which was exactly what he wanted. Forcing himself to move on, Zaffin suddenly said, "Why do I feel another's presence here?" Leon froze in fear before his mind suddenly turned to Naiad. "What do you mean?" he asked with concern. "There's another being's power in your soul realm." Zaffin shouted in alarm. "It feels like water." Leon nodded, knowing exactly what it was that Zaffin was sensing. He quickly explained his pact with Naiad. "What? How did I miss all of this?" Zaffin cried in sarcastic, exaggerated anguish. "Ah, this is truly a failing on my part. How could I have not witnessed such a humiliation heaped upon you?" "Thanks, friend, you're really making it better," Leon said bitterly. He was only half joking, though. Zaffin making light of his situation somehow brought him a certain confidence, as if it weren't as serious an issue as he had thought it was. "I don't suppose you know of any way out of this pact?" Leon asked. "Nope," Zaffin instantly responded. "Really?" Leon pressed. "Not even a mighty lord of flame knows of a way to get around this." "You made a pact with your mana glyph," Zaffin explained. "When you do something like that, there is no possible way around fulfilling the terms of the pact. If you do, your soul realm will be severely injured, possibly even ending your life, but certainly doing irreparable harm to your magical foundation." "Well, shit," Leon responded. "Describe this nymph, is she pretty?" Zaffin asked. Leon complied, describing to the best of ability and desire to recall, from Naiad's bronze skin, her lake blue eyes, dark hair, and well-endowed figure. "Yeah, you sound like you're in for a real world of hurt," Zaffin said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I already have Elise," Leon responded. "And how much of a difference does that make? Just take them both as wives." Leon fought the urge to facepalm, but his face did grow red from the prospect Zaffin casually brought up. He doubted that Elise would allow him to have multiple wives, and neither did he particularly want to share her. Perhaps a little greedy, he had to admit, but the idea of letting another man touch his lady wasn't something he was willing to abide. So, he had consigned himself to the idea of monogamy, despite not having spoken with Elise at length about it. He supposed she might think the same, but at the moment, polyamory wasn't something he wanted to bring up with her when she was so obviously angry. Leon sighed, then said, "I suppose that's just a bridge I'll have to cross when I come to it." "The coward's choice," Zaffin taunted. "Not surprising, although, at the very least you don't have to worry about this power affecting you negatively. Now that I look at it closer, it shouldn't do anything other than vaguely track your movements." "Good to know," Leon dryly stated. It took a few more minutes, but the gems were eventually absorbed into Leon's soul realm, appearing in a flash of light at the foot of the throne in the middle of the island. Zaffin immediately waved his hand and caused them to fly into his hand. The orange flames of his body incinerated the box, leaving only the 4 sapphires and 1 diamond. "Perfect, perfect," the demon cooed as he examined the stones. "Are you going to use them or are you going to fuck them?" "Because you sound like you intend to do the latter," Leon quipped. "I'm going to use them in a magical formation that should speed up my recovery quite a bit," Zaffin replied. He was far too happy with the gems in hand to care what Leon said to him right then. On the ground around the demon, thousands of fire runes appeared, connected by thin lines made up of thousands of more runes, forming more than 100 separate circular glyphs intersecting with each other. Zaffin's eternal fire was at the center, and right in front of him, he placed the diamond. Then, in the 4 outermost glyphs, he placed the sapphires. "Here we go," the demon muttered in glee as he called upon his 5th-tier power and activated the enchantment. Instantly, great clouds of the luminescent mist that surrounded the island began to swirl around and concentrate above the demon, then descended upon the sapphires. The sapphires glowed a brilliant blue, and then the runes began to glow, starting a massive fire that submerged Zaffin in a massive bright red bonfire. At his feet, Zaffin could see the power flowing from the sapphires, through the enchantment, and into the diamond, causing the pale white gemstone to glow a vivid gold. The demon sat down in front of this glowing diamond and reached out to touch it with his glossy obsidian hand. Knowing what was about to happen, he hesitated just before his finger touched the stone, but it was only for a moment. The allure of regaining the power he lost during his imprisonment was too strong, and he quickly made contact with the diamond. Zafin almost exploded with power. The enchantment channeled the mists of chaos around the island into the demon, purifying the magical power and making it much easier for the demon to absorb. It wasn't too much power, but from the way his body creaked and the tiny cracks that spread out along his limbs, Zafin knew that his body was only a few tiny wisps of power away from shattering under this tremendous pressure. And yet, through the intense pain of his body nearly exploding under the pressure of the mists of chaos, Zafin could feel his demonic core in the center of his chest swell like a withered plant suddenly being given all the water it needed. He endured for minutes without end, vaguely aware that Leon attempted to ask what was happening a few times before going silent, and letting the power that surrounded Leon's soul realm surge through him. For his part, Leon felt a strange hollow feeling in his chest, but he wasn't overly concerned. He could tell that Zafin was doing something in his soul realm and that it undoubtedly required his undivided attention, but he still felt a little miffed that everything wasn't explained to him. At the very least, Leon wasn't in pain and he didn't notice any drop in his magic power, so he let it go for the time being. But Leon expected answers from Zafin just as soon as the demon was done with whatever he was doing. Chapter 268, Treason. The general mood in the Talfar camp was extremely low. The retreat during the first assault, the casualties sustained during said assault and in previous engagements, the loss of the majority of their supplies leading to quartered rations, the loss of Bran and Emrys, failure to catch Leon all contributed to a severe drop in morale compared to the army's confidence when they were first mobilized. Arthwin did his best to hide many of the problems the army now had, but there were too many people who knew that the supply situation was terrible and that the rat that had made it that way had escaped. Now, it was all he could do to simply keep the levies working on the siege weapons, and even then, deserters were captured every day, though not nearly as many as were getting away. The marshal knew that he had a few weeks at most before the majority of his army would melt away. But then, with barely 2 days left before the replacement siege towers and trebuchets were completed, he finally received some good news. One of his adjutants burst into his command tent while he was reviewing the flow of supplies from Briga to the camp and said, "My lord, Marshal Gwen has sent word that she'll be here in less than 3 hours." Arthwin's eyes lit up at the unexpected good news, but he maintained his dignity as a marshal and ordered, "Make sure that her tent is prepared and that there's room for her warriors in the camp." "Yes, my lord," the adjutant replied as he scurried off to fulfill those orders. Arthwin sighed and leaned back in his chair, a feeling of satisfaction and glee finally blooming in his chest after so many setbacks. The army had taken more than 40,000 casualties between those killed and those too injured to participate in the battle anymore, but more than half of those were from the peasants. With Gwen's 50,000 strong force, not only would the army increase even from when it was at full strength, it would be made up of a higher percentage of skilled, professional warriors. Arthwin quickly finished up his work and, when the time came, went to the camp's eastern gate to welcome Gwen and her warriors. Owain, meanwhile, chose to wait in the inner camp, as he said that waiting on a marshal at the front gates wasn't becoming of a prince's dignity, let alone that of a king. Arthwin didn't care what the spoiled prince believed, he only cared that he was finally receiving the reinforcements he needed to storm the walls again once the siege towers were completed. "Riders on the road," shouted one of the guards in a nearby watchtower. After several seconds, he added, "Marshal Gwen is leading them." Arthwin straightened himself up and waited with a large smile on his face. A smile that faded once the gates opened and Marshal Gwen rode into the camp on the back of a blood-red horse and accompanied by no more than 300 or 400 cataphracts. Arthwin glanced out of the gate, then back at the other marshal. He didn't see any other warriors with her. Yet, he didn't say anything out loud. He warmly greeted his fellow marshal and led her further into the camp. Gwen was an auburn-haired woman, tall and thin, but with muscle where she needed it. Her gray eyes were long and narrow, her cheeks were thin, and her century and a half of life had given her a few wrinkles in the corners of her lips and eyes, but she still possessed an attractive charm that drew the eyes of nearly everyone who saw her. Of course, it could have just been her robust 6th-tier aura, indicating both her strength and vigor, but Arthwin noted that he never got the same stares that Gwen was now getting as they walked through the camp making meaningless small talk. Arthwin considered himself fortunate that the mess that had resulted from the fire that destroyed their supplies had largely been cleaned up, so it wasn't immediately apparent how dire their situation was. Owain waited for them in the command tent, and upon their arrival, he quickly greeted Gwen after she bowed in respect. "Marshal Gwen, it's so good to see you again. You've chosen a wonderful time to make your appearance," the prince said with a beaming smile. He had thought that the disaster inflicted upon the army by Leon might have destroyed his bid for the throne, but Gwen would have had to come with supplies that could mitigate their supply problems. "How soon can your warriors be deployed? I'd prefer we launch an assault on the walls in the next couple of days." Unfortunately for him, Gwen hadn't come to reinforce their position. "I apologize, Your Highness, but I have not come with the warriors you requested," the marshal responded, eliciting surprise from Owain and an angry glare and hint of killing intent from Arthwin. "You haven't come with reinforcements?" Owain hesitantly asked, seeking confirmation. "I have brought only my personal guard," Gwen informed the prince. "Perhaps we ought to sit down and have a chat, Your Highness." Despite her jovial tone, the marshal wasn't asking. She took a seat and stared at Owain and Arthwin until they did likewise. "Explain yourself," Arthwin growled as he contained his anger as much as he possibly could. Gwen merely flashed a smile at the other marshal before turning her attention back to Owain. "Her Majesty has learned of this campaign you've launched." Owain instantly paled. He was trying to usurp his sister, so he wasn't going to follow her orders, but Queen Andraste was still more than powerful enough to halt his army in its tracks, even with the war with the Han Kingdom in the east. "And what does my sister have to do with this?" he coolly asked. "Her Majesty has demanded that this foolish endeavor be halted immediately and that Your Highness surrender himself to the Elder Council for arrest. If Your Highness does not comply, she will come here all the way from the east to personally arrest you." Owain gave the marshal a bitter smile, and after a moment of thought sarcastically asked, "Oh, is that all she wants from me? To give up everything I've ever wanted?" "Furthermore," Gwen continued, "both Your Highness and Lord Arthwin have been formally removed from your posts as Governor of Briga and Marshal, respectively, as ordered by Her Majesty and more than 15 members of the Elder Council." Arthwin remained silent, but Owain audibly gulped in nervousness as Gwen laid a letter signed by the aforementioned Queen and Council members on the table corroborating her statement. "I have also been charged by Her Majesty to negotiate peace with the Bull Kingdom on her behalf, while she deals with the Eastern menace." With that, Gwen's formal relaying of the decisions of Talfar's letting figures completed, her tone softened. She looked Owain in the eye and said, "Owain, stop this. If you turn yourself in, you'll be sent to a comfortable temple in the south. If you don't, you'll be executed, just like all the others that have rebelled in the past few years." "I appreciate the thought, my lady," Owain whispered in dejection. He didn't whine, ask for proof, or curse everyone in Predany. He didn't believe that Gwen would lie about such consequential things. Besides, while he was more than willing to continue, he didn't actually want to keep this war going. "Perhaps I could have a few hours to think things over. My guards will stay here to ensure Andraste's will is carried out," Gwen said with a sad smile. "However, I must go to Arimenium as soon as possible, just in case the bull charges before we can begin negotiations." "I understand," Owain replied. Gwen smiled, then turned her attention to Arthwin. "And you," she growled. "And I, what?" Arthwin snarled. "Will you relinquish your command and return to Predany?" Gwen asked, her tone harsh and her killing intent spiking, making it clear without explicitly stating it what would happen to Arthwin should he refuse. Arthwin stared daggers at Gwen for a long few moments, but then he sighed and said, "I suppose this whole campaign was a fool's errand, anyway. I will step down." "Good. My cataphracts will take over running this army until I can return and dismiss it," Gwen said as she stood up. "Until then, I would prefer if neither of you left this tent." The marshal then turned around and left the tent. Arthwin and Owain could hear her muted barking of a few orders and then riding away a few moments later. What followed was a long silence between the two. Owain sunk deeper into despair as he tried to think of a way out of his mess without directly fighting Andraste. He hadn't the money, food, or troops for such direct action, and if he could find the support to do so then he never would have begun this campaign in the first place. Arthwin, meanwhile, seemed eerily calm despite agreeing to end his attempts to gain revenge on the Bull Kingdom and Trajan in particular. "So," the marshal began with a light and airy tone as if he were about to comment on the weather or something else just as inane, "what are you going to do, really?" Owain glanced at Arthwin in confusion. "What do you mean?" Everything is over now. I'm not the governor of Briga anymore. There won't be any more supply shipments. We can't feed or pay the army. There's nothing else that can be done. HMPH, Arthwin snorted in disdain. Owain had attempted to assert himself throughout the few weeks the campaign had been going on, but he wasn't the kind of monarch that Andraste was, the kind that could end a rebellion with a single letter. Don't give me that shit. Owain spitefully cried. You're in the same boat. You're no longer a marshal, and, Arthwin interrupted the prince by slowly rising from his chair, then, in a split second, hurled the table between them out of the way and lifted Owain by the throat. I don't fucking care what Talfar calls me. Arthwin growled, keeping his voice low and menacing despite the enchantments on the command tent preventing their voices from escaping. That bastard Trajan took everything I ever cared for from me, and I will see him dead at my feet for it. Owain's eyes were wide in panic as he saw the real possibility that Arthwin would kill him. With no other option, the now former marshal revealed the true depths of his hatred and need for revenge. Arthwin had a wild, crazed look to him, and Owain struggled against his tightening fingers. The edges of his vision began to darken, and in his panic, Owain tried to summon his magic power, but it was too late. His hands fell to his sides and everything went dark. I've waited a long time to do that, you little shit, Arthwin growled as he tossed the prince's unconscious form on the floor. Gwen rolling in and taking away all of his political power infuriated Arthwin, to say the least. Once he managed to calm down and realized what he had done, though, he wasted no more time. He stepped over Owain's barely breathing body and confidently strode out of the tent. Once outside, he was greeted by the sight of the hundreds of cataphracts that Gwen had brought with her, relieving his subordinates of their duties. Halt! Arthwin roared, and the entire inner camp froze under his powerful 6th-tier aura. All of his warrior chiefs and captains turned their attention to him, as did Gwen's cataphracts. One of Gwen's warriors, a 6th-tier mage himself, shouted, Lord Arthwin, please remain in your tent until the marshal returns. Arthwin rolled his eyes and waved his hand at the warrior, causing half a dozen stone spikes to burst out of the ground and impale the man, killing him instantly. Marshal Gwen intends to surrender to the bull, Arthwin bellowed, letting his voice reach every ear within the camp. She is a traitor to the crown. Who has assaulted Prince Owain and attempted to usurp authority within this army. Even now, she visits the bull prince of Arimenium to sell Talfar land in exchange for a position in their army. Arthwin was making things up as he went along, and whether or not his immediate subordinates believed him was something he didn't know, but he did see Gwen's warriors starting panic with his words and many of his lower-tiered warriors reaching for their weapons and glaring at Gwen's warriors. Arthwin continued with one last statement, I hereby relieve Marshal Gwen of her command and charge her with treason. All who follow her are to be judged just as guilty and are ordered to surrender to the nearest Talfar warrior. Gwen's cataphracts were stunned at Arthwin's accusations, and many began to panic as Arthwin's people, already angered at the less than gentle treatment they received at the hands of Gwen's warriors, surged toward them to take them into custody. There were a few thoughts of resisting, but in the end, the hordes of Arthwin's army proved too much, and Gwen's warriors surrendered without a fight. As Arthwin watched in satisfaction, one of his top warrior chiefs ran up to him and asked, My lord, what are your orders? We must prevent Gwen from succeeding in her plot, Arthwin said, extending his lie despite the conflicted look that passed over the warrior chief's face. Order the assault on the walls. It doesn't matter if a few of the trebuchets or siege towers aren't finished, we'll make do with what we have. The bull's upper leadership will be distracted dealing with the traitor, so we can manage with what we have. Yes, my lord, the warrior chief responded. Over the next hour, the Talfar army began mobilization as fast as they were able. While this was happening, Arthwin had Owain taken to a hospital tent and ordered that he be kept sedated for the time being. When the attending medic tried to protest, Arthwin unleashed his aura on the man, pushing him face first into the dirt. The next medic did not argue with Arthwin and placed a few enchantments on Owain that would keep the prince unconscious for the time being. Good, Arthwin muttered with a smile. After his plans being set back time and time again by Owain, he found it immensely satisfying to finally be rid of the prince. 3 hours after Gwen arrived at the camp, the entire Talfar army began to slowly march west, toward the walls of the Bull's Horns. Chapter 269. The second assault begins. Zafin sat in the center of a raging maelstrom of power. The mists of chaos that surrounded the island in Leon's soul realm swirled around him in great clouds, while the enchantment he created siphoned off a few wisps, purified the magical power, and channeled it into the demon's body where it would nourish his withered core. This process lasted for several hours until one of the 4 sapphires broke with a loud crack, causing the entire enchantment to fail and the cloud of mist above the demon to immediately dissipate. With a sigh of disappointment, Zafin sat back and took stock. His power had grown substantially in those few hours, so he wasn't that upset, but much like with the potion he had Leon take, it had had the potential to be significantly more effective. "You done, demon?" Leon suddenly asked, having heard Zafin's sigh. "Yes, I've done all I can with what you gave me," Zafin said as he examined the other 4 gems. The 3 sapphires were notably less lustrous, though they were at least intact. The sapphire that broke had split right down the middle, preventing it from holding magic power and essentially rendering it into nothing more than a dull blue rock. The diamond was the best looking of them all, but whereas it had sparkled before, it was now cloudy and much less radiant. "I don't think even the most skilled of jewelers could make these attractive anymore," Zafin muttered. "You broke the stones?" Leon asked with mild annoyance. He hadn't paid any money for the gems, but they were still extraordinarily expensive. In the year and a half that he'd been serving Prince Trajan, his account with Heaven's Eye had grown to more than 8 million silver. It was quite lucrative to be a knight serving a prince, but Leon would still hesitate to buy those gems, they were worth so much. One broke, the others won't be able to stand much more magic put through them. "I was, admittedly, a little rough on them," Zafin said. "What did you do?" Leon demanded to know. "I used an enchantment to help me to absorb the mists of chaos that surrounds your soul realm," Zafin said. "So is that why I feel slightly hollow?" Leon asked. "Probably," Zafin admitted. "However, the mists of chaos are not yours, they are a primordial force that surrounds all soul realms. The mists are quite literally, unlimited resource. You may feel a little empty right now, but that feeling will pass as the mists replenish themselves." Leon carefully controlled his reaction. He was busy monitoring Alex's training, as well as training himself, and he didn't want to look mysteriously furious just sitting at the edge of the sandpit. "How about you explain in detail what this enchantment of yours did?" Leon asked, controlling his tone just as much as he was ensuring that his face maintained its usual stoicism. Again, Zafin sighed, and he simply sent the entire enchantment into Leon's head, as he had done with the spells that countered Bran's darkness magic. The enchantment was so complex and so dense with information, though, that Leon experienced a momentary sensation of vertigo and almost lost his lunch. "Why don't you do me a favor and build one of these when you get started on your mind palace?" Zafin said. "I suppose you'll be able to use it as well, but if it's not properly built then it'll break just as mine did." "So, you didn't build it right?" Leon asked as he caught his breath and consigned the information he was just given to memory. "I may reside within your soul realm, but it is not my space. Anything I create is temporary and not as sturdy as it could be," Zafin answered testily, clearly annoyed that he had to explain this to Leon. "I'll consider building one," Leon conceded. He was personally quite curious as to how the enchantment worked, and he intended to study it in his off time. But there was one last thing he wanted to know. "By the way, demon, how strong are you now?" That's hard to say without a more thorough test, but I'd say I'm currently equal to an 8th tier mage," Zafin answered, and Leon again had to control his reaction, but this time it was abject shock and surprise. Before anything else could be said, though, there was a loud knock at Leon's door. Putting the conversation on hold, Leon shook himself out of his shock and quickly went to answer, finding one of Trajan's assistants on the other side of the door. "Sir Ursus, you've been summoned to a council by order of His Highness," the assistant said. Trajan's meeting room was silent as a grave. The prince, legates, tribunes, and diplomats who had assembled were all staring at one person, a woman standing in the center of the room before Trajan's raised dais. "What I have said is true," Marshal Gwen said. "The Elder Council and Her Majesty have jointly disavowed Prince Owain's actions here. He has been stripped of his titles and authority and is being recalled to Predony. The same happened with Marshal Arthwin. If either continues this war, they will be committing treason against the Talfar kingdom, and no action will be taken by Her Majesty regardless of how your Highness wishes to deal with the matter. You say these things, and yet there is still an army of 150,000 encamped uncomfortably close to my walls," Trajan growled. "I just arrived a few hours ago," Gwen explained. "There hasn't been enough time to direct Owain's army back to Briga. I simply wanted to come here first to request a temporary truce while I and my subordinates see to its disbandment." Trajan glared down at the Talfar marshal, his eyes unblinking and his killing intent soaring. And yet, Gwen didn't so much as bat an eye, even with the other knights in the room doing likewise. Trajan couldn't help but be impressed by her composure, but he wasn't sure he believed her. "What proof of your claims do you carry?" Trajan asked. Gwen instantly summoned several letters from her soul realm and held them out for the entire room to see. "These are letters written in Her Majesty's own hand specifically stating her hope for peace between our kingdoms, and that Prince Owain's actions were not directed by her. She wishes to restore the peace that settled between us 80 years ago and has ordered the immediate withdrawal of Prince Owain and his army. Her Majesty has also requested that this unfortunate dispute be settled through diplomatic channels rather than through force of arms." Would Queen Andraste be saying these things if she weren't fighting a war in the east? Safia wondered out loud. Her 21st Legion had suffered the most casualties out of any of the units stationed at the Horns, and while she would accept whatever decision Trajan made on the issue, seeing a negotiated peace at this stage wouldn't be satisfying to her. "I believe Her Majesty would fight for peace," Gwen replied. "You missed your calling, Marshal," Aquilius stated with a wide smile. "You would make a fine diplomat with such an ambiguous answer." "And what part of my answer was ambiguous?" Gwen inquired, smirking at the diplomat. "How, exactly, would your queen fight for peace?" "Enough," Trajan growled, and Gwen's retort died in her throat. "Let me read that letter." Gwen handed over the one addressed to him, then the last two she carried to Aquilius and Fonteus, the diplomats assigned to Trajan in operations in the Talfar kingdom, respectively. The contents of the letters were just as Gwen described, and they had not only Queen Andraste's signature but her personal seal as well. But Trajan wasn't impressed. "Paper and ink is all well and good," he said, "but what concrete assurances can you give that your intentions are honorable?" "What assurances would you like?" "My queen has bestowed upon me the power to negotiate binding treaties, so whatever you need, I'll happily consider," Gwen replied, causing all of the diplomats in the room to stare at her in disbelief. She wasn't herself a diplomat, after all, and giving such a privilege to a military officer wasn't something that was done in the Bull Kingdom. Gwen waited patiently for Trajan to give voice to his desires, but the prince simply glanced over at Aquilius, who nodded and rose from his seat. "My lady," he began, drawing Gwen's attention, "one thing we would like to see before anything is for the Talfar warriors occupying Florentia to remove themselves from the city." "Florentia is not your city to bargain for," Gwen said with a hint of confusion. "It was established by citizens of the Bull Kingdom, and those citizens are now refugees languishing in our docks. We want your guarantee that they are safe to return home." Gwen made a show of thinking about the matter, propping up her right arm on her left and resting her head on her knuckles, but after several seconds, she said, "Done." Pulling the Talfar warriors out of Florentia would dramatically diminish their war potential, but if the legion swooped in to occupy the city in turn, Gwen was confident that she could oust them. Regardless, she didn't think that the Bull had enough soldiers to assault the Talfar camp regardless of the position of their legions. If they had, she believed they'd have done so already. In other words, this was an easy deal to make, and if it brought some trust between their two kingdoms, Gwen was happy to do it. Aquilius was slightly stunned that Gwen agreed, but he managed to maintain his dignity and simply smile and say, "Wonderful. Is there anything else the Bull wants?" Gwen asked. "As I said, Queen Andraste is committed to peace, so now's the time to ask. We'll wait until your army pulls back to Briga before we begin negotiations," Aquilius said. Gwen looked to Trajan, but the prince merely said, "Then that is that." Suddenly, a high-pitched alarm sounded that stabbed right into the ears of everyone in the meeting room. Several legates bolted up and drew their weapons, trapping Gwen between them. "What is the meaning of this?" Gwen shouted, struggling to make her voice heard above the alarm. Trajan slapped a runic circle on the dais beside him and the alarm shut off. He then rose from his seat and began walking to his office in the back of the meeting room. "We'll see," the prince responded to the marshal. Once in his office, Trajan stared out his window and saw that the Talfar army had left its camp and was slowly marching west toward the walls. From what he could see, they were fully armored and in battle formations, and their siege towers were right behind the front lines. Striding back into the meeting room, where the legates and tribunes were clearly anxious and starting to panic after the alarm, Trajan stated, "The Talfar army is on the move toward us. Get to your stations." Instantly, the commanders sprang to their feet and began to hurriedly leave the meeting room. Trajan walked over to Gwen, looked the marshal in the eye, and asked, "Were you sent here as a distraction?" I have no idea what you're talking about, she shouted in protest, and the 3 legates that surrounded her pressed in just a little bit closer in case she tried anything with the prince. Trajan sighed, then said, "Take her into custody. We can work out what's going on after the battle." "Is this how you treat diplomatic guests, Prince Trajan? I am here as a representative of my kingdom, and you take me prisoner." Gwen indignantly shouted. "There are chambers in the diplomatic corps suited for one of your station, my lady," Aquilius stated. "They're secure, so perhaps we can let her wait there while we sort out this situation." Trajan nodded his assent, and Aquilius and the other 2 6th-tier diplomats took custody of Gwen, allowing the other 3 legates to see to their duties. As Trajan himself was leaving, he turned and said, "Ursus. On me." Leon dutifully followed Trajan, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel immensely disappointed. There was about to be a battle, and he wouldn't participate in it at all. Of course, he wasn't about to argue, but the disappointment was there, nonetheless. As they were leaving the meeting room, Leon heard Trajan mutter, "Devious little bastards, luring most of our commanders away from the walls with talk of peace." There were a couple legates and tribunes that were still on the walls in case something like this happened, and Minerva was in command while Trajan was speaking with Gwen, so it wasn't like the units were devoid of leadership. Besides, all of those legates and tribunes in the meeting room would easily reach their posts by the time the Talfar army entered trebuchet and arrow range, so Trajan was inclined to believe that this offer of peace wasn't made in bad faith. Still, the Talfar army was now marching on Arimenium, and he wasn't going to allow that at all. Chapter 270. Second assault. The earth shook beneath the feet of the Talfar battle formations as they marched out of the camp and toward the walls of the Horns, miles away. The formations of the infantry were perfect, the cataphract armor glittered in the afternoon sun, and the charioteers looked heroic as they drove behind the siege engines. However, there was a palpable sense of uncertainty. The army didn't move nearly as fast as they did when they last assaulted the walls, and Arthwin could feel the stares of thousands of warriors around him and hear the indistinct mutterings of his subordinates. The marshal had a dark look about him, despite his seeming composure, and it was clear that the highest-ranked warriors in the army were not keen on moving the army at this time. One of Arthwin's highest-ranked warrior chiefs drove up to him in his chariot. He was a man so trusted and respected that Arthwin had given him command of nearly all of the charioteers in the army. "My lord," the warrior chief began as soon as he was close enough to speak without shouting, "may I ask a few questions?" One of the reasons for the uncertain air about the Talfar army was just how quickly they were ordered to begin marching. Arthwin hadn't even called the senior leadership to a meeting to plan the assault, he simply gave the order to get the army in formation and to get marching. Understandably, there were more than a few questions that the leadership had for their marshal. "If you must," Arthwin growled, making it clear through his tone alone that he would have rather rejected the warrior chief's request. Regardless, the warrior chief pressed on. "My lord, there is a great deal of confusion amongst the ranks. We don't even know what we're supposed to do once we get in range of the walls." "I'm not hearing a question," Arthwin snarled. "My lord, what happened to His Highness?" the warrior chief suddenly asked. Arthwin looked surprised for a moment at the change in topic, but he regained his composure in less than a second and said, "Marshal Gwen assaulted His Highness before proceeding with her meeting with the Bull Prince. His Highness is currently receiving medical care, I've seen to it. Was there nothing my lord could have done at the moment? To protect the royal family is one of the greatest duties a warrior has." Arthwin whirled around and glared at the warrior chief. He'd barely spared the man a few glances before now, but after that question, the chief had his undivided attention. "What are you implying?" Arthwin asked with a dangerous look in his eye, but the marshal restrained himself when he saw that several other warrior chiefs were watching and listening to the conversation. Despite everything, he needed these warriors to keep the army together and moving, and he couldn't afford to alienate them. And they clearly had doubts about his story, doubts which only grew when he ordered the current march on Arimenium. "I request that we turn around and return to camp," the warrior chief said, finally getting around to his point. "Denied," Arthwin instantly replied. "We're taking this fortress and this city, that is what this army was assembled for. My lord, our prince is injured, and a marshal has been accused of treason. The morale of the army is in tatters, we can't fight like this," the warrior chief protested. "I have given you your orders, if you continue to argue against them, I will have you arrested for insubordination," Arthwin shouted, finally losing his patience. "Return to your duties, I will hear no more of this." The warrior chief stared at his marshal, and for a few seconds, it appeared like he was going to continue arguing. However, he backed down under Arthwin's withering gaze and quietly returned to his place at the head of the chariot corps. The other warrior chiefs paled a little as Arthwin swept his gaze over them, and any thoughts of adding their voice to the previous warrior chiefs vanished. And yet, it was clear to Arthwin that the army wasn't moving with the purpose it had only a week before. But Arthwin was long past caring about that. What he had done would quickly come to light if he were to stop and take the time to try and alleviate their concerns or come up with a more concrete plan, so he kept them moving forward. He'd already committed treason and attacked a prince, after all, and the lives of the rest of the thousands of peasants and warriors paled in comparison to his vengeance. And so, despite moving slower and with much less purpose, the Talfar army marched on. From the command tower, Leon and Trajan could see everything in the vale. The Talfar army advanced like a rising sea, but the walls of the horns were strong and thick, and neither were too worried about their chances. "They have less siege towers and trebuchets than before," Leon observed. "Thank the ancestors for small mercies," Trajan whispered before turning back to the soldiers manning the enchantment consoles. "Let's begin," he ordered, and the soldiers began to monitor the enchantments and occasionally activate runic circles. Leon could see everything that happened. All along the vale erupted geysers of fire and bright explosions, pillars of rock and ice burst from the ground and literally poked holes in the Talfar lines, killing a few and causing the rest to slow down. As the Talfar army drew closer to the walls, a long line of rock spikes burst from the ground like anti-cavalry spikes. By the time the Talfar army reached arrow range, they had already left more than 5,000 of their comrades lying dead or severely injured in the vale. "By the ancestors," Alex muttered from beside Leon. As his squire, she was allowed here as was Anzu, but the griffin didn't care about the battle down below and preferred to sit next to Leon's feet, lean against his leg, and slowly preen his wings while occasionally glaring at the soldiers who glanced at him. The Talfar army huddled together, firing their arrows back at the legion archers on the walls as they advanced, but to limited effect. The legion archers were much more effective, and the Talfar infantry paid in blood for every step they took. The siege towers were tougher, and they shrugged off explosive spells from arrows and trebuchets. The peasants pushing them, on the other hand, fell in droves. They took so many casualties, in fact, that Leon could see a few peasants try to run, only to be caught by the infantry behind them. The first siege tower fell before it even hit the walls. 5 legion trebuchets concentrated on a single tower and fired star shells pots covered in an explosive enchantment and filled with a special blend of resin, oil, and the blood of fire beasts at the tower. Under this kind of literal firepower, the enchantments protecting the tower failed, and the 5-story tall siege engine burned to ash in minutes, along with the couple hundred Talfar infantry who had entered when the tower neared the walls. Talfar's remaining 7 towers kept moving, though, and the Talfar trebuchets returned fire. Explosions flashed up and down the first wall, and Leon knew that scores of Legion soldiers had just died. Still, the battle was going much better than it had a week before. Discipline in the Talfar ranks was breaking down enough for even Leon and Alex to see from their vantage point, and the piles of Talfar dead were growing. The first siege tower hit the wall, with the ramp crashing down on the battlements of a tower. It was the one closest to the river and would have been in range of the fire lances had the fleet been in position, but with the surprise assault, the fleet hadn't been deployed in time to stop it. Talfar warriors poured out of the tower, displaying for the first time in the battle the same fighting spirit that they had during the first assault. Unfortunately for them, they encountered stiff resistance in the tower, halting them in their tracks. A shield wall had been established on the wide roof of the tower with a pair of 5th-tier mages out in front. Talfar's warriors, despite fighting ferociously and displaying great courage, simply failed to get past this iron wall. "There's something off about this assault," Leon muttered as he watched everything happening. His hand kept moving to rest on his sword, but the weapon was in his soul realm, leaving his hand grasping at nothing and leaving Leon's tick unsatisfied. "What are you thinking?" Trajan asked, causing Leon to almost jump out of his skin. The younger knight had been so engrossed in watching the battle that he hadn't realized the prince was back at the window. Leon quickly explained what he had observed, from the desertion of the peasants to the weakened unit cohesion between the Talfar units, and their much slower speed and ferocity. Trajan hummed in thought. "Well, it would make sense, given what we've heard from you, our scouts, and Marshal Gwen. This seems to me like a last-ditch attempt to snatch victory, regardless of the cost." I couldn't imagine an assault when their supplies are so devastated and when their commanders had just been replaced under any normal conditions. It's something to consider, but for now, it doesn't change the fact that the walls are under assault. We'll push them back and sort through the rest later. Should be much easier given how they're fighting right now, Leon said. A second later, one of the Talfar trebuchets was obliterated by a Legion trebuchet directly hitting it with an earth spell. A rock spike the size of a 4-story building rendered it into little more than splinters and smashed the Talfar team manning the weapon to bloody pulp with the speed of its creation. Indeed, Trajan murmured. 2 more towers were destroyed in quick succession from intrepid Legion tribunes, and it was clear that the other 5 towers weren't doing so great. The infantrymen at their feet were far more concerned with blocking arrow fire than they were with entering the towers and storming the walls, and with every warrior that was killed, there were fewer replacements ascending the towers. All in all, it was not looking good for the Talfar army. "This is terrible," one warrior chief muttered. "We never should have attacked in our current state. We're going to be annihilated if we don't retreat," another responded. Both men were speaking in low, hushed tones, but Arthwin was still able to hear them, despite the sounds of the battle before them. "Quiet," the former marshal growled, silencing both of the chiefs with a terrible glare. There were others speaking as they were, of course, but it had taken about an hour after the battle began for the chiefs to start voicing their concerns amongst themselves. Fortunately for Arthwin, there weren't any other warrior chiefs around him that were so vocally discouraged, but as a trebuchet went up in flames from Legion counter-fire, he could feel the eyes of his immediate subordinates boring holes in his back. The situation was terrible, they were losing. Warriors far too quickly to sustain this assault, and yet Arthwin steadfastly refused to order the retreat. The Talfar forces had seized about half of the towers on the easternmost wall during their first assault, but now, after an hour of fighting, they had yet to gain control of a single one. Making matters worse, a 4th siege tower was cut in half by a legate wielding light magic, causing the top 2-ish floors to topple to the ground and render the remainder useless. 4 siege towers remained, and a mere 8 trebuchets were able to continue the bombardment. There were a few broken sections of battlements here and there, and a couple of the towers were starting to crumble, but the gatehouse held strong and the Talfar warriors were rebuffed in their half-hearted attempts to seize it. "My lord," one of the warrior chiefs hesitantly began, "perhaps a retreat might be in order." Arthwin remained silent. He honestly didn't think he'd be able to respond to his subordinate without going off on him, so he didn't even spare the man a glance. Taking this man's lead, a warrior captain added, "It's all we can do to keep the levies from beginning a mass rout, and it's clear that our infantry is simply not up to this task, my lord. We must retreat back to camp." "No," Arthwin roared, startling everyone around him. "We will not retreat. We will burn this entire fortress to the ground. We will kill that bastard Trajan and his traitorous bitch, and then we will march home in victory. We are not stopping this assault until victory is assured." Arthwin's aura spiked and his killing intent washed over his surroundings. Every warrior within 100 feet of the marshal felt like they were dunked into an ice-cold mountain lake and their hair stood on end. Their heart rates shot through the roof, their hands began to shake, and any more warriors willing to speak up about the futility of their assault fell silent. And then, from over the walls came the sound of a loud horn blast, and a cry of joy spread over all of Arimenium. Arthwin clenched his jaw in frustration. He knew what that horn meant: Legion reinforcements. Chapter 271. Strength of the Paladins. 2 short blasts followed by 1 long blast, the horn signal for Legion reinforcements. 7,000 Legion cavalrymen barreled down the gold road toward the bull's horns. In the lead were 4 men, August, Roland, and the Bronze and Brimstone Paladins. "Get to the gate," August shouted at the other 3 as he peeled off toward the southern horn. He wasn't much of a fighter, but that was what the 3 Paladins were for. "Yes, your highness," Roland shouted. "Understood," Brimstone replied. Bronze simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 kept moving, and the 7,000 knights and men at arms behind them followed. As they approached the main gates, they were met by the ecstatic cheers of the soldiers on the walls, and as news of their arrival spread, the cheers were echoed up and down the fortress complex. "It's damn good to see you all here," shouted Minerva, who had come down from the top of the western wall's gatehouse to greet them in person. "We're here to fight for our king and kingdom," Roland shouted back. They had to shout in order for their voices to be heard over the sounds of battle just a few hundred feet to the east. "Then I hope you don't mind if I put you to work right away," Minerva replied. "Open the gates." The signal was repeated, and the portcullises began to slowly open. As the paladins and their retinues waited for a clear path to charge out onto the battlefield, the horns, cavalry appeared. The paladins and their followers would not charge beyond the walls alone. Once the portcullises were open, 12,000 of the finest cavalrymen that the Bull Kingdom could field sallied out through the open gates and slammed into the surprised, dismayed, and terrified Talfar forces. The already gloomy mood of the Talfar officers around Arthwin plummeted further as the gates of the horns opened. There were only two possibilities for such an action: either the legion was surrendering, or they were sallying out to launch a counterattack. Given that they had just heard the signal for legion reinforcements, Arthwin and the warrior chiefs knew exactly which option it was. And they were not wrong. A few intrepid Talfar warriors tried to charge into the walls once the portcullises were opened, but they were immediately cut down as the legion cavalry thundered through the open gates. More than 100,000 Talfar warriors and peasant levies had gathered on the east side of the walls, but with bright flashes of steel and intense bursts of magic, the Talfar units were the ones to reel from the sudden attack. "My lord, your orders," a warrior chief requested of Arthwin. The marshal stared in disbelief, anger, frustration, and 100 other similar emotions. He was stunned that he couldn't even speak. After waiting a few seconds for their paralyzed marshal to act, the warrior chiefs began looking at each other, wondering which of them would be bold enough to do what they all knew that they must. Finally, after a few minutes and the deaths of several thousand more Talfar warriors, one of Arthwin's closest and most trusted chiefs shouted, "Sound the retreat. Fall back to the camp." This jerked Arthwin back to reality. "Belay that order," he bellowed. "Send in our cavalry, show them the true strength of our horsemanship. Run them down with lance and sword, trample them under the hooves of our cataphracts. Break them upon the armor of our chariots." The marshal was furious and impassioned, but his words didn't move his warrior chiefs in the slightest. Even the warrior captains ignored him and stared at him in quiet defiance. "Sound the retreat," Arthwin's trusted warrior chief repeated. "Those who retreat will be guilty of insubordination, treason, and desertion." Arthwin wildly screamed. Any thought of maintaining his composure and dignity as a marshal was long gone. His eyes were wild, and he slammed his fist down on the frame of his chariot with such force that it nearly collapsed underneath him. And yet, none of the warrior chiefs batted an eye. "My lord, if your order is to continue this assault, then you may consider this a mutiny," the warrior chief who ordered the retreat calmly stated. "Is it your lordship's intent to proceed with this failed assault?" "You traitor," Arthwin roared, having completely lost any semblance of control he had left. He leapt out of his chariot and drew a sword from his soul realm, intending to cut down the warrior chief who was so insubordinate, but before he could take more than a few steps, he found himself surrounded by half a dozen of his other warrior chiefs. He barely had time to react before they tackled him to the ground and disarmed him. "You traitors!" he shouted, "I'll see you all hang for this." He could see the revenge he'd waited 80 years for disappearing before his eyes, and his furious shouting descended into incoherent shouts and grunts, which only ceased when one of the warrior chiefs gagged him. As Arthwin was enduring this indignity with all the grace of a pig in a mud pit, his warrior chiefs wasted no time in giving the signal to retreat. There was no thought to trying to counter the legion cavalry, as their own infantry and levies were in the way, which would blunt their charge and break up their formations, limiting the cavalry's effectiveness. What was more, the line of rock spikes conjured by the wall's defenders was still mostly in the way. It had only been penetrated in a few places, so that, too, was an obstacle that blocked the cavalry's way. None of the warrior chiefs wanted this fight after weeks of limited success and heavy losses. The Talfar army began a disorganized retreat. As soon as the signal to retreat was given, the levies began a mass exodus from the vale as fast as each person was capable of moving. Hundreds were trampled in the disorganized mass, and no shortage of those under the levies' feet were the Talfar officers that attempted to give the horde some order in their retreat. The Talfar infantry were a little more organized, but for every inch they stepped back, the legion cavalry pushed them a foot. Lances struck the lightly armored Talfar infantry, impaling them and hurling their corpses back into their comrades. Legion swords ripped the Talfar warriors apart, splattering their comrades with their blood. Holes were ripped in their formations by beams of light and fiery explosions, while great cracks opened at their feet, swallowing entire squads whole before sealing up and burying them alive. Most of these magics were coming from Roland, whose golden light sliced through the Talfar armor like a hot knife through half-melted butter, from the Brimstone Paladin, who was accompanied by fires so hot that he left piles of charred corpses in his wake, and from the Bronze Paladin, who seemed to shake the earth with every step he took. Under the combined strength of these three paladins, the Talfar infantry broke less than 10 minutes after the signal to retreat had been given. Their formations collapsed and they began to run en masse, with little differentiating them from the levies that they pushed, hit, and even attacked to bypass. "Look at them run," Brimstone bellowed as he and the knights at his back slowed down to gain some distance between themselves and the Talfar front line. As soon as they gained about 50 feet, they charged again and crashed into the Talfar lines. They did this repeatedly, like a hammer striking a nail, and crushed thousands of Talfar warriors under the weight of their horses. "For the prince, for the king, for the kingdom," Roland shouted between swings of his sword as his knights hewed their way into the Talfar line, locking down several battalions of warriors between themselves and the rock spikes. The warriors had nowhere to go, and could only try to fight back, though they did little, if any, damage to Roland or his knights. The bronze paladin, meanwhile, remained silent, but in his radiant bronze armor that was covered in glowing runes and his massive bronze axe, he cut a distinctive figure. He hadn't brought any knights from his own modest retinue, but all 5,000 knights and men at arms from the horns followed him, making his group the largest and most furious. With every swing of Bronze's axe, more fissures would erupt beneath the trapped Talfar infantry as they bottlenecked at one of the few openings through the rock spikes, burying dozens at a time. All in all, the paladins and their followers were cutting right through the Talfar infantry, and there was nothing any of the latter could do to stop them even if they hadn't broken and tried to run. "What a mess," Trajan muttered as he watched the one-sided slaughter from the command tower in the keep. 12,000 legion cavalrymen were practically walking right over the Talfar infantry, and the soldiers on the wall were cleaning up the remaining towers and showering the Talfar horde with thousands of arrows. Leon sighed in response, eliciting a smile of victory from Trajan. "If you hadn't pulled that stunt, you'd be out there with them, I dare say," Trajan said. With Leon back safe and Talfar on the run, his anger had cooled enough that he slipped back into the relatively informal attitude he and Leon had with each other. But he wasn't going to forget Leon leaving his post to launch his own solo mission. Fortunately, Leon hadn't argued with him in the slightest about his punishment. Probably, Leon agreed with a slight smile. Even though he was in the command tower, he'd still dressed in full armor, save for his helmet, just in case. "Your Highness," an adjutant suddenly called out from near the door. "Prince August has arrived at the keep. Show him here," Trajan ordered, and the adjutant bowed and ran off. Several minutes later, he returned, accompanied by a slight man of modest stature, dirty blonde hair, and dark brown eyes. His features were somewhat pale and gaunt but lacked the chiseled handsome quality that Trajan had, giving him relatively average looks. And yet, he carried himself with all the dignity of a prince, which combined with his dark green gold-trimmed clothing, gave him a commanding presence and an aura of cool calm. "Uncle," August loudly exclaimed as he walked forward with his arms outstretched. "Nephew," Trajan responded as he pulled the much shorter man into a hug so tight that Leon could hear a few popping sounds coming from August's body. When Trajan finally released him, August was forced to take a few deep breaths and stretch a bit. "You're early," Trajan said with a joyful smile on his face. "I pushed hard to get here as quickly as I could," August said once he caught his breath after Trajan's hug forced all the air out of him. "I left behind the legions that accompanied me in order to get here as soon as I could." "How far out are they?" Trajan inquired. 2 days, I think," August replied. "My 2 legions met up with one of yours that was coming down as well, so there should be 3 legions incoming." "Wonderful," Trajan said as his smile turned vicious. That would bring him up to 6 legions, or 120,000 soldiers, not including his personal knights or the paladins and their retinues. That was more than enough soldiers in his mind to force the Talfar army off its hill and to burn its camp to the ground, though not enough to launch a counter-invasion as King Julius had done 80 years ago. With the catastrophic casualties that the Talfar infantry were taking now, it would only be easier to kick the rest of the army out of Florentia and throw them back into their kingdom. "Who else have you brought? Anyone you haven't told me about?" Trajan then asked. "The paladins Roland and Saturnius, which I told you about, and Praecilius, who I managed to convince to join me," August said with obvious pride. However, what he said made Leon, who was listening with rapt attention, freeze up in anxiety. He had fought alongside Roland in the northern vales, and he didn't want the paladin to know that he was now in the south. He still didn't trust the man, even if he didn't honestly think Roland had a hand in his father's death. Unfortunately for Leon, though, for all his general gruffness and seriousness, Trajan wanted to be polite with his nephew, and he turned to the side to let August get a better look at Leon. August, let me introduce you to someone. Chapter 272. An interesting name. August, let me introduce you to someone, Trajan said as he gestured to Leon to step forward. Leon, for his part, wanted nothing less than to be introduced to Prince August after the latter's reveal of his acquaintance with Roland. But Trajan called him out, and there was no helping it. Leon took a few hesitant steps forward and genuflected for Prince August. This is Sir Leon Ursus, Trajan said as Leon and August made eye contact. August was almost struck speechless at the sight of Leon's golden eyes, his youth, and his robust fifth-tier aura, but it was Leon's name that surprised August the most. That's an interesting name, August said. Sir Ursus came to us from the Northern Vales, Trajan explained, though the name itself gave that fact away, and despite some difficulty adapting to the way we do things, has proven himself to be one of the finest young knights our legions have to offer. I've taken the liberty of mentoring him myself. Leon couldn't help but cringe both at Trajan's compliments, and at the reminder of his stupid decision during the first assault, and he didn't notice that August's eyes hadn't left his face since attention was first drawn to him. That's wonderful to hear, August said with an odd smile. This kingdom's legions can always use promising new blood, regardless of where they were born. Sir Ursus, you are most welcome in this land. Trajan's smile faltered a little, as there was something in August's tone that put him off a bit, but just as he was about to question his nephew about it, an adjutant said, Your Highness. Our cavalry. When Trajan looked back out the window to see what the adjutant was on about, he saw that, for the most part, the Talfar infantry that hadn't made it to the east side of the rock spikes had been killed, and the Legion cavalry was clearly preparing to go out and chase down those who had managed to flee. Send the order to hold their ground. They are not to venture past those spikes. Trajan immediately ordered, and the adjutant scrambled to get the order sent in time. Why shouldn't we pursue a fleeing enemy? August asked. They've broken, shouldn't we kill as many as we can? Normally, yes, we should, Trajan admitted, but the Talfar cataphracts and chariots weren't committed to the fight, their strength is still near its peak. They may have broken and started retreating back to their camp, but we shouldn't risk our weaker cavalry by sending them out into a vulnerable position where we can't support them with arrow fire and defensive enchantments. August frowned, but he nodded, deferring to Trajan's wisdom. Nephew, Trajan began, instantly catching August's attention with a tone of extreme seriousness, we have much to discuss, but for now all that can wait until after the battle is over. For now, I must see to my legions and fortress, and ensure that everything is still in order. I understand, August said with a jovial smile. The elder prince departed the command tower to make his inspections and meet with his legates in the field, and Leon, Alex, and Anzu were right behind him. As they left, though, Leon could feel August's eyes burning a hole in his back. He knows who I am, Leon thought in panic. In the time it took the Legion cavalry to mop up the remaining Talfar infantry that hadn't managed to retreat, the signal to fall back was given. Rather than pursuing their broken opponent, Roland, Brimstone, and Bronze led their units back to the horns. At the main gates, August met the paladins that accompanied him east. Your Highness, Roland enthusiastically called out as soon as he was through the gates. His silver and red paladin armor was barely scratched, though its luster had faded from the dust and dirt of the battle, and the man himself looked hardly worse for wear. I bring word of victory. The enemy has been pushed back. I saw, my friend, August said, smiling in amusement at Roland's insistence on such formality when in public. Together, the two began to lead the way back to the stables in the southern horn, with the other two paladins keeping order among the 12,000 knights and men at arms behind them. Along the way, Roland described the battle, but August wasn't a particularly military-minded man, and the descriptions felt same way to him. Roland's magic was strong, and his unit crashed into the Talfar lines again and again until they broke. That was all he needed to know, as far as August was concerned. As Roland was finishing up his fervent descriptions, August suddenly interrupted, asking the paladin, about a year or so ago, you came to me to request leave in order to find out more about a young squire, but you found out he died in the northern territories. The prince was light on the details, despite remembering everything Roland told him back then, but he and Roland were in public and he didn't know who could be listening in. I remember, Your Highness, Roland said, his smile dropping slightly as he wondered why August was bringing this up now. Describe this boy to me, August commanded, and it was a command, despite his airy tone and bright smile. Roland mumbled as he recalled his mission to the Northern Territories more than 2 years ago. Dark hair, black or very dark brown, he said as he tried to picture Leon in his mind. In truth, he'd never paid that much attention to the boy, focusing more on Artorias during his time in the north. Take your time, August said, noticing his friend's discomfort and slight panic. As Roland got his thoughts in order, he said, the boy was tall, maybe about 6 feet or so, rather thin. August frowned in dissatisfaction. The Leon he'd just met was about as tall as Roland mentioned, but he was much more heavily built than the paladin was describing. But just as August was going to interrupt with a more direct question, something occurred to Roland. There was something else. His eyes were yellow, I think. Maybe gold. Seemed a bit unusual to me, but I have to admit that I never really looked at the kid. I understand, August said as a smile bloomed on his face. That was all I needed to know, thank you. May I ask your highness about your sudden interest? Roland asked. There's a young knight not even 20, I'd say in my uncle's service named Leon Ursus. He's tall, 5th tier, and as built as a mage of that strength should be. Here, August paused. He was also a 5th tier mage, but his physique was rather lacking, though he knew perfectly well why that was the case. He has golden eyes, the prince finished. He glanced meaningfully over at Roland and saw the paladin staring back at him slack-jawed. I thought he was dead. I was told he was dead. Roland rambled. There must have been some miscommunication or mistake, or maybe this isn't the same person, August said. The name and physical description could just be a coincidence, but regardless, I'm going to speak with my uncle soon, and I'd like you to join me. I have a sense that this, Leon Ursus, will be joining us, and I would like to know if you recognize him. Yes, your highness. Roland instantly agreed. The cleanup after a battle like what the Legion soldiers had just endured was always long and tedious. Thousands of bodies had to be collected and tallied, but there also had to be a sizable number of soldiers keeping watch just in case the Talfar army tried to launch raids against those dealing with the dead. No one seriously thought that the Talfar army was in good enough shape to do this, but Trajan always insisted on the precaution. There would be a meeting once night fell for Trajan to get a full idea of casualties sustained and damage inflicted on the enemy, but until that happened, he didn't have much to do after making his quick inspections. Consequently, he was now waiting for Prince August in one of his sitting rooms with Leon. I understand, Trajan whispered. Leon had just told Trajan about his experience with Roland in the Northern Vales, and about the paladin's connection with Adrianos Isanos, one of the men at arms under one of Roland's knights, and also one of the men who attacked Leon's home and killed Artorias. It had taken Leon a little while to get through the story, as he kept hesitating and questioning if telling Trajan all of this was the right call, but in the end, he decided to trust the prince. Trajan already knew that Artorias was dead, of course, but hearing the full story from Leon was another thing entirely. Trajan had been good friends with Kairos Rame, though admittedly not as close with the Archduke as King Julius had been. Still, Leon's story of the death of Kairos, last living son, left Trajan quietly furious. He stood staring out of a window with his back to the rest of the small sitting room, but he was emitting so much killing intent that Leon felt a little sick. I will look into this paladin, Trajan stated as he turned around. The sitting room was dim, and his face was cast in shadow as his back turned to the light of the setting sun. If Sir Roland had any hand in the fall of your house, then he will pay dearly for it. Thank you, Trajan, Leon said. Is there anything else you can tell me about these events? Any information about those assassins? The prince inquired. For a moment, Leon contemplated telling Trajan what he had learned from Valeria, about her family's connection with Adrianos, but his voice caught in his throat. And no, he stuttered. Trajan caught the stutter, but he trusted Leon enough to let it go for the time being. I know the man who looked into the events surrounding the attack on Artorias Rame's villa 18 years ago, and I have a couple other contacts I trust to look into these matters discreetly. I'll send them a few letters. Thank you, Leon repeated. For now, though, you can rest assured that you have nothing to fear from Roland. Unlike the other paladins, Roland is not a 7th tier mage. He'll have to go through me to get to you. Leon smiled and laughed in embarrassment. The only other man to ever express so much concern over his well-being was Artorias. Most other guys he'd met were either too intimidated by his and Artorias' lifestyle or were kept at enough of a distance where that concern wouldn't be warranted. In other words, he wasn't used to this treatment, and was happy, embarrassed, and surprised all at once. A knock at the door prevented any more talk of that nature, though, and a messenger informed Trajan that just about everyone had arrived for the post-battle meeting. "Let's get to it," Trajan said once the messenger left. "Make sure to control yourself, don't fly off the handle at the first sight of Sir Magnus." Leon sheepishly agreed, knowing that as soon as he saw Roland, his first instinct would undoubtedly be to attack and remove him as a threat. All of the legates, high-ranking tribunes, diplomats, and other important knights had gathered in Trajan's meeting room. They rose when the prince entered, and only took their seats again once Trajan sat down on his dais. The only people missing now were August and the 3 paladins that accompanied him. They didn't have long to wait, though. Not even a minute after Trajan's arrival, August walked in through the door, causing the rest of the knights to rise once again. Leon paid extra attention to Roland, and he saw the paladin's eyes scan the crowd of a couple hundred knights. He felt like he knew what the paladin was looking for, or rather, who the paladin was looking for. And it seemed like his suspicion was confirmed once Roland's gaze finally drifted toward the front of the room, where Leon stood behind Trajan. As soon as Leon's figure entered Roland's vision, the paladin's eyes widened in surprise and recognition. He was a little taller, with shorter hair and a much more filled-out body, but now that he was looking for him, Roland instantly recognized the young man he met in the Northern Vales. Chapter 273. August and Trajan. Leon fought against the instinct to charge at Roland with all the power he had available and attack the paladin. Roland was vulnerable, surprised and unprepared. Leon knew that with his speed, he could get in 1 or 2 good hits before Roland could react. But he resisted this temptation. His sword hand twitched and his power momentarily spiked as he automatically began to summon his sword from his soul realm, but he calmed himself before he could make any mistakes. After a moment or two, Leon's opportunity passed, and Roland composed himself as much as he could. He still stared at Leon a little more than the latter would have liked, though the paladin was more than a little shocked at Leon's startling rise in power, from a 2nd-tier mage to a 5th-tier mage in not even 3 years. As his group walked right down the middle of the meeting room, between the 2 rows of columns and chairs and before the eyes of all the rest of the gathered knights, August's face broke out into a wide smile, but just as he was about to greet his uncle, the bronze paladin practically shoved his way past. "Trajan!" Bronze shouted, his voice almost shaking the entirety of the keep. "Titus!" Trajan replied as he almost jumped up from the dais to clasp the paladin's outstretched, bronze-clad hand. The bronze paladin was the only man in the room who was still fully armored, being covered head to toe in his signature bronze armor. Leon was the only other man in the room wearing armor, but he wasn't wearing his helmet. "My friend, it's been too long," Bronze exclaimed as he vigorously shook Trajan's hand. His friendly demeanor towards the prince surprised some of the watching knights, but he was still a paladin, and nobody there had the rank or qualifications to reprimand him for his lax manners in the presence of royalty. Besides, Trajan clearly didn't care about Bronze's lack of decorum. "Indeed, what's it been, 20 years? Trajan asked, completely ignoring the other prince and both other paladins. August looked a bit surprised and self-conscious at being so ignored, but he brushed it off and waited for the 2 old friends to get their greetings over with. Trajan's and Bronze's greeting carried on for a little while longer. They were like 2 peas in a pod, both gigantic human beings, powerful earth mages, and highly experienced warriors. They'd fought alongside one another too many times not to be good friends, and with the obviously long time spent apart, they now had to take a few minutes to express that friendship. Once they separated, August and Trajan greeted each other. Polite pleasantries were exchanged between Trajan and the Brimstone Paladin, but when he got to Roland, Trajan shook his hand with threatening force. He glared at the Paladin so violently that, despite offering him some kind words of greeting, it was made clear to Roland that he didn't have a friend in Trajan. Once all that was over, August and Trajan took a seat on the raised dais, while Roland and Brimstone sat down in prepared seats close to the dais. Bronze, meanwhile, stood in the back, right next to Leon. "Give me your reports," Trajan ordered, wasting no time. He had other business to conduct with Roland, and he was sure August had business with him, so he wanted this post-battle reporting done with as soon as possible. Total casualties were light, Minerva reported, not even 1,000 dead, barely 3,000 injured. And we're estimating 30,000 Talfar casualties, Constantine added, about half of which were inflicted by the cavalry charge. "Prisoners?" Trajan asked. "A couple thousand, not any more than those captured in the last battle," a legate said. "The jails aren't even overcrowded," it seems that the Talfar army still had the wherewithal to take most of their injured with them as they retreated. Most of those left behind were the dead. Trajan said. For his part, August was quite interested in these proceedings. He had little practical experience with the royal legions, so this was all new. Still, despite his burning curiosity, he maintained his royal dignity and kept his mouth shut and didn't interrupt the meeting with basic questions. Leon, too, was interested in what was happening, and he was doing his best to pay attention, but the bronze paladin was making that more than a little difficult. The paladin blatantly stared at Leon and refused to look away, despite Leon occasionally shooting him dirty looks. Leon couldn't tell him to stop without disturbing the meeting, so he had little choice other than to endure this in silence. With Marshal Gwen, Aquilius asked, "We can keep her for longer if need be, but I feel that she wasn't lying when she said that the Talfar government is looking to make peace." Trajan was about to answer, but he caught himself. Since August was now present, he wasn't the highest authority in the room anymore. Both were technically of equal rank, being princes, but August was serving as one of the two regents, giving him higher authority than Trajan, who was only a consul and an exarch. He looked at August, but the younger prince simply said, "You're more familiar with this matter than I am, uncle, I defer to you on this matter." Trajan raised an eyebrow in both confusion and interest, and he asked, "Are you sure about that?" "This is not an official war," August replied. "No declarations of war have been made by either side, and as a result, there is no need for such an official response or a deferment to a higher authority. To that end, I will leave the matter to your judgment." "Very well," Trajan said. He thought for a moment, then said, "I want to trust Marshal Gwen and bring this conflict to a close, but I also can't risk the safety of this fortress after an assault was launched while a peace delegation was in this very chamber. Marshal Gwen may remain our guest for a few days longer, and once the incoming legions arrive, we will shatter the army on our doorstep. Once we are no longer threatened, we will revisit this issue." "So, we will not be counter-invading the Talfar kingdom?" Fontaeus asked. "My contacts in Predany have been getting rather nervous, given how far we pushed 80 years ago." "They can rest assured that we will not be putting their backs against the wall," Trajan replied with a smile of satisfaction. He took a great deal of pride in instilling fear in his kingdom's enemies. "Besides, we wouldn't have the numbers to make it work for any respectable stretch of time, and all of us here might be brought up on charges of treason and corruption if we were to launch an invasion without the approval of the reigning king or the assembly in his absence." "I understand. I shall pass on our intent not to invade to my counterparts in Predany," Fontaeus said. And with that, the meeting was over. Trajan dismissed the legates, tribunes, and diplomats, but as they were leaving, he turned to August and asked, "Let's speak privately, nephew, we have some business to go over." "Yes, I have a matter or two I would like to bring up with you as well, uncle," August replied. "Do you mind if the paladins join us?" Trajan frowned, but he knew and trusted Bronze with his life. He had heard good things about Brimstone, and he knew for a fact that he was stronger than Roland, so he hesitantly agreed. Several minutes later, 3 paladins, 2 princes, and 1 awkward Leon were back in Trajan's sitting room. As soon as the door was closed, Bronze preempted everyone and directly asked Leon, "You're a member of House Rame, aren't you?" Everyone froze and jaws almost hit the floor. Leon's heart rate spiked, and he almost called upon his magic, but the overwhelming pressure he felt coming from Bronze helped him not do anything too foolish. Still, he didn't answer the paladin. "Well, I guess that's one way to bring the issue up, isn't it?" Trajan said with a dry tone. Brimstone, the only man there who was actually surprised at the statement, said in confusion, "Wait, what? House Rame is extinct, though." "Not quite," Roland said, following those 2 words up with a sigh. "Artorias Rame survived the attack on his villa and escaped to the northern territories with his son." "It's good to see you again, Leon, you look well." Leon glared back at Roland, but before he could say anything, Trajan asked Bronze with a tone of mild amusement, "I'm guessing you knew who he was as soon as you saw him, didn't you?" "I did," Bronze replied. "He looks exactly like Kairos did, back in the day. I did think the similarities were striking, but I didn't know Kairos when he was that young," Trajan muttered. "You knew my grandfather?" Leon hesitantly asked. There wasn't much point in denying his identity after Trajan admitting it, though he was more than a little frustrated at how casually it was revealed. First with Emily and now with Trajan, he was growing increasingly concerned with how many people were so willing to confirm or outright expose his identity, even if only to a few select people. I did, Bronze replied. I grew up in Tira. My father was a knight sworn to Matthios Rame, your great-grandfather. I was raised alongside the old Archduke, only a few years his senior. Leon couldn't see Bronze's face through his helmet, but the paladin's tone was warm and welcoming. And yet, when Bronze took a few steps toward Leon, the younger knight took a few steps back. The paladin could say all he wanted, he could describe everything about Leon's family in excruciating detail if he wanted to, but it wouldn't make Leon trust him. Fortunately for him, now that Leon's identity was confirmed, August was keen on moving the conversation along. It's a wonderful thing, learning that House Rame isn't quite as extinct as it appeared, the prince said, but that is not the only piece of business we must discuss. Trajan, Leon, and the paladins shifted their attention to August, but before he could continue, Bronze said, you sound like you're about to discuss politics. I'll have no part of this. He then walked out of the room without another word, much to August's consternation. A shame, August whispered. I would have liked to have a man of his caliber on my side, but he's free to do as he pleases. On your side, Trajan asked. The atmosphere instantly turned cold and businesslike, and Roland and Brimstone took a seat on either side of August. Yes, uncle, August said. I understand how it sounds, but I have little choice. The next king will be either myself or Octavius, and if my elder brother claims the throne, my mother and I will likely be killed. What are you basing this suspicion of yours on? Trajan asked. Leon was quiet and paying as much attention as he could. When entering the sitting room, he had no idea that the conversation would take such a serious turn. The queen is openly disdainful of my mother, August explained. Were it only Octavius I had to contend with, I would probably simply give up my claim to the throne and go into exile, but the queen has a great deal of hatred for my mother for being my father's favorite. She's made it clear that if my father doesn't wake, then when he dies, my mother will soon follow. Compounding her hatred, since I was made co-regent with Octavius, I'm considered a threat to her son's ability to ascend to kingship. And this is why you seek the crown yourself. To survive, Trajan flatly inquired. His heart wasn't moved at all by August's claims. It is, August admitted. Your assistance would be invaluable to me, uncle. I have been a regent for 8 years now, but when I started, I was only 15. I haven't been able to drum up support as well as my brother. Making matters worse, his shared blood with the queen all but guaranteed him the support of his grandfather, the Duke of Valentia, and through him, just about all of the Western Territories. The Western Territories was the region where more than half of the food in the Bull Kingdom was grown, as well as where most of its luxury goods were produced. It was the richest and most populous of the 5 territories, and it didn't take Trajan any leap of logic to understand why Octavius' control of the region was such a huge problem for August. My brother has also made serious inroads in the southern and central territories, August explained. I've done my best, but all I've been able to do is get a few of the lords in the eastern and northern territories to join my side, and even then, those that have pledged to me aren't particularly powerful in their own right. I understand, Trajan said, interrupting August's explanation of his situation. Now, I have a question for you, nephew. Speak it, August said, leaning in to better listen to Trajan. He needed his uncle's assistance, and as such, he treated anything that Trajan had to say with deadly seriousness. What are you planning to do as king? Trajan asked, surprising August in how quickly he asked. The latter prince had thought that Trajan would be more interested in the current situation rather than what he'd do later. August thought that Trajan would ask this question, just not so soon. I would remove the current queen from power, August said. The Serpentine Isles haven't been providing their tribute. I'd need to deploy the fleets to ensure that they don't return to piracy. I would solidify our northern and eastern borders, as they've been concerningly unstable in recent years. That's all well and good, but what would be your strategy? Trajan clarified. My brother, my father, my grandfather all worked to lessen the power of the landed class. To have such wealth combined with the guaranteed inheritance of political positions engenders a great deal of corruption among the nobility. It's been the goal of House Taurus for generations to lessen this impact by weakening the nobility. August's eyes went wide as he understood Trajan's meaning. I would continue this process, he eagerly said. I've been stymied in my attempts to keep the peace and to punish those who flaunt the laws of the land by the nobility at almost every turn. I would make sure to continue our family's goal of removing this cancer from our kingdom. Trajan frowned. That's not the point, boy, he growled, sending a shiver of fear running down August's spine. We protect the people, and more often than not, it's their own lords that the citizens of this kingdom need protecting from. We have a responsibility to our people, to protect them and to do what we can to ensure their lives remain stable. That is why we must break the power of the nobility, not to protect our own power. Trajan's voice was like thunder in August's ears, and even the paladins looked a bit shaken. Leon, however, as someone who had been in conflict with no shortage of nobles in his brief time in the Bull Kingdom, greatly resonated with what Trajan was saying. The nobles who ought to be leading and protecting them do the opposite. Trajan shouted, more often than not, the people of this land are used and abused, exploited for the gain of the nobility. The idea that the common folk are lesser than the nobility is what we must abolish. The only way to guarantee that our people live safe and happy lives is to do away with the nobility. That doesn't seem feasible, Brimstone hesitantly said. It probably isn't, Trajan admitted as he calmed himself down. And yet, the point stands. It is my opinion, and Julius shared it, that the greatest threat to our kingdom and its citizens are the nobility, who seek to subvert the kingdom's functions to maintain their power, wealth, and influence. Trajan paused here and took a few deep breaths. He was ranting, and he didn't want to alienate August with his rhetoric. Once he regained his composure, he looked August in the eye with such seriousness that August couldn't help but start to sweat in anxiety. If all you want is to maintain your power and to not be killed by Octavius, then I will not support you, nephew, Trajan said. If you want my support, then you must show me that you are willing to do your duty to the kingdom, to fulfill your responsibility to your people. Until I see that, then you will find no support from me. August sputtered, but after taking a moment to think, he simply said, I understand, uncle. Good, Trajan replied, and now, for the time being, let's turn our attention back to the most immediate problem, the Talfar army. 2 days later, the 3 legions that were rushing to Armenium arrived. Trajan was expecting one more, but he wasn't going to wait around, not with the Talfar camp in disarray and his scouts bringing reports of Talfar levies and warriors deserting almost by the second. What was more, he hadn't received any more requests for peace since Marshal Gwen arrived right before the second assault, leaving him with little other choice. The 6 legions, 3 paladins and their followers, and Trajan's own knights deployed outside the camp. It was time to end their undeclared war. Chapter 274. Surrender. For 2 days, Owain had lain in a field hospital unconscious. After Arthwin's disastrous second assault, the Talfar army was in such disarray that it took that long for a healer to actually examine the prince's injuries and determine that he no longer needed to be sedated and, in fact, never needed to be in the first place. As the Talfar prince slowly regained consciousness, a quarter of the 24 remaining warrior chiefs were huddled around his bed, waiting on the only leader they had left to come back to himself. For a few moments after opening his eyes, Owain had no idea what was going on. His memory of the past few weeks had faded away, but as the seconds passed, more and more of the haze that filled his mind cleared, and more of what had transpired returned to him. By the time he recalled Gwen relaying Andraste's orders to stand down and Arthwin subsequently attacking him, Owain was sitting up and staring at the surrounding warrior chiefs. What's going on? He asked in a hoarse voice. The healers had already finished their work and left him alone with the warrior chiefs in a private section of the field hospital. The warrior chiefs all looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. They were all of equal rank and each was roughly on par with the others in terms of magical ability. In other words, there was no clear leader among them who could take charge. This also meant that there was no single person whose responsibility it was to answer the prince's question, and none of the chiefs even wanted to in the first place. The seconds dragged on in silence, and Owain quickly lost his patience. He glared at the nearest warrior chief and repeated, "What is our current situation?" The chief looked dismayed to be called out like this, but he reluctantly began to explain everything that had happened while Owain was unconscious, and after the marshal was subdued, the army retreated, but not before suffering horrendous casualties, the chief finished. "And where's Arthwin now?" Owain asked, having gotten the full picture of what Arthwin had done and how he had justified it. "We've confined him to his tent until your highness could figure how to handle the situation," the warrior chief replied. He was clearly nervous as to what Owain would do, especially since he and the other warrior chiefs had technically committed a mutiny against their commander. Or at least, that's how he understood what had gone down. Arthwin is no longer a marshal, He was stripped of that rank by my older sister, Owain said in a tone that clearly conveyed his exhaustion and resignation. He suffered too many blows to fight for the throne now, and the least he could do was to act with as much dignity as he could muster. Ensure that he's securely imprisoned, I'll decide what to do with him later. Yes, Your Highness, the chief replied. And have the rest of the chiefs assemble for a meeting at once. We have things to go over, Owain added as relief washed over the faces of the other warrior chiefs when it became clear that they hadn't actually committed treason. Owain struggled out of bed. He was stiff from having been immobile for a couple days, but his fifth-tier strength made it not overly difficult for him to rise to his feet. 2 of the warrior chiefs left to fetch the others, while the remaining chiefs accompanied Owain to the command tent. On the way, the prince observed the status of the warriors in the camp. Most were listless and without purpose, and few so much as glanced at the small procession of leaders as they passed. To say that the army was in dire straits would be to put it mildly, and with every step he took, Owain could feel any conviction he once had to seize the throne diminish further. This army was the last thing he had left, his final option to try and claim the crown, and it was thoroughly defeated. It would fight no more battles, and the prince got the impression from the expressions of utter dejection of many of the warriors' faces. If he tried to lead the ragged remnants into one last battle, he'd face mass desertion from the professional warriors. Once they reached the command tent, Owain took a seat at the front of the meeting area and didn't say another word until everyone else arrived half an hour later. No one else dared to break the silence he unintentionally imposed, either. When Owain was ready to speak, he glanced at the 24 warrior chiefs that remained. A third of the 6th-tier mages in the army had been killed in battle, and a few more had been killed by Bran, leaving him with barely more than half of the commanders he'd had a month prior. Arthwin, Owain exhaustedly asked. Bound and imprisoned in his tent, as ordered, one of the chiefs replied. Good, Owain murmured. With his dream of kingship gone, he couldn't even muster the energy to order the former marshal's execution. Status of the army, broken, another chief succinctly responded. We left almost 30,000 dead in the last battle, and the peasants have been deserting faster than we can stop. At this point, we have less than 15,000 levies remaining. And the warriors, Owain asked. 30,000 infantry, 45,000 cavalry, the chief informed. Then we're likely outnumbered by now, assuming that the bulls' reinforcements were more than just those knights. Those knights were led by powerful mages, probably some of their paladins, a third chief stated. If they have 7th-tier mages, then we can't even stay hunkered down in the camp and try to rely on our fortifications to survive. You're saying we ought to retreat? Owain asked. I am, Your Highness, the chief shamelessly answered. There can be no victory here, especially without the reinforcements we were hoping to receive from Marshal Gwen. Speaking of, where is she? Owain asked. We don't know, Your Highness. She left for Arimenium shortly after her arrival and she hasn't been seen since. Owain hummed in thought. She told me she was going to try and secure a temporary truce so that we could retreat in safety, while our 2 kingdoms worked on a more lasting peace, but then Arthwin ordered the assault. I would hazard a guess that it looked like she was trying to distract the Bull's legions from the assault and was likely taken prisoner. Suddenly, a warrior captain entered the tent. Your Highness, he said to Owain with a quick bow, the Bull's legions are assembling outside of their fortress. To their west, 3 legions were arrayed in their iconic checkerboard formation. To their south, another legion had reoccupied Florentia, evicting the garrison left behind during the last assault. The garrison was light, barely more than a token force to prevent landings to the south while the assault was carried out. In the confusion and dejection following the assault, none of the warrior chiefs reinforced the small garrison, leaving them vulnerable to the legion counterattack. Finally, 2 more legions were rapidly marching east from Florentia. It was clear that their aim was to swing around to the north and surround the camp on 3 sides, with the border mountains preventing escape to the north. Shit, one of the warrior chiefs whispered. We need to deploy the cavalry. Hit those marching legions in the southeast and prevent ourselves from being cut off, another warrior chief shouted. If we can delay them long enough, then we can still retreat back to Briga. No, Owain gently whispered, taking everyone around him completely by surprise. No, don't challenge the bull in open battle, but be prepared to defend this camp with everything you have. Yes, Your Highness, the bellicose warrior chief hesitantly responded. As he watched the legions slowly encircle them, something had occurred to Owain. If he were to return to the Talfar kingdom, he would more likely than not be put to death. Several of his other brothers had rebelled against Andraste, and she had shown them no mercy after defeating them in battle, remorselessly sending them to the headsman to be made a head shorter. Owain suspected he would suffer a similar fate if he were to return home. He couldn't even trust these warrior chiefs' loyalties. All it would take would be a message from Andraste promising them amnesty in exchange for handing him over and throwing down their weapons. But in the Bull Kingdom, even if he were imprisoned, Owain suspected he wouldn't be put to death. "Ready my chariot, I will go out to parley with Prince Trajan," Owain ordered. "Your Highness, you can't," a warrior chief shouted. "We can't give in to them, even if we've lost so much." Unfortunately for this chief, he found no support from his colleagues when he looked around at the other warrior chiefs. They just wanted this whole thing to be over and to go home, no matter how it happened. They honestly didn't care if the prince surrendered himself to buy their freedom. And so, not even 10 minutes later, while the legions were still getting into position, Owain drove out of the camp in his chariot with only a handful of bodyguards in 3 other chariots. He stopped about halfway to the legions to the west. That was where the most legions were concentrated, and he was certain that that's where Trajan would be. He wasn't disappointed, as several minutes later, about 20 or 25 riders rode out from behind the legions and toward Owain. As the legion riders closed the distance between them, Owain noticed his bodyguards getting restless. "Stay calm," he ordered, and while they gave him strange looks, none of his guards drew their weapons. Owain recognized a few of the riders. Trajan was hard to miss, as was the black armored knight at his side, but there was also a 6th-tier mage with dark brown hair dressed in silver and red, a giant of a man in full bronze plate armor, and a thin man younger than Owain with dark blonde hair and tired brown eyes. Trajan and the latter rode side by side, and judging by his green and gold clothing that had the charging bull sigil of the Bull Kingdom's royal family on the chest, Owain guessed that this was another bull prince. "Prince Owain," Trajan called out as he neared. "It's surprising to see you out here. I would have thought that you'd fight to the end, given how your last assault went." Owain took a deep breath and, swallowing what little pride he had left, responded, "That attack was ordered by Marsh, former Marshal Arthwin. He led a mutiny against me and ordered the army to attack your walls, despite my order to stand down." "Is that so?" Trajan rhetorically asked with a confident smile. "It is," Owain responded, though he knew he wasn't being quite honest. Still, he no longer wished to fight. "Before we speak any further, might you tell me what became of Marshal Gwen? I believe she was sent to negotiate a truce between us while a formal peace treaty was arranged." "She's our guest until we deal with your army," the other prince said. "Ah, allow me to introduce myself, Prince Owain. I am Orestes August Taurus, Prince and Regent of the Bull Kingdom." "A pleasure," Owain replied, however his tone indicated that it was anything but. "Where is the former marshal now?" Trajan asked. "He's been imprisoned," Owain responded. "As a matter of fact, I wish to broker terms of surrender." That threw everyone for a loop, and even both Trajan and August stared at him in disbelief. They hadn't thought that it would be so easy. "What?" Trajan asked, not quite sure how to respond. "I would allow myself to be imprisoned by you in exchange for allowing the rest of this army to return to Briga," Owain explained. "It's that simple. My army gets to go home while you end the war right now by capturing me." Trajan and August silently thought about it for a short period of time. "I want Arthwin as well," Trajan said. "Done," Owain replied. Again, August and Trajan glanced at each other. It was a good deal and would see every single one of the Legion soldiers deployed return to Armenium safely, so Trajan was inclined to accept, but he was trying to figure out why Owain would so quickly propose this and so readily hand over Arthwin. "What are you getting at?" Trajan demanded. "I don't want to die," Owain simply replied. "If I'm captured by you, then I have a reasonable expectation that I won't be executed. The same cannot be said if I return to Briga. We'll be asking for more than just you for our official peace treaty," August warned Owain. "And that's Andraste's problem, not mine," Owain said. August and Trajan thought about it for a few more minutes, but in the end, they agreed. Owain was immediately taken prisoner, while his bodyguards delivered a chained and gagged Arthwin about an hour later. Trajan upheld the deal and pulled the legions back to Florentia and the walls of the Horns, and watched as the Talfar army abandoned the camp, leaving the walls, watchtowers, and their stables completely intact. They didn't care about taking everything down, they just wanted to go home. By sunset, the only Talfar warriors left in the vicinity of Armenium were the several thousand prisoners taken during the short war, and their fortified camp was occupied by a legion. The war was effectively over for now, at least. Chapter 275. Aftermath of the war. My subordinates in Predany have finally made contact with the Elder Council. Their offer of peace was genuine. Or at least, it is now, Fontaine stated. He, and most of the others in the meeting room, had heavy doubts about whether Gwen's offer was legitimate, but in the wake of Owain's surrender and the retreat of the tattered remnants of his army, Talfar's Elder Council finally made time for Fontaine's subordinates and assured them of their peaceful intent. That's good to hear, Trajan said. Indeed, it's a joyful thing to hear of the stabilization of the eastern border, August said. By the way, Sir Aquilius, I'm told that you were the one who masterminded the current peace with the southern stone giants, is that true? To a degree, it is, Your Highness, Aquilius said with both a smile of pride and a slight bow of humility. However, I did not do it alone. The diplomat's eyes briefly glanced at Leon, but he said nothing more. If Trajan didn't tell August about Leon's involvement, then Aquilius certainly wasn't going to. You should be commended. The mines of the Eastern Territories are one of this kingdom's greatest sources of wealth, and you have ensured their safety. In fact, everyone here has ensured the safety of the Eastern Territories, and you all deserve a reward. We have only done our duty, nephew, there is no need for a reward, Trajan said. You have all endured for weeks against tremendous odds. Even if was your duty, it was performed magnificently. August replied. Trajan's mouth began to turn into a frown, and he said, we still have other business to conduct, so perhaps we could discuss this later. August was taken aback, but he agreed. Good. Now then, on to the much dirtier part, Trajan growled, his voice deep and furious and his aura laden with killing intent. Bring in the prisoners. At his order, 3 people were led into the meeting room, Gwen, Owain, and Arthwin. Gwen and Owain, at least, stood with dignity even when being stared at by hundreds of 5th, 6th, and 7th tier mages, but Arthwin was still bound and gagged. Whenever the gag was removed, he would rave and rant about how he would kill Trajan if given the chance, burn Armenium to the ground, slaughter every legion soldier who called the city home, and other unpleasant things of that nature. Eventually, the gag was simply left in. I have called you 3 here to pass judgment upon you, Trajan said. You have invaded my kingdom, butchered my people, and shattered the peace that has lasted between our nations for 80 years. Owain didn't particularly enjoy this short castigation, and Gwen enjoyed it even less as she wasn't an active participant in the war, but Arthwin stared wild-eyed at Trajan and struggled against those holding his chains. Fortunately, the former marshal didn't get far. The 6th tier mages holding his leash were far too strong for him to break free. What, then, will you do with us? Gwen asked as diplomatically as she was able under the circumstances. Trajan paused for effect as he looked each of the 3 in eyes. First, he slowly began, drawing the sentencing out even further, I condemn the former Marshal Arthwin to death by beheading. Once the sentence was done, the 3 6th-tier mages that were securing Arthwin grabbed the former marshal and held him down while a tribune appeared from the crowd with a headman's block and a bucket. Once Arthwin was securely held on the block, Trajan rose from the dais and drew a large 2-handed sword with a rounded tip from his soul realm. The prince didn't hesitate, as soon as he drew up to Arthwin's side, he raised the blade and brought it down, without even giving Arthwin the time for last words or to contemplate his failures. In an instant, the former marshal's head fell into the bucket and his blood pooled on the floor of the meeting room. Trajan casually returned the executioner's blade to his soul realm and walked back to the dais as if he hadn't done anything. Arthwin's body was left next to Owain and Gwen, but as a statement of intent or an attempt to intimidate, neither could say. The next person to speak wasn't Trajan, who proceeded to stare at the other 2 Talfar officials, but August. As for you 2, the younger prince said, we're going to keep you here as our honored guests until the time comes to ransom you back to your kingdom. A marshal and a prince ought to fetch a high enough price to rebuild everything you've destroyed and pay the pensions for all of our dead soldiers, I should think, and what of our peace? Gwen asked with no small amount of bitterness. I have been charged by Her Majesty, Queen Andraste, to broker peace between our kingdoms. We've no intention to invade your lands, August said in a conciliatory tone, in contrast to Gwen's more accusatory voice, and since your elder council has made it clear that they never wanted Prince Owain to invade us in the first place, I doubt there will be any more invasions of our lands, either. We're in a state of de facto truce, we need no formal treaties until we reach an actual peace agreement. How will your highness inform my queen? Gwen inquired. Our diplomatic corps will let Predany know, and I'm sure that Queen Andraste will learn of it shortly after, August responded. HMPH. Very well, Gwen shot back, realizing that she wasn't going to be let go anytime soon, despite the fact that she was sent as a diplomatic envoy. For his part, Owain was just happy that his head was still atop his shoulders, his eyes hadn't left the bucket that Arthwin's head had fallen into, and he didn't seem to be paying any attention to what was being discussed. Once all that was done, though, the rest of the meeting was more dry, boring, logistical talk that Leon could barely manage to pay attention to, mostly about how to get the citizens of Florentia back to their city and how to house and feed the other 3 legions that had arrived, especially since there was still another on its way. When the meeting was finally over, Trajan dismissed Leon as he had nothing else for the young knight to do, so Leon made for the door just behind the rest of the knights. He saw out of the corner of his eye Roland attempting to get closer to him, as August had dismissed the paladins as well, but Leon had little desire to speak with Roland. Even with Trajan promising him protection, he wanted as little contact between himself and Roland as possible. As soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, he got the perfect excuse to hurriedly ditch the keep and leave the paladin behind. "Sir," Alex said in greeting as soon as she saw him. Noticing her slightly anxious expression, Leon asked, "What's wrong?" "I was talking to some of the other squires while we waited, and they mentioned that Henry was injured in the last battle." "Did they say where he's being treated?" Leon asked. "At the hospital in the Southern Horn," Alex relayed. Leon was concerned about his friend, but he was also immensely grateful for the excuse to hurry out of the keep, and he seized upon it, quickly leading Alex and Anzu toward the doors before Roland could catch up and initiate a conversation. "You know," Leon said as they walked out the main doors, "I honestly didn't expect as much concern from you over Henry's well-being. I got the impression that you weren't that fond of him." "I wouldn't call him a friend," Alex explained, "but I do think he's all right." "A bit too prone to bragging and exaggeration though," Leon chuckled and agreed, saying that he is. Upon arriving at the hospital, Leon was directed to Henry's hospital room by the nurses at the front desk, and much like when Trajan came to visit him a couple weeks prior, he found Henry's room easily enough simply by the people outside of it. Specifically, he saw Charles, Elan, and Adia all by the door. "Leon," Charles called out as soon as he glanced up and saw his friend. However, a quick side look from Adia snapped him out of his informal demeanor and he added, "Sir. Relax, no need for that kind of shit," Leon said with a dismissive wave. He held a great disdain for formalities, especially when they were applied to him. "It's good to see you again, Sir Ursus," Adia said, ignoring his previous statement completely. "And you, Dame Adia," Leon responded. He then stoically nodded at Elan, who stoically nodded back, despite a dirty look from the Lady Knight. Elan knew Leon decently enough to know that he was serious about not liking formality, and he also knew that since he wasn't Adia's squire, she couldn't technically punish him for anything, so he pointedly didn't correct himself. "How's Henry?" Leon asked. You're here for my squee." "Ah. That's right, you two went to the Knight Academy together, didn't you?" Adia responded. "He's fine. He tried to take on a 4th-tier Talfar warrior when the bastard crossed the bridge from a siege tower, and he got a sword across the chest for the trouble. Fortunately, his armor held, so while he got banged up more than is healthy, he'll live." Charles wasn't too satisfied with Adia's rather flippant attitude and light explanation, and added, "That slash also shattered his shoulder, and the healers are busy putting it back together. And that 4th-tier warrior that injured him was killed by Dame Adia seconds later." "Good to hear," Leon said with a wicked smile. "I would never let anyone hurt my squire and get away with it." Adia said with a smile to match. "Or at least, not those who seriously hurt him," she added with a nod, and a wink sent Alex's way. At that moment, the door to Henry's room opened and a healer and 2 nurses walked out into the hallway. "Ah, Dame Adia," the healer exclaimed. "I must insist again that you not wait in the halls." This statement made Leon frown a little, as indeed, he and the rest of the group were the only people in the hallway. He didn't realize that it was against the rules of the hospital to wait in the halls, and he was a little embarrassed. Even more, though, was his annoyance at the nurses at the front desk not telling him this to begin with. "How's my squire doing?" Adia asked, ignoring the healer's statement entirely. The healer sighed in exasperation, but he still said, "I have another nurse finishing things up in there with the boy. Once he's done, your squire will be good to walk out of here." As the healer began to walk away to treat his next patient, he added, "And I would recommend a day or 2 of bed rest as well." Noted. Adia responded with a happy smile. The group then walked into Henry's room and found their brown-haired and lean-framed friend sitting up in bed with a male nurse using a healing spell on his shoulder. "Oh, hey," Henry almost shouted as they appeared. "And Leon, and Miss Alex," he said with surprise. Leon responded with a smile and said, "You're looking well. I guess that Talfar warrior should have tried a little harder." "Yeah," Charles said with a sarcastic tone, "if he cut just a little bit deeper, we wouldn't have to look at your ugly mug anymore. Trust me, my friend, it's a far greater curse I must endure to look upon your ghastly visage than it is for you to witness my beauty." Henry responded, and the two stared daggers at each for about half a second before bursting into laughter. "Ah, come here you little bastard," Alon shouted as he almost ripped Henry out of bed for a hug. Fortunately, for Henry, the nurse had just finished with the healing spell seconds before, so the tall and muscular Alon didn't hurt him too much with his bare hug. The four friends began to catch up with each other, telling their own tales of their deeds done during battle, though Leon merely said that he guarded a tower during the first assault and was at Trajan's side for the second. This also drew Alex into the storytelling, and though she didn't consider Charles, Henry, or Alon particularly good friends, she did get quite enthusiastic as she told the story of her own picking off of Talfar warriors with her bow and her disgust at their usage of their levied peasants as human shields. After a few minutes, Adia had to interrupt to express her own thanks at Henry's recovery and to give him a couple days off, as the healer ordered. With that said, she started making her way to the door, but just as she was about to leave, she turned back and said to Leon, "And Sir Ursus, I'm still waiting for that rematch." "Soon," Leon promised with a smile of anticipation, and Adia nodded, then left. And with that, the group was left alone to relax in the wake of a short but hard-fought war. Chapter 276. Trajan's price Armenium and both horns were lit up in celebration of a swift and relatively decisive victory over the Talfar invaders. The city's citizens partied in the streets and many of the off-duty soldiers joined them. Even those legion soldiers who were on duty were brought food and allowed to grow a bit lax in their discipline. But one place where the cries of revelry did not reach was Trajan's dimly lit office. He was completely alone, not even Minerva was there with him. Despite the end to the war, he had a great many things to think about and plan for, from the potential fallout from Talfar about the capture of their prince and routing of their army, to the situation in the Bull Kingdom itself and the issues August had brought to mind the last time they spoke in private. Octavius was seeking the support of the nobility for his claim to the throne, indicating to Trajan that he didn't think King Julius would ever wake up. Julius was still fairly young by the standards of 7th-tier mages, and were he still awake and healthy, he could look forward to at least a century or so of continued existence. Since Trajan was almost that much older than his brother, he had never once contemplated the thought of outliving him. But Trajan couldn't let himself worry too much about Julius himself, as the real problem was what would come after his death. August was looking for supporters, too, and it was clear to Trajan that the kingdom would plunge into violence if Julius were to die within the next few years. The prince sighed. He hated politics with a passion. He much preferred to be the unquestioned authority in the eastern territories, and even then, he delegated a great deal to his legates and the local nobility. Armenium was his focus, the local legions had his attention, the border with Stone Giant territory was his concern. These things were enough for him, even with the Stone Giants in the south now largely pacified. And yet, his nephew had come asking for his support. Trajan hated politics so much that he'd joined the legions and given up his claim to the throne, allowing Julius to take it uncontested, but if there was one thing that could cause Trajan to dip his toes back into the cesspit that he considered the political world to be, it was his family. Who his family was, didn't just end with blood. Of course, in the past year and a half, he'd come to view Leon as a son, and he loved Minerva, Constantine, and Aquilius like siblings. "I have a duty to my people and to my kingdom, to bring them peace and safety, to keep the blood of their countrymen out of the streets," Trajan thought to himself. "I am their prince. If I allow this civil war to break out, then I am complicit in every death that results from it." He hated himself for the decision, but he knew he had to go back to the capital if he wanted to maintain the peace, regardless of any agreements he made with August. On that note, he had to admit that he could still sleep well at night if he were to support August. He hadn't known the younger prince for very long, as Trajan had only gone back to the capital a handful of times during August's life, but he had a good impression of him. In Trajan's eyes, August was a good man, even if he lacked perspective and was fairly self-centered as a result. Octavius, on the other hand, Trajan wasn't fond of. That boy takes after his mother far too much, Trajan thought to himself with an expression of disgust as he momentarily thought about the queen and her brother, the Earthshaker paladin. Trajan thought Octavius was elitist, insecure, far more self-centered than August, and would likely roll back many of the meritocratic policies that had been implemented by Julius and other recent kings. Again, Trajan sighed. Herculanus Britannicus, King Julius's firstborn son, was an extremely competent man and one that Trajan would have been quite pleased to see inherit the throne, but he had given up his claim to join the blood priests of Lineage Hall. Princess Stephania, Julius's first daughter, was also quite capable, far more so than Trajan thought Octavius or August to be, but she had already publicly announced that she wouldn't compete for the throne, though rather pointedly not formally renouncing her claim, as Trajan and Herculanus had done. The two most qualified, talented, and adept children of Julius were either busy honoring the ancestors and maintaining the kingdom's genealogical records or engaged in other apolitical pursuits. Trajan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door of his office. "Come in," the prince loudly said. The door opened, and one of Trajan's assistants respectfully held it open for Prince August, who Trajan had summoned earlier. "Uncle," August said in greeting and a wide smile on his gaunt face. "Nephew," Trajan responded. The elder prince nodded to his assistant, who bowed and shut the door, allowing the enchantment that prevented noise from escaping the office to activate. Trajan and August could now speak in total privacy. The princes each took a seat, but they sat in silence for several long minutes. Trajan had asked August to join him, so the younger prince was waiting for his uncle to speak first, but Trajan wasn't entirely sure where to start. Eventually, though, Trajan finally broke the awkward silence by saying, "I've been thinking, nephew, about the current situation in our kingdom." Trajan paused, and August gently prodded him to continue with a quiet, "Yes. I'm not comfortable supporting either of my brother's children," Trajan explained, causing August's smile to falter a little before immediately setting itself right. Trajan had to admit that he admired his nephew's composure. "I hate politics, nobles, ambitious knights, commoners with chips on their shoulder being given knighthoods. I find the behavior of those who cozy up to powerful people distasteful." "They can be trying," August agreed. As one of the prince regents, and the only one that stayed in the capital, he was more than familiar with both the bootlicking and the arrogance that filled the kingdom's capital. However, Trajan continued, causing August to fall silent, "I will do what I must to preserve the peace. If that means I must return to the capital, then I will, and if that means I must add my voice to that of one of my nephews, then I shall." "Then, you will support me?" August asked in a tone so hopeful that Trajan almost felt his heart give out as he prepared to ask his next question. "Your plans as king," Trajan said, "if you want my support, I need something more concrete than a simple desire to survive and a few vague notions about weakening the landed nobility. What are you going to do?" August thought for a moment, and to buy himself some time, he asked, "What is it you're looking for, uncle?" "I'm looking for you to tell me what you're going to do," Trajan replied with deadly seriousness, which sent a chill down August's spine. "I will not support someone whose only real goal could be accomplished by going into exile and sparing the kingdom a civil war." "I understand," August replied as he began to seriously think. It was true that he had intentions to weaken the nobility, but that was born out of frustration that the nobles were more favorable to Octavius than they were to him, and he hadn't any ideas as to how to go about it. And so, he began to think out loud. "I suppose I would go after their biggest assets," August said. "The landed class gets the lion's share of their wealth and power because of the land they rule. Confiscating or buying that land would go a long way towards breaking up their power base." "True," Trajan agreed, but he didn't give voice to any specific thoughts he had about this strategy. He wanted August to finish first. "Their inherited titles are their second biggest assets," August continued. "Without land and without the authority their titles give, they're nothing more than just wealthy commoners." "So you would target these things?" Trajan asked as he kept his face completely impassive. "A difficult thing to do, given that most of them own at least one castle." "I suppose that might be a bit too ambitious," August admitted. "Perhaps something a bit smaller to start off and keep those as longer-term goals. The nobles wouldn't appreciate such extensions of royal authority and would more likely than not fight back against them. They would, and do, indeed, often fight back when they see their power so rapidly diminish, and those aforementioned castles can make them extremely difficult to bring to heel," Trajan said. "For the past few centuries, our family has been doing just what you've brought up, by confiscating the land and titles of as many nobles as possible. This has led to a large growth in the royal domain, and we needed governors appointed by the king for limited terms to take care of all that extra land. And that's where the exarchs came in, August said with a smile. Yes, and the landed nobility, for the most part, despises them. I can't tell you how many letters of complaint Julius received from lords on the Great Plateau demanding that they be named the new archdukes and getting rid of the exarch of Tira. Those letters haven't stopped just because my royal father is indisposed, August bitterly mentioned. I've also gotten reports from the exarch of Tira that the city is still overrun with nobles hoping to seize what power they can grab without the Rame archdukes around anymore. Of course they are, Trajan whispered. Nephew, I'm not averse to giving you my support, but as I said before, it doesn't make me comfortable to be so overtly political. However, in exchange for that support, I would require some things from you in turn. Name them and they're yours, August immediately said with an excited look. However, Trajan just sat there staring at him in disbelief, making the younger prince feel more than a little awkward. Name them and they're yours, Trajan repeated. The first thing I would require of you is to never ever give such blanket, open-ended permission to anyone again. As August realized his mistake, he paled and sank down into his seat in shame, but with a reproachful look from Trajan, August straightened himself back up. I understand, uncle, August said. Then let me rephrase, speak your concerns and your requirements, and I will give them all due consideration. Better, Trajan said. What I would need is for you to swear upon your monoglyph that you will continue the work of our family to bring increased freedoms to our commoners and, more importantly, to the peasants living under the thumb of the landed nobility. Even if they have a kind lord, that may not always last, and they need the right to choose their path in life, not have it dictated by the inevitable greedy lord that they will find themselves stuck under. Do your best to make this kingdom more meritocratic than it is now and to bring peace and stability to our people every way you can. Swear this to me, swear to continue the work of our family, and I will support your claim to the throne over Octavius. August sat back in his seat again to think. To swear anything upon his monoglyph wasn't something to do lightly, he'd need to think hard about it if he swore to continue breathing upon his monoglyph, let alone work to enact drastic societal reform. But then, he thought about his mother, and his little sister, Christina. They were relying on him, and their lives wouldn't be pleasant or particularly long if he lost this power struggle. For all his consideration of the consequences, of how damaged his soul realm would become if he didn't fulfill such a binding oath, of how likely it was that he wouldn't survive the backlash if he broke this oath, his decision had been long made already when he refused to go into exile instead of challenging Octavius' claim to the throne. August pulled out a piece of paper and pressed his hand against it. He pushed his surprisingly weak magic power out of himself and into the paper, and upon the paper appeared his monoglyph, a large, angry, golden bull preparing to charge. Taking the paper in his hand, August said, I swear upon my monoglyph, and the image on the paper began to glow a bright gold. I swear that I will devote my life to breaking the power of the nobility, to granting personal freedoms, peace, and safety to my people to the best of my ability, to ensure that they do not suffer under the hands of lawless tyrants again. As the prince finished his short oath swearing, the paper dimmed, and he collapsed into his seat. For a fifth-tier mage, he had a distressingly low amount of magic power, and the oath had left him drained. Trajan was quiet for a long time as he stared at August in genuine surprise that the younger prince had so readily made this oath. Finally, he said, We're going to have some work to do, then, not the least of which is increasing your stamina. August tried to laugh, but he barely managed to eke out a few weak chuckles. That's enough, nephew, that's enough, Trajan said quietly. Once everything's sorted out here, I'm going to have to return to the capital. I would appreciate it if you would come with me, uncle. Trajan sighed, as he had done so many times in the past few hours, and muttered, I suppose I'd have to, wouldn't I? Returning to the capital was not a prospect he enjoyed, but he knew it was necessary to keep the peace. He'd have to select a temporary consul of the East while he was away, and he'd have to take most of his retinue with him, which significantly narrowed down his choices. Regardless, it was time to leave the bull's horns and Arimenium, at least for a little while. He'd have to take Leon with him, as well. As Trajan was going through everything that he'd have to organize before leaving, there came a sudden knock on the door. Trajan glared at it, but after a few moments, shouted, Come in. A breathless centurion pushed open the door and immediately said, Your Highnesses. We've just received a report that Queen Andraste is on her way here. She'll be here in less than a day. Chapter 277. The Queen of Talfar, and I just felt it, you know. I just felt strong, and like the warriors I was fighting against were suddenly no match, Henry narrated. It took a few moments for me to register what was happening to me in the heat of battle, but I realized I was ascending to the 3rd tier. And you got cocky because of it, Alon said with a half smile. Well, I mean, I was feeling good, you know. Henry said as he sat back on the bench in the restaurant booth. It was just so exhilarating. And because of that feeling, you later took on someone who you didn't have a hope to defeat, and got your ass injured. Alon continued, seriously, though, I get the rush, I truly do, but challenging someone whose power you can't determine is a quick way to the funeral pyre, you know. I think at this point, I know that better than you do, pal, Henry said with a hint of sarcasm. I was the one who made that mistake and paid for it. I'd say the person who never made the mistake in the first place knows more about that than the person who did, Charles pitched in from across the table. Oh, now you're dogpiling on me, Henry complained. It was an exceedingly stupid thing to do, Leon said, adding his voice to the chorus decrying Henry's foolish attempt to fight a 4th-tier Talfar mage. But I suppose it was hardly unsurprising coming from you. Ooh, that cuts deep, Henry said with a mocking tone of pain and hurt. I'm sure you'll get over it, Charles stated. I mean, you have had your entire life to get used to being not that bright. All right, well, if you think your ascensions were particularly bright, then why don't you tell us your stories? Henry retorted in a voice that sounded angry, but the effect was ruined by the huge smile on his face. They were all used to poking fun at each other, and they knew when to stop if the other party got too angry. Charles, you're next, Leon said. I mean, it's not too different between any of us, I think, Charles said with a wide smile of pride. He'd ascended to the 3rd tier during the 2nd assault, only a matter of days after Henry and Alon. I just fought with everything I had, letting my magic flood through my system, and before the end of the battle, I had ascended. That's all you're going to give us? Henry asked incredulously. Here I was, telling you all about my ascension in detail, but you're getting yours done in a single sentence. Brevity is the soul of wit, which is probably why you're so long-winded, Charles shot back. The 4 friends chuckled amongst themselves, while Anzu quietly slept at Leon's feet. For her part, Alex had returned to her and Leon's room to train. Realizing that she was now the only 2nd-tier mage left in their group, even Anzu was 3rd tier, had spurred her on to train more in order to close that distance. And Leon honestly did think she was closing that distance, but Charles, Henry, and Alon had their training from the Knight Academy propping up their magical abilities, whereas Alex had only what he and Trajan had taught her in the past year and a half. But her diligent training was seeing that gap closed, even if the others had ascended to the 3rd tier ahead of her. And that's when I ascended, Alon explained. I managed to kill the man trying to kill me and kept on fighting. So, not too different from you two. Still, it's a remarkable accomplishment, Leon said. There's a reason Squire's hips from the Knight Academy last for 5 years on average. Hell, most last even longer than that, but the Squire's hips for the stronger mages bring that average down some. It's quite the feat to reach the 3rd tier, especially for as young as everyone is. All this coming from a 5th-tier knight, Henry observed. You sure you're not just giving yourself a roundabout compliment? I mean, no. Leon nervously said. It was true, he was just trying to compliment his friends, and he didn't realize what he was saying might come off as a bit condescending coming from him. Relax, man, I'm just messing with you, Henry immediately said after seeing the look of genuine panic on Leon's face. Anyway, Leon said after a moment of regaining his composure, what I wanted to say was congratulations. So, congratulations, you're all going to be made knights in a few months once you've finished the 2-year minimum squireship that the Knight Academy requires. Charles smiled and his cheeks reddened at Leon's words, while Henry looked ready to begin boasting again. However, it was Alon who spoke first. He reached over and lightly punched Leon's shoulder and said, "And don't think any of us are ungrateful for your help in these past couple of years. It's entirely possible that we'd all be dead if we hadn't trained with you back then, and we'd certainly not be on the verge of being knighted." At that moment, a long horn was sounded from the keep and was heard all over the southern horn. This was a signal for the highest levels of leadership to assemble that was only used when runners would be too slow. "Well, I guess I have to go," Leon said with a frown. "But I guess it's a good thing, I was getting a bit sappy there," Yeah, might want to dry your tears before you get to see the prince. Henry jabbed. Better be quiet, or I'll give you something to cry about, Leon responded while flexing an arm. As much as he wanted to spend more time with his friends, though, Leon couldn't linger. He rose from the table, waking Anzu as he did so, and he and the sleepy griffin made their way out of the restaurant. Alex was waiting for them at the keep, and Leon could tell that she'd been training hard. Her face was red from exertion, her long brown hair was pulled back in a hasty ponytail, and she was still adjusting the clothes that she'd changed into after ditching her training gear. Sir, she nodded in greeting. Any idea what's going on? Leon asked. None, sir, she replied, her face showing a bit of disappointment that Leon didn't know, either. When the two arrived at the meeting room, Alex and Anzu waited outside with the other squires while Leon entered and saw that most of the other command staff were already there. Trajan jerked his head in a, "Come over here," motion, and Leon hurried over to his place behind Trajan near the back wall. After a few more stragglers showed up, Trajan looked at his legates and tribunes, as well as the visiting prince and his paladins, and said, "We've got a new situation to deal with." Early the next morning, the entire fortress of the Bull's Horns was on extremely high alert. The walls were fully manned, the magical gems powering the defensive wards and enchantments were swapped out for fully charged gems, and Leon, Trajan, August, and a host of other knights were waiting just behind the main gate on the western side of the walls. The air was almost as tense as it was when the Legion could see Owain's army bearing down on them, and in a way, they half expected something similar to happen. Queen Andraste was on her way and was scheduled to arrive in a matter of minutes. However, there was no sign of a royal entourage on the main road, and the soldiers on the wall could see for miles. Normally, a queen visiting a foreign fortress would be accompanied by hundreds of powerful mages and hundreds more servants and attendants, creating a retinue that was impossible to miss. But the soldiers on watch couldn't see anything of the sort coming from Talfar. But Andraste had no intention of being late, not when one of her marshals in Owain was being held by a foreign power. It took a soldier on the wall casually glancing at the sky to finally notice her approach and let off the signal, and by the time she was noticed, she was practically on top of the walls. 50 gray, brown, and black griffins swooped down in front of the walls, giving every Legion soldier a look as they sped past, and came to a running stop in front of the main gates. Each griffin was larger than even the largest of warhorses and looked far fiercer. Likewise, each of the riders of the griffins was extraordinarily powerful, being mostly either of the 5th or 6th tier, and they were dressed in pitch-black armor. There were even a pair of 7th tier mages accompanying the group, but one of them, the elder of the two, if his appearance was any indication, was dressed in bright green and completely lacked armor. The other 7th tier mage was a relatively young woman, and she stood out even amongst all the other magnificently equipped riders as she was dressed in resplendent silver plate armor complete with a long blue cloak that billowed out behind her gorgeous brown griffin. She wore no helmet, giving every soldier in the gatehouse a good look at her sparkling blue hair, her astonishingly beautiful face, and her equally astonishingly harsh glare. Her radiant green eyes glittered in the morning light, but she was a hard woman who had come to power almost a decade ago and had been fighting almost non-stop since, and her expression was terrible to behold. The soldiers in the gatehouse scrambled to open the portcullis and allow what was obviously Queen Andraste and her retinue inside. The queen and her followers rode the griffins past the gates, and the soldiers on the walls watched them like hawks. As the royal procession appeared on the western side, the paladins prepared themselves for the possibility of violence, while Anzu glared at the approaching griffins, made aggressive chirps, and spread his wings to make himself look bigger, though he was still much smaller than the Talfar griffins. "Stop that," Leon growled, silencing the albino griffin, but Anzu and the other griffins stared daggers at each other, and Leon suspected that if Anzu wasn't as obedient as he was and if the other griffins weren't as well trained as they were, then they'd already be fighting. Riding slightly ahead of the group came a young 5th tier mage, who shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Her Majesty, Queen Andraste of the Talfar Kingdom, presents herself before the Bull's Horns and requests an audience with His Highness, Prince Trajan." Both Trajan and August found this announcement rather intriguing as, despite the queen's haughty demeanor, she was being quite diplomatic. She'd formally requested entry and didn't ride her griffins directly over the walls in their defensive wards. "Her Majesty may consider herself welcome within the Bull's Horns in the city of Arimenium for the duration of her visit," Trajan responded, and several tribunes rode forward to lead the queen's retinue to the stables in the southern horn. "Our diplomatic corps has prepared suitable quarters for Her Majesty and her retinue." There, You all may rest and recover from your journey. We will be ready to begin negotiations at your earliest convenience, August said. His tone was quiet and diplomatic but carried a steely undercurrent that implied he would much rather start negotiations sooner than later. Andraste's messenger rode back to his queen, who whispered a few words into his ear. When she was done, the messenger rode forward again and said, "Her Majesty accepts your offer of hospitality," and indicated her own preference for starting the negotiations as soon as possible. Trajan and August both nodded, and the queen and her retinue began the last short leg of their journey as the legion guides took them to the stables, though the retinue was under heavy guard from the paladins and about 1,000 legion horsemen the entire time. Once they were out of earshot, August glanced at Trajan and said, "Well, that went well, I think." She didn't seem overly hostile. "Not yet," Trajan replied. "I don't expect her to be, but it's always better to assume that negotiations will fail, and to prepare accordingly." "I understand, uncle, but we also can't be too pessimistic about these proceedings. We'll never succeed if we don't sincerely believe that diplomacy will work." Trajan cynically grunted, but he didn't argue with his nephew. He was a military man through and through, and he had little faith in the power of diplomacy after repulsing an invasion. But, of course, that's what Aquilius and the diplomatic corps were for, to make up for his own shortcomings in that department. Chapter 278, Negotiation. Andraste followed through with her statement to begin negotiations as soon as possible. She only took an hour to settle into the chambers at the top of the diplomatic building before arranging for the negotiations to begin. The room selected for these proceedings was a simple conference room in the diplomatic building rather than the keep. For the sake of convenience and presentation, the negotiations would get off to a rocky start if the queen felt like she was being insulted if she was made to walk all the way to the keep and go before Trajan and August, two men who were technically below her in rank. Trajan and August were already beginning the negotiations from a position of strength, so this small concession was easy enough to make. Present at the meeting on the Bull Kingdom's side was Trajan, August, the three paladins, Leon, Minerva, Aquilius, and about a dozen other diplomats that Leon recognized from his brief stint in the diplomatic corps, including Lucilius, Anna, Eleanor, and Juliana. On Andraste's side, there was the 7th-tier queen herself, half a dozen 6th-tier mages, and about a dozen more 5th-tier mages. There was also one more 7th-tier mage that accompanied the queen who looked so old that Leon half expected him to die on the spot. To start things off, August, as the highest-ranking member on the Bull's side, said, "Welcome to the Bull's Horns, Your Majesty. I am Orestes August Taurus, Prince Regent of the Bull Kingdom. This is Trajan Anastasius Taurus, Prince of the Bull Kingdom and Consul of the Eastern Territories." August continued with the introductions of the more important people on his side, including Aquilius, Fonteus, and the three paladins. He did not introduce Leon, as Leon was too weak and politically insignificant to draw attention to, a point which Trajan explicitly made to his nephew before negotiations began. Trajan may have allowed August and the paladins to know Leon's true identity, but he made it clear that he would not tolerate any of them spreading that knowledge around. When August was halfway through the introductions, however, Andraste interrupted, exasperatedly saying, "Let's just get this on with, boy." August was completely taken aback and fell into an awkward silence. Aquilius then took over, giving the young prince a moderately graceful out. "I suppose knowing exactly who everyone is isn't terribly necessary, but there are better ways of getting that across." Andraste shot Aquilius a death glare and said through clenched teeth, "You have my martial captive. I sent her as a messenger, and you took her prisoner like barbarians. And you have my brother." Aquilius cocked an eyebrow at her, adding Owain like an afterthought, "Let's just make peace and be done with it." Andraste continued, "Just keep in mind that this invasion was unsanctioned, it was not conducted with the consent of my kingdom's government. Owain acted only with a few other bad actors. You call 2 other marshals a few bad actors?" Trajan asked incredulously. "Seems an awfully flippant way of referring to the highest echelons of your kingdom's military. They were traitors, and if you hadn't killed them, they would have faced execution back in Predony," Andraste growled in anger. "The warriors who followed them were patriots and cannot be blamed for the actions of their superiors. Once the traitors were dealt with, they returned home. Is that what happened? I seem to recall them only deserting once it became clear that they weren't going to win without destroying most of their army." Trajan shot back with a proud and provocative smile. "They did not choose to come here," Andraste said, her strong 7th-tier aura growing thick with killing intent and her gaze lowering until it was a menacing glare fixated directly on Trajan. The bull prince, however, didn't so much as bat an eye, and his own aura grew until it matched the Talfar queen's as best as it could, and it didn't lose out that much, indicating how recently the queen had ascended. "How about we tone things down a bit?" Aquilius said with a hint of nervousness in his voice. "We have come together to discuss our common desire for peace. No need to throw that away with a few hasty words. Yes, let's get back to the matter at hand," August loudly proclaimed, not letting Trajan or Andraste get a word in to stop him from moving on. "Here's the situation, Your Majesty," he said, emphasizing his use of the honorific to try and remind her of her manners to get her to do the same. "We have Marshal Gwen and Prince Owain in captivity, and we have repelled one of your armies. Your western provinces are doubtlessly too deprived of resources to stop us if we were to march east, and I don't think you'd be able to abandon your war with the Han Kingdom to stop us, either." Andraste shifted her glare to August, but she restrained her aura and got it back under control. "What do you want?" she bluntly asked. "I want peace, and a binding one at that," August said. "It took a shameful amount of time for both Your Majesty and your Elder Council to disavow Prince Owain and the Marshals Arthwin and Bran, given that this was an unsanctioned invasion. From now on, all future invasions of our territory that are not immediately disavowed will be considered as acting with the full consent of your government and will lead to all-out war. The only reason we have not launched a counter-invasion while you're busy in the east is due to basic civility and our own natural desire for peace." Andraste's sharp features turned downward into a slight frown, but her eyes kept staring death at August, forcing the young fifth-tier prince to start getting anxious. But he didn't back down. He knew that his kingdom was the one with the stronger hand, and for all her posturing, if Andraste had another way to deal with this situation rather than negotiation, she would have used it. "Let's talk specifics," the old seventh-tier man accompanying Andraste said, drawing a brief glare from his queen. "I and the rest of the Elder Council desire peace as much as you do, and we would like to bring these negotiations to a swift end. We do have our problems to deal with, and this incident with our errant prince is something we look upon with great shame." Great shame, huh?" Trajan scoffed. This statement elicited a look of anger from the Elder Councilman, but fortunately, a pleading look from Aquilius prevented Trajan from saying anything more. "Let's make this easy, then," Andraste said through clenched teeth. "We reinstate the peace deal we agreed upon 80 years ago, and I pay you 80 gold talents for my marshal and my brother." 80 each? Aquilius asked, knowing full well that Andraste meant 40 for each. "That seems a low number for both." Andraste's face twisted in anger. She clearly had the same level of patience for diplomacy as Trajan did, but before she could retort, the Elder Councilman asked, "What, then, would you consider a fair amount?" "For a marshal," Aquilius wondered out loud, 120 talents for her. "For a prince, though, let's say 200 talents. Each talent was worth 6 million silver pieces, so needless to say, this was a staggering sum, even for a prince." The queen glared at Aquilius and said in a low voice, "You have a questionable sense of value. You can't put a price on family, or on strong and experienced commanders," Aquilius responded with a light tone. He knew that amount he demanded was far too high, but he was going to offer some concessions anyway. 50 talents for Marshal Gwen, and 80 for the prince, the Elder Councilman countered, causing some of the Legion Knights to almost groan out loud, causing Trajan to give them all a dirty enough look that they shut themselves up instantly. Aquilius made another counter-offer, and after several minutes, he and the councilman had brought the number down to 95 talents for Gwen, and 150 for Owain. Both sides would have agreed privately that in a strictly pragmatic world, neither Owain nor Gwen would have been worth that much coin, but Andraste and the rest of the Talfar government wasn't going to allow one of their highest-ranked commanders and a prince of their royal family languish in a prison in the Bull Kingdom, even if that prison was extraordinarily comfortable and that prince could easily be called a traitor. But the ransom was only a single part of the new peace deal that August and Trajan wanted. They also demanded 400 gold talents for war reparations, a formal apology, and a commitment to peace in that any commander that attacks the bull's horns was to be declared a traitor and stripped of their rank within the Talfar kingdom. They were eventually negotiated down to 200 talents paid over 20 years, and the commitment to peace. The formal apology demand was dropped entirely. Other than that, the border was reaffirmed, and the Talfar kingdom promised not to take their desire for vengeance out on the people of Florentia, or any other Bull Kingdom citizens living within its borders. All in all, the negotiations lasted a mere 2.5 hours, making it one of the quickest agreed-upon peace deals in Eterna's history though, to be fair, it was easy enough to agree as most of the legwork for peace had been done 80 years ago during the negotiations for the previous peace deal, not to mention their two kingdoms were never formally at war. Perhaps most surprising, though, was that when Aquilius and the elder councilman finally hammered out this peace deal and Trajan and Andraste were no longer enemies, their overly hostile demeanors dropped. "Now that all that is over and done with, I would like to see Gwen and my brother," Andraste said as she sat back in her chair and softened her gaze. "I'll have them brought up," Trajan said as he did likewise. Both of their auras calmed significantly and the killing intent they emitted vanished almost instantly once the peace deal was agreed upon, much to the relief of nearly everyone else in the room save for the 7th-tier mages, who were barely affected by their killing intent. Several minutes later, Legion soldiers escorted Gwen and Owain into the conference room. They took seats on the Talfar side of the table, and Andraste closely watched for any sign of pain or abuse. "How are you doing?" she asked Gwen, a tiny amount of concern finding its way into her voice. "I am doing well, Your Majesty. I haven't been mistreated during my stay," Gwen answered with a smile and slight bowing of the head. "And you?" Andraste asked, her voice taking on a dangerous tone as she glared at Owain. The Talfar prince almost jumped out of his skin under his sister's withering gaze, and he managed to squeak a terrified, "I'm fine." Andraste glared at him so intensely that Leon thought she might have been happier if Owain had been afforded the same fate as Arthwin, but that ship had sailed, and he was now her problem again. With a wave of her hand, 245 golden ingots appeared on the table, causing the wood to creak under the strain of so much weight. "I suppose that's one way to make a payment," Aquilius muttered as he stared at the bewitching sight of so much shiny, glittering gold. He was expecting something much more formal than the queen herself just dropping the agreed-upon ransom on the table, but he had to admit that it was an incredible power move and the effect it produced was obvious. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the gold, and there were audible gasps from some of the less disciplined soldiers and warriors in the room. For his part, Leon wasn't too distracted. He still had 99 nearly identical gold ingots in his vault in Tira, along with boxes of silver coins. He was still duly impressed, but he didn't drop his professional demeanor the same way that some of his fellow knights did. "Our business is done, we'll now take our leave," Andraste said as she rose to her feet. The rest of her entourage did the same, and Aquilius was so taken aback at the suddenness of their announcement that Andraste was halfway to the door before he managed to respond. "Your Majesty, please consider yourself welcome to stay here for at least a night. It's surely been a long ride." If the diplomat were to be honest, he was very much relieved that the queen was leaving, but hospitality and politeness still had to be shown to such an esteemed guest. "The offer is appreciated," Andraste said with a surprising sense of warmth that she hadn't displayed since she arrived, "but I must return to my kingdom. I, unfortunately, do not have the luxury of spending too much time enjoying the hospitality of my neighbors." "I understand," Aquilius said. "In any event, it was a pleasure to have you here, and to bring peace back to our kingdoms." With that, Andraste and the rest of her retinue including Owain and Gwen departed the room without another word, and in less than an hour, had left the bull's horns for their own kingdom. Chapter 279. Preparing to leave the horns. "Well, that was certainly one of the more interesting negotiations I've been a part of," Aquilius said as he and Trajan watched Andraste's group fly away on their griffins. "She was certainly something else," Trajan said with an appreciative smile. For all of his posturing during the opening of the negotiations, he actually had a good impression of the Talfar queen and felt like they could have been good friends if circumstances were different. "So, what now?" Aquilius asked with a playful laugh. With everything that had just happened, it felt like there wasn't much to do now. "Now, I have preparations to make. I'm going back to the capital for a while," Trajan replied with complete seriousness. Aquilius stared at Trajan with a look of surprise. He knew how much Trajan despised the capital, but he, of all people, knew exactly what the political situation in the kingdom looked like, even if he wasn't aware of the king's current infirmity. "Then, you're getting involved in politics?" the diplomat hesitantly asked. "To an extent, yes," Trajan replied with an ugly grimace. It was clear to anyone with eyes that he hated making this decision, but he had a strong sense of duty, and he would do what he felt was right. "There's going to be a civil war soon if someone doesn't step in, and if my brother doesn't come out of training soon," Trajan explained. "I understand," Aquilius quietly said. "I suppose I must prepare for the worst, then, and make sure our neighbors aren't of the mind to take advantage of the situation. not that I'd expect the Samar kingdom to do anything, or the Talfar kingdom after its mauling and current occupation with the east. Still, best to do what you can and silence any hawks if they appear, Trajan muttered. Indeed, Aquilius said as he anxiously began to think about his own options for keeping the kingdom stable. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have much to do, since the Samar kingdom was quite friendly with the Bull kingdom, the Talfar kingdom had renewed its peace deal, and the Serpentine Isles hadn't returned to their raiding ways. There were no other political entities that he had to concern himself with, especially now that the stone giants in the southern half of the border mountains had been pacified. The northern giants were still a problem, but he couldn't do anything about them. They weren't nearly as unified as their southern siblings were. Trajan and Aquilius stared out at the bull's horns from Trajan's observation room, quietly enjoying what seemed like their last moment together as friends for the foreseeable future. The next day, Trajan called all of the command staff together and broke the news of his imminent departure. None of the assembled legates and tribunes were any less shocked than Aquilius was at Trajan's announcement. The prince had, after all, been the consul of the East for more than a century, longer than many of these knights had been alive. "Your Highness," Minerva quietly said as she stared at her prince with a strange look in her eyes, "are you sure about this?" "The eastern territories need you, I'm sure," Trajan said, "but I will not go alone. I will be taking most of my retinue with me after leaving someone I trust in command, of course." Minerva's eyes brightened up, but then immediately became defiant as Trajan's gaze drifted over to her. She'd served Trajan for long enough that she knew he was about to give her the horns, and she shot the prince a look of such resistance that whatever Trajan was going to say to her died in his throat. Constantine," the prince shouted, and every eye in the room turned to the short and stocky knight in question. "Your Highness," Constantine asked. He didn't catch Minerva's look, and he fully expected her to be given the command over him. "I trust you with my life, and given your actions during these past few weeks, I feel comfortable entrusting the lives of everyone else here to you, as well. I will make you my proxy in the eastern territories." Trajan's choice was instantly met with cheers from the surrounding knights, and a few that were sitting around Constantine even clapped him on the shoulder in support. His command of the most dangerous part of the horns, that of the fortifications east of the wall, made his temperament and skill in battle known to all. There were few knights in the meeting room who didn't support Trajan's choice, though there were a few who were confused as to why he didn't choose Minerva, perhaps the only other knight there who was more well respected than Constantine. "Why, Your Highness," Constantine said as he rose to his feet, then bowed. "I will do as you command, Your Highness, I will not let you down." "Please, stand," Trajan said with a booming laugh. "You've earned this, and I know you will perform your duties admirably." Constantine bowed again, then returned to his seat with a stunned look on his face, as if he couldn't quite believe what had happened was real. "Now, on to less engaging business," Trajan said as the smile on his face died. It was time for him to go over logistics and how to get in contact with him while he was in the capital, two topics which were hardly interesting for anyone involved. But, once he was done with that, the meeting would be over and he'd be free to hand over the rest of his duties to Constantine and begin to truly get ready to return to the capital. Several hours later, Trajan met with Leon alone in his favorite sitting room. His servants were getting his things packed. He didn't need everything. Once he was certain that he wasn't needed in the capital any longer, he was going to leave as fast as he possibly could. "Will I be accompanying you?" Leon quietly asked. For his part, he felt both elation and dread at the prospect of going to the capital. For one, Elise was there, and wherever she happened to be was where he wanted to go. On the other hand, the secret of his identity was now known to far too many people for it to remain secret for much longer, and the capital was the last place he wanted to be when it became widely known who he was. "Yes," Trajan quietly murmured, and a conflicted expression appeared on Leon's face. I'm not sure I want to go," Leon hesitantly admitted. "I have a few clues as to who my enemies are, but nothing ironclad. I'd rather be far away from the capital when they finally learn who I am." "They won't," Trajan vowed. "There are too many people who already know to make that promise," Leon warned, and Trajan cringed a little inside. On recent reflection, he deeply regretted admitting so readily who Leon was when Bronze made his guess, but he did impress upon the three paladins and Prince August that Leon's identity was to be kept secret upon pain of death. None of them doubted his words, but that still wasn't a guarantee that someone wouldn't let something slip somewhere. "You'll be with me, at my side, as much as possible. I will not let anything happen to you," Boy, Trajan said with a fatherly smile. They got my grandfather and his entire retinue, Leon reminded the prince. How strong was the old archduke? I appreciate what you're saying, Trajan, and I have full confidence that you mean those words, but I don't think even the king could protect me if my enemies learn of my current whereabouts. Secrecy was my best weapon, and now that so many people know, I get it, Trajan said. He sighed, then asked, how many other people know? Alex and a few people from Heaven's Eye. Elise, Emily, Emila's first husband, Ajax, I'm not sure who else, but if they're with Heaven's Eye I don't think they'll spread rumors or spy for anyone else, but who knows? Shit, that is too many people, Trajan thought as his heart began to race. I'll go with you, though, Leon said. I want to know who has such enmity with my family that they would chase me and my father almost literally to the edge of the plain. I can't do that from here, and there are few people I trust enough to investigate on my behalf, and given how strong these people seem to be, I would actually ask none of those I trust to investigate. A brave decision, Trajan said appreciatively, but I would have you stay here if you're so anxious. No, I said I would go with you, and that's that, Leon firmly stated with a steely look in his golden eyes. Very well, then, Trajan said as his chiseled features turned upward into a wide smile. When we arrive, we're going to have to move fast if we want to stay ahead of the rumor mill. I said long ago that I would use my influence to assist you in your investigations, and I meant it. I will put you in contact with the man my brother put in charge of his investigations into what happened to your father's villa 18 years ago, and the destruction of Kairos' palace not long after. Leon smiled and said, I'm sure that would help immensely. Trajan nodded to his young ward, then said, so long as you're diligent in your training, I'll even allow you to focus on this. I won't burden you with other duties, thank you, Trajan, Leon said with genuine gratitude. Starting his investigation felt like a long time coming, though it hadn't even been 3 years. He had been prepared to wait decades until he had the political clout to look into these matters without drawing too much suspicion. Just promise me one thing, Trajan said with a slow and almost hesitant cadence, don't go doing something stupid again. Those stunts you pulled during the war and in the Stone Giant's crater, that can't happen again. Restrain yourself. I will, Leon replied. He wasn't eager to do something stupid like that again. His infiltration of his family's archives in Tira, the cradle, his stupid solo venture east of the walls, every time he did something reckless, he wound up almost dead or captured. The last one even left him in sexual debt to a river nymph too powerful for him to deny, the very thought of which sent shivers of dread down his spine. To a degree, though, everything had worked out fine, but he knew he was playing with fire. It only took one reckless decision to end his life and render everything else he had done moot, and if he continued the way he had been, he'd encounter that one mistake sooner rather than later. By the way, you should also speak to Lapis, Trajan mentioned. I don't mind if the giant accompanies us to the capital, not that that thing would listen to me if I tried to keep it here, just getting it to stay in Armenium while you were gone was hard enough. I'll do that, Leon responded. If Lapis was willing to follow him to the capital, then Leon was willing to accept the giant's presence. It had fought alongside him too many times for Leon to be able to justify leaving it behind, and since it insisted that its job was to protect him, Leon doubted that it would stay behind once he left. Good, Trajan murmured. He stared out his window at the fortress he had spent more than half of his life in charge of. It was his home, far more so than the capital could ever be, and leaving the Horns was something he wasn't comfortable with. Still, he felt like he had to go. For his part, Leon had much less emotional attachment to the fortress, but a great many things had happened to him here, and he knew he was going to miss the place. Still, now that he had Trajan's go-ahead to begin his investigation, the urge to leave and return to the capital was growing. When do we leave? Leon asked. The day after tomorrow, Trajan replied. I'll be ready, Leon whispered. Artoria's face, both the one he remembered and the one Brand showed him twisted with hate and covered in twisted poisonous black veins, flashed through his mind. I'll find who killed you, Dad. They'll pay in blood, Leon bowed in his heart. Even if he wasn't strong enough yet to do anything with whatever he found, it was still time for him to get back to it. And he knew exactly with whom he would start. Chapter 280. Departure from the Horns. When it came time for Trajan and August to depart from Armenium, they were accompanied by only 9,000 knights and men at arms, 7,000 from the paladins' own retinues, and 2,000 from Trajan's. The 2 legions that accompanied August to Armenium left at the same time, but the two princes quickly outpaced them. The 40,000 legion soldiers could travel quite quickly, up to 35 miles per day, but August was eager to return to the capital and so left them behind. The two princes rode at the front of the column, followed by the paladins, and then by Trajan's most trusted knights, including Leon and Minerva. Leon was less than thrilled at his place of prominence, but he accepted it without complaint. Anzu happily trotted along beside him with his wings semi-spread and his eyes wide with the joy of going somewhere new. For his part, Leon wasn't too thrilled at the prospect of returning to the capital itself, but what he would finally be able to do there was something he was greatly looking forward to. Just to the side of the long column of 9,000 mounted knights and men at arms marched Lapis. The stone giant was as happy as Leon had ever seen when it was asked to accompany him to the capital and readily agreed. Unfortunately, its sheer size and weight made it wary of walking on the paved road for fear of causing undue damage. Or at least, that was its publicly stated reason. That it was able to walk around in the southern horn without difficulty was something that occurred to it, but since walking off the road allowed it to stay close to Leon, it didn't try to walk on the road at all. A bonus was staying out of the way of the knights, who Leon suspected wouldn't have been too happy riding along behind a giant that they would have considered an enemy before Aquilius and the Crater tribe's peace agreement was reached. "Think we'll get a nice place when we get to wherever we're going?" Alex asked Leon who, as his squire, she was allowed to ride alongside. Leon chuckled a little. Alex had been quite pleased with their living arrangements upon their arrival at the Horns, and he perfectly understood her reluctance to leave. "I'm sure that, as Prince Trajan's people, we'll be well taken care of," he reassured his squire. "Wherever we're assigned, though, you may be staying there alone." "Staying with Elise, sir?" Alex asked with a knowing look. "That's what I intend," Leon said with a strange look crossing his sharp features. "Or, I hope to," he pessimistically thought, remembering how distant things became between him and his lady after he revealed his pact with Naiad. Whatever happened, though, he still wanted to be with Elise, and he hoped that this situation he got himself into wouldn't be enough to destroy their relationship. Several hours and about 30 miles later, August, who had been riding alongside Trajan in relative silence, turned to his uncle and asked, "Uncle, do you mind if we make a quick detour on the way back?" "What for?" Trajan asked with a frown. They had just decided on the route to take the night before, and he was more than a little curious and slightly upset that August hadn't brought this up then. "I would like to stop in Calabria. It's on the Naga River, so it should only be a few miles outside of our route." Trajan thought for a moment. Their route was simple: follow the gold road straight to the capital. The road led west for a ways, then curved northward to follow the curve of the southern tip of the border mountains. The road would then continue roughly northwest, bypassing the swamps and thick forests of the southern territories, until it reached the Naga River, where it would turn north and head almost straight into the capital. Calabria was at the northern tip of the southern territories, and indeed, stopping there wouldn't be too great a burden for their group. "Should be fine," Trajan replied. "Why do you want to stop there?" "There's someone there I'd very much like to meet in person," August explained. "For the past 15 years or so, the Exarch of Calabria has been a man named Justin Isanos, a foreign noble that my father entrusted with managing the central sections of the Naga River. He's done a remarkable job, and I would like to speak with him." "Why him in particular?" Trajan asked as he carefully controlled his expression. He remembered Leon telling him about Adrianos Isanos, the man at arms that served one of Roland's subordinate knights and led the assassins to Artorias and Leon's home in the northern vales, and though Leon had refrained from telling the prince about Valerius' confirmation of Adrianos' connection to her family, it wasn't a great leap for Trajan to connect Justin with Adrianos by the name alone. "Lord Justin is competent. He owes his current occupation entirely to my father. The city he administers is on the way to our destination, and best of all, he's a foreigner, completely unconnected to Octavius," August explained. "If I am to beat Octavius, I need to step up my recruiting game, and the one center of power that Octavius has yet to truly begin tapping into are the exarchs." "I understand," Trajan slowly said. "Looks like the investigation will start a little sooner than expected," Trajan thought to himself as he barely paid any attention to August extolling Justin's virtues. From what little he did listen to, the foreign noble was apparently a genius steward, astutely managing the flow of trade through Calabria, keeping the river system clear of blockages, maintaining the dikes, levees, and water enchantments that preventing the river from flooding, and all sorts of other great managerial feats that greatly impressed August. Noticing Trajan's distraction from the conversation and assuming his disinterest, Bronze rode forward a little, not enough to overtake the princes, but close enough to speak comfortably, and interrupted August. Trajan, I can't tell you how much it relieves my old heart to see you returning to the capital. The people there right now could use some discipline, I tell you. August was a little put off at the interruption, and he didn't shy away from letting Bronze know. How rude, you truly are bold, interrupting a prince. Ha, bold is my middle name, the Bronze Paladin shouted out. August semi-regretted speaking up, as he didn't want to alienate the Bronze Paladin, but fortunately, Bronze didn't take it too seriously. In fact, he was quietly pleased that August didn't just take it lying down. Still, that didn't change the fact that he spoke up to forcibly take Trajan out of a conversation that he didn't appear to want to be a part of, and he and Trajan practically ignored August for the rest of that day's ride as they caught up with each other. The least enjoyable part of being the chief Heaven's Eye representative in the Bull Kingdom, in Emila's opinion, was receiving countless letters of complaint or supplication from the various lords and wealthy merchants around the kingdom who she considered so unimportant that she wouldn't know their faces from a hole in the ground. Complaints about the lack of respect and hospitality shown in Heaven's Eye banks, the offers of partnerships from merchants that ranged from almost reasonable to outright thievery, and worst of all, the requests for her to attend parties and get-togethers from influential members of the upper class. It all tried her patience. She had to be diplomatic, simply telling everyone to fuck off, which was what she desperately wanted to do, was not the way Heaven's Eye did things. Instead, she had to find a softer, much more pleasant way to tell them to fuck off, but the problem then was that it was never a strong enough response to get them to stop their letters entirely. Fortunately, many of her subordinates with more patience handled the majority of that work, but there were still some that she had to do herself. Emily was in her office at the top of the Heaven's Eye Tower in the capital, sifting through a pile of letters on her desk when her door was cautiously opened from the outside. Her office was lit mostly by red-orange magical fire, and the white lantern light suddenly streaming in through the open door and reflecting off the polished marble tiles irritated her. On any other workday, it would have only been a minor annoyance, but dealing with self-important people who were too rich or influential for her to brush off made her more than a little angry. She didn't shout or scream, despite almost jumping at the opportunity to vent. Instead, she glared at the young female attendant who was cautiously peeking inside. Emila's aura was thick with killing intent, showcasing just how much she appreciated this distraction, and the attendant almost fell to her knees in terror. "What is it?" Emily asked with as much patience as she could muster, but her voice still came out like a hoarse growl that stood in sharp contrast to her usual light, upbeat tone. "Tea, the young lady," the attendant sputtered as she tried to stand amid Emila's ferocious aura, as she has declined tea to attend the appointed meeting. Emily took a deep breath and restrained her aura. As the Tower Lord, she felt some small amount of shame at letting one of her attendants see her in such a state, and she felt a little more at making the young girl so uncomfortable. Helping this process was seeing the excuse to finally get away from the letters for a little while. "I will go and speak with my daughter, then," Emily said in a professional, almost detached tone. By the time Emily found Elise, who was alone in her personal library poring over a thick tome, her professional demeanor had dropped back to her more relaxed, light-hearted self. The former was reserved for when she was at work, not when she was dealing with her family. Elise looked up as her mother entered the library and, noticing the last remnants of her irritated expression, asked, "Answering letters again?" "Not so much answering as reading," then immediately throwing away, Emily said with a laugh. It wasn't true. She had to send at least a generic noncommittal response to all of them, but since she forgot about most of them immediately after finishing her response, immediately throwing them away wasn't the most inaccurate thing to say. At the very least, Duke Decimus has stopped sending requests for information about why he's being suppressed, Emily continued as the smile on her lips turned vicious. Small mercies, Elise said with a matching smile. It was rare for Heaven's Eye to find an excuse to throw their weight around, given their policy of not interfering with the nations they operate in, but when Euphemius and Tiberius tried to have Leon assassinated, these ladies had the perfect excuse to destroy them. Tiberius had been pestering Elise to go out with him for a while, after all, but that had also stopped not long after Heaven's Eye began to lock up House Decimus assets. "So," Emily said as she leaned over and looked at what Elise was studying, "what is it about river nymphs that has you so preoccupied that you refuse to attend meetings?" "I was curious about them," Elise casually responded, carefully controlling her expression to give away none of her anger and frustration. Unfortunately for her, Emily still picked up on the slight pursing of her lips and momentary balling of her fists. "Are you sure about that?" Emily asked her daughter. For a brief moment, Elise contemplated telling her mother about Leon's predicament, about his sexual debt with a river nymph queen. However, to admit that her boyfriend had been taken away by a monster on the edge of human civilization was a humiliation that Elise could do without, so she held her tongue and simply nodded to her mother. Unwilling to press her 22-year-old daughter too much for the details, Emily sadly replied with, "Well, I'll be here if you need to talk. Just don't blow off too many more meetings, all right?" Elise was legitimately surprised. Given her past experiences with her mother, she fully expected Emily to press and push until Elise lost patience and left the room. She wasn't expecting Emily to just give up like that. Emily tenderly rubbed Elise's shoulder for a few seconds, then stood up to return to work. "Take as much time as you need, Butterfly," she whispered. Elise sank back into her armchair as her mother walked toward the door. There were other things that had been on her mind, matters that the situation with Naiad had brought up, matters that she wanted some advice on, but to let go of her pride and ask her mother for help wasn't something Elise had ever done before. But, as Emily opened the door and stepped out of the room, Elise quietly asked, "Mom, could you stay for a little while?" Emily paused with one foot out of the door and turned back toward her daughter. Elise had slumped back into her chair and hugged her legs to her chest. Most of her face was hidden behind her knees, but her eyes were visible, and Emily could see the conflict and uncertainty in them even from across the room. "Sure thing," she said as she stepped back into the room, closed the door, and sat down across from her daughter. She didn't say another word, she just waited for Elise to speak. She waited for several minutes as Elise worked up the courage to broach this subject. It flew in direct contrast with just about everything Emily had expected of her, and she doubted that it would go over well with her mother, given her proclivities. Elise hesitantly began, pausing for a second or two before beginning again. "I was thinking, I don't want multiple husbands, or concubines." Emily raised an eyebrow in interest and slight confusion. "I suppose that's fine," she said, though she wasn't able to completely conceal the disappointment in her voice. Having multiple spouses in a large harem of concubines was a huge mark of prestige for those of their station, and rare was the noble, male or female, who wasn't at least interested in building a harem of their own. Elise hesitantly continued, knowing that it was best to speak her piece now rather than springing it on her mother later. "I don't think I'd mind if Leon didn't do likewise." That drew a sharp glare from Emily, but the older woman was so stunned by what her daughter had just said that she simply opened and closed her mouth like a fish, completely at a loss as to what to say. "I've been thinking recently," Elise continued, finding it much easier to talk now that the hardest thing to say had been said. "I know there are some other girls who are interested in Leon, and just because I don't want to start a harem doesn't mean he shouldn't, but you," Emily sputtered. Her own harem counted in the hundreds, and she could barely fathom why her own daughter wouldn't want to do the same, despite 22 years of Elise bitterly fighting against her attempts to introduce her to eligible boys of sufficient status. "I've made my decision," Elise firmly stated. "I'm not going to have a harem of my own." Hundreds of different reactions flashing through Emily's mind, from angrily demanding that Elise break up with Leon and not degrade herself by doing such a thing to quietly asking her daughter why. To join a harem rather than building one's own was significantly less prestigious, after all, though not without its own kind of prestige, depending on whose harem it was. Leon, however, as a mere fifth-tier knight as far as the wider Bull Kingdom was concerned, did not qualify for that status. If Elise were to let him have the harem instead of having one for herself, she would be politically lowering herself. In the end, Emily was only able to ask one question, and she did so with such a confused tone that her voice trembled. "Have you spoken to him about this?" "Not yet," Elise replied. "Then don't make such a rash decision yet," Emily quietly implored Elise. "If he says it's fine, then you can still." "I'm not doing it," Elise insisted. "I have seen more rich nobles than I care to count, and I have no intention of sleeping with any of them. I have seen even more rugged or pretty commoners, too, and I have found all of them wanting. I love Leon, and I don't want any other men." Emily took a deep breath to steady herself. She then took several more before she felt composed enough to speak again. "What, may I ask, brought this on?" Emily asked as calmly as she could, which wasn't that calm. Her eyes were narrowed in anger and frustration, her voice was low, and her killing intent spilled out of her. "A private matter," Elise replied with a quick look of bitterness at the book on the table in front of her. I see, Emily responded. I need some time to process this. We will speak again later. Elise nodded, and Emily rose to her feet and left the private library almost in a stupor. To a degree, Elise could understand why her mother was so shocked, but on the other hand, she could do as she wished, regardless of what Emily wanted for her. She didn't want what Emily had, she wanted something else, something she'd never had before. Letting Leon build a harem of his own might not be the thing she truly wanted in the end, but at the very least, she knew she wasn't going to let that Naiad have him. Elise's eyes turned back to the book in front of her, and they narrowed in anger. Killing intent leaked out of her body, chilling the air in the library. She hadn't found anything that could help Leon, but she had only gotten started. Chapter 281, Calabria. The city of Calabria was much like Florentia, to Leon's eyes. Most of the residential buildings were on the eastern side of the Naga River, while the commercial buildings were on the western side, and a number of tall bridges connected both halves without interfering with the ships traveling up and down the river. Their destination was in the eastern districts, specifically, it was the palace built on the tallest hill in the vicinity. Like most palatial buildings in the Bull Kingdom, it was made of white stone and marble, decorated with murals, tile mosaics, and carved reliefs, and heavy-on blind arcades along the outside walls. The entire 9,000-strong riding column couldn't stop at the palace, though, its stables simply weren't big enough. So, while most of the knights and men at arms rode toward the headquarters of the local legion garrison, Trajan, August, Leon, the paladins, and about 100 other high-ranking knights made their way toward the Exarch's palace. Lapis went with, and it attracted the attention of just about everyone it passed on the road, and more than a few people screamed and ran away in terror. Leon's heart raced as he rode silently not too far behind Trajan. Trajan had warned him whose palace this was and had given him the option of accompanying the rest of the knights to the legion garrison, but Leon had refused to do so. It was a rash and impulsive action, and one that he was starting to regret as the gates of the walls surrounding the palace closed behind the group. Once he got off his horse, he intended to find wherever it was that he was going to stay for the next couple of days and leave as quickly as possible. He would become as invisible as he could with his ring broken. He wanted to attract as little attention as possible. Trajan understood this and didn't require Leon to perform any of the duties that were expected of him at the Horns, namely, morning training and accompanying him to official meetings. For her part, Alex was looking more than a little nervous. Her eyes darted everywhere, her head spun around so much that Leon was almost concerned that she was going to get dizzy and fall off her horse, and her hands visibly shook. Leon hadn't kept it a secret who the resident of this palace was, and since she knew who he was, Alex was in almost as much danger as Leon, and she wasn't able to hide her anxiety as well as Leon was able to. Anzu, on the other hand, seemed ecstatic to be somewhere new. During most of the ride from the Horns, he happily bounded along keeping pace with Leon and also running around in the tall grass and light forests they passed through. Now that he was in the palace, he leapt into a flower bush, furled his wings, and crouched down like he was stalking prey, but he stuck his shiny white head out of the bush and watched everyone going in and out of the stables. When Leon finished putting his horse in its cell and came back outside, Anzu burst out of the bush and rubbed himself against Leon like a housecat. However, Anzu had grown big enough that his head was now higher than Leon's elbow, and he almost knocked his human over with his expression of joy. Leon spent a few minutes giving Anzu some head pats, eliciting a few chirp-like purrs from the griffin, and waited for Alex and Trajan. Alex wasn't too far behind him, and once Trajan came out, the prince quickly approached Leon and said, "Make yourself scarce for a few hours. Head down into the city and come back at sundown. We'll have our sleeping arrangements made by then." "Yes, your highness," Leon said, and he, Alex, and Anzu quickly made for the gate. For its part, Lapis stayed within the palace, waiting for Leon's return. Over the past year, it had learned to keep a respectful distance from the object of its protection, but it endeavored to remain where Leon could easily find it if he needed Lapis' aid. Now, into the lion's den, Trajan thought once he saw the three vanish past the distant gates. August and the paladins sauntered outside not long after Trajan did, and the two princes and three paladins made their way inside the palace proper. The entrance hall was as ornate as expected, all polished marble, thick comfortable carpets, and expensive mahogany furniture. The alcoves along the wall were filled with the requisite marble statues of long-dead kings and famous knights, and the air was perfectly temperature controlled by complex wind, fire, and ice enchantments. But these luxurious surroundings were barely noticed by the princely entourage, as waiting for them at the foot of a grand staircase was a man with glittering silver hair, eyes like radiant sapphires, and a slight frame that nonetheless exuded a feeling of power and authority. His face tended more toward pretty than rugged but was still exceptionally handsome with its square jaw, straight nose, and omnipresent jovial smile. "Your Highnesses, such a pleasure to have you staying in my humble manor," he loudly proclaimed. "Welcome to Calabria, please avail yourselves of my hospitality." August returned the man's smile and said, "We are grateful for the warm welcome, Lord Isenos, and I, for one, look forward to your hospitality." Prince August and Lord Justin Isenos continued in this vein for several more sentences, but Trajan remained silent. He fought the urge to frown in displeasure at the man's servile tone, as he'd found that the more obsequious the tone, the less competent or loyal the person often turned out to be. What put him even more on edge was the man's complete lack of aura, indicating either extreme weakness or extreme strength, and Trajan guessed it was the latter. Stronger mages could hide their auras completely from lower-tiered mages, but the instant they started using magic, then the lower-tiered mages would be able to perceive it, even if they wouldn't be able to discern any meaningful details. Well, at least it now makes a bit more sense why Julius would give this man a city to govern, Trajan thought to himself. If Lord Isenos was stronger than even him, then it was perfectly understandable why the king would want to keep him around, despite only arriving in the kingdom about 15 or so years ago, which Trajan did note wasn't even a year after the death of Kairos Rame. Once the expectedly over-long greetings were finally done with, Justin said, "Please, join me for a late lunch, I'm sure your highnesses could use the rest after your journey." Escorted by what almost seemed to be a legion of servants and attendants, Justin led the group to a relatively ostentatious dining hall where a small but sumptuous feast had been prepared. Justin and August chatted the entire way through the halls, discussing the various administrative details of Calabria, while Trajan and the paladins remained silent. For his part, Trajan watched Justin as subtly as he could and listened to every word the exarch said. He had no illusion about whether or not the man would let something slip about any grudge he had against Leon or House Rame, but the prince wanted to take stock of the man. So far, though, Justin had shown nothing but pleasant hospitality and deference to royalty. "And she will graduate from the Knight Academy in a few months' time," Justin said as he sat down just to the left of the head of the table. August, being the man with the highest rank present, sat in that seat, while Trajan sat to his right. "Does she intend to continue guarding my father's consorts?" August asked with an interested smile. "I believe so. My daughter has indicated to me that she enjoys her work, even if there isn't much that's expected of her." "Or maybe because there isn't much expected of her," Justin responded with a slight chuckle. "Well, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for her," August said. "I don't expect any harm to come to her, of course, but you never know." "That would be appreciated, Your Highness," Justin replied. As the exarch said this, Trajan noted that his hands twitched slightly and for a moment, he had a curious look in his eye. The prince read this to mean that, despite his jovial tone, he didn't appreciate August looking out for his daughter. An understandable notion, in Trajan's mind, given how strong he claimed his daughter to be, but at the very least it indicated some measure of repressed hostility, though the elder prince was unable to pick up on any killing intent. "So, Lord Justin," August continued, "I have been made aware that you have conducted yourself admirably during your time as exarch." "I have merely carried out my duties to the best of my ability," Justin humbly stated. "All the better," August said with a smile. "I have a proposition for you, if you're interested. I would like you to come with me back to the capital and serve as one of my stewards. As Prince Regent, I have a powerful need for competent administrators, and I'd say you more than qualify." "Your Highness, I am honored for the consideration," Justin said with surprise evident on his face. And yet, again, Trajan saw his hands twitch in what the prince presumed was hostility. Seeing Justin's face fall slightly and sensing that he wasn't going to immediately give him an answer, August spared both himself and Justin the embarrassment of a public refusal by saying, "The offer isn't going anywhere, please take some time to consider it. Those in my employ are well compensated, I assure you, far more than an exarch, so don't let that be an issue. I will endeavor to give your highness my reply before it comes time to depart this city," Justin said. "I apologize for not answering immediately, but I must discuss things with my family first." "This would be quite the change for them, I understand," August reassured the exarch. As they finished speaking, they began to eat lunch in earnest. All further talk was relegated to nearly meaningless pleasantries and random gossip about other nobles in Calabria and the capital, neither of which Trajan participated in. "This is painful to sit through," Trajan complained in his head. He had never been comfortable with such formality as Justin was showing, and he was greatly looking forward to when the meal was over. "I noticed nothing too strange about the man," Trajan said to Leon. The younger knight returned to the palace of Calabria at sunset, along with Alex and Anzu. Immediately after greeting Lapis, who had waited patiently at the gate, Leon went looking for Trajan. Fortunately, the prince had an attendant waiting for Leon in the palace's entrance hall, so he didn't have to take the risk of wandering around a potentially hostile palace looking for Trajan. Leon grunted in acknowledgement. They were now in Trajan's lavishly appointed private guest room in the palace, and they still had to be careful about exactly what they might say. Leon and Alex's room wasn't nearly as luxurious, being bereft of the same fine furniture and works of art that filled Trajan and August's rooms, but it was at least close to Trajan's, so if they were to be attacked, Trajan could be there in seconds. "If I notice anything, you can rest assured that I won't let it go," Trajan promised. "That being said, I doubt I'll find anything of substance. For now, make sure to enjoy the city for as long as we're here." "I will," Leon replied, knowing that was an instruction to stay out of the palace as much as possible. Trajan didn't want Leon anywhere even close to Justin Isonos, and he was going to keep them separated as much as was feasible. He had even contemplated having Leon stay in the Legion barracks or in a Calabrian inn, but in the end, he decided that it would draw too much attention from the others who knew who Leon was if he wasn't in the palace with the rest of Trajan's high-ranking knights. "We'll be here all day tomorrow, and then we're leaving the next day," Trajan reminded Leon. "Be careful, boy, keep a keen eye out for anything suspicious." Leon smiled and said, "There's plenty for me and Alex to do outside the palace. It'll probably be far more of a vacation for us than it will be for you." "True enough, I have to stay here and listen to boring nobles and merchants talk about shit I couldn't care less about," Trajan complained as he sat back in one of the couches. After lunch, many of Calabria's upper class desired meetings with the princes, and while they could deny most of them, Trajan and August were still expected to mingle a little bit. Making matters worse, Justin had even organized a small feast for the following night and invited more than a few of the local nobles to attend. Leon couldn't help but be somewhat amused at Trajan's predicament, knowing the prince's distaste for such things, and he was more than happy to get away from it. Neither Trajan nor Leon had much else to say, so the latter left the former's room and returned to his own, ready to get some rest. He, Alex, and Anzu had to get out of the palace before breakfast the next day. Chapter 282, August's Offer. Justin Isonos sighed in displeasure as he sank into his armchair. He closed his sapphire blue eyes in fatigue and his body stretched out until he almost slid off the chair. "Well, don't you just look chipper," said one of the other three mages in the room, a youthful-seeming man with a stout frame and a shaved head. "I hate dealing with these fucking people," Justin replied with uncharacteristic venom in his voice. The princes had been at his palace for more than a day, and the feast he had prepared the day before was in full swing. More than 100 of the most important nobles in Calabria had been invited, and all but about half a dozen had attended, despite how little notice there had been. All of them wanted to share a room with 2 princes and 3 paladins, especially Trajan and the bronze paladin. "At least most of Trajan's knights aren't here," said another of the mages in the room, a woman with strawberry blonde hair and sharp features. Her piercing green eyes were closed just as Justin's were, as she was as tired with the company as her lord was. Leon, Alex, and all but a small handful of Trajan's knights had been given the night off. Many were a little disappointed about not being able to attend the feast, but the prince had wanted to camouflage Leon's non-attendance by not having most of his other knights attend, as well. As a result, Leon, Alex, and Anzu spent most of their day down by the riverbank training and wandering around the market district trying to kill time, with no one of consequence there to take notice of them. "These princes are truly aggravating, or at least, August is," the last mage said, a tall, lithe man with a thin, oval-shaped face and pitch-black hair. "Trajan doesn't talk much, thank the great lord," Justin replied. "It's times like these that I wish I just stayed in the shadows of this damned kingdom. Presenting myself to the king was one of the worst decisions of my life." "It brought you power enough to build the spy network, though," the blonde woman replied. "It hardly seems worth it at this point," Justin replied. "In our years of searching, We've only gotten one possible tip, and it led to the deaths of 5 of my best men at the edge of this cursed mausoleum. No sightings of our quarry since. I'm correct in that assessment, no? Justin looked to the tall man for confirmation. An extended search he ordered of the Northern Vales for Timotheo's team and their targets had recently been completed, and the tall man had been going over the results and preparing a report for his lord. It's not promising, the tall man replied, though Justin could have guessed that by the simple fact that the man had waited this long to tell him the results. There were some rumors about a father-son pair living in one of the more remote regions that might be who we're looking for, but my scouts have been finding it increasingly difficult to get more concrete details on them. Those Valemen truly do not like outsiders. I can hardly blame them, Justin said with a long sigh. Keep digging. Someone will talk, even if we have to grease a few palms. Make sure our agent has plenty of silver for the job. He's got more than enough, the damn barbarians simply won't take it, the tall man complained. These fucking people, always making things more complicated than they have to be, Justin muttered in exasperation. Try everything you can think of, if they still don't talk, then, I suppose we'll have to take more extreme measures. Surely you don't mean massacring them? The stout man asked with an expression of strong distaste. I'd rather not, but Lord Cameron sent us here to do a job, and he'll not be pleased if we fail, Justin said in a low, fearful tone. We'll make every effort to do this right, but if we have to get messy, then we can't shy away. We can't shy away, still doesn't feel right, the stout man murmured as he crossed his arms and stared at the floor in concern. Justin sighed once more. If they survived Timotheo's attack, then there's little chance they're even still there, he thought to himself. We need more people for this investigation, we need more spies. I've made a decision, Justin said out loud, drawing the undivided attention of the other 3. I will accept Prince August's offer to go to the capital with him. We need more followers for this, our current network is clearly not cutting it. To aid in that endeavor, I will need greater political clout than I currently possess, and entering the service of one of the princes will get me that influence. It increases the risks to us, but the network we have right now is clearly not cutting it. Perhaps the young lady can intercede, the blonde woman began, but she instantly fell silent when Justin turned a wrathful gaze upon her. I will not involve my daughter in these matters, he growled as his killing intent erupted from his body, dropping the temperature of the room well past freezing. It's bad enough that I'm doing that soulless bastard's dirty work, I will not allow her to stain her hands with this. I understand, the blonde woman replied as she began to uncontrollably shake from the pressure Justin's rage put her under. Good, Justin responded as he restrained his killing intent and leaned back in his chair. He'd made his point and he wasn't the sort to deliberately terrify his subordinates. He much preferred the carrot to the stick, but when his business in the shadows began to get too close to his family, he'd lose his cool remarkably quickly. So, we'll be accompanying you to this kingdom's capital? The stout man asked, seeking confirmation. Of course, Justin said. I'll need your skills if we're to recruit more people to our cause. Besides, I'm probably going to be busier there than I was here. That little self-centered prince is probably going to want me to do a lot of work in the palace, leaving me with little free time to devote to our goal. Any idea of how much we need to expand? The tall man asked. None at all, so let's take this slow, Justin said. Only recruit those who can be trusted and be extremely conservative with what you tell them. Basically, just do what we've been doing, but on a slightly larger scale. Got it, the tall man replied. The 4 continued to plan and strategize for about 15 more minutes when Justin decided that he'd been away from the feast for too long and had to return. He took a few deep breaths to steel himself and regain the attitude of a humble servant of royalty before leaving the study. The other 3, however, stayed to continue discussing details of exactly how, and more importantly, where to expand. It was late, an hour or so past sundown, but with the feast not wrapped up yet, Leon and Alex were still out in Calabria trying to kill time. They had trained in the morning in a public park by the Naga River, a sight that wasn't too uncommon in most parks on Eterna, regardless of the kingdom, and had explored the city in the afternoon. Calabria, however, wasn't much of a tourist city. There weren't many great places to visit unless one enjoyed the view of hundreds upon hundreds of warehouses. Consequently, after dinner, Leon and Alex returned to the park to continue training. Though neither were particularly unhappy about the situation, they both had an intense desire to continue growing stronger. They had chosen a secluded grove to practice within, with Leon sitting on the ground with his back to a tree and Anzu curled up in a ball right next to him. Alex slowly practiced her sword skills while she flooded her body with magic power. She was close to the 3rd tier, she could feel it, and wanted nothing more than to ascend. Leon, too, felt like he was nearing the threshold for ascension, but based on his past experience, he thought he wasn't nearly so close to his as Alex was to hers. Still, he diligently trained as fast as he could without abandoning safety, slowly building up his magic body with every passing moment. He estimated that everything above his hips was fine, he just had his lower body left to magically copy over to his magic body. He'd made great strides in the past month. Ever since the Thunderbird helped him dispel Bran's nightmare, he'd been training almost constantly, though not usually at the intensity that he did during dedicated training sessions. Still, he couldn't honestly say that he'd stopped training during his conscious hours after recent events had instilled an immense determination within him to speak with the Thunderbird. Suddenly, Leon's eyes snapped open, he sensed a drastic change in Alex's aura, and in concern, he shifted his attention away from his own training and over to her. What he saw was the distinctive aura of one whose bone marrow was now producing mana instead of blood. Alex had frozen in mid-swing of her training sword. She stared ahead in bewilderment, her eyes wide and unfocused with the shock of what she now felt. Leon rose to his feet, and the soft noise he made jerked Alex back to reality. She looked to her knight with a face of half disbelief and half ecstasy. She mumbled, so overwhelmed with her accomplishment that she was finding it difficult to form words. "You've ascended," Leon said with a tone of soft pride. "You're now a 3rd-tier mage." There was a long moment of silence as Leon's confirmation of her status sank in. And then, when she finally realized that her accomplishment wasn't a figment of her imagination, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "YESS." Finally, Alex's face split in half with a smile of sheer unadulterated joy and she raised her arms to the sky and jumped in celebration. Energy coursed through her body, and all her fatigue from training most of the day vanished in her exultation. Leon felt a modicum of embarrassment in seeing just how unapologetically gleeful Alex was. Fortunately for him, the two had chosen their training area wisely, and no one else was around for them to disturb, save for the sleeping Anzu who was jerked awake with Alex's triumphal shouting. "It's about damn time," Alex exclaimed as she clenched a fist and felt the magic that was slowly being produced in her body. It was a fairly slow trickle, but she knew that it would take a few more days or weeks of training to finally solidify her gains and to make sure all of her bones had completely adapted to the presence of magic power. During that time, her bones would begin to produce more and more mana and less blood, until mana was all that was being produced. And as she progressed through the tiers of magic, the quality of mana being produced would greatly increase, meaning her bones would be producing mana that held a much greater amount of magic power for every tier she ascended. "Only a couple weeks late, Leon said as he playfully punched his squire in the shoulder. She was behind Leon's other friends, but she had ascended much faster than they had, even if they had managed to do so weeks before her. "Better late than never," Alex replied, "and from the way my training has been going recently, I was starting to get worried that I wasn't ever going to ascend." "You shouldn't doubt yourself, it was only a matter of time with how diligently you train," Leon reassured his squire. "Now, I'd say it's about time to get united." Alex's eyes almost sparkled at that statement. It had always been her dream to be a knight, and now that dream was close to being fulfilled. "Think that party's over by now?" Leon asked. It had grown dark outside and the moon had risen quite high, but it wasn't even close to midnight yet. "Not sure," Alex said as she suppressed her excitement. "This might need to wait until later, but rest assured, we'll get that knighting ceremony taken care of," Leon said with a wide smile. He had to admit, he really wasn't that great of a mentor to Alex, and that fact had weighed on him quite heavily since he'd taken her away from Fort 127. Now that she was about to become a knight, much of that responsibility was going away, and he could feel himself unconsciously relaxing. "I don't mind waiting," Alex replied, though it was clear to anyone with the power of sight that she was practically bursting with energy due to her own excitement. Leon chuckled, then said, "Let's spar a bit, then head back in a couple hours. Best to err on the side of caution and not show up too early." "Yes, sir," Alex responded with a bright smile. Chapter 283. Under Triumph, creating a knight in the Bull Kingdom was surprisingly regulated. To knight someone was a privilege reserved for those of a certain level of importance. When he was a tribune, Leon was high-ranking enough to hold that honor, but now that Trajan had stripped him of that rank in punishment for his recklessness, it was an honor he'd lost. Consequently, knighting Alex wasn't something he could just do on the spot, he had to wait until Trajan gave him royal permission. And so, when they were certain that the feast was over, Leon and Alex's training session came to an end and they hurried back to the palace in Calabria. By the time they returned, however, almost everyone had gone to sleep, including Trajan, forcing them to wait until morning. This was a problem because that morning was when they had to get back on the road and continue towards the capital. Fortunately, Justin Isonos wasn't accompanying them. He told them he had to stay in Calabria for a month or two and make his preparations to move out of the palace and hand over power to whoever took over the exarchate when he was gone. So, despite some disappointment from Alex, the knighting ceremony was put off for a little while. On the plus side, though, she was now going to be knighted in the royal palace itself, an honor that completely made up for the delay, in her opinion. About a week and a half later, the column finally began to approach the outskirts of the capital. On the way, August and Trajan's group met back up with the two legions from the central territories that they had gone east with. The stop in Calabria hadn't been long, but it had been enough for the legions to gain enough distance that the two groups merged back into one for the final leg of the journey. The pace had been blistering by mortal standards, more than 50 miles per day, but for mages, that wasn't such a big deal though. To be fair, many of the first-tier mages were smoked and barely on their feet, but as the capital appeared in the distance, they picked themselves up and kept walking with as much pride and dignity as they could. They were a victorious army marching home, even if most of the actual fighting had been done by the legions of the bull's horns. Before they were able to enter the city, however, a rider approached the column and made straight for Prince August. "Your Highness," the messenger greeted with a bow, "I bring a message from the palace." He was a young man, appearing to be barely 20 years old, and possessed with second-tier strength. It was clear from his greeting alone that he didn't recognize Trajan, not that the elder prince cared all that much. However, August cared a great deal that his uncle wasn't being shown the proper respect. "Greetings, what message have you brought to me and my uncle?" August asked, making a point to call attention to Trajan and his status. The messenger instantly paled and hurriedly bowed to the elder prince, but Trajan simply growled, "Get on with it." "Yes, your highnesses," the messenger replied as he pulled a letter out of the breast pocket of his Green Legion uniform. "Who sent this message?" August asked as he held his hand out for the letter. The messenger gingerly handed it over and replied, "Sir Tacitus, your highness." August nodded in acknowledgement as he opened the letter. Tacitus was the king's appointed chancellor, the chief legislative official within the Bull Kingdom. It was the job of the chancellor and the veritable legion of lawyers that worked under him to ensure that the king's will was made into law and to resolve any conflicts that will may have with existing laws. The chancellor also served as the head of the king's advisory council, in effect serving as the monarch's right-hand man. Over the past few years, August had leaned heavily on the elderly Tacitus, a man who had been serving King Julius throughout his entire reign and Julius's father for decades before that. All in all, Tacitus had more than a century's worth of experience working in the royal palace, and August considered him a wise and indispensable member of the royal government. August opened the letter and quickly read through the contents. His face dropped with every line, from first the stoicism that all members of the royal family were expected to present when in public, to annoyance, and then to anger. "Thank you," August said to the messenger in clear dismissal. The messenger, understanding that there wasn't going to be anything for him to take back with him, bowed once more to both August and Trajan, then rode off, though not before looking back over his shoulder one last time at Trajan, who cut an imposing figure dressed as he was in full, gleaming, glittering steel plate armor that emphasized his already gigantic arms and shoulders. "Explain," Trajan quietly demanded, seeing the look on his nephew's face. "It seems that my brother has returned to the capital during my absence," August bitterly stated. "What's more, he's already made arrangements for the army to return to the capital under triumph." "I see," Trajan muttered as a similar look of annoyance flashed across his face. To cross the city limits under triumph meant a great deal of required ceremony that Trajan would have been much happier to avoid, but given how prestigious such a thing was, it wasn't lightly cancelled or ignored, and besides, cancelling it would take more time than simply accepting it, and he just wanted to get to the royal palace after the long journey. "The wording, though, is quite clear," August continued. "This is a triumphal procession for the army, meaning you, uncle, and the rest of the soldiers." I and the paladins that followed me are prohibited from participating," Trajan grunted in displeasure. For the returning army to enter under triumph was almost expected. They had defeated a strong enemy and won a great victory, after all, but for one of the princes that led them and the paladins and their retinues that greatly contributed to that victory to not be included was a grave insult that spoke volumes about Octavius' attitudes toward his brother and the paladins that followed him. Trajan began to get a gut feeling that he made the correct choice in who to support. August was relatively self-centered, as any prince who had been raised in the secluded royal harem was going to be, but Trajan hadn't seen any sign that he would behave so rudely toward loyal and critical members of the kingdom's military. As they continued to ride, August began to slow down. Trajan and the 2 legions would be stopped at the city limit while the triumph was prepared, but he had no idea what he and the paladins were supposed to do. "What should I do?" August wondered to himself as he glared at the approaching city. He couldn't just go around and enter the city from another road. He couldn't afford such an embarrassment given how politically unstable his position was, and waiting for the triumph to end was similarly out of the question. However, he couldn't enter the city during triumph preparations, leaving him with little choice as to what he could do. But there was one more choice. Along the Gold Road, even the outlying buildings were made of beautiful white stone and polished marble, with the slums and lower-class districts concentrated around the northern side of the city. The point that truly marked where the capital began, however, was a massive triumphal arch, with 3 immense arched gateways with decorative columns to each side and an intricate frieze above them, all showing scenes from the first Bull King's unification wars that created the Bull Kingdom. The army stopped just before this triumphal arch. There was a company of honor guard waiting for them, dressed in green and gold dress armor that was far too ostentatious to be anything other than ceremonial, and was led by a legate rather than a centurion. "Your Highness," the legate called out, bowing toward Trajan as the column advanced. He glanced at August, but he gave the younger prince nothing more than a thin, derisive smile before turning back to Trajan. Once his eyes locked with Trajan's, however, he felt the full weight of the 2.5 centuries that Trajan had spent building his killing intent crash upon him. Despite being a 6th-tier mage just like Trajan, the legate almost collapsed from the fear and overwhelming pressure. "You know, I really don't care when people forego the usual ceremonies when it comes to me, but don't get carried away. The dignity of the royal family is not for you to dismiss," Trajan growled, the warning he packed into his statement going unsaid, but being perfectly understood, regardless. "I apologize, Your Highness," the legate said first to Trajan, and then again to August. The legate bowed to the latter prince, and he had to go much further than the standard bend at the waist or genuflection before Trajan relieved the pressure his aura had upon the hapless legate. The legate struggled to his feet, looking more than a little embarrassed and humiliated after being so handled in front of his soldiers, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Your Highness is aware of the regulations regarding entering the city under triumph, I'm sure," the legate said as he struggled to quell his rage. "However, as the master of ceremonies here, I must insist on repeating them." Trajan glared at the man, but he nodded to signal him to continue. "None in the triumphal procession may enter armed or armored," the legate stated. "Neither may anyone within the procession enter mounted upon a horse, war beast, or any other animal. They must walk in upon their own 2 legs. Trajan grunted impatiently. "You must walk from here to the monolith of victory, give the proper thanks and veneration to the ancestors, and then from there to the royal palace, where the Prince Regent shall greet Your Highness and grant the appropriate rewards for victory." Trajan nodded, then growled, "If that's all, get lost." It is, Your Highness," the legate said, almost instinctively calling out Trajan's rudeness, but fortunately, he thought better of it before the words left his mouth. He then turned around, but just before he joined his waiting company, he added, "The triumph will begin in about an hour and a half." "Noted," Trajan responded with barely another look at the legate. This whole thing rubbed him the wrong way. He wasn't even technically in the capital yet, and here he was already infuriated at the politicking. Trajan turned around and rode back to Minerva. He quickly relayed what was happening, and the Lady Knight instantly took charge, getting the knights off their horses and having everyone put away their weapons and armor. Fortunately, at every major entrance to the capital there was a large legion post house, and the one they were near had stables large enough for all of their horses and enough storage space for the soldiers who were weaker than the 5th tier to securely leave their weapons and armor. Once everything was in motion, Trajan was joined back at the front by Minerva, Leon, and several other of his high-ranked knights. "Your Highness," Leon quietly asked, "is it really necessary for the removal of armaments?" Yes, Trajan replied with a bitter expression. Or at least, it's required by the regulations of a triumph. They could have given us more warning, though. Minerva grumbled silently enough that no one apart from their small group could hear. If this were about our victory, they would have informed us long before we arrived. Proper triumphs take months to organize, Trajan said, almost spitting out the words. The group fell into silence as everyone began to pull their weapons and armor back into their soul realms. The 6th-tier knights were done in seconds, but it took almost an hour for those like Leon who were quite heavily armored to finish up. While waiting for his subordinates to get ready, Trajan approached August, who had just gotten back to the triumphal arch after storing his horse in the post house. I take it you've reached a decision as to what you're going to do? Trajan asked the younger prince. I have, August replied. My brother seeks to humiliate me by using this triumph to block my entering the city. I would guess the same, Trajan agreed. One clue that the triumph was only being used for political purposes was that none of the eastern legions were present. This was a parade being thrown for the 2 legions who were returning home, neither of which actually saw any combat during the short war. Of those who were normally stationed in the capital, it was only the paladins and their subordinate knights who fought, and yet they were being singled out and excluded from this celebration. I don't care what my brother has ordered, though, August said, eliciting a look of interest from Trajan. I and the paladins will enter this city, even if we're not a part of this triumph. Trajan smiled and said, good. This victory is as much yours as it is anyone else's. Several minutes later, the legate approached Trajan and said, Your Highness, it's time, let the triumph begin. Trajan glanced past the triumphal arch and saw that the legion band had been prepared, musicians specifically trained for official legion ceremonies such as triumphs or other such celebrations. The prince sighed in resignation. He really didn't want to bother with this pageantry and ordered the legions to begin the march into the capital under triumph. Chapter 284. Triumphs were rare in the Bull Kingdom, the last happening after the penitent paladin returned from his expedition to the Serpentine Isles to bring an end to their raiding more than 50 years ago. They were long affairs, starting with a parade by the victorious soldiers, followed by lavish spending by the crown on food for the public and games in the arena, the knighting of those who had earned it, rewards of silver and other prizes for the legion commanders, and ending with a great feast in the royal palace. Most of the mortals in the capital hadn't seen a triumph during their lives, as they were reserved for truly great victories over a foreign adversary. The attempted raid by Hakon Firebeard didn't qualify for a triumph, as it was far too short of a conflict and too easily dealt with to warrant such celebration. In fact, it was so inconsequential for most of the people in the Bull Kingdom that the few that heard of it in the first place largely forgot about it within a week or two. The recent war with the Talfar Kingdom, however, was certainly large enough to qualify for a triumph. Trajan, though, didn't think that this triumph would be equal to those grand celebrations of the past. It was far too short notice for everything to go off without a hitch and too subverted by politics. He doubted whether there would even be enough food for the citizens of the capital, let alone the spectacular chariot races and gladiator fights expected of such an event. Triumphs needed months of preparation, and it was beyond insulting for the army being so honored to have found out about their triumph only as they reached the southern triumphal arch of the city. But this wasn't the time to get upset. If there was going to be a triumph, then Trajan was going to follow procedure as best as he could. To that end, he and the rest of the army's commanders stood to the side of the arch as the 2 legions poured into the city. First and foremost was the honoring of the soldiers who had won the conflict that the triumph was celebrating, with the commanders following after. As the soldiers marched into the city, Trajan could hear the ecstatic shouting and screaming of loved ones. Reuniting family members were encouraged to come and greet their returning soldiers, with celebratory kisses between lovers and spouses being a long tradition. Given that neither of the 2 legions fought and none of the soldiers had died, there were many happy family members lining the streets. After several hours, all 40,000 soldiers had marched through the triumphal arch, a great number of them singing along with the drums and strings of the accompanying bands that had been rushed out to welcome them home. The songs they sang, however, were extremely rude toward most of the upper class in the Bull Kingdom as a whole, but that, too, was tradition, and the ruder the better, to the great enjoyment of the crowds. But then came time for the paladins and their knights to march through the arch. At first, the honor guard looked like they were going to stop them, but the bronze paladin wasn't having that and almost knocked the legate to the ground as he passed in front of the marching knights. With bronze leading the way, no one else dared to try and stop them, and the common people certainly didn't care, especially once the family members of the knights began to rush out and celebrate with them. 7,000 people later, it was finally time for August, Trajan, and Trajan's retinue to join the soldiers in the city. "All right," Trajan muttered, "let's get this waste of time over with." For his part, Leon couldn't agree with Trajan more. This entire triumph was an enormous waste of time, and he wanted no part in it. But there was no refusing such a thing, and as Trajan and August led the group forward, Leon fell in behind them, just behind Trajan and right next to Minerva. Bringing up the rear of the column was the eye-catching sight of Lapis, but it wasn't doing anything overtly hostile, so as soon as the shock wore off and the giant moved on, the citizens went back to their celebrations. Leon was actually a bit surprised, but since there were so many soldiers and knights around, the citizens didn't care that a single stone giant had entered the city. The beating of the drums hammered his eardrums. The streets, already colorful from flowers and painted buildings, were filled with banners of royal green and gold and legion crimson, and the air was choked with the smells of every kind of food imaginable. All told, Leon found it all overwhelming and everything began to blur together. All he was able to focus on was following Trajan and keeping his head down. The last thing he wanted was to be thrust into the spotlight like this. The procession continued down the road, flanked by cheering crowds the entire way. The group only grew as wives and husbands rushed forward to greet their spouses on their return, as children ran up to greet their parents when they finally saw them. It was hard to blame these people for being so happy and wanting to celebrate that their loved ones who had gone off to war were coming home safe not even 2 months after they had left, and for the soldiers and knights to want to spend some time with their families, but both Trajan and Leon, like the curmudgeons they were, just wanted this to be over and done with. Finally, Trajan's group arrived at the Monolith of Victory, a massive slab of polished black granite as black as the night sky that glittered with bright white flecks and streaks that resembled the stars. Carved into the lower third of this slab were records of every war that the Bull Kingdom had ever fought. To the sides of the monolith were a pair of statues carved out of rose marble in the shape of knights to guard the monolith. The monolith itself was in the center of a massive forum that had been cleared of all stalls for the duration of the triumph. All of the soldiers that had gone ahead of the commanders had gathered here along with their families. More than 200,000 people had congregated in the square, but there was still room for more if there had been the need. With the arrival of the two princes, the crowd parted to make room for them and their most trusted knights to slowly make their way up to the monolith. Trajan wasted no time walking right up to the gigantic slab of granite and placed his hand upon it, ignoring the earth mage that was standing right next to it in case Trajan hadn't wanted to do this himself. He channeled his earth magic into the slab and carved a new record upon it, commemorating the short war between the Bull and Talfar kingdoms, and the result of the conflict. He kept it short but ensured that his handwriting was perfect before he finished. With that done, Trajan turned around and shouted, "You are all dismissed." Another tradition was for the victorious commander to give a speech to his soldiers, but these weren't Trajan's legions and he wasn't one for overly long speeches, anyway. Despite this small bucking of tradition, the soldiers almost exploded with joy and they began to make their way out of the square to continue their celebrations with their families. Trajan stepped back from the monolith as the legions around him melted away into the city over the course of several minutes. The only people who remained in the square were his personal retinue, the paladins and their knights, and August. After waiting about 10 minutes for the legions to clear out, August asked Trajan, "Time to keep moving?" Trajan sighed, then said, "Might as well." The now much smaller group kept moving toward the center of the city. The Monolith of Victory was on the edge of the noble district, which surrounded the lake and royal palace in the middle of the capital, so there were much fewer people running around taking advantage of the triumph to party. They were replaced with exceptionally well-dressed nobles, most of whom were far too dignified and had too much self-respect to engage in such common activities as partying in the streets, which came off to Trajan as them looking down at him and his. These nobles watched them in groups from the porches of nearby estates and from pavilions along the road, drinking wine and holding small feasts as the knights marched past the front gates of their estates. "Ignore them," Bronze whispered from just behind Trajan. "It doesn't matter what they think or how they look at us, treat them as the walking decorations that they are and pass them without sparing them a single glance." "Yeah," was all that Trajan was able to utter in response. Unfortunately, this proved to be much more difficult than Bronze made it out to be, especially for those following directly behind the two princes. In such a prominent place, they attracted much attention from the watching nobles. The paladins were used to such things, but Minerva and Leon were not, and neither felt particularly comfortable under such judgmental scrutiny. Leon could feel the eyes of hundreds of nobles bore into him as the procession delved deeper into the district. But the noble district wasn't overly populated, and there weren't many nobles to pass compared to the commoners in the rest of the city. There were at the most 10,000 nobles as opposed to several million commoners that called the capital home, and maybe 10,000 more nobles who were only visiting. Dozens of the higher-ranked knights within the procession were nobles, though, and so had their spouses and families hurry out to join them in their march toward the capital, the spouses and significant others sharing kisses with their knights as they did. As the group neared the bridge across the lake to the island that the royal palace was built upon, something occurred to Leon. He hadn't seen Elise at all. They hadn't parted on the best of terms, though it wasn't like they had broken up or anything, and there was a part of him that had been quietly looking forward to seeing her on the route. However, even after passing through the noble district, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of his girlfriend at all. This uncertainty of where she was and where their relationship stood settled into the pit of his stomach like a stone, and Leon's hands began to shake in anxiety. The only place left for Elise to be was the palace. Leon knew that he was in for either embarrassment or dejection upon arrival. If Elise was there and they were still together, then she'd almost certainly want to kiss him in front of everyone, regardless of his discomfort with public displays of affection. He was an unknown, a nobody in the capital, but Elise, one of the most prominent young noble women in the entire kingdom, making their relationship so publicly known would undoubtedly invite much more scrutiny than simply being in Trajan's retinue. However, if Elise wasn't there, then that either meant she didn't want to see him or that she wasn't supposed to be there as a member of Heaven's Eye. The latter was infinitely preferable to the former, but Leon still wanted to see his lady, even if he had to suffer through embarrassment in the process. The bridge had multiple gatehouses, and each one that the procession passed through brought more and more dread to Leon as the palace came closer. Inevitably, though, they had to reach the end, and at the pace that Trajan set, they reached it much sooner than Leon would have liked. The group stepped off the bridge and continued onward through a thin, decorative forest to the palace until finally arriving at the main building where all official business took place. The front of this building was built in a U shape around a large central courtyard with a fountain in the middle and a statue of the sacred bull as its centerpiece. Filling the courtyard were hundreds of waiting nobles, all of whom began to politely clap as Trajan and August approached, though many of them stopped once they caught sight of August and the three paladins and began to whisper amongst themselves at the apparent scandal. The most important people stood on the half-dozen steps before the front gate. Emily was there, as was a tall man with a square jaw, dark brown hair streaked with gold, and a heavily muscled frame. Next to both of them was a beautiful blonde woman dressed all in blue, and a handsome man with eyes like gray ice. The latter two radiated power as only paladins could, their auras completely unrestrained, making their identities known to everyone, the Sapphire and Earthshaker paladins. But all of this went completely unnoticed by Leon. He had eyes only for the gorgeous red-haired woman that waited by the entrance to the courtyard. He almost felt his heart stop when her emerald eyes found him walking not too far behind Prince Trajan, and it wasn't until her mouth turned up into a joyous smile that he felt like he could breathe again. Leon wanted to hurry over to Elise, but he had to stay behind Trajan and the paladins to maintain appearances, but fortunately, Elise didn't have the same reservations. She rushed forward to meet the procession and, ignoring the princes and paladins in her way, walked right up to Leon and threw her arms around him. Many of the knights behind Leon cheered at this sight, as they had whenever anyone else they knew reunited with their significant others, and they cheered even louder when Elise looked up and planted her lips on Leon's. The kiss couldn't last long as the column was still on the move, so Elise quickly broke it off and whispered into his ear, "Welcome back." Leon took her hand in his and she fell in beside him. "It's good to be back," he responded, "I missed you." Now that they were back together, any anxiety Leon felt instantly disappeared, and he found it easy to ignore the odd look of curiosity he received from the watching nobles with her at his side. From the steps ahead, Emily could see her daughter's actions, and an enormous smile uncontrollably bloomed on her face. Some nobles might have found such a public display beneath the dignity of someone as high-born as Elise was, but Emily certainly wasn't of that mind. In fact, she had to fight to maintain her own business-like stoicism, and it took a few seconds for her to wipe the smile off her face, too long to fully conceal it from those who curiously glanced at her for her reaction. But as interesting as Elise and Leon's relationship may have been to some of those watching nobles, it remained largely a curiosity, and when the tall and handsome man dressed in green and gold stepped forward to welcome the procession, everyone fell silent. "Welcome, uncle." the man loudly said, pointedly ignoring August and the paladins. Trajan glanced at the man as he approached the front steps and growled, "Nephew." The man was, of course, Prince Octavius. "It's always an honor to welcome returning heroes from their war in," Octavius began in an obvious wind-up for a long speech, but he was interrupted by Trajan before he even made it through the first sentence. "We're tired, nephew, and there are other duties we must attend to," the elder prince stated as he brushed right past Octavius and both paladins at his back. For a moment, it seemed like Earthshaker was about to stop him, but with a single look from Bronze, who was right behind Trajan, the Earthshaker paladin froze in place. No one stopped Trajan as he flung open the massive front doors of the palace and led those who were following him inside. For his part, as August passed Octavius, he only glared at his brother. Octavius maintained an aloof air and barely glanced at the younger prince. Neither brother said so much as a word to each other, despite August wanting to castigate Octavius for ignoring him upon his arrival or Octavius desired to reprimand August for participating in the triumph. Octavius simply stepped aside and let the procession enter with a look of utter serenity on his face. But deep inside, he felt nothing but rage and humiliation. August's participation alone was enough to infuriate him, but his pride was greatly wounded when Trajan cut off his speech. It was all he could do to stand there and watch as the knights filed into the palace to bring the main event of the triumph to a close, the knighting ceremony. Chapter 285. Knighting ceremony. On the other side of the huge column-filled atrium from the main doors of the palace was the throne room, a magnificently appointed room, long and filled with green marble columns that supported the 100-foot-tall vaulted ceiling, a floor of polished white marble mostly covered by thick dark green carpet, and white stone walls overlaid with murals of black, red, and gold depicting the Bull Kingdom's most famous triumphs. Interspersed around the murals were tall, thin windows that augmented the magic lanterns with natural light. There were a pair of courtyards to either side of the throne room to allow this and a raised gallery on either side for courtiers who weren't important enough to stand closer to the throne. The immense room was lit by white magic lanterns, and at the very end of the hall, where many of the lights were concentrated, was a high raised platform upon which sat more than a dozen white granite chairs. In the center of the platform was a raised dais, and the Bull King's silver throne sat atop it. Behind the throne was the grandest of the murals, the moment when the first Bull King had finally declared an end to his conquests and the formation of the Bull Kingdom 5,000 years ago. The massive, 25-foot-tall image of the first Bull King was raised so that it could be seen from anywhere in the room. Surrounding the heroic figure of the first Bull King were stylized representations of the most powerful of the nobles of the time, including one that drew Leon's attention as he entered the room, an older man with bulging muscles who was surrounded by white lightning directly to the right of the first Bull King. Leon would admit that he was biased, but he felt that this obvious depiction of his ancestor was a far more heroic sight than the first Bull King, with his golden sword raised in the air and shining with light like the rising sun. The throne itself was an ostentatious thing, made almost entirely of silver and trimmed with gold, with the ends of the armrests shaped into bulls' heads, and the backrest rising high above the seat and separating into a pair of curved horns that extended over the entire dais. In front of the throne platform was another, lower platform that Leon knew to be the place where supplicants and others who had business with the king were to stand while their business was heard. Despite being smaller than the throne's platform, though, it was certainly large enough for 20 knights and their squires to now be stood upon it, while August, Trajan, the paladins, and other important officials took their places upon the throne platform. Leon and Alex stepped on the central platform with the other knights and squires. It was time for the knighting ceremony, the last of the obligatory triumphal ceremonies. Alex almost vibrated with excitement. She had always wanted to be a good knight, and now she was being knighted in the throne room itself. In her mind, this was the highlight of her life so far. After this last ceremony was over, the knights would be dismissed to join the rest of the capital in celebration, so naturally, they all wanted this to proceed quickly. In fact, the entire ceremony was largely pointless, as they hadn't thought they would be receiving a triumph upon their return. As a result, nearly all of the squires that deserved to be knighted had already been. But Trajan couldn't let the ceremony proceed with only 3 or 4 squires, so he had quietly ordered many of the knights and their former squires to assemble here and bolster the numbers a bit. As a result, most of the squires kneeling were already knights. Trajan stepped forward, eager as he was to get this over with. However, just before Trajan was about to begin, Octavius began to speak. More brave and deserving men and women there have never been, the prince said with a jovial smile and arms outstretched in welcome, presenting what he believed to be the perfect image of the benevolent king. I consider myself honored to know that so many young, talented people are getting the recognition they deserve. 2. Enough of that, Trajan said with an exasperated sigh, once more cutting off Octavius' speech. There's a party going on outside. None of these people want to stand here and listen to a political speech, even if said speech is going to flatter the hells out of them. For a moment, Leon thought he saw an expression of extreme annoyance and anger cross over Octavius' face, but he blinked, and it was gone. The prince turned and looked at his uncle, smiled, and said, "Of course, uncle. I merely wished to express my gratitude for having so many fine young people choose to serve my family." Trajan grunted, clearly unimpressed. He knew that Octavius was trying to play to these young knights, but he wasn't going to subject the members of his retinue and the followers of the paladins to such politicking and blatant pandering. "Well, let's get this thing over and done with," the elder prince growled. His patience had long since vanished from the unexpected ceremonies that he had to perform, delaying him in getting any work done. "You begin," he said to August. August was shocked and expressed as much with a raised eyebrow and a questioning look to his uncle. "Uncle, I do not believe that to be the most appropriate of decisions," Octavius stated loud enough for his voice to echo throughout the entire throne room, which was quickly filling up with hundreds of nobles who wanted to watch the knighting ceremony. "My brother was not included in this triumph, though he has seen fit to participate anyway. It wouldn't be wise to reward his attempted theft of the glory these knights and their squires have fought to obtain with a role in so venerable a ceremony. Besides, he did entice a pair of legions to abandon their duties in the central territories, and that'll be quite enough," Trajan said, cutting Octavius off for a third time, infuriating the younger prince, though Octavius concealed it well. "When this kingdom was under invasion, August fought to bring me much-needed reinforcements. He has as much a place here as you or I. Trajan may not have been a regent, but his word was final." Octavius quickly found this fact out by scanning the room and seeing many of the nobles and higher-ranked legion knights nod and whisper amongst themselves in agreement, and Octavius wisely decided to hold his tongue and let the issue slide. He had wanted to either make August look weak by forcing him to enter the city hours after the triumph, or to alienate him from other legate knights by having him participate in a triumph that he hadn't been invited to. However, it didn't seem to be going the way he wanted, but since it didn't take much effort from him, he grudgingly fell silent for the moment, at least, though his jovial smile was back on his face so quickly that few noticed it had ever left. With another prod from Trajan, August stepped forward and said to the waiting knights and their squires, "Please kneel." The squires knelt, and the knights readied their swords. Alex looked ecstatic and could barely hold herself steady, and Leon wore a rare smile on his face at witnessing such unbridled joy from his friend. "When the Talfar kingdom invaded our land, all of you did your duty and bravely fought them back," August continued. "The Royal Legion is honored to call you all its own. All of you have fought magnificently on behalf of your king, your kingdom, and all the king's legions, and it is a personal honor to pronounce every one of you knights of the realm." Once the prince was finished speaking and stepped back, the waiting knights gently lowered their swords upon each of their squires' shoulders, finishing the ceremony. When that was done, they helped the new knights to their feet, shaking their hands and in many cases, embracing their former squires. Leon, being rather uncomfortable with the hundreds of nobles and other legion knights watching, opted for a handshake, but Alex threw her arms around his neck anyway. "Thank you, sir," she whispered into his ear. "I didn't really do much, though," Leon thought to himself with a bitter smile. After several seconds, Trajan said, "This city is currently shaking with so many people outside partying. It would be an utter shame if everyone here didn't go out and join them, wouldn't it?" "I agree," the bronze paladin said. "To have so many of our fine young soldiers return home safely after bringing such a swift end to the war is truly a cause worth celebrating." "Indeed," Trajan continued with a smile. "I now pronounce this ceremony over. You are all dismissed." Many of the knights had to fight the urge not to shout and jump for joy as they began to quickly make their way to the door, while the nobles quietly chatted amongst themselves as they started to file out at a much more leisurely pace. Leon, however, was unsure of what he should be doing. He wanted to spend time with Elise, but he also didn't know if he should be following Trajan as many of the prince's most senior knights were doing. Fortunately for him, when Leon turned to look at Trajan, the prince smiled and waved at Leon, silently telling the younger man to get out and enjoy himself. Leon smiled back, made a short bow, and then left the palace accompanied by Elise, Alex, and Anzu, who had been forced to wait outside during the ceremony. But Trajan didn't have such luxuries as being able to enjoy the unexpected triumph. He could see out of the corners of both eyes that August and Octavius were subtly glaring at each other, though both young princes were at least wise enough not to be releasing any killing intent and to present something that looked a lot like unity to the crowd within the throne room. Trajan sighed, then quietly said to the group on the throne's platform, "I'm calling a meeting of the advisory council. I want a full report of the kingdom's current situation." Octavius raised an eyebrow in confusion and fear. Trajan wasn't the regent, but Octavius could tell simply by the way that the high-ranking courtiers to either side of the three princes quickly snapped into action that Trajan was going to get what he wanted. Only 10 minutes later, August, Octavius, Trajan, and most of the king's advisory council were sitting around a large ornate table made of dark red wood in a long hall with similar decor to the throne room. The table wasn't in the exact center of the room, as there were dozens of scribes and other paper pushers half buried in enormous stacks of paper on the other side of the room, making sure the council had all the documents they required and taking copious amounts of notes to record all that was said during the meeting. At one end of the table sat August, with Roland and the Brimstone Paladin standing behind him. At the other end was Octavius, with Earthshaker and Sapphire at his back. Trajan sat in the center, in between the regents, along with all the rest of the council. The Bronze Paladin had departed to return to the king's private villa as soon as the ceremony had ended with hardly more than a word to Trajan. The advisory council was made up of more than a dozen individuals, including the Chancellor, Chief Steward, the Primarch of Lineage Hall, the Spymaster, and a number of other people who advised and aided the king in the administration of the kingdom. Perhaps most relevant to Trajan was the consul of the Central Territories, who was supposed to be the most senior and thus, the first among the co-equal consuls. However, since Trajan was also a prince, he was of senior rank to Lord Avidius, the aged consul of the Central Territories. As soon as the council members took their seats, Octavius immediately said, "I move to censure my brother for his inappropriate participation in the triumph, despite being formally excluded from it." Indeed, Avidius agreed. This triumph was meant to celebrate the victorious legions and His Highness Prince Trajan for defeating those Talfar dogs and sending them packing, but Prince August selfishly inserted himself into the proceedings without approval. Such blatant disrespect of our legions must never go unpunished. Before anyone else could voice their opinions, however, Trajan slammed his fist down upon the table, sending cracked spider webbing across its surface. The triumph and the weeks-long ride to the capital from the Horns had left him quite bereft of patience. "There will be no censuring anyone here," the prince growled at Octavius. "If August is to be punished for taking part in a celebration of a victory he had a hand in delivering, then you shall be punished as well for leaving him out of it." Octavius was about to sneer, but when no one else spoke up in support of his idea and the consul of the Central Territories shrank back into his seat from Trajan's anger, he simply smiled and said, "Uncle, I meant no disrespect. I simply believed that August should have gone through official channels if he wished to participate, rather than taking it upon himself to so blatantly flaunt the rules. But, if you wish not for him to be punished, then he shan't be." "Now that that's over and done with," August said, sparing only a single momentary glare for Octavius, "Sir Tacitus, I believe there were some issues cropping up with the Serpentine Isles when I departed. What is the status on that front?" Tacitus was the chancellor and the official head of the advisory council, and as such, his duties extended beyond the legal responsibilities of his office. He knew just about everything of importance that went on within the kingdom and a great deal of things that went on outside of it. During the past few years, if there was a problem that August had needed to deal with, he would usually learn of it through Tacitus, the chief steward, or the spymaster. "Their yearly tribute hasn't arrived yet, Your Highness, making them 3 months late," Tacitus responded. "Who cares about a few barbarian sailors?" Octavius asked with a derisive sneer. "They pale in comparison to our navy legions. We don't need their inferior stock. It cost a great deal to bring them to heel," Trajan replied with a tone of subdued annoyance. "If we let them start to skimp on their tributes, then they may begin to slide back into piracy. And it's more than just sailors they provide, nephew, they are some of the finest shipwrights in all of Eterna, and they provide us with many of their ships." "How should we respond?" the chief steward asked. He, Tacitus, and the chief diplomat shared jurisdiction over tributary states, so he was just as invested in dealing with this situation as Tacitus. I say we send a diplomatic expedition to the earls and demand they provide their obligatory tribute immediately, the chief diplomat exclaimed. He was an ancient man, so close to retirement that his only job was to advise the king on matters of foreign affairs and to act as his intermediary with the diplomatic corps in Armenium. In this respect, Aquilius, as the senior-most diplomat in Armenium, was far more important and influential in matters pertaining to the Bull Kingdom's foreign relations than the chief diplomat. In fact, with the diplomatic corps' headquarters being located in Armenium, the chief diplomat was in charge in name only, with very little say in the goings-on of the corps. I agree, Trajan said, preempting many of the other people around the table from speaking. Have the consul of the ocean dispatch one of his fleets as well. Remind them of our power, of when the penitent paladin burned their fleets and broke their islands. We shed enough blood to turn the ocean red to end their raids on our western coast and into the Gulf of Discord. We must not allow them to relapse into their piratical ways. Yes, Your Highness, Tacitus, the chief steward, and the chief diplomat all responded in tandem. Octavius, however, was finding it harder to maintain his noble air amidst his rising frustration. He had been intending on flexing his might when August returned, which would have been easy given how much support he had from the nobility, but Trajan was making that much more difficult. None of the royal advisors wanted to contradict such a venerable and respected member of the royal family, especially not one with 10 of the most experienced legions in the kingdom still at his beck and call. What's more, Trajan would have been made king ahead of Julius had he not renounced his claim, and that seniority only increased the respect the old and powerful men and women of the capital had for him. To put it bluntly, Octavius had been caught off guard, and he was starting to flounder a bit as he tried to adapt and change his strategy for this situation. For his part, though, August was more than willing to sit back and let Trajan assert his authority. He had asked for Trajan's support and assistance, and he wasn't going to get in the way of Trajan providing just that. Now, then, August began once their response to the issue was settled. Let's move on, as August began to outline many of the problems that the kingdom was facing: sightings of krakens off the western coast interfering with trade, a spike in banditry in the rural territories, and the supposed murders of the investigators he dispatched to Orleanorum by bandits. Trajan could only sigh and do his best to swallow his distaste to have to deal with all of these people around him. But such was his duty, and he had little choice but to deal with it. Chapter 286. An inevitable talk. When Trajan gave Leon the signal for him to leave, he did so as quickly as he could. The middle of the royal palace, surrounded by curious nobles staring at him due to his obvious intimacy with Elise, was exactly the place he didn't want to be, after all. However, as he, Elise, Alex, and Anzu stepped outside of the palace and began to make their way toward the bridge back to the city proper, Leon heard a voice call out to him. "Sir Leon, please wait a moment." Leon recognized the voice of the paladin Roland, and he unconsciously started to speed up, eliciting a quizzical look from Elise, who was holding his arm. Leon still didn't trust the paladin, especially since he knew Leon's true name. Unfortunately for Leon, Roland wasn't shy about speeding up to catch up to him. "Sir Leon, do you mind if I were to join you for a while?" Roland asked with an inviting smile on his wide, chiseled features as he quickly, inevitably caught up to Leon. Leon smiled bitterly before turning around to face the paladin and said, "I'm busy, sir, as you can see." He glanced meaningfully at Elise and Alex, but Roland wasn't going to go away so easily. "I would like to speak with Sir Leon for a while, I hope you ladies don't mind," Roland said as he shamelessly fell in beside Leon on the opposite side of Elise. Leon considered himself lucky that Roland at least didn't take his other arm. "So," Leon said through clenched teeth, "what can I do for one of His Majesty's paladins?" Leon's question was a simple thing, little more than a tiny, meaningless courtesy, but it still gave Roland pause. Ever since August appointed him to the post of paladin, he had grown used to nobles, knights, and most other high-ranking courtiers and people of means and importance dismissing him as not a real paladin. To hear Leon calling one of the king's paladins brought out a smile of such pride and joy from Roland that Leon found it increasingly difficult to distrust the man, despite one of his subordinates participating in the attack on his home in the Northern Vales. I haven't had much of a chance to speak with you since meeting up with you again, and I wanted to take the opportunity to do so before something else came up," Roland explained. Leon glanced at Elise, hoping his lady would help him out. He'd told her about the attack on his home and about Roland's tenuous connection with the men who carried out the assault, so she knew why Leon wasn't too eager to speak with the paladin at the moment. For her part, she'd done a little bit of digging of her own, but she hadn't found anything in Roland's history that would give her pause. Still, when she responded to Roland's request to speak, her tone was chilling and far less inviting than she might have been with any other noble. "And why do you want to speak to Leon?" Elise asked. "Just wanted to catch up," Roland hesitantly responded. He was a little taken aback at Elise's cold tone, but he assumed it was simply because he was butting in on her time with her lover, so he simply smiled and bore with it. Roland continued after taking a few breaths to compose himself. I actually heard you came down to the Bull Kingdom a while back. I even spent a considerable amount of time looking for you after seeing you in action in the Northern Vales. I wanted to take you as my squire after Luke graduated from the Knight Academy." "I see," Leon replied in a neutral tone. "I followed you all the way to the Northern Territories, but I was told by the Consul of the North himself that you were killed in that unpleasantness with the Valeman," Roland said with some traces of accusation in his voice. Leon breathed a silent, "Thank you," to the Consul of the North, then said out loud, "Not surprising. A lot of people died that day. I'm sure identifying everyone was a real pain. Mistakes are sadly common." He knew, of course, that the consul knew full well that he was alive given that he was the man who knighted Leon, but it was also an easy enough mistake to explain away. "I suppose it was," Roland admitted. "Anyway, I just wanted to express my happiness at how well you're doing right now. 5th tier and serving under a prince. That's a far cry from the young Valeman I saw fighting bandits 2 years ago. You've truly done well for yourself." "Thank you," Leon said with a few traces of genuine pride that he couldn't hide behind his stoic exterior. "And listen," Roland continued, "if you ever have any trouble down here in the south, just come to me, I'll be happy to help in any way I can." "That's a generous offer," Leon stated with little intent to actually test the paladin's offer. "Well, both you and your father helped me out a great deal in my mission back then, so I'd like to repay the favor if I'm able. Speaking of which, how is your father doing?" Roland's face was the definition of innocent curiosity, but as soon as the question was out of his mouth, Leon almost froze and had to fight not to snap at the paladin. Fortunately for him, he was a stoic person by nature, so all it took to conceal his emotions was to turn his head away from Roland for a second or two, and the paladin was none the wiser. "He's fine," Leon eventually answered. Fortunately for him, Roland didn't pick up on his hesitation with his answer, and neither did Alex or Elise feel the need to speak up before him. They both knew that Artorias was dead and could understand Leon's reticence to speak with Roland. "Sir Roland, it was lovely to see you," Elise suddenly said as the opposite end of the bridge came into view, "but Leon and I were going to spend some quality time together, which we haven't gotten much of in the past year and a half, so we're going to have to say goodbye here." "I understand," Roland said, a little disappointed that he hadn't gotten to say much at all but unwilling to continue to interrupt their time. "Just know, Sir Leon, that you're always welcome wherever I'm at, should you feel the need for my company." "Thank you," Leon said once Roland had walked a fair distance, this time with less pride and more muted suspicion. And with that, Roland separated from their group and started walking toward a different part of the noble district. "Thank you," Leon repeated, this time to Elise and with a great deal of honest gratitude. "I had no idea how I could ditch him without raising any suspicions." "Don't mention it," Elise said with a glowing smile. "I've gotten fairly good at dismissing people I find annoying since my mother started having me help in administering the Heaven's Eye Tower." "Does that mean I ought to be dismissed?" Alex asked with a wry smile, feeling more than a little superfluous still being with Leon and Elise. "Of course not," Elise said, letting go of Leon's arm to pull Alex into a hug. "You can consider yourself welcome anytime. By the way, do you two have your accommodations arranged yet?" "We don't," Leon admitted. "We were supposed to report to the Legion barracks if we couldn't find a place by nightfall, but I figured we could find a place by then, assuming we couldn't impose on you for a little while." Elise grabbed one of both Leon and Alex's arms and said, "Neither of you are an imposition. I insist you stay with me as long as you want." Waiting for them near the bridge were dozens of carriages and litters owned by the nobles in the palace and the servants to operate them. The largest by far, though, was a silver carriage that glittered in the evening sun. It was trimmed in gold and pulled by a pair of enormous pure white stallions, each one about half again as large as the horses Leon had seen used in the Talfar army, which was known for its exceptional horses. Emblazoned on the doors of the carriage and on the caparisons of the horses was a large golden eye, the sigil of Heaven's Eye. "Nice ride," Alex said, admiring the carriage as Elise led them over to it. "Thanks," Elise said with a beaming smile. Barely 15 minutes later, the three had arrived at Elise's estate. Leon had done Alex the favor of carrying her luggage in his soul realm, so once he dropped her stuff off in her room, he and Elise made their way to Elise's bedroom. Elise hadn't been lying when she told Roland that she wanted some alone time with Leon. Once the door was closed and they were alone, Elise threw her arms around Leon and pressed her lips against his. But she didn't do anything more, which Leon found quite unusual for her. Under normal circumstances, she'd have been running her hands over his body while encouraging him to do the same to her, but this was a deep, passionate kiss and nothing more. After separating, she whispered, "I'm glad you're back, but we need to talk." Leon's heart sank. "We need to talk" were four of the most dreaded words anyone could hear in a relationship, and even though Elise's behavior up to this point hadn't led him to believe she wanted to break up, he still began to panic upon seeing her loving smile turn serious. "What about?" he asked with trepidation. "I've been thinking for the past few weeks," Elise explained, "ever since you told me about your situation with that naiad." "Find anything that could help me out?" Leon asked with a hint of hope in his voice. His hopes were dashed when Elise shook her head. "Not yet, but it has brought an issue we've been ignoring to the forefront of my mind," she said. "Nobles are expected to be polygamous in this kingdom. I'm noble, as are you. The kingdom at large may not know your real name, but you're still a fifth-tier knight, and thus noble enough to have multiple spouses." "I see," Leon whispered. It was true that he hadn't put much thought into this particular issue until Naiad had almost forced herself upon him. He felt like he could be perfectly happy with just Elise for the rest of his life. However, monogamy was an extremely rare thing among nobility. In fact, Artorias was the only high noble Leon knew of who hadn't built a harem. But even though Leon hadn't thought much about it, this was something he and Elise were going to have to talk about at some point, and it seemed like that point was now. "I want to say right off the bat that I don't want any husbands other than you," Elise said while looking Leon in the eye. He could see fear and dread in her eyes, but also determination and a complete lack of hesitation. It was obvious that she meant what she said. "Well, I'm not exactly keen on looking for other wives," Leon replied with a smile, hoping that he was conveying the same seriousness Elise was. "Then we have a problem," Elise said as she took a seat on the edge of her bed. "Only one of us can have a harem, but if neither of us does, then it would be an embarrassment for us both. To have a harem is a sign of authority and nobility that shouldn't be ignored." Leon hummed as he sat down next to his lady. His cheeks were rapidly turned red with this conversation and he had no idea what to say. "Leon, do you think you could share me with another man?" Elise asked. Her tone wasn't playful or teasing at all, and her emerald eyes locked onto Leon's and didn't let him go. "No," Leon instantly replied. He didn't need to think about it, but when he did, he found the idea of Elise and another guy together to be detestable. "I guess I'm a selfish and greedy man," he continued after his initial negative reaction died down. "I know that other guys don't have a problem with that sort of thing, but I don't want that." Elise giggled and said, "I didn't think you would. Can I let you in on a secret?" "Sure," Leon said with rapidly rising anxiety. Elise leaned in and brought her lips to Leon's ear. Her breath tickled his ear and she whispered in a smooth and sultry tone, "I don't think I could say the same in return, if I had to share you with another woman." Leon's eyebrows shot almost to his hairline in surprise. He felt that, for sure, Elise would be as greedy and selfish as he was, refusing to share him as he refused to share her. But, I could be misinterpreting that, Leon thought to himself. He turned to look at his lady to find that she was still staring at him with her big green eyes narrowed in playfulness and her full lips curled upward in a teasing smile. "I see, she's just messing with me," as if knowing exactly what he was thinking, Elise said, "I'm being deadly serious. I'm curious as to what being with you and another woman might be like. Ever since the idea entered my head, I can't stop thinking about it." "Oh shit, you are serious?" Leon said with as much surprise as he was capable of expressing. "Yes, I am," Elise responded. She wrapped her arms around Leon's neck and pulled him in closer, whispering into his ear, "Listen, my love, if you don't get at least 2 or 3 more wives, it will be an embarrassment in this kingdom, an embarrassment I will share as your first wife. It's best for us both if you were to be the one with the harem, here." Leon's heart was racing so fast he felt like it was going to explode, and not just from talk about his finding another couple of lovers, but also because Elise was talking about marriage for the first time. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Elise quietly asked with a degree of uncertainty, her voice cracking for the first time since this conversation began. I don't expect you to go out tomorrow morning and return at night with another girl, but it's something I want you to keep in mind, and I need to meet her before you do anything, got it? Aye, Leon sputtered as he searched for the right words to say. When he separated from Elise's tight embrace and saw how grave Elise's expression was, there was only one thing he could say: I understand. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.